How are you guys? Like and hype this video, for more amazing parts. Chapter 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for binding the traveling frog system. Congratulations to the host for getting the novice gift package, please open it as soon as possible. Chu Yun listened to the system sound coming from his ear. Subconsciously, he opened the system interface that only he could see. It is not so much a system interface as it is a virtual space. The space is a bit crude, with a pond outside. The information came from the system, letting Chu Yun know the name of this space, Frog Time House. A thought moves. The door was naturally pushed open. A bed, a square table, and some messy daily clutter are piled up. Crack! The most eye-catching is a green and cute little frog, squatting on the square table and looking at him. His eyes are full of agility. In front of it was a plain white scarf. Your frog cub is about to go on a trip, pack it up quickly. The system reminded. Chu Yun came back to his senses. He found that in his eyes, the square scarf in front of the little frog had a strange change, and the straight square scarf trembled slightly, like a stream of water. Are you packing your luggage? In the square, 3 areas appeared. Large black characters appear, bento, props, and amulets. He didn't move and was speechless. After so many years in this world where spiritual energy is revived, he finally successfully awakened the system. It's just that the system is a little different from what he imagined. It is a small idle game that I played before crossing, Traveling Frog. In this game, the little frog cubs raised like to go out to travel to great rivers and mountains. Occasionally I will take some travel photos and come back, and I will also bring some souvenirs and special products when I go home. As a player, the main role is to help the little frog cub prepare the luggage for travel. Chu Yun also played this little game for a while in his spare time. Unexpectedly, his system has awakened such a wonderful thing. Shit! Don't be so stupid. Chu Yun's first reaction was stunned. Not to mention signing in, it's good to have a god-level choice. What's the use of the eggs you gave me, a little frog? Fortunately, after Chu Yun got to know him, he found that this little game bound to him was a little bit different from the one in his memory. In front of him, the frog cub that only he can see, the place where he travels is all worlds. All kinds of anime and novel worlds he knew before crossing will be the destination of the little frog cub. And every time I return, I bring home specialties and souvenirs from the world of this trip. These specialties may be abilities unique to this world, or some terrifying treasures. For example, the Sharingan in Naruto world, Zanpakuto in Shinigami world, etc., the little frog cub may pick up it back to his father on the way. After thoroughly figuring it out, Chu Yun stared at the little frog cub in front of him. Baby, you have to fight for your father and bring something good back. As he spoke, he opened the novice gift bag according to the system's prompt. As Chu Yun opened the novice gift bag, 2 milky white light groups appeared on the square table of the Frog Time House, slowly floating. Newbie gift package distribution, God level lucky charm *1, time acceleration card *1. God level lucky charm, a rare amulet for traveling frogs, which can be placed in the luggage preparation of the frog cubs, which will greatly improve the luck value of the frog cubs traveling abroad, and bring back unexpected specialties/souvenirs. Time accelerator card, a rare item for traveling frogs, which can be placed in the luggage preparation of the frog cubs, which can speed up the time of the frog cubs going out to travel and speed up the return time. After Chu Yun learned about the functions of the 2 treasures, he couldn't help but said, "Wonderful." He did not hesitate to put the god-level lucky charm and time acceleration card into the frog cub's luggage. Just after the placement, the plain white square in front of me was naturally packed, wrapping the 2 light groups, and it looked bulging. Kook! The little frog cub made a cheerful cry, as if to thank Chu Yun. With a slight leap, ripples appeared under his feet. The package floated on its back, and a colorful ring appeared in the Frog Time House, sparkling in the ring. Thump! With a muffled sound, the little frog cub fell into the ring, splashing with sparkling water. Your frog cub is out on a trip. The frog cub will send back travel photos from time to time, please pay attention to check it. The return of the frog cubs will bring back special products and special souvenirs during the journey, please remember to collect them in time. Chu Yun blinked. Did this pervert leave so soon? I also asked if I should prepare a little more lunch for him. Temperament is really urgent. I don't know what world I will go to and what I can bring back. He was looking forward to it. With the buff blessing of the novice spree, the frog cub should be able to bring back good things soon. Harmful. We don't pick either. I don't want to smash the riding wheel Zanpakut, these awesome things. I was still young, and it was not easy to go out for the first time. It's not realistic, it's unnecessary, and we can't use it when we bring it back. If you really want to bring it with you, bring an idol to ward off the prison force, and the meaning of the 4 swords of Zuxian will be enough. When Chu Yun thought of this, he was a little amused. I feel like I'm thinking about shit. He took his thoughts back, and the frog time house disappeared naturally. Clear vision, looking around. Rows of tables and chairs were crowded. Above there is a little old man who is spitting. Classmates, in today's society, talent is king. With talent, you can protect your family and change your class. With talent, you can go to the front line to kill beasts and win honor. Tomorrow is the awakening ceremony, you have to cheer up. The opportunity to change your life is right in front of you. Look at Chu Yun's sister, just because she awakened her S-level talent, she was directly recommended to Hwaking University, the first university. Not only was her life completely rewritten, but even her family had undergone earth-shaking changes. The whole family has now moved in from a civilian area. In the villa area, do you want to change your destiny? Think. Following the little old man's voice, all eyes turned back to Chu Yun, who was in the back row by the window, with frenzied eyes. Chu Yun felt so many eyes coming, and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Mad, come again? When he crossed into this world, he was a little surprised. Not an orphan. Not only is she not an orphan, but she also has a very talented sister. The talent of my sister is so outstanding that even he has received a lot of attention. Chapter 2. Chu Yun's older sister, Chu Qing. Not only the legend of the entire Jinyang High School, but also caused monstrous waves in the entire Sichuan province. Awaken the S-level talent. Attracting major colleges and universities. In the end, he was directly exempted from the college entrance examination and was admitted to the first university of Longguo, Hwaking University. Even though 3 years have passed, Chu Qing's deeds are still talked about. As Chu Qing's younger brother, Chu Yun has been attracting attention since he entered school. Chu Yun's older sister is so good, and his genes are definitely not bad. What talent will be awakened in the awakening ceremony tomorrow? He looks so handsome, at least he has to awaken his A-level talent, right? Bah! He's handsome and can't be eaten. Alas! If only I could awaken my A-level talent, then I would take off straight away. You are thinking about shit. I just want to be able to awaken the C-level talent. Once the C-level talent is awakened, I don't have to worry about it in my life. It's not bad to be a social animal, but if the beast tide comes, it will be a burden if you don't have talent, and you don't know how to die. Please wake up your talent. One after another, whispers came from the front row. Encouraged by the little old man on stage, Chu Yun became the focus of the class. Seeing countless gazes, Chu Yun was expressionless, obviously getting used to this kind of attention-seeking atmosphere. Awakening ceremony. He listened to the discussion and had some expectations in his heart. In the blue star of this world, the aura revived and changed. A large number of ferocious beasts appeared, posing a deadly threat to humans. Fortunately, countless awakening god monuments rose from the ground. As long as every blue star person reaches the age of 18, he can awaken his own talent by touching the awakening god monument. What talent can be awakened is very important, and it will directly change the whole life in the future. In this era, the school will arrange the awakening ceremony in batches at the same time, so that these students can awaken. Okay, classmates, don't disturb Chu Yun. Listen to me carefully. I believe many of you should already know that after so many years of aura recovery, talent has gradually formed an independent system. Blue star countries divide talents into 7 types, from low to high, D level, C level, B level, A level, S level, SS level, and SSS level. Of course, this doesn't mean that you will be able to awaken your talents. According to the research of the Reiki Research Association, the proportion of people who can awaken your talents is less than 10%. That is to say, as long as you can awaken successfully, it is equivalent to passing the single plank bridge of thousands of troops and horses and having a bright life. Of course, if you don't wake up successfully, you don't have to be discouraged. After so many years of reading, there is still some use. At this moment, the little old man on the podium began to spit again and explain. The boys and girls below all had bitter faces when they heard the words, their eyes were apprehensive, and they seemed to be expecting and worrying at the same time. Who doesn't want to wake up successfully? If awakening fails, it basically means a lifetime of mediocrity. It is the age of fantasy, who can accept such a result? Okay, it's getting late, let's go home to keep your spirits up, and gather at the school playground tomorrow. The little old man's speech didn't last long, and he announced the dismissal of school. Chu Yun walked out of the school gate under the gaze of many eyes. He is not nervous at all about the arrival of the awakening ceremony tomorrow. If there is no awakening system, there may be some pressure. But now that the system is awakened, even if he doesn't successfully awaken his talent tomorrow, it's not a big problem. Looking at the endless stream of cars in front of him, Chu Yun walked towards the way home, but his attention was on the empty frog time house. I prepared a time booster card for my frog, so I should be able to return soon, right? Chu Yun had some expectations. He kept guessing what his little frog cub could bring back. Chu Yun's home is not far from Jinyang High School. Cross the wide avenue and enter the slightly grand gate. There are green grass all around and few pedestrians. There are sparse courtyards on both sides, occupying a large area, and it is a villa area. When I got home, my parents were there, preparing dinner. Xiaoyun is back. Wash your hands and eat. His father, Chu Shanhe, had a face with a Huxia character, and he was honest, and he gently exhorted Chu Yun. Awakening ceremony tomorrow, right? Mother So Qingmei looked at Chu Yun with concern. Kindness. Chu Yun nodded and sat down to eat with his parents. 18 years after he came to this world, his parents were both good-natured people, and they treated him very well, which made him value this affection. Are you nervous? Don't be stressed, Xiaoqing was also. What do you say? Xiaoyun is here to eat. So Qingmei glanced at Chu Shanhe and gave Chu Yun a chopstick dish. She has a clear mind. My daughter has awakened her S-class talent, which is a good thing for everyone. But for my baby son, the pressure is too great. Tomorrow is the awakening ceremony. Lao Chu mentions his daughter at this time, doesn't this add to Xiaoyun? Chu Shanhe also reacted. Seeing Chu Yun seems to be a little silent, a look of absent-mindedness, a little different from usual. This kid looks really nervous. Eat vegetables, eat vegetables. Chu Shanhe quickly changed the subject and never mentioned Chu Qing. Chu Yun is not nervous. Chu Yun responded to Chu Shanhe and So Qingmei, but he was thinking about Time House. Ding dong! Your frog cub is back. Frog Cub brought you back the travel specialties. Just now. The sound of the system sounded in the ear. Let his heart move. Come back so soon. Mom and Dad, I'm going upstairs first. After hearing the prompt, Chu Yun didn't even bother to eat anymore, so he spoke quickly and went upstairs to go back to his room. Watching Chu Yun flee in the wild, So King Mei rolled her eyes at Chu Shanhe. It's all your fault. What is Ti Xiaoqing doing? If Xiaoyun's awakening ceremony doesn't succeed tomorrow, it's your problem. Hearing his wife's unreasonable words, Chu Shanhe said helplessly, whether the awakening god monument can be awakened depends on whether there is that fate, and what does it have to do with me? Besides, even if Xiaoyun doesn't wake up successfully, isn't that still our son? I don't dislike it. What the hell are you doing? Xiaoqing can awaken her S-level talent, and Xiaoyun is definitely no worse than Xiaoqing. So King Mei put down her chopsticks, patted the table and glared at Chu Shanhe. Good good. Chu Shanhe smiled bitterly. Knowing that my wife is talking about it. In fact, I didn't have much hope for Chu Yun. S-level talent is hard to come by. Dragon Country has a population of 1.3 billion, and those with S-level talent will not exceed 5 figures. Outsiders say that it is because of his old Chu family's good genes that Chu Qing can awaken his S-level talent. Only their husband and wife know very well that Chu Qing can awaken her S-level talent, that's because Chu Yun, let alone S-rank, just needs to be awakened. Looking at Chu Yun's back going upstairs, Chu Shanhe and So King Mei's eyes showed a trace of worry. Go back to the room. Chu Yun immediately put his energy in the frog time house. In the hut, the cute little frog cub has returned, and there are unopened luggage on the table. Chu Yun couldn't wait to open the luggage. Suddenly, an ugly-looking fruit appeared in front of him. Shocking fruit, the world's specialty of One Piece. Superhuman devil fruit. Eaters can cause vibrations in the sky, the earth, the atmosphere, and the ocean at will, which can cause strong earthquakes and tsunamis, and have extremely strong physical destructive power. Chapter 3. The ability to shake the fruit is very simple, to cause vibration. But the horror of its true abilities is far beyond imagination. As far as Chu Yun knows, the Zhen fruit is called the power to destroy the world by the warring states of Buddha. The destructive power and attack range are the largest and strongest among all the 3 known devil fruits. Whitebeard, the person who can shake the fruit, almost destroyed the naval headquarters in one blow in the war on the top. Later, it directly caused a tsunami and beat the Red Dog violently. If it weren't for the plot kill, with the shocking fruit, Whitebeard was called the first person in One Piece, and there was no controversy at all. The son of my own frog is so arrogant. Bringing back such a powerful thing on my first trip. Chu Yun grabbed the shaking fruit. Looking at the strange-looking shaking fruit. It is said that this stuff does not taste good. He remembered some rumors about devil fruits. With vigilance in his heart, he stuffed the whole tablet into his mouth, and a strange taste spread in Chu Yun's mouth. Vomit. So unpalatable. Chu Yun was almost spit out by the smell of Zhen fruit. Fortunately, he was prepared in his heart, and swallowed it hard. Chu Yun quickly forgot about the taste as he swallowed the fruit. An indescribable heat flooded his body. That is a special ability that is awakening. Chu Yun's eyes widened, and he found that the world in front of him had undergone earth-shaking changes. Thousands of trajectories that only he could see were intertwined in the void, like chains. Is this the ability of the shaking fruit? Chu Yun's heart trembled. He stretched out his finger and clicked like a node of one of the void chains. Ka ka ka. His room began to tremble slightly, and the air vibrated with a sour sound. The void that was punctuated by his fingertips turned out to be like broken glass, with cobweb-like cracks. Shit! Chu Yun's face changed. Immediately withdrew his fingers. The newly born cracks suddenly turned into waves and disappeared. This made Chu Yun breathe a sigh of relief. Although he has just awakened the fruit's ability, he has already realized the horror of the shaking fruit. If it wasn't for his quick reaction just now, once this space was shattered, maybe his house would have collapsed. Looks like it's worth a good study. Chu Yun was a little excited. I just tried the knife, and I have already seen the power of this fruit. But the devil fruit is not everything after taking it. He who has seen One Piece knows very well that in order to fully utilize the fruit ability, it takes time and constant familiarity. Crack! The frog cub is happy to see Chu Yun. A pair of four-cornered eyes are somewhat rebellious, and their two forelimbs are naturally akimbo, seeming to be taking credit to Chu Yun. Good job! Nice job! Chu Yun smiled and touched the frog cub's head, expressing his high appreciation for his trip. The next day. It was foggy in the early morning, with sunlight shining through, about to disperse the haze. Xiaoyun, you should be the same as usual at the awakening ceremony today. Would you like us to accompany you to school? Okay, don't trouble Xiaoyun, it's not a big deal, just let him go by himself. Am I worried that Xiaoyun is nervous? We went to Xiaoyun with more pressure. Chu Shanhe and So Qingmei watched Chu Yun leave home to go to school with worry in their eyes. Chu Qing's aura is too dazzling. They didn't say anything, but they all knew that Chu Yun couldn't reach Chu Qing's height. But Chu Yun is another strong kid. If Chu Yun didn't successfully awaken his talent today, what should he do? Chu Yun went to school briskly, not at all depressed as his parents thought. Studying the newly acquired fruit ability, Chu Yun didn't sleep all night, but he didn't feel tired at all, instead he was in good spirits. If it weren't for the fact that everyone had to attend the awakening ceremony in this era, he would have wanted to stay at home. Before I knew it, I had come to Jinyang High School. Because of the awakening ceremony, the crowds were crowded today, and it was a bit more lively than usual. Chu Yun, why are you here? The awakening ceremony has begun. You can't even think of it. Just now, someone has awakened to an A-level talent, and the awakening is scary. It's just like your sister, who is promoted to an S-level talent. As soon as he entered the school gate, a tall and thin student who usually had a good relationship with him hurriedly waved at him, his mouth protruding like a machine gun. Chu Yun was startled when he heard the words. Someone almost awakened an S-level talent? Who is it? Are you so brave? Chapter 4. Chu Yun knows exactly what S-level talent means in this era. When he traveled back to this era, his family was actually the most ordinary civilian family. It is because of her sister Chu Qing that the family's life has undergone earth-shaking changes. The awakening ceremony has only just begun, and some people in the small Jinyang High School have awakened their A-level talents. Although not as good as the S-class, it is definitely worth paying attention to. Wen Yuxin is really amazing. But it's not surprising that she can awaken an A-level talent. I heard that she is not from our locality, but from the imperial capital Shangjing. Envy. It doesn't matter if you look good, even with such a strong talent, you are simply a winner in life. The end you thought was actually just the beginning of others, hey. Obviously, awakening A-level talent is big news for Jinyang High School. Without waiting for Chu Yun to ask, the hot discussion around had already revealed the answer. The genius who awakened the A-level talent, named Wen Yuxin, was not from Rongcheng, but from the imperial capital. Chu Yun was also stunned. Wen Yuxin, he was a little impressed. Mainly black, long, and straight, with high appearance. Although everyone's focus in this era is on beasts and talents, goddesses like Wen Yuxin are often discussed by some adolescent teenagers. However, Wen Yuxin and him are not in the same class, and basically have little to do with each other. They just glanced at them from a distance, and they are completely unfamiliar. So after knowing that the person who awakened the A-level talent was Wen Yuxin, it was not so strange. After all, people are from Shangjing. Dragon people. It's not surprising that the talent is better. Chu Yun grew up in this era, and although there were beasts everywhere, the population was far from comparable to the blue star he came from. But surprisingly, the transmission of network information in this era is also extremely developed. There are also many familiar memes. As the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom, the Shangjing side is said to have various visions erupting from time to time. Therefore, the talents of the people in the imperial capital are usually better than those in other places, and the people in the imperial capital are also nicknamed Tianlong people. Walk into the classroom with the flow of people. The boys and girls all swarmed by the window, looking at a huge stone tablet with milky white divine light rising from the ground below. Every time the stone tablet flickers, there will be a noise below. The head teacher, Ma Tao, was dressed in a suit and leather shoes. The little old man was walking around on the podium anxiously, looking at the door from time to time. Seeing Chu Yun come in, his eyes lit up. Chu Yun, why are you here? Let's go, it's time for our class to start the awakening ceremony. Wait for your first contact with the Awakening God Monument, the leaders of the Municipal Education Bureau are waiting for your awakening. Ma Tao hurriedly stepped forward and said to Chu Yun. Chu Yun was taken aback. The leaders of the Municipal Education Bureau are here too? It makes sense to think about it. After all, he is Chu Qing's younger brother, and they are all in the same family, and their genes are not too far apart. It is normal for leaders to come. So, what talent can I awaken? Chu Yun was led by Ma Tao to the next playground. Although he had already taken the Zhen fruit, Chu Yun couldn't help but guess. According to the record of the Awakening God tablet in the textbook, the miraculous Awakening God monument, the Awakening God light sprinkled will awaken the potential in the human body. In addition to shaking the fruit, could he be gifted himself? Chu Yun still had some expectations. Ma Tao was in a hurry, and he had great expectations for Chu Yun. He is not from the imperial capital like Wen Yuxin, but a native of Rongcheng. Not to mention the awakening of S-level talent like his sister, even if it is A-level talent, it is a great feat for the Municipal Education Bureau. Chu Yun went downstairs to the playground. Zhang Yu, the awakening failed. Li Xiaodong, the awakening failed. Su Ying, the awakening failed. Fang Yin, awaken your D-level talent. Because of the diversion measures adopted by the school, the figures are a little sparse. The Awakening God monument constantly emits fluorescence and falls downward. From time to time a teacher records the awakening. Most of the students failed to awaken, their eyes were red, and they were extremely depressed. Occasionally there are successful awakenings, and almost all of them are the most common D-level talents. You can see how difficult it is to wake up. As soon as Chu Yun arrived, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. On the high platform, a group of middle-aged men and women in suits also turned their attention to Chu Yun. That's Chu Yun, right? He was quite handsome. His sister is Chu Qing, with S-rank talent. I don't know what kind of talent he can awaken today. It's definitely not bad, at least it's a B-level talent. I think it has to be A-level anyway. The middle-aged men and women all looked at Chu Yun, their eyes lit up, and there were many discussions. Seeing them so optimistic, a chubby white-haired old man on the side couldn't help saying, "Leaders, it's hard to say, things like talent are mysterious and mysterious, genes are just references, and can't explain everything. There are no examples of failures in awakening in similar situations in history, so don't hold too much expectations. Yes, if the S-class is so easy to be born, it will not be so rare." As the principal of Jinyang High School, Kui Yi also expects Chu Yun to be a blockbuster like Chu Qing. But the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. If this kid Chu Yun fails to awaken, it will be troublesome for the leaders of the Education Bureau to anger him. Seeing them so optimistic, Kui Yi couldn't help but get a shot. What Principal Kui said makes sense. It's good that you have a Chu Qing from Jinyang High School. It doesn't matter what level of talent you awaken, as long as you can successfully awaken, you will be contributing to society. Let Chu Yun wake up quickly. The leaders of the Education Bureau are also experienced, and they have slightly lowered their expectations after being reminded like this. Watching Chu Yun come down to the Awakening God monument under the leadership of a teacher, they couldn't help sticking out their bodies, craned their necks, and waited to watch Chu Yun's awakening ceremony. From the beginning to the end, no one mentioned the talents above S rank. That's really rare. Even these experienced Education Bureau leaders can't even think about it. Chapter 5. The Awakening God Monument is about 3 stories high, and the whole body is in the shape of glass, and it will emit a halo from time to time. This means that the people who come to awaken below have acquired talents. Certainly. If there is no movement on the Awakening God Monument for more than 1 minute, it means that there is no talent in itself. Chu Yun came under the Awakening God Monument, and the surrounding area was cleared. The treatment was grand, and he was the only one who woke up alone. Chu Yun, stand under the Awakening God Monument and stick it with your hands for 1 minute. Behind him, a reminder from the head teacher Ma Tao came. Chu Yun nodded. Awakening is not difficult, even if there is no reminder. If you see those awakened classmates before, you can see it. Will my quake fruit be detected? What level will One Piece's top fruit ability be defined by the World's Awakening Monument? S class? Or SSS? With anticipation, Chu Yun approached the Awakening God Monument, raised his palm and placed it on it. When he posted the Awakening God tablet, not far away. In addition to the school leaders, many students also stretched their necks and stared at Chu Yun's figure curiously. A girl with shoulder-length hair and a sweet face also watched Chu Yun wake up from a distance, thoughtfully. Is he Chu Yun, the younger brother of that genius Chu Qing? Chu Qing's performance at Hwaking University was terrifying, and I don't know what talent her brother can awaken. If you can awaken talents above B rank, you can help your family recruit them. Although Wen Yuxin came from the imperial capital and had awakened her A-level talent, she did not look down on Chu Yun, but also had expectations for him. Awakened. The monument is lit up. The genes of the Chu Yun family are really good. I just touched the Awakening God monument, and I immediately woke up. At this time, suddenly, the glazed body of the Awakening God monument began to flash with a sky-high light. This is a sign of awakening talent. Ma Tao was excited on the spot. This beam of light is too dense. Chu Yun can even awaken a B-level talent at a minimum. It's really great. He was a little worried before. The principal and the leaders of the Education Bureau are watching it in person. If Chu Yun didn't wake up successfully today, he wouldn't be angered. Don't worry now. Chu Yun is so arrogant. The light of the Awakening God monument is still blazing, constantly rushing into the sky, and Chu Yun below is also enveloped in by the light, so he can't see his figure at all. Awakening divine light is more intense than Wen Yuxin's before. You said, shouldn't Chu Yun also be S class? Chu Yun, he must be an S class talent. On the high platform, the leaders of the Education Bureau also widened their eyes. Their eyes were bright and their faces were full of excitement. Some people's faces are red with excitement. S class. They had seen this ray of light 3 years ago. Who would have thought? The awakening divine light of S rank appeared again. It was Chu Qing's younger brother Chu Yun who awakened the S-level talent. Amazing, isn't it? Chu Yun turned out to be an S-level talent. Hiss. How is that possible? My sister is an S-class, and he is also an S-class. Oh. Why didn't I have a good relationship with Chu Yun before? He is completely developed. Playground side. Chu Yun's classmates are the bosses with open mouths. Some people have a good relationship with Chu Yun, and they straighten their backs unconsciously, with a sense of honor. And some teenagers who used to be arrogant and felt that Chu Yun was only relying on his sister, all of them regretted their bowels all green. S-class talent. In the future, he is destined to be a big man in Sichuan province. Just talking about them is enough to make people envious. If I had a good relationship with Chu Yun before, how good it would be. It's not finished yet. This Chu Yun is not just an S-rank talent. And this time, when Yuxin's face was also shocked, her eyes widened, she looked at the divine light on the awakening god monument, and muttered to herself in her heart. She has personally seen the birth of talented people above S rank. When they were born, the battle was far less than that of Chu Yun. This means perhaps Chu Yun's awakening talent is far more than S rank. SS class? Or SSS class? Thinking of this, Wen Yu's heart beat wildly. Before the awakening ceremony, no one thought that Chu Yun could surpass Chu Qing. The highest expectations for him are A level and B level. Who would have thought that Chu Yun's talent would be even more exaggerated than Chu Qing's? Wen Yuxin's guess soon came true. SS class. SSS class. Chu Yun is an SSS-level talent. My god! Someone yelled in excitement. The voices are all vibrato. Just now, the three-story awakening god monument, the burst of divine light has changed from milky white to purple. Purple divine light, it can only appear when SSS-level talents are born. This directly makes all the people watching this awakening ceremony stupid. They are extremely shocked and curious. What is Chu Yun's talent? It actually reached the SSS level. Chapter 6. When the purple divine light burst out from the awakening god monument, everyone knew that something was going on today. Not only the students, but even the teachers raised their mobile phones and took pictures like crazy. This kind of scene of the birth of the SSS class may never be seen in this Banyan city once in a lifetime. Everyone is crazy. Even the leaders of the Education Bureau on the high platform were dancing with excitement, like crazy. SSS-level talent. A peerless talent that is rarely seen in the entire Dragon Kingdom for 100 years. Every awakened with SSS-level talent is a strategic weapon of our Dragon Kingdom. Once it grows up, it will be at least the level of the Heavenly Gang War King. It's developed. Our Banyan city is developed. These leaders were trembling all over, with unstoppable joy on their faces. Jinyang High School has produced SSS-level awakeners, which is a great thing for them. Longguo will definitely issue a large amount of merit points and various support. And because of Chu Yun, their career will be improved to a higher level. This was something they would never have thought of before coming to Jinyang High School today. Who would have thought? Who dares to think so? An ordinary civilian family first had an S-level talent, and now it's outrageous. SSS-level talent. This special ancestor is smoking green. They resisted their excitement and stared at the awakening god monument with piercing eyes. What SSS-level talent did Chu Yun awaken? Attack or auxiliary? These leaders guessed at Chu Yun's talent. At present, it is only known that Chu Yun's awakening talent level is SSS level, but what kind of talent it is impossible to show the awakening monument to protect the awakened. Cough cough. No matter what department it is, you guys remember to be polite and leave a good impression on Chu Yun after he wakes up later. At this time, a middle-aged man with a big belly standing in the middle coughed and reminded others. Yes, Bureau Zhang said it well. It's time to have a good chat with this guy later. It's not bad to look familiar. The words of the middle-aged man made others wake up like a dream. The SSS level is already a certainty, so what kind of talent Chu Yun is will naturally know in the future, so why bother to guess? Thinking about how to have a good relationship with Chu Yun later is the king. They have worked in the education industry for many years. It is very clear what it means for Chu Yun to awaken his SSS talent. The moment when the purple divine light blooms, Chu Yun is no longer the big man they can look up to in this life. Strangeness. 10 minutes, why isn't Chu Yun's awakening over yet? While everyone was thinking about it, Kui Yi, the principal of Jinyang High School, suddenly said, "It's not finished yet?" How come? Everyone was stunned. All looked intently. It was found that the purple divine light still enveloped Chu Yun, showing no signs of weakening. This is not scientific. The awakening time of the awakening God monument is only 10 minutes, even if it is SSS level. This is the law for so many years, how could it not be over yet? Look at it. Sky, God. God. What's going on here? Just when everyone was surprised, another panicked voice sounded. In a group of people, someone looked up inadvertently. Suddenly, I saw that there were cracks in the sky, as if it was about to shatter. What happened in the sky? Look at you. What's going on? Could it be that the beast is calling? Impossible. The sky above our Banyan city is heavily guarded, and even the ferocious beast king can't tear the sky silently. In the school, other teachers and students inadvertently noticed changes in the sky at the same time. The sky is twisting and breaking. It seems that there is a danger of breaking down at any time. A terrifying feeling of suffocation flooded everyone's heart. No one dares to imagine what will happen once the sky is broken. Wrong. This aura that tears the sky is connected to the awakening God monument. Maybe it's Chu Yun's talent. Inside Jinyang High School, Wen Yuxin widened her eyes and looked at the sky. Her awakened talent is insight talent. Insights into details that many cannot observe. She keenly discovered that the changes in the sky had something to do with Chu Yun. My heart was pounding. Her grandpa once told her something secret. Wake up for more than 10 minutes. Cause the world to change. In fact, it has never happened in history. Only with talents beyond the SSS level can such a vision appear. However, not sure yet. According to Grandpa's words. Beyond the talent of SSS level, in addition to meeting these two conditions, the awakening God monument will give a sacred object, the essence of the gods. Wen Yuxin thought of this, and stared at the awakening God monument. Next moment, her pretty face changed suddenly. In the steel, a colorful light group slowly appeared, penetrating from the steel. It is the divine marrow. Only when the awakening God monument recognizes the SSS level talent, the divine essence that will appear. Wen Yuxin just felt that her brain was blank. In the history of Blue Star, since the appearance of the awakening God monument, there have been very few talents that surpassed the SSS level. She never thought that she would witness history today. Chapter 7. What is that? Am I dazzled? Why did something fall from the awakening God tablet? Impossible. There is still something in the awakening God tablet. It's true. I saw it too. How on earth did Chu Yun do it? Originally, many people's attention was focused on the sky, and their hearts were heavy. But when a colorful light group floated out of the awakening God monument, everyone was stunned, they couldn't understand. Especially when you can vaguely see a silhouette in the light group, many people are stupid and can only mechanically pick up their mobile phones to take pictures. This simply broke their cognition. Isn't the awakening God monument only used for awakening? Why is there such a change? Even on the high platform, the eyes of the leaders almost popped out. Even they have never seen such a scene. This, could it be a gift from the awakening God? Kui Yi, the principal with white hair, said hesitantly. He covered his chest with his left hand, his face flushed, and his excited appearance made the people around him worry that he would be so excited that he would suddenly die on the spot. Awakened by God? What is that? Principal Kui, you explain clearly, what is this awakening divine gift? Everyone looked at each other, confused. When the SSS level talent was awakened, was there such a change? Awakening God's gift. It is a vision that will only appear when the awakening God monument is beyond the awakening of SSS level talent. This is the congratulations of heaven and earth. If I'm not mistaken, it's very likely that the one in the colorful light group is the essence of the gods. It is rumored that the divine marrow can reshape the body and completely sublimate it. Principal Kui danced with excitement. When he was young, he studied in the imperial capital, and he was fortunate to listen to the exchanges of some big people, so he knew some secrets. Without waiting for other people to continue to ask, the old tears flowed, and he couldn't stop saying, God has eyes. God has eyes. Our dragon kingdom finally gave birth to a god-level talent again. This is a sign of the rise of our dragon kingdom. After hearing this explanation, other people's faces were shocked. Talent beyond the SSS level. God level. They can't believe it. I feel like I'm in a dream. No wonder they haven't seen this scene. God level talent. It has been 1,000 years since the recovery of the spiritual energy. There are only 2 in the Dragon Kingdom. Each of them is an earth-shattering big man who has made indelible monstrous feats. Now, the third is born. Born right under their noses. Chu Yun of Rongcheng. They are coming out of Rongcheng. Everyone seems to have been hit by the big cake in the sky, and they only feel that the dizziness in front of them is unreal. Awakened under the monument. The endless purple light is like a waterfall, baptizing Chu Yun. Chu Yun slowly opened his eyes. A flash of purple thunder and lightning flashed in his eyes, and sparks jumped out. His eyes were full of surprise. In addition to the talent brought by the Zhen fruit, I seem to have awakened another talent. In the game, only he himself knew what he got after touching the awakening god monument. In addition to the ability of the shaking fruit is activated, it is directly transformed into a shaking talent. In his body, there is another kind of power that has been inspired. It was the purple thunder that flickered in his eyes just now. That is actually his talent. SSS-level talent. Destruction Thunder. With the help of the awakening god steel, Chu Yun took a closer look. Learned the second talent he awakened. In his body, there are 2 huge light clusters. One comes from the shaking fruit. The other one is his own destruction thunder talent. You can call it any time you want. Who would have thought? He actually awakened his dual talents. After Chu Yun gradually finished perceiving all the information coming from the awakening god monument, a trace of stunnedness flashed in his eyes. According to the lessons taught in the school, awakening dual talents under the awakening god monument is a very rare situation. There are no more than 100 people in the entire Dragon Kingdom with dual talents. It seems that this wave of blood has made a profit. Chu Yun felt that this wave was both unexpected and reasonable. After all, the shock fruit, strictly speaking, is not his real talent, but after he devoured the devil fruit. So it doesn't seem strange that his own talent is motivated by the awakening god monument. Chu Yun was also pleasantly surprised. SSS-level talent. Obviously he didn't expect that he not only has talent, but also that his talent is so explosive. What is this? Come back to your senses. The colorful light group that flew out from the awakening god monument also floated in front of him. Don't wait for him to react. The light group submerged in the body and turned into a crystal-clear diamond-shaped gem. Heavenly God Marrow, reborn, sublimated to the utmost, can only be used once in a lifetime. After perceiving for a while, Chu Yun got the information of the diamond-shaped gem. Very brief. But don't get in the way of understanding. When Chu Yun found out that this was a gift from the awakening god monument, he also grinned. After the divine marrow fell into the body, the purple chi that enveloped him began to gradually dissipate. And those in the sky that were shattered by the shaking fruit, began to gradually recover as before. He understands. The awakening is finally over. Look outside. Chu Yun grinned. I shouldn't scare you all, right? He turned his head away from the awakening god monument. The purple divine light faded, and he strode out. Apparently nothing has changed. But between gestures, Chu Yun revealed an invisible charm at this time, which made people unconsciously lock their eyes on him. Chu Yun, hello. You are really outstanding. I was impressed by your awakened heroic appearance just now. You are really amazing. It's really lucky for us to have a character like you in the Dragon Kingdom. Student Chu Yun, I'm from the Rongcheng Education Bureau. Can you sign me? Student Chu Yun, I am. See Chu Yun walk out. One after another figure, running fast, appeared in front of Chu Yun. The leaders of the Education Bureau faced one of Chu Yun's students, but they were smiling, and their words were humble and close. It's even too much, even asking Chu Yun for an autograph. Please. Chu Yun is just a student. Do you want to be so exaggerated? Chu Qing didn't have such treatment back then. Many students were speechless. Are these big figures too exaggerated? Everyone almost knelt down and licked Chu Yun. Is this necessary? It's not an exaggeration at all. The stupefied young students who have not yet fully entered the society are far from realizing that after Chu Yun awakens, he is already a big man in the entire Rongcheng. Being able to get in touch with Chu Yun now, even if it is to say the last sentence, it will be the capital of bragging in the future. Chapter 8. Chu Yun was suddenly surrounded by a group of middle-aged men and women, listening to the noise coming from his ears. Even if they were prepared, some were still taken aback. He had a headache from being quarreled, and he had no idea what these guys were talking about. Just as he was about to speak to tell them to stop, someone helped him clear the siege. Okay. Everyone, Chu Yun has just woken up and must be a little tired. Don't disturb him. Chu Yun, what are your plans now? At this moment, Kui Yi saw Chu Yun's thoughts and said quickly. Just woke up. It is the time when the dragon is fierce and the tiger is fierce, will it be tired? Kui Yi's statement is not reliable at all. But no one objected. Everyone immediately reacted, suppressing the excitement in their hearts, and looking at Chu Yun eagerly. They came up at this time. Certainly not to ask what Chu Yun's talent is. To ordinary students, he can still put on a show, but to Chu Yun, who is very likely to be a god-level talent now. Even if you are curious to death. But who dares to ask? This is already a state secret. Even if Chu Yun had a good temper and wanted to tell them, they wouldn't dare to listen. They all laughed, for fear that Chu Yun would hate them. Chu Yun was somewhat impressed by Kui Yi, the principal. Compared with many directors in the school who like to talk at length, this principal never speaks for more than 1 minute every time the school holds a general meeting. I still have a bit of a crush on Kui Yi. But he also had some doubts. Now that the awakening is over, I am at least an SSS-level talent, right? This kind of talent may alarm the entire Sichuan province. Chu Yun remembered the day when his older sister, Chu Qing, awakened her S-level talent. The entire school gate was surrounded by water, and all kinds of big people who were rarely seen in Rongcheng on weekdays appeared to recruit Chu Qing in person. Now that he has awakened his SSS-level talent, the battle will definitely not be smaller than before. What should I do now? He asked back. Chu Yun also didn't know how to proceed in the process. Can't let him go home? He didn't bother to think about it, so he simply asked the principal, Kui Yi. You don't have to do anything now. Well, you go home and rest first. Someone will visit you in person later. Kui Yi felt flattered when he saw Chu Yun talking to him. After thinking about it, he quickly said to Chu Yun. Really let me go home? Chu Yun blinked. You sure? Is it so casual? Then I'll go first. Although somewhat unexpected. He waved his hand. It just so happened that he couldn't wait to go home and fuse the divine essence in his body. The people who were originally blocked in front of him immediately stepped aside with interest, and watched Chu Yun walk away, and everyone looked at each other in dismay. Principal Kui, why did you let Chu Yun go? If something goes wrong with this guy, we're all done. When someone saw Chu Yun leave, they said some blame. Yeah. All the time, talented people above S rank awaken, and people will come from the city and the province. Might as well let Chu Yun stay in the school and wait for the big guys to come. Some people also felt that it was inappropriate, and immediately echoed the road. What do you know? Principal Kui said angrily at this time. Can S class and SSS class be the same? What's more, Chu Yun is most likely a god. Let Chu Yun wait for those big men to come at school. Are they worthy too? This old man is full of disdain. It seems that Chu Yun is highly respected. The person who spoke just now was stunned. Those big figures are all figures on the clouds that they can't even touch. Listening to Principal Kui's meaning, it's not even worthy to let Chu Yun wait? Hiss. At this time, many people also reacted with horror on their faces. Only then did they realize that Chu Yun is now more important than they thought. Haha. What Principal Kui said is actually not entirely true. If Chu Yun is really god level, the top figures in the entire Dragon Kingdom will come. I have informed the city owner and secretly protected the Chu Yun family. Okay, let's go ahead and do what you need to do. The matter of Chu Yun is no longer a level we can reach. At this time, Bureau Zhang also spoke up and made a final decision. It's just that many people hear the words, their hearts are constantly rolling, and they can't calm down for a long time. Far away, Wen Yuxin was also anxiously calling. Grandpa! Please take a trip yourself. My school has awakened a genius who is suspected of being a god-level talent. It's absolutely true. The Awakening God Monument has Awakening God's gift. Come on. If it's too late, you might have no chance. Her tone was hurried, and her heart was extremely anxious. Wen Yuxin is very aware of Chu Yun's value. Even if she came from the 8 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, her grandfather was a noble warrior. She was also very worried that she would be a step late. Their family didn't even have a chance to recruit Chu Yun. Chapter 9. Chu Yun's house. Chu Shanhe and So Qingmei looked at Chu Yun, who was returning home, very surprised. Chu Yun went home less than an hour after going out? Could it be that the awakening failed? The two looked at Chu Yun's expression. Chu Yun's face was calm, and he didn't see any clues from his face. So Qingmei hesitated. It was Chu Shanhe who said, Xiaoyun, why did you come back so soon? After awakening, come back first. Chu Yun is pondering the celestial essence within his body. Hearing his father's question, he responded as a matter of course. Awakened. How? Did it work? So Qingmei leaned forward nervously, looked at Chu Yun and asked. Of course it did. Chu Yun replied with a smile. Great. Is there a B class? What kind of talent is that? When Chu Shanhe heard the words, a happy expression appeared on his face. They had no doubts about Chu Yun's words and immediately asked. Chu Yun actually awakened successfully. This is a great thing. Just wake up. It doesn't matter what level it is. I can rest assured now. So Qingmei patted her chest lightly and breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Chu Yun's awakened talent level would be too low and embarrassing, so she said to Chu Shanhe angrily. Exactly. It's good to wake up. Chu Shanhe was reminded like this, and he also reacted. His son was successfully awakened, but his expression was not too happy, showing that his awakening talent level was not high. So asking, if the awakening is a D-level talent, it would be really embarrassing. It is also impossible. After all, with an S-rank elder sister Miu in front, even if Chu Yun awakens an A-rank talent, she can't match her. That's not it. What I awakened is SSS-level talent. Chu Yun smiled and shared the joy with his parents. He didn't know that there was a stronger realm above the SSS level. The Awakening God tablet also did not transmit relevant information. This made him misjudgment himself. SSS level talent? Chu Shanhe and So Qingmei were startled and looked at each other. His eyes were full of disbelief. This kid, are you kidding us? Old Chu, SSS level. It's even higher than Xiaoking's awakened S-level talent. So King Mei muttered to herself, the corners of her lips trembling. When Chu Qing's girl awakened her S rank, she still remembers how big the battle was that day. As a result, Chu Yun, the kid, told them that he had awakened an SSS-level talent. Are you sure you're not making the old lady happy? No matter how much she trusted Chu Yun, so King Mei still felt unreal. It's not tall, it's much taller. Above S rank, it's SS rank, and after that, it's SSS rank. The gap between them is beyond imagination. However, our Rongcheng has never been born with an SSS-level talent. Chu Shanhe also shook. He corrected So King Mei, looked at Chu Yun and asked seriously. Obviously. The news was too heavy, and Chu Shanhe felt unrealistic. Of course it's true. Mom and Dad, I'm going upstairs first. I still have some things to study. Seeing his parents' reaction, Chu Yun spread his hands, not feeling surprised. Kui Yi had told him before. I am afraid that it will not be long before many people come to visit. He knew that the family might not be too calm in the future, so he planned to go upstairs to absorb the essence of the gods first, and then give his parents time to accept it. Old Chu, do you think what Xiaoyun said is true? Are you kidding us? Watching Chu Yun's back going upstairs. So King Mei still couldn't believe it. It should be a joke, right? Chu Shanhe was skeptical and said uncertainly. SSS-level talent. It's not that they don't trust Chu Yun. Geniuses of this level can usually only be seen on TV and the internet. Now, all of a sudden, Chu Yun told them that he had awakened his SSS-level talent. This unreal feeling made the two of them unable to recover for a while. Chu Yun returned to his room. Immediately cross your knees and close your eyes. I sensed the three light groups that suddenly appeared in my thoughts. He took the thought and touched the essence of the gods. It seems that it is enough to directly fuse the divine marrow. Confirmed again. Chu Yun began to mobilize the other two forces to decompose the essence of the gods. The divine marrow was very gentle, and soon it turned into a warm current after another, washing his body. At the same time, layers of black dirt began to appear on the surface of Chu Yun's skin. What has changed is that the skin under the dirt becomes crystal clear. The celestial marrow rapidly changed Chu Yun's body, making him reborn. 1 hour later, the divine marrow was completely absorbed. Ding dong! Sensing that the host has found a special item, the system will automatically copy it. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item, the celestial marrow. The clover of Frog Time House is mature. Go get it now. Chapter 10. Chu Yun heard the sound coming from his ear. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Did the system copy the divine marrow? He has already felt the miraculousness of the divine essence. After absorbing it, he felt that his strength and reaction had increased by more than 10 times. In addition, the power of talent has also been greatly enhanced. There is no doubt that the divine essence is extremely precious. Did not expect the system to copy? He checked quickly. Heavenly divine essence, a special item that can greatly improve physical fitness and talent, and can only take effect once. This item can only be used to strengthen frog cubs. Sure enough, in the item column of the Frog Time House, there is an item exactly the same as the essence of the gods he absorbed just now. I see. The clone celestial marrow can be used by frog cubs. Chu Yun suddenly realized when he saw the introduction of Tian Shen essence. On this point, he has nothing to complain about. After all, whether it is the information given by the Awakening God Monument or the description of the system manifestation, it is clearly marked, and the heavenly God marrow can only be used once. Moreover, it is also a good thing to use Tian Shen marrow for one's own frog son. Between the worlds, it is not a peaceful one, and every trip is bound to be accompanied by a lot of dangers. Strengthening the frog cub is also for the frog cub to better bring him back treasures. Pooh! It is for the frog cub to better travel the world, and to see the great rivers and mountains. Take a look at the frog time house. The frog cub was holding a wooden sword that he didn't know where it came from, and was waving it at home. The short forelimbs are constantly waving, and the dark eyes are firm, looking very cute and clumsy. Your frog cub is working hard, strength +1, perseverance +1. Your frog cub is working hard, intelligence +1, appearance +1. Good guy. My son is quite diligent. The needle does not poke. After learning about the function of the system to replicate the celestial essence, Chu Yun immediately used the celestial essence on the frog cub, almost without hesitation. Immediately, the god of the gods in the item column turned into a streamer and fell on the frog cub. Colorful lights surround him. 5 minutes later, the light on the frog cub gradually disappeared. Your frog cub has absorbed the special item Celestial Essence, Kendo Talent +100. Your frog cub has absorbed the special item Celestial Essence, Lightning Talent +100. Your frog cub has absorbed the special item Celestial Essence, Physical Level +1. Your frog cub has absorbed the special item Celestial Essence, Luck +5. Kook. The frog cub gave a cheerful chirping to Chu Yun, and seemed to be in a good mood. The frog cub is grateful to you and decides to end the vacation and set off on a journey. Chu Yun was taken aback. And this twist? Listening to the system prompt, Chu Yun took a closer look. Sure enough, he found that his frog son threw the sword he had just practiced diligently aside, jumped on the wooden table, and spread out his luggage. This is to make myself prepare luggage for him and leave immediately. He was happy. This frog son is quite particular. This is to eat his own mouth soft, ready to repay. According to the game situation he played before crossing. When the frog cubs go out for a trip depends entirely on their mood. Like I just returned from a trip just now, it seems that I don't plan to go out in a short time. Unexpectedly, after he used the divine essence on the frog cub, he immediately felt his strong fatherly love, so he planned to go out to find special products for his father. Not bad. Looking at the luggage spread out by the frog cub in front of him, Chu Yun suddenly remembered another reminder from the system just now. He immediately focused his attention on the pond outside the frog time house. The originally bare pond, after a period of growth, is now green, with a lot of clover growing lushly. Clover. Chu Yun, who has played the game, knows very well that this thing is equivalent to the currency in the small game of traveling frog. You can buy props, lunch boxes, and other items for frog cubs in the props store and put them in your luggage. The luggage carried by the frog cub will determine the destination and specialties of his current trip. When his thoughts fell on the pond. Are you harvesting clover? The system generates a prompt immediately. Harvest. Successful harvesting clover, get clover *50. Successful harvesting clover, get clover *30. Successful harvesting clover, get clover *70. As Chu Yun thought about it, all the clover on the pond was harvested cleanly. The host can go to the props house and use the clover to exchange props. The system prompts synchronously in the ear. Enter the item house. Chu Yun issued instructions. Suddenly, there was a flash in front of him, and he appeared in a quaint hut. In front of it is a counter, and behind the counter is a dazzling array of various treasures hanging. Chapter 11. Item houses are divided into 3 categories. Bento, props, amulets. A simple glance. Chu Yun found that the difference between the props of the game he played before the time traveled was still 1,000,000 points. Looking at the dazzling array in front of him, it is actually an illusion. In 3 categories. Currently there are only a few items available for purchase. Bento Love Bento Daddy Chu Yun made a special love bento with excellent flavor. Redemption requires 200 clover. Props, stand-in puppet during the journey, it can help frog cubs resist a crisis. Redemption requires 200 clover. Amulet, elementary charm. While traveling, you may gain a little by slightly improving the charm of the frog cub. Redemption requires 200 clover. Chu Yun glanced at the number of clovers he owned, 830. Then get a full set for my family. Without thinking, Chu Yun exchanged each item for one frog cub. The 3 light groups immediately fell on the luggage square that was spread in front of the frog cub. Take a closer look. One of the light groups was a talisman, which slowly burned on the scarf and turned into a spot of light that fell on the frog cub. The other 2 light groups are a small puppet like a scarecrow and a steel bento box. It is worth noting that a large Chu is engraved on the surface of the lunchbox. It's fine. Chu Yun was amazed and found it very interesting. Kook. Seeing that Chu Yun had brought a large set in the luggage, the frog cub made a cheerful tweet again. His 2 front limbs gestured towards Chu Yun, and he raised his chest, as if to promise that he would bring back even better souvenirs to his father this time. Chu Yun smiled and touched the frog cub's head, encouraging, "Dad believes in you. You are the best." The voice fell. The familiar colorful halo appeared again in front of the frog cub who had been beaten with chicken blood. The frog cub carried his luggage and jumped powerfully on his hind legs. "Your frog is going on a trip." The system prompt sounds. The frog cub fell into the colorful halo that only it can enter, blooming little ripples, and started a new journey again without stopping. Seeing the frog cubs leave, Chu Yun also gave birth to expectations again. The first time the frog cub went out, he brought back the zhen fruit. "What will you bring back this time?" "Imperial capital, Hwaking University." As the first university in Longguo, Hwaking University brings together the most talented people in Longguo. FK. F***CK. I'm not dazzled. What did I see? In a dormitory. Suddenly, there was a terrifying scream, and the tone was full of shock. "Qin Xiener, what's the fuss about? Can you be more calm?" Someone in the same dormitory said angrily. "Be calm. Come on surfing the net and see the top trending search." Sisters, today we witness history. The Hwaking student known as Qin Xiener still had a high-pitched tone. She asked the others to quickly turn on the surfing net. "What the hell? You can't speak human words, and you have to go to the hot search." Someone immediately condemned Qin Xiener's actions, and while muttering, turned on the mobile phone and boarded the surfing net. In this era, the network is still developed, and the exchange of information is extremely explosive. And the hottest information platform is what these Hwaking students call surfing the net. When she opened the surfing net and flipped to the hot search page familiarly, she was immediately stunned. Shock. God-level talent born. The line is not long, but the impact on geniuses like them is indescribable. Just kidding? A God-level talent was born? Maybe it's a headline party again. Others also saw this hot search, and after a short period of stunned, someone immediately said disdainfully. "That is, platforms like surfing.com like to exaggerate and talk nonsense the most." "Xiener, do you believe it too? What is the concept of God-level talent? We have only 2 in the Dragon Kingdom in 1,000 years. Do you think it could be born so easily? Can it still be on the hot search? It's fake news at first glance." Some people immediately echoed the road, saying that it is fake if you haven't clicked in. "Haha, Xiener, you should change your temperament. If there is a God-level talent born, those associations in our dragon country and the military are vegetarians. Can you surf the internet and be exposed on the hot search? I'm too lazy to click on this kind of news." Everyone agrees, and they don't even want to order it. They don't believe it at all. What nonsense! Hurry up and check in. Chu Qing, look at it too. This video seems to belong to your Rong Cheng. Maybe you also know this God-level talent awakener. Qin Xiener rolled her eyes and waved her fists to threaten. She seemed to have remembered something again, and said to a beautiful woman who had been sitting cross-legged and did not speak, with a temperament like an iceberg. Someone in Rongcheng has awakened a god-level talent. When Chu Qing heard the words, she was a little surprised. She moved inwardly. However, like other students, he thinks this is fake news. But today is also the day when my younger brother participates in the awakening ceremony, right? I wonder if he successfully awakened his talent today? Thinking of this, Chu Qing subconsciously took out her mobile phone and clicked on this hot search. Next moment, her narrow eyes narrowed. She, who has always been steady, suddenly stood up. Not just her. Others who were disdainful just now are stunned. They can enter Hwaking University, they are all extremely talented, and their vision is naturally not bad. You can see the authenticity of the video at a glance. How about it? I didn't lie to you. Today we witnessed history. The picture in this video should be the awakening God's gift that the professor mentioned. This kind of situation can only happen to the awakened with God-level talent. I don't know why this kind of video can be searched on the surfing network. There are discussions on the internet. If you want me to watch it, this video will be blocked soon. You should watch it a few more times. Qin Xianer looked at the shocked appearance of the sisters, and continued to talk. I'll make a call. Chu Qing took a deep breath, left a sentence, and hurried out the door. The other people who came back to their senses looked at Chu Qing's abnormal behavior in amazement. Chu Qing, shouldn't she really know this god-level awakener? Qin Xianer muttered. Chapter 12. The Awakening God Monument in Jinyang High School is shining brightly. A monstrous purple light rose into the sky. Along with the tremors of the sky, the awakening God's gift fell. Scenes and scenes were continuously played on the mobile phone in Chu Qing's hand. Her heart was filled with turmoil. The video of surfing the web is obviously very crudely shot. It wasn't long, and it kept shaking, accompanied by various noises. The awakened protagonist is not very able to see clearly. But Chu Qing saw it at a glance. Isn't this awakener who has awakened a god-level talent his own younger brother, Chu Yun? God-level talent? Little brother, he turned out to be a god-level talent? Chu Qing was shocked. She and Chu Yun grew up together and had an excellent relationship. Ever since she awakened her S-level talent and entered Hwaking University, although she seldom met with Chu Yun, her relationship was still deep. Recently, knowing that Chu Yun is about to participate in the awakening ceremony, Chu Qing is also worried that she will put pressure on him, so she chooses not to contact him as much as possible. Unexpectedly, her little brother gave her such a big surprise. God-level talent. Chu Qing, who is studying at Hwaking University, understands what this means. The third god level in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Once it grows successfully, it will definitely become the Dingai Shenzhen of the Dragon Kingdom. Tonight, countless big people will flock to her house in Rongcheng. Chu Qing was happy for Chu Yun, but also a little worried. The video has gone crazy online. It's both a good thing and a bad thing for my little brother. Muxiu will be destroyed by Lin Feng. The Dragon Kingdom is not as peaceful as it seems. It is not easy for Chu Yun to grow up. Toot, toot. The busy tone continued to sound, pulling back Chu Qing's thoughts. She was holding the phone and frowned. My brother doesn't answer the phone. Think about it. It's normal. Now that Chu Yun must have become the center of the storm, countless big people come to him in an endless stream, and there will be a chance to talk. She called home again. Connected quickly. Xiao Qing. Did you come to ask Xiaoyun's awakening score? Chu Shanhe's voice sounded. It seems to have been expected. Chu Qing gave a wry smile and hesitated, not knowing how to tell her parents this blockbuster news. Hey! Hey! It's Xiao Qing, Lao Chu asked me to tell. You didn't know Xiao Qing just now. Xiaoyun went out to participate in the awakening ceremony, and he went home not long after that. As soon as he entered the door, he said that he had awakened an SSS-level talent. You can help with reference, is this true or false? The impatient So King Mei heard that it was her daughter's call, grabbed Chu Shanhe's mobile phone and couldn't wait to ask her doubts. In her opinion, Chu Qing is a student of Huaking University and an awakener of S-level talent. It's much better to ask her for advice than the two of them pondering blindly. After Chu Qing heard So King Mei's words, she thought of the short video she saw on the hot search just now, and couldn't help but be speechless. Are you home already? SSS-level talent? Brother, he is really humble. The thought turned to this, and suddenly froze again. SSS-level talent, even in Huaking University, is the top talent, but when it comes to the younger brother, he still becomes humble? This kind of thing can't be hidden. After thinking about it, she decided to tell the truth. Mom and Dad, my little brother is not an SSS-level talent. He awakened a God-level talent. He is the third God-level talent in the history of our Dragon Kingdom. Really, the top search on the surfing network now is the awakening video of my younger brother, you can go and watch it. I'm afraid the house will be very lively in the future. Parents, you should be mentally prepared. Well, let the younger brother make the decision when the time comes. You don't care about anything. Chu Qing kept exhorting. Until the call ends. Chu Shanhe on the other end of the phone had not recovered. Isn't Xiaoyun an SSS-level talent? Is it a God-level talent? Old Chu, you pinch me, why do I think this is so mysterious? So King Mei opened her mouth wide, but did not regain her senses for a long time. Just now I was wondering if Chu Yun made a mistake. I didn't expect it to be a mistake. Chu Yun is not SSS level, but a God-level talent. She came from a commoner and didn't know what a God-level talent meant, but obviously listening to Chu Qing's meaning, it was much more powerful than an SSS-level talent. If her daughter hadn't told her this, So King Mei wouldn't believe it now. Hiss! It hurts. What are you pinching me for? Let go, watch this video of surfing the net. Chu Shanhe's face was distorted, and So King Mei gasped for breath. Just when So King Mei was communicating with Chu Qing just now, he had already picked up So King Mei's mobile phone and found the hot search on surfing.com. Not long ago. After this hot search, there is already a conspicuous explosive word. Countless netizens chapter, retweets, and bullet screens are frantically swiping the screen. So King Mei couldn't care less, and looked at it quickly. It's Xiaoyun. This is Xiaoyun. I'm sure I won't admit it. So King Mei and Chu Shanhe clicked on the video and recognized Chu Yun's figure at a glance, with a look of surprise on their faces. But the next moment, the short video that is playing on the phone will flash and exit. What's the matter? How did you quit? So King Mei asked quickly. Chu Shanhe frowned. He carefully searched for a while and said, strange, this video of Xiaoyun disappeared with the hot search. Gone? How could it be gone? Did you press something wrong? So King Mei was also stunned. She couldn't understand why she couldn't see Xiaoyun's video all of a sudden. Outside Chu Yun's house. At this moment, one after another figure appeared out of thin air. These figures all descended from the sky and came from the sky. Bullshit. Get me the person in charge of this surfing net right now. Who gave him the guts to spread videos of God-level talents? Want to die? All the videos circulating on the internet are sealed for me. Don't let me see anyone spreading it again. Someone was holding a mobile phone and roared, his face full of anger. Xiaosu, what are you doing? This thing is so ridiculous. The relationship between God-level talents is very important. Now everyone knows the trouble. Whether it is abroad or the beast side, I am afraid that we will know that our dragon country has born a God-level talent. If this group of bastards do something wrong, then it will be a lot of trouble. Not far away, an old man in a strong suit who had just fallen from the air was also furious and scolded. General Wen? Why are you here? The brawny man known as Xiao Su looked up with a look of astonishment on his face. God-level Tianjiao is born, of course I want to come. Or wait to be taken away by you. Wen Huading raised his eyebrows and glanced at the figures around him, his eyes flashing. Ah! People from Huaking University, Imperial Capital University, and Magic Capital University all came. The Su family and the Lu family also came. These guys are really well informed. If it wasn't for my little granddaughter this time, it might have been a step too late. Blame the moths on the surfnet. The news wouldn't have spread so quickly without them behind the scenes. If I had to say, it would have been long overdue to kill these moths. Wen Huading also complained in his heart. Chapter 13. I've seen General Wen. General Wen, are you here too? The figures that fell into the sky saw Wen Huading in a strong suit, and their expressions were stunned at first, and then these distinguished and important people all greeted respectfully. Obviously, Wen Huading, who is called a war general, has a very high status. Kindness. Wen Huading nodded indifferently. His eyes fell on the few people behind him, and he said unceremoniously, "There is a genius born in Rongcheng. This time I represent the military and want to recruit this god-level awakened person. Please show your face." His words made everyone else's mouth twitch. The warlord will come in person. If it is an S-rank or an SS rank awakener today, maybe everyone will endure it. But today is different. God-level awakened. The Dingatianzen of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. All of them are here today for only one purpose. Grab the qualification to train this God-level awakener. That's right. All the big forces in the Dragon Kingdom now want to get the qualification to train Chu Yun, they need to grab it. Everyone knows that. What does it mean to be an awakened person with God-level talent? Whoever can grab this opportunity. In the future, when this genius named Chu Yun grows up, the benefits he can bring are simply unimaginable. Compared to the resources poured into him, it is simply nothing. General Wen, let's do our best. Our Lu family has been entrenched in Sichuan for generations, and Chu Yun was cultivated by our Lu family, of course. A middle-aged woman with a charming charm yawned and said slowly. Lu Yu, what you said. If you were born in Sichuan, you have to be raised by your Lu family? Is Chu Yun a native of Longguo? I've seen Chu Yun's appearance. He looks so handsome and looks a lot like me. If this kid doesn't mind, I can worship him and recognize a younger brother. At that time, my Su family will be Chu's family. Isn't it wonderful? The big man surnamed Su, who had also called to scold his mother just now, also shouted. His words made everyone else look weird. According to the information they got, Chu Yun, who had awakened his divine talent, was indeed handsome and handsome. But you, Su Chong, are so ugly and you are too embarrassed to touch porcelain Chu Yun? Pooh! Shameless! At this time, an old man wearing glasses also came out and said, "Everyone, let's go ahead and ask little friend Chu Yun's opinion. Maybe he wants to come to our Huaking University to study with his sister." This elegant old man is from Huaking University, and he speaks in a leisurely manner, with a very elegant demeanor. Hat. Dean Yu, don't say it so deadly, our Imperial University came prepared this time. The Dean of Imperial University also snorted coldly. Our Modu University also has something to say. Outside Chu Yun's house, before entering, a group of people started arguing. From time to time, there are also streamers falling from a distance to join the quarrel. Let's go. Go ahead and meet little friend Chu Yun. As the person with the highest status present, Wen Huading frowned as the streamers fell, and spoke again. Obviously. All the top forces in the country have already gotten the wind and rushed over like crazy. If it goes on like this, the situation will become more and more chaotic. Wen Huading's words were recognized by everyone. Everyone looked at each other and followed Wen Huading approaching Chu Yun's house. Chu Yun's house is located in a villa area with a separate courtyard. A group of people walking to the front of the door is not crowded. According to the usual habits of this group of big people, the Chu Yun family should open the door in person to welcome them. But Chu Yun is too important. Everyone looked at each other and looked at the doorbell at the gate. Wen Huading is about to press the occasion. Haha, so lively. I'm not late, am I? A hoarse voice sounded. Wen Huading narrowed his eyes, followed the voice and glanced over, his brows suddenly wrinkled. Zhu Yang. How did you come? His tone was a little displeased, as if he didn't want to see anyone coming. It turned out to be Zhu Zhangjiang. Isn't Director Zhu in Linhai Province? He came so quickly. It's not surprising that Director Zhu is now presiding over the Heavenly God class. Now that he knows that such a good seedling is born, it will naturally come. That's what I said, but why does Director Zhu bring other people? Who is that? Others followed the voice. I saw that the person who came was a fat middle-aged man with a smile, a little greasy. He walked calmly, shaking 3 times one step at a time, ignoring everyone around him. What is striking is that there is a young man behind Zhu Yang. This young man also attracted the attention of many people. The juvenile sharp-billed monkey has black hair and bright eyes like pearls. But the strangest thing is that the youth with dark complexion does not look like someone from the Dragon Kingdom. If I remember correctly, that child, it should be Roy. Lu Yu felt that the dark-skinned boy was a little familiar, and remembered his origins. Roy? That hybrid genius with SS-level talent. Remember, when he woke up last year, he was valued by Director Zhu, snatched from Modhu University, and forcibly absorbed into the deity class. Why did he bring this Roy to the Chu family? The celestial class has always had a tradition of recruiting people, so Director Zhu wouldn't want to recruit a god-level talent like Chu Yun, and he would also use this trick. With his character, maybe he really planned this way. Don't say that many rebellious children eat this way. It's a little troublesome. The deity class has stolen a lot of good seedlings over the past few years. Many people looked at Zhu Yang and the little black Roy behind him and whispered, their eyes full of fear. Obviously, the deity class in their words has an extraordinary origin. Even the 8 great families of the Dragon Country and the major colleges and universities cannot take it lightly. Why haven't you entered yet? Zhu Yang smiled and walked to the front. Go directly across Wen Huading and come to Chu Yun's house. Just slapped on the door. The door that was originally closed was pushed open by him. Who are you? The door opened. The surprised couple Chu Shanhe blurted out. Chapter 14. Chu Shanhe and his wife were still confused by the sudden disappearance of the hot search. I could vaguely hear a commotion outside the house. Just as he was about to open the door to check, he saw that his closed door was pushed open directly. He couldn't help but look at the large group of people in front of him. Surprised and overwhelmed. Don't panic, you are Chu Yun's parents, right? Introduce myself, I'm Zhu Yang. The head teacher of Tian Shen is also a warrior. I came here today to accept Chu Yun into the class of gods. Zhu Yang saw the 2 Chu Shanhe who were a little flustered, and smiled straight to the point. Roy, who was behind him, yawned boredly, and suddenly his eyes narrowed, and he saw apples on the marble dining table of Chu Yun's house. Roy's eyes lit up. No one else stepped forward, picked up the apple and walked to the sofa at Chu Yun's house and fell down. Kachi nibbled at the apple, as if he had returned to his own home. Such an extremely uneducated behavior made Wen Huading, Lu Yu and others behind Zhu Yang frown secretly. Chu Shanhe and his wife did not notice this scene. Instead, his eyes lit up. Are you from the Heavenly God class? Director Zhu, sit down, sit down. So King Mei quickly and politely invited Zhu Yang to sit down. The Tenshin class has been very popular in the Dragon Kingdom for more than 10 years. It specializes in absorbing awakened people with extremely strong talents. It has a very good reputation and has cultivated many well-known powerhouses. Because the number of people in the Tianshen class is small, it is impossible to enter unless they have super talent, so in the eyes of many people, the Tianshen class is even better than the famous universities such as Huaking and Imperial Capital. Even the older two have heard of it. There was joy on their faces. You must know that when Chu Qing awakened her talent, there was a lot of traffic in front of the door. Many forces with great reputations came to invite them, but they did not see the Tianshen class coming to the door. Unexpectedly, Chu Yun actually disturbed the Tianshen class. Both Chu Shanhe and So Qingmei are happy for Chu Yun. Haha! Zhu Yang didn't care when he saw this, and smiled lightly. As the head teacher of Tianshen, he has seen such situations a lot. His eyes wandered, as if he was looking for Chu Yun. Hello, I'm the Dean of Huaking University, Yu Suandeo. Mother Chu Yun, I'm from Modu University. Father Chu Yun, where's Chu Yun? I'm from the Lu family in our Sichuan province. Do you have an impression? Seeing that Zhu Yang was late, he was treated as a guest of honor. The others couldn't hold back, and quickly introduced themselves. Huaking University. Magic University. The 8 great families of the Dragon Kingdom. The names that were so loud in the Dragon Kingdom made Chu Shanhe and both of them dizzy. Not to mention that these people are not ordinary people, they are all prominent figures. Some are even often seen on TV. Now speaking to the two of them so politely, the battle is much bigger than when Chu Qing woke up. This made Chu Shanhe and So Qingmei extremely proud of Chu Yun. The two quickly greeted everyone and sat down. Some people are impatient. Why doesn't Chu Yun come out yet? Zhu Yang frowned and asked. He already felt Chu Yun's breath right at home. So many people come. Although it is not known what talent Chu Yun possesses. But he didn't believe that Chu Yun couldn't sense the changes at home. Talent is just talent. Before really starting to practice, I just got it right. In Zhu Yang's view, this is not a good thing. By the way, I almost forgot, sorry. Leaders, wait a moment, I'll call Chu Yun right now. So Qingmei said immediately after hearing the words. She trotted upstairs, ready to call Chu Yun downstairs. Mom! Why so many people? Unexpectedly, as soon as they reached the stairs, Chu Yun's figure appeared. He glanced downstairs. Black press a group of people. He probably guessed that these people were here to invite him. As soon as Chu Yun appeared, immediately attracted all the attention. Is he Chu Yun? A god-level arrogance who inspires the awakening of the gods and awakens the god-level talents? I don't know what kind of talent he awakened. Many people looked at Chu Yun's eyes, as if they saw a big treasure, and wanted to unearth the secrets urgently. Chapter 15. Chu Yun's eyes fell downstairs. Seeing such a lively home, surprise flashed in his eyes. Immediately understood. It's all because of my awakening talent, right? It came pretty fast. He remembered the words of the principal at the school before. After awakening his talent, many people would come to recruit him. He didn't expect that the house would be overcrowded before long. Chu Yun, hello. I'm Yu Suandeo, Dean of Huaking University. Are you interested in joining Huaking University? We have prepared a tailor-made heavenly rank cultivation technique for you. Besides, you can choose any of the top powerhouses in the academy as your teacher, teaching one-on-one. As for the scholarship, it has already been prepared for you. As long as you agree to enroll, 1 billion dragon coins will be transferred to your name immediately. This scholarship will be issued every semester. If you have any other requests, feel free to mention them. As long as I can decide, I can agree. While Chu Yun was thinking, someone had already acted. The elegant dean of Huaking University came to Chu Yun directly, and invited Chu Yun to join Huaking University. He didn't just speak vernacular words, but directly and decisively offered a series of high-priced chips, which made Chu Shanhe and So Qingmei open their mouths, and were frightened by Yu Suandao's behavior. Yu Suandao gave them the feeling, why is Hwaking University like a pheasant university? I almost got down on my knees and begged Chu Yun to join in. In their memory, Hwaking University is not so easy to get into. This is the first high school in their dragon country. It is famous all over the country, even in the entire Blue Star. Why is it so humble to invite your own son now? Although they didn't know what Yuxuandaoka's heavenly rank cultivation technique meant. But all the top powerhouses in the academy, let Chu Yun choose. There is also a scholarship of 1 billion dragon national currency. In this era, the Dragon Kingdom is also a top power country, and the purchasing power of 1 billion dragon country coins is terrifying, comparable to the beautiful coins before Chu Yun's crossing. And listening to Yu Suandao's words, it is not clear at one time. Funding will be made every subsequent semester. Chu Shanhe and two ordinary people feel that they are inhumane, making people dizzy. You must know that Chu Qing is also studying at Hwaking University. When recruiting Chu Qing that year, the condition given by Hwaking University was only 10 million scholarships. Other than that, there are no other conditions. Even the person who invited Chu Qing to enroll was just a director of Hwaking University. But even so, Chu Qing also abandoned other universities and forces that offered more generous conditions and chose Hwaking University. What's going on now? Seeing Yu Suandao staring nervously at Chu Yun, as if he was afraid that his son would disagree, Chu Shanhe and So Qingmei looked at each other. Although they were extremely happy, they couldn't help but feel a little worried. Came home today. Nothing is simple. If my son chooses Hwaking University, will he offend others? In their opinion, apart from the wealthy Hwaking University, no one should be willing to give such generous conditions. Yu Suandao, classmate Chu Yun is a god-level talent, you Hwaking University are so sincere. Student Chu Yun, Hwaking University gave it, and we all give it to Moda University. Double. At this moment, the face of the person in charge of Moda University changed, and he hurriedly spoke up. He cursed inwardly, Yu Suandao, this old guy is really cunning. Seeing Chu Yun, he immediately opened a sky-high bargain. If this god-level Tianjiao has never seen the market and agreed directly, then who are they going to reason with? In the eyes of Chu Yun's parents, the incomparably rich sky-high bargaining chip is a matter of course in the eyes of these powerful people. I even feel that I want to receive a god-level arrogance for this kind of treatment, which is simply too beautiful. He came this time with the determination to break the boat and sink the boat, which would make Yu Suandao succeed easily. Double the benefits on the spot. The voice of the person in charge of Moda University made the expressions of other major forces change. Damn, these colleges are so rich. Su Chong secretly cursed. My heart trembled a little. Heavenly rank cultivation technique. Top strong guide. Those are extremely precious top-level cultivation resources. Even the top powerhouses of these big forces may not be able to have them all. As a result, Hwaking University directly arranged for Chu Yun. Not to mention that the Magic City University also came directly to the Super Double. FK your mother. God-level arrogance, worth the price. You guys are so shameless, so don't blame me. Su Chong gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, stomping his neck and shouting, Brother Chu Yun. Our Su family in the Northwest can also afford this treatment. If you are willing to come to the Su family in the Northwest, I will marry my sister to you. Su Changshen's sturdy voice made everyone notice him at this moment. Everyone felt a little pained when they heard his words. The more you roll, the more outrageous it is. This Su Chong even sold his sister. Student Chu Yun, our Lu family. Student Chu Yun, consider our imperial capital university. Chu Shanhe and So Qingmei were stunned. The house instantly became a vegetable market, and the noise was overwhelming. The powerhouses of these great forces didn't even ask what kind of talent Chu Yun was, and directly offered out shockingly high bargains. Seeing their blushing face and thick neck, even Chu Yun blinked. Am I so hot? I didn't do anything, are these people exaggerating? Not Chu Yun Versailles. He really didn't know how terrible his innate value was in the eyes of these powerhouses. Everyone, if you only have this sincerity, then quit earlier. Chu Yun, have you heard of the Tenjin class? 1 God-level exercise, 1 yellow-level secret realm. The carry-on space will also be arranged in place. In addition, this battle will teach you personally and make you the #1 powerhouse in the Dragon Country. Come to the God class. At this time, a proud voice resounded through Chu Yun's house, directly suppressing all the quarrels. As soon as he said this, Yu Suandao, Su Chong and the others all shrank their pupils, staring at Zhu Yang, who spoke, with embarrassment on their faces. Obviously, Zhu Yang's conditions made them all feel terrified. Chapter 16. Chu Yun also stared at Zhu Yang, who opened his mouth unexpectedly. Unlike other strong men who came to him. From the very beginning, Zhu Yang was lying on the sofa in his house. Appears calm and relaxed, confident. God-level exercises, yellow-level secret realms, and portable space. This is the terrifying condition set by the Tenjin class. Although Chu Yun didn't know the value of it, but seeing everyone who was fighting like a rooster just now disappeared, he knew that the value of the conditions in Zhu Yang's words was very amazing. Zhu Yang, are your God class crazy? There are only 8 God-level exercises in the Dragon Kingdom. Where did your God class come from? It's not empty words, right? There are also secret realms. It all depends on the luck of the old weather. Can your God class take it out? Lu family Lu Yu asked. The conditions Zhu Yang offered were too precious. And they are all rarities. They simply can't get it out. But she also didn't believe that Zhu Yang could take it out. These things are so precious. Even these big forces can't get it out. That's right. Even if it's a portable space, your deity class shouldn't be able to take it out. Let's not say that its cost exceeds 10 billion dragon national coins. The core of a ferocious beast king is not something that your heavenly god class can get, right? These 3 things, if you can come up with one, I will lose. Su Chong also looked unhappy and questioned Zhu Yang. Portable space is a space of hundreds of square meters that can be carried with you. This is not the technology they are now mastered by human beings, but obtained through beasts. The value is too high to estimate. Their Su family is extremely good at gathering intelligence. It is the one who understands how terrible the value of these things Zhu Yang is talking about. Laugh. Zhu Yang sneered. With contempt in his eyes, he said with disdain. A bunch of idiots. The advantages of the Tian Shen class are not what you can imagine. Our members are all over the entire Blue Star, from the Lighthouse, Cherry Blossoms and even the distant Pure Black Country, there are members of the God class. Student Chu Yun, this is the philosophy of our Tian Shen class. The sea is inclusive of all rivers and tolerance is great. In the era of fierce beasts, only by seeking common ground while reserving differences and sharing resources can we gradually grow. The conditions I offered today are just to show my sincerity. The real benefit of joining the Tian Shen class is that you choose to join Huaking, Imperial Capital and other colleges and universities that hold outdated concepts and do not give up. It is far from your imagination. Beyond the Dragon Kingdom, there is an endless and vast world, and there are too many powerful beings that cannot be seen in the Dragon Kingdom. As long as you join the deity class, you can jump out of the well and see the real world. When the time comes, you will understand what these resources are. Cultivating and fighting with the arrogance of other countries, that is the real strength of the celestial class. Zhu Yang's words made everyone else's complexion suddenly change. His words can be said to be a map cannon, which directly bombarded everyone present. But what Zhu Yang said was the truth. The Tianchen class led by Chu Yun is indeed different from traditional colleges and universities. They choose to embrace the world and communicate frequently with other kingdoms on the Blue Star. So explained. Chu Yun was indeed able to come up with these things. This made Su Chong, Lu Yu, and Yu Suandao all open their mouths, not knowing what to say. The handwriting of the Tenjin class is really too big. Every benefit offered to Chu Yun was something they couldn't give. Even if you can give it, you have to apply. When the application came down, everything fell to the ground, and the daylily was cold. Hearing this, Chu Yun was also a little surprised. He has been keenly aware of the changes in the expressions of the others around him, and saw that Chu Yun's conditions had already overwhelmed everyone present. But he didn't like Chu Yun, and the idea of this celestial class. Travel to the world in which this era is located, and was born in the Dragon Country. Although the history of the Dragon Kingdom in the past is not the same as the Huaxia before he crossed, there are also similarities. Aura revived for 1,000 years. The Dragon Kingdom fell from its peak, and then rose again. There are too many twists and turns. The reason why the Dragon Kingdom has a period of decline is because other countries have fallen into trouble and want to destroy the Dragon Kingdom in the context of global crises. He has a sense of belonging to the Dragon Kingdom and is very repulsive to other kingdoms. Especially the Lighthouse, Pure Black and other countries. This is also the psychology of many Dragon Kingdom people. So, he doesn't like the Tenjin class. Otherwise, choose Hwaking University. Chu Yun pondered inwardly. He doesn't really care much about the conditions offered by these colleges and universities. No matter what kind of God level, Heaven level, or Yellow level secret realm or portable space, he doesn't quite understand it. But no matter how awesome you are, can you have your own kids? There are frog cubs who tirelessly bring back various specialties and souvenirs from myriad realms. Chu Yun is not worried that he will lack these things in the future. In contrast, of course, it is the coolest to follow your own mind. But Chu Yun, before you joined the deity class, I was not without conditions. Just when Chu Yun was thinking about opening his mouth, Chu Yun's voice sounded calmly again. He looked at Chu Yun and seemed to have a 100% certainty about Chu Yun joining. As soon as the words came out, stunned everyone else. Wen Huading, who had never spoken, also shot Zhu Yang's eyes, revealing a hint of surprise. Why is Zhu Yang so inflated? Everyone broke their heads in order to invite Chu Yun, but he dared to make conditions? Does this mean that Chu Yun will join the Tenjin class? Wen Huading was born in the military and has a calm personality. Instead of rushing to speak, he was observing Chu Yun. After he unexpectedly discovered that Zhu Yang offered such attractive conditions, even the juniors such as Lu Yu and Su Chong were extremely shocked, but Chu Yun's eyes were still clear, not eager at all, and seemed unmoved. It's just that no one expected that Zhu Yang would put forward conditions at this moment. Although at the awakening ceremony, the awakening god monument gave you a divine gift and recognized you as a god-level talent. But after all, there has been no god-level talent for many years. I need to determine what your talent is and how valuable it is. This is Roy, a double SS-level talent. You only need to hold on for 10 minutes under his attack, even if you pass the assessment of the deity class. Zhu Yang still spoke slowly. He pointed to the little black Roy sitting next to him. Zhu Yang did not think that Chu Yun would refuse such a generous offer. Don't look at how light it seems on the surface. In fact, the chips he opened this time, even for him as a general, are extremely valuable. This is the biggest investment he has made since he took charge of the Dragon Kingdom deity class, so he naturally needs to be cautious. Hey hey! Roy, who was nibbling on the apple, heard Zhu Yang's name, and grinned, revealing his white teeth. Please advise. He jumped up, stood on the sofa, and threw the half-eaten apple on the ground. Chapter 17. All eyes were on Roy. His face became very strange. This Zhu Yang is really dismounting. But isn't that too much? Although Chu Yun has awakened a god-level talent, after all, no one has guided him to start his formal training, and his talent will definitely not be used. How can he win against Roy, a double SS genius who has been studying in the god class for a year? Someone whispered. When the Tian Shen class recruits people, there will be a tradition of dismounting. Although it is intended to suppress the enthusiasm of newcomers and motivate them to make progress. But Chu Yun is a god-level arrogance, and Zhu Yang actually does this? Do you really think you are sure of 9 out of 10? The military has not spoken yet. Many people peeked at Wen Huading. It is not impossible to say that there are no one who can give such generous conditions as the deity class. The military must have this capital. It's not that no one came from the military this time, but after seeing Wen Huading, he let this general take charge. Now that Chu Yun has not expressed his position, Zhu Yang is just playing with fire. Do you really think that this god-level arrogance is already guaranteed? Chu Yun frowned, looking at the little black man standing on his sofa. A trace of anger arose in his heart. There was no plan for this inexplicable god class. Did you think that you still have to pass the test yourself to join? Did something go wrong? No need. It's not necessary. He directly shook his head and refused, not wanting to leave any allusions to Zhu Yang, and gave an unequivocal response. Hearing Chu Yun's response, Zhu Yang raised his brows. What? Scared? You are a god-level talent, and you don't even have the courage to fight. Don't think that you can sit back and relax if you are a god-level talent now. No matter how good the talent is, it must be cultivated to bloom. And the journey of cultivation, from the Star Warrior, the Haoyu Warrior, the Great Sun Wuzong, the Tongtian Wuzun, and then to the realm of the warrior, it is all a step-by-step battle. Chu Yun, do you want to be a coward? Or is it that your god-level talent is not a combat class? Zhu Yang took a step forward, his face full of fat was full of awe, every strand of hair stood upside down like a sword, pointing at Chu Yun and asking. That power made the expressions of Chu Shanhe and So Qingmei on the side change greatly. So Qingmei anxiously touched Chu Shanhe and asked her husband to think of a way. Don't look at Zhu Yang's righteousness, she doesn't want Xiaoyun to be in any danger. Chu Shanhe was also worried. He didn't understand why it was fine just now, everyone was fighting for Chu Yun, how could he force his son to fight now? Xiaoqing didn't have this process back then. No. This day, the class of gods doesn't look very good, let Xiaoyun go to another place. The couple had previously trusted the deity class and felt that the deity class was very sincere. But now they all feel that the Tenjin class is not a good place. Zhu Yang, put away your little tricks. Just when Chu Shanhe was about to persuade, a stern voice resounded throughout the audience. Wen Huading in a strong suit came out. He frowned and said coldly, Chu Yun hasn't said that he wants to join the deity class. You are not qualified to order a god-level genius. Zhu Yang's color changed. Wen Huading, what do you mean? Wen Huading ignored it and turned to look at Chu Yun. Chu Yun, I am Wen Huading, a general of the military. I officially invite you to join the army on behalf of the army of the Dragon Kingdom. The conditions given by Zhu Yang, our military department can give you. He looked directly at Chu Yun. As a general of the military, Wen Huading spoke succinctly without much explanation. He just chose to stand up at the most appropriate time. Everyone looked at each other. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, and he almost forgot. If it is said that among the various forces coming today, apart from the deity class, who else can give such a high price, it is only the military department represented by Wen Huading. Dragon Army. It is the cornerstone of the Dragon Kingdom. Aura revived for 1,000 years. Destroy foreign enemies, destroy the beast tide. Always guard the territory for the Dragon Kingdom. The background is naturally the deepest. Seeing Wen Huading walking out at this time, Chu Yun couldn't help but feel a little favored. The military? It's a nice place to go. Chu Yun was lost in thought. Before the awakening ceremony, he actually thought about his future path. I thought about enlisting in the army. He is not the character of a salted fish, on the contrary, he was an excellent soldier in his previous life. It's just that in this world, joining the military means that there are many dangers, and you need to fight with beasts all the time. Chu Yun is not afraid of crisis. On the contrary, in the bottom of his heart, he enjoyed the feeling of dancing on the tip of a knife. If there is no awakening system, maybe he will really consider enlisting in the army. But now, Chu Yun knew very well in his heart that he had a system and became stronger sooner or later. No need to take risks. It's not too late to make plans when you are really strong. Military. Wen Huading, are you kidding me? Now that the news has spread, all countries will be eyeing Chu Yun. Our dragon kingdom finally gave birth to a god-level seedling. Do you want him to die in the beast tide? Zhu Yang sneered. He initially thought that Wen Huading was representing the Wen family. On behalf of the military? Ah! A god-level arrogant like Chu Yun, it is impossible for him to touch the beast until he becomes stronger. In Zhu Yang's view, when Chu Yun joined the military, it was tantamount to going to jail. This will not worry Zhu Zhan. These issues, Wen Zhan will have taken into account. Chu Yun will study at our Hwaking University before he actually enlists in the army. At this time, Yu Suandao walked out with a smile and said slowly. Wen Huading was startled. He took a deep look at Yu Suandao. Yu Suandao secretly gestured towards Wen Huading. The meaning is simple. The resources for Chu Yun, the two together. Old fox. He thought to himself. Wen Huading didn't say anything. He also saw Chu Yun's hesitation. Heart secretly sighed. If the god-level talent was born hundreds of years earlier, there would be no need to compete so much. Now everyone knows how terrifying the god-level talent is, and naturally they are trying their best to fight for it. Accepting Chu Yun together with Hwaking University is also acceptable. Chu Yun smiled. In this case, then I'll join the army. He nodded to Wen Huading and Yu Suandao, without looking at Zhu Yang. Zhu Yang was secretly angry. Don't know how to lift. If you don't join the Tenjin class, you will regret it sooner or later. Walk. He stomped his foot, greeted Roy, turned his head and left. Cut. It's boring. Coward. Roy spread out his hands, feeling bored, and pointed his middle finger to Chu Yun. He jumped off the sofa and swaggered out the door. When they crossed the Chushan River again. Old Chu! So King Mei exclaimed. Bang! The tall Roy didn't know whether it was intentional or not, but bumped into Chu Shanhe and made a dull sound. Chu Shanhe's face turned pale, and he fell to the ground. Seeing this, Chu Yun's face sank. Anger rose in my heart. Court death. Step out directly. The air trembled wildly. A terrifying vibrational force tore the wall of air around Roy, making him unable to move forward. What ability is this? Roy was startled. Haven't had time to recover yet. Boom. A muffled sound. His whole figure was thrown out like a cannonball. Blood spilled. It's like being torn apart by a giant force. The skin collapses inch by inch, visible to the naked eye. Chapter 18. Roy was beaten badly by Chu Yun. He fell heavily to the ground, bleeding all over his body, his face pale, like a dead fish. There is an invisible gas that is tearing the skin all over the body. More air in, less air out. If it weren't for his talent, he wouldn't necessarily have died on the spot. Roy. Zhu Yang's face changed suddenly. From Roy unintentionally knocking down Chu Shanhe, to Roy being blasted with a punch by Chu Yun, it was just between lightning and flint. Although it happened suddenly. With his strength, he can prevent this from happening. On the one hand, Wen Huading was secretly deterred. On the other hand, he was also curious about Chu Yun's god-level talent, so he simply pretended not to know. Moreover, an SS-level genius, he couldn't control his emotions and took action against ordinary people. Such bad behavior by Roy. Everyone else wanted to please Chu Yun, so it would be fine if they didn't take the initiative to teach him a lesson, so why would they stop him? Even so, everyone was still stunned. What kind of ability does Chu Yun have? He actually beat Roy with one punch. Roy's double SS talent is the incarnation of stars. His skin is much stronger than the physical strength of ordinary people, let alone star warriors. I'm afraid some weak Hao warriors may not be able to hurt him. How did Chu Yun do it? As expected of a god-level talent, it is so terrifying just after awakening. Lu Yu, Su Chong and the others all had their eyes full of light, watching Chu Yun help up Chu Shanhe. He kept guessing about his talent. What is certain is that his talent must be an attack type, and it is an extremely powerful attack type. Yu Suandeo observed it carefully, stretched out his fingers and stroked it in the void, as if he was stroking silk. He continued to talk to himself. This god-level talent seems to be able to control the space. Just when Chu Yun shot, although this space was broken, it was not collapsed, but a special kind of space. Rhythm rolling. Manipulate space? When the others heard it, their eyes were excited. Space, time, as long as the talent has a little edge, it is an extremely terrifying talent. As a god-level talent, Chu Yun must be so powerful. Vibration to be exact. This rhythm is constantly shaking the space, like a shock wave, so that this space can be mastered by him. A terrible ability. Just feeling this way makes me tremble. President Yu, Chu Yun is most likely a group attack talent. It's easy to do this just after awakening. If you practice god-level exercises, you will have a good teacher to guide you. The person in charge of Modu University is also a top professor with deep research on talent. He is also touching the air and speaking excitedly. Yu Suandeo also nodded heavily. Exactly. His talent is very likely the rarest group system. I am afraid that the Dragon Kingdom will rise a god of natural disasters. He took a deep breath. Looking at Chu Yun is like looking at treasures. It was a real surprise. Shake the space. Large-scale group system talent. In the Lighthouse country, similar god-level talents were born 300 years ago. Because of that person's existence, the Lighthouse country directly solved several beast dens, greatly reducing the pressure. Just a glimpse, they have already determined that Chu Yun's god-level talent can never be weaker than that of the Lighthouse Kingdom. Dad, are you all right? At this time, Chu Yun helped Chu Shanhe up and looked at him worriedly. It's all right, it's just a fall. Your father and I are very strong. It's nothing serious. The honest and loyal Chu Shanhe waved his hand. Then Roy didn't dare to go too far, and didn't use his talent. It's all right. Sit down now. So King Mei helped Chu Shanhe to sit down distressedly, looking at the direction in which Roy was sent flying, and said angrily. She and Chu Shanhe were just ordinary people, and they didn't see how Chu Yun beat Roy with this punch. As for Chu Yun being able to hit Roy with one punch, the son is a god-level talent. Isn't it normal to hit a trapeze with one punch? Moreover, that young man is not a good person at first glance, it must be intentional. Time to fight. Chapter 19. You are so ruthless at such a young age. Chu Yun, is your awakening talent used to attack your dragon country compatriots? Just when everyone was shocked by Chu Yun's talent, Zhu Yong's anger came. He picked up Roy, who had passed out, and stared at Chu Yun with a dazed expression. Roy's self-proclaimed provocation just now was something he didn't expect. What he didn't expect was that Roy was not the enemy of this Chu Yun. It was just a face-to-face effort, and Roy, who had reached the middle stage of the Star Warrior, passed out. Zhu Yong was both surprised and regretful. This Chu Yun's talent will never be simple. If you join the deity class, you will definitely have a bright future, even if you are compared with those top foreign talents. Unexpectedly, he refused to join the god class. Seeing Roy passing out in his arms, Chu Yun was very angry. Just an accidental collision. Chu Yun's reaction was so great. If it wasn't for Roy's talent, he might have died here today. This is a double SS-level talent. It is the hope for the future of the Dragon Kingdom. If he died because of this, it would be a huge loss for the Dragon Kingdom. It really makes no sense. Chu Yun's anger made everyone else look at him. Look at Roy like a dead dog. Ruthless? There seems to be some. But Chu Yun has just awakened his talent, and he is also a god-level talent. It seems that he can't control his own power well, right? Moreover, if someone knocked down my dad face to face, it would be light to kill you directly, and you should pay attention to the severity of the attack. Many were speechless. They knew that this was Chu Yun trying to find fault. No one wants to stand up and help at this time. Even if Chu Yun is a noble warrior. But Chu Yun is a god-level arrogance. Once he rises in the future, Chu Yun will only be a tiny ant in front of him. What's more, Chu Yun is still standing behind Hwaking University and the military. Do you really think that Chu Yun has no support? Really? At this time, Yu Suandao stood up and said coldly to Chu Yun, General Zhu, what do you mean by that? Everyone knows whose fault is this, right? Didn't you encourage Chu Yun to fight this Roy just now? Why, if you lose now, you start messing around. His words made everyone else nod in secret. When you arrogantly asked Chu Yun to persist under Roy's hands for 10 minutes just now, this was not the attitude. Chu Yun, you should leave first. It's just a mixed race, what kind of compatriot? You god class recognize, I do not recognize. Wen Huading also stood beside Chu Yun and said unceremoniously. Chu Yun couldn't help nodding when he heard the words. His eyes fell on Roy's bloody black skin. Is this a fart compatriot? It's really a shame that Chu Yun opened his mouth. Humph. Chu Yun saw that everyone was watching jokes. Suddenly, he realized that Chu Yun was not one of those geniuses he could handle at will over the years. If it continues today, with so many powerful forces, they don't mind sending favors to Chu Yun. Just do it yourself. He gave a cold drink. Walk away. Seeing Chu Yun leave in a daze, the others were not surprised. No one would offend Chu Yun for him. Not to mention the fact that this matter is unreasonable from beginning to end. After seeing Chu Yun leaving, Yu Suandao comforted Chu Yun, don't worry about him. He doesn't dare to provoke you. By the way, this is the black crystal card, you take it first. Yu Suandao did not know where to take out a dark but extremely delicate black card. This black card looks ordinary, and the whole body is transparent. It's not surprising for others to see this. The black crystal card is a general card used by Longguo to store large amounts of Longguo currency. Only those who have more than 100 million Dragon National coins are eligible to apply for the black crystal card. There are also some basic training manuals. You can take a look first, it's good for you to develop your own natural ability. Yu Suandao handed Chu Yun another blue booklet. His words were gentle and full of smiles, as if he wanted to make a good relationship with Chu Yun on purpose. Thank you, Dean Yu. Eat people with short mouths, and take people softly. Chu Yun also nodded with a smile. And this time, Wen Huading also came over. Chu Yun, this thing is also given to you. What really caught everyone's attention was another small bead that flashed blue and fluorescent in Wen Huading's hand. That's a space bead. This should be Wen Zhan's own personal space. He actually gave Chu Yun his personal space directly. Lu Yu looked at the blue space beads, her eyes were red. This thing is the body of the portable space that Zhu Yang promised before. Hundreds of square meters are hidden inside. It is not the magical technology that the Blue Star people can create now, and the stock is very small. Even they can't get it out. To everyone's surprise, Wen Huading had promised Chu Yun the same conditions as Xu Yang. Delivered so quickly. God-level arrogance is worth it. It's just a space bead. If I have it, I'm willing to give it to this kid. Su Chong muttered, unable to move his eyes away from the space beads. The value of this thing is too great. The portable space can not only store items, but even enter it to practice. A little world of your own. Can be described as priceless. Thank you, General Wen. From the discussions around, Chu Yun also knew what the two items Wen Huading gave him were probably. I took it with some curiosity. He was not polite either. Chu Yun knew very well that if he refused, these people would be even more worried. As for God-level exercises, I need to apply, it's not a big problem. Just need some time, you wait for a while. Seeing Chu Yun accept it neatly, Wen Huading flashed approval in his eyes and said to him again. Okay. Chu Yun nodded knowingly. Although he didn't know how precious this God-level exercise was. But I heard it just now, the Dragon Kingdom is so big, and there are only 8 parts. It is not easy to think about, and I am extremely curious. Then let's say goodbye. Chu Yun, you are good to practice. After a while, the God-level exercises will be delivered to you, and then make other arrangements. Wen Huading, who was born in the military, is unusually free and easy. After seeing Chu Yun accepting the space beads, he explained and left directly. Chu Yun, see you later. You can come to our Lu family when you are free. A little thought, let's count our Su family's congratulations on your awakening of God-level talent. Seeing Wen Huading leave, the other powerhouses could only choose to leave at this time. They all showed affection to Chu Yun and left some small gifts more or less. These little gifts are very likely to be luxuries that ordinary people can't get for their whole life. Chu Shanhe and So Qingmei were also in a trance and hadn't recovered yet. On the other hand, Chu Yun adjusted his mentality and began to pack up these little gifts. After packing up for a while, Chu Yun was about to go upstairs to study the portable space and the training booklet that Dean Yu gave him. Suddenly his eyes moved. The system's clear prompt sounded in his ears. Should the frog cub come back? It's only been a while since I went out, and I didn't use the accelerator charm this time. Chu Yun muttered inwardly. Ding dong. Your frog cub has sent back travel photos, please pay attention to check it. Chapter 20. Travel photos? Chu Yun was taken aback. Immediately remembered. In the little game Traveling Frog. When my frog cubs go out to travel, they will send a few travel photos to themselves, the empty nester, from time to time. Unexpectedly, after the game was modified by the system, the frog cub still retained this habit. Just when I went out, I sent a photo to myself. He was a little curious. I thought to open the frog time house, and suddenly a photo automatically jumped out. On the photo, a lush, seemingly in a forest. The most striking thing is the green and small figure of the frog cub. In front of him, a plain white luggage square was spread out. The love bento engraved with the character Chu was opened and put aside, revealing a rich and colorful lunch inside. Opposite the frog cub, there is a man in a green ninja suit, with a mask on his face, covering one eye. Sitting cross-legged, and the frog cub seems to be communicating. Looking at the man's iconic short silver hair in the mask, and the novel in his left hand that hasn't been put down yet. Chu Yun's eyes moved. This person, could it be Kakashi? Did the frog cub travel to Naruto world? Chu Yun immediately found out from the photo where his frog cub traveled. The appearance of the man in the mask is already very recognizable. Not to mention that the novel still in his hand is Intimacy Paradise. If you can't figure it out, that's weird. Looks like I've made friends with Kakashi. The needle doesn't poke. Chu Yun looked at the photo and laughed. He didn't expect the frog cub to travel to the world of One Piece for the first time, and travel directly to the world of Naruto for the second time. Naruto world is a great place. There are countless treasures and abilities, and they are no worse than the world of One Piece. I don't know what specialties and souvenirs the frog cub can bring back to him this time. Riding wheel eye? Taboo ninjutsu? Or some fierce batch of blood following the limit? Chu Yun had a little anticipation. It should take a while for the frog cub to come back. Let's study how to cultivate this space beads first. Chu Yun put away the travel photos sent by the frog cub, exited the frog time house, and took out the space beads. When Wen Huading handed this azure blue bead to him, the method of using it also appeared in his mind inexplicably, which was very magical. He bit his finger lightly. A drop of blood dripped onto the space bead. Suddenly blue light filled the room, and Chu Yun's figure disappeared. At the same time, the space beads also disappeared. It's amazing. Chu Yun looked at the hundreds of squares of space around him and widened his eyes. He felt a particularly strange power that allowed him to enter the interior of the space bead. This is also the reason why space beads are called portable space. At the same time, the space bead is also called a life-saving artifact. On the outside, the space beads are also hidden inside the space. Unless the strength is strong enough, it is impossible to break through the space and find this space bead. This is also the reason why space beads are extremely precious. After Chu Yun got used to it for a while, he began to examine the interior carefully. Beiping's space is not empty. Instead, it was directly transformed into two large rooms, a training room and a storage room. In the storage room, there were piles of materials he didn't know, which he thought was given to him by the Warm War General. The training room aroused Chu Yun's strong interest. In the training room, there are several kinds of training equipment that are made of expensive materials. The most striking thing is that there is a mini stone tablet in the inner room, which looks cool and looks like the Awakening God tablet. Chu Yun found a thick training manual in the training room. According to this instruction manual, Chu Yun knew the name of this mini steel. Battle column. He sat down with his knees crossed. Start studying carefully. Soon, he completely understood. The fat man from the deity class was right. In this era, awakening talent is only the first step. The most important thing is to practice. Develop talents, strengthen talents, and finally turn them into real combat power. The entire Blue Star has a unified standard. According to the combat power, the realm is divided into Star Warrior, Haoyu Warrior, Great Sun Wuzong, Tongtian Wuzun. 100 combat power to 10,000 combat power is the Star Warrior. Breaking 10,000 combat power, and the upper limit of 100,000 combat power, is Haoyu Martial Master. 100,000 combat power to 1 million combat power is the Great Sun Wuzong. With more than 1 million combat power, it is Tongtian Wuzun. Each realm is divided into 4 stages, front, middle, and back, and consummation. As for how to test one's own combat power, it is to use the combat power column in the training room. The current me, according to Blue Star's standards, how much combat power can I have? Chu Yun is gearing up. The combat power is actually very easy to understand, that is, how strong the destructive power caused by the use of talent is. The power column will absorb damage for evaluation. Of course, if it is an auxiliary talent that does not focus on combat, there is also a detailed evaluation mechanism. Out of curiosity, Chu Yun came to the battle power pillar and planned to test it. Staring at the pillar of combat power nearly 1 meter taller than him, Chu Yun squeezed his fist. The ability to shake the fruit is stimulated. The fist vibrates. Boom! A loud bang bombed on the monument of the battle power pillar. The pillar of combat power in front of him did not move at all. 65,300. But a series of numbers appeared on the surface of the battle column. This is the power value of Chu Yun's punch. More than 60,000 combat power, according to the evaluation mechanism, it should be the middle stage of Hallyu martial artist, right? It seems that this pillar of battle strength is also a treasure. Chu Yun was thoughtful. This is not his full strength. It was just a random punch from him just now. Try again. How much combat power can you achieve with a single blow? He took a deep breath. Once again, he stimulated the shaking fruit, and suddenly punched it out. This time, he's going all out. The power is much more terrifying than before. The battle column also trembled. 103,000. Combat strength soars. He directly broke the shackles of martial master Hallyu and was rated as the battle strength of the Great Sun martial sect by the battle power pillar. If other people see this scene, I am afraid they will be stunned. Incredible. Ordinary geniuses, even if they practice diligently, will not be able to reach the combat power of Hallyu martial master until they graduate from college. And Chu Yun has just awakened his talent, so he has the power of the Great Sun Wuzong. It's just terrifying. Seeing this, Chu Yun nodded slightly. Great Sun Wuzong, not bad. He has just awakened the fruit ability, and it is not bad to have such combat power. Let's try another talent of mine. Chu Yun remembered his other SSS-level talent, Destruction Thunder. He activates directly. Suddenly, in the space beads, sparks and lightning. The terrifying aura of destruction surged up. Digital display on the battle column. 15,000. This talent barely reached the combat power of Hallyu martial master. After Chu Yun probably knew his current strength, he panted and looked at the numbers on the battle strength column in front of him. After using the two talents respectively, he discovered a fatal flaw in himself. Chapter 21. Physical fitness is too poor. Or it should be said that the physical quality requirements of Zhen fruit are too high. Chu Yun gasped for breath, feeling the constant feedback of exhaustion from his body. If this is the case, use the talent again. It is very likely that it will put a great burden on his body. And the root of all this is the ability to shake the fruit. Today, from shooting Roy to the training room test, Chu Yun felt the fatigue of his body after just a few shots. You know, in fact, his body is not weak among his peers, and he is even called the best. After all, Chu Yun was also born in the military before crossing, and usually loves to exercise. His physique is also very strong. Even before, he took the heavenly divine essence. But now, Chu Yun felt tired. Overdraft. And the reason why it is certain is the reason for the shocking fruit. Except when he was using his other talent just now, Chu Yun didn't have that feeling of overdraft. He also remembered the original owner of Zhen fruit in one piece, Whitebeard. The person who can easily use the Zhen fruit is superb. In addition to his own strength, the physical quality of the giant family has provided him with strong support. It's the same shock fruit, and the people who use it are different, and the effect and power will also be different. If Whitebeard were to test this pillar of power, I'm afraid it would blow up the pillar of power directly. Compared to Whitebeard, I'm a weak chicken now. Chu Yun muttered. He was not discouraged. If the physical quality is weak, then it is good to improve. Otherwise, what do you want to practice for? Moreover, it also has system support. He might bring back some heaven-defying props to make up for the shortcomings of his physical body when he smashed it, and exert the true power of the shocking fruit. Certainly. Chu Yun is not the character of salted fish either. He immediately flipped through the training manual, and began to practice according to the instructions above and the training equipment in the training room. With sweat pouring down like rain, Chu Yun started the hard training. He was surprised to find that the training followed the training manual. Vaguely, I can feel one after another airflow pouring into the talent light group from Danshan. The two talent light groups in the body have grown a little bit. According to the training manual, this kind of chi that develops innate abilities is called innate airflow. Chu Yun thought about it, and gradually came to the principle. A week passed like that. In the following days, people came to visit the Chu family one after another, wanting to see Chu Yun, a god-level genius. Fortunately, Wen Huading kept an eye out and completely sealed off the Chu family, and all the other people were not allowed to enter, which saved a lot of trouble for nothing. And this day, Wen Huading came to the door again and met Chu Yun. "This is the god-level exercise I applied for you." Wen Huading gave Chu Yun a purple gold jade. Chu Yun squeezed Qiu unexpectedly, and suddenly a series of thoughts surged up. Advanced. Chu Yun secretly sighed. God-level exercises are very similar to space beads. They no longer need to be read and understood with the naked eye, but are extracted directly using thoughts, which is very advanced. Correct. You choose to enlist, this is your medal. Now you are only a 9th rank sergeant. According to the rules of our Dragon Kingdom, if you want to upgrade your military rank, you need merits from the 9th rank to the 1st rank. On this point, everyone is equal, I hope you understand. Wen Huading took out another red gold medal. On the medal was a 9-clawed golden dragon, which symbolized the dragon country. He solemnly handed it over to Chu Yun. "I know. Thank you, General." With a solemn expression on his face, Chu Yun took over the red golden dragon emblem medal. The aura recovered, and the Dragon Kingdom has been in a wartime state. Once you join the military, if you want to be promoted, there is absolutely no other way, only through merit. The greater the merit, the higher the grade. The treatment enjoyed in the Dragon Kingdom is also higher. Come on, I'm optimistic about you. These days, you should first comprehend this god-level exercise at home. If you don't understand anything, you can call me at any time for advice. Wen Huading told Chu Yun again. After speaking, he seemed to remember something, and said again, "By the way, our military department has already discussed with Hwaking University. The yellow-level secret realm that promises you is already in preparation. The specific time should be 1 month after the college entrance examination this year. At that time, you will be arranged to enter Hwaking University for further study, and there are still a lot of resources being mobilized for you. When you break through Tongtian Wuzun and become a general, you will enter the real battlefield to temper, and you should be mentally prepared." Wen Huading said to Chu Yun earnestly. As a god-level genius, the road ahead is destined to be different from others. The Dragon Council will provide all the resources that can be provided, so that Chu Yun can grow up as soon as possible. And the road he took was far more difficult than other geniuses. Kindness. Chu Yun nodded, watching Wen Huading sprinkle away, his heart was also heavy. This era is by no means as peaceful as it seems on the surface. The terrifying beast tide is the nightmare entrenched in the hearts of all Blue Star people. No one can predict whether the next moment will be surrounded by beasts, destroying tens of millions of lives in a big city. Only get stronger as soon as possible. To protect your family. Packing up his mood, Chu Yun immediately began to study the god-level exercises sent by Wen Huading. Fufu Mingwang breathing method. Very good. The main function of this god-level exercise is to strengthen the physical body and make the physical body continue to transform. God-level exercises are very complicated. Chu Yun studied for a few hours, and probably understood it, with a smile on his face. He tried to run according to the rhythm of Fudo Maiho breathing. Before he practiced for a day, only a few dozen strands of innate airflow were born in his body. And just now, within a few hours, thousands of innate airflows were born in his body. The effect is more than 100 times more efficient than the previous exercises. It is indeed a god-level technique. And in addition to strengthening the flesh, the biggest feature of this Fudo Mingwang breathing method is that it is stable. According to the information that Chu Yun looked through, developing talent is an extremely dangerous process. It is very likely that the innate power will run wild if you are not careful, ranging from sluggishness for a few days, or death on the spot. So every awakened will be careful when developing talent. These days, Chu Yun is also walking on thin ice, for fear of an explosion. And do not move Ming Wang breathing method, there is no such worries at all. Chu Yun immediately fell in love with the feeling of cultivating. Crazy start to practice. Another week passed in the blink of an eye. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Chu Yun's physique has transformed, and both the shock talent and the destruction thunder talent are also thriving. Ding dong! Your frog is back. Frog brought you back the travel specialties. The item house has been updated, go check it out. On this day, a long-lost voice sounded in Chu Yun's ear. Chapter 22. Chu Yun opened his eyes, a look of surprise on his face. Is this villain back? It was a long time to go out this time. I don't know what good things I brought back. Chu Yun thought of opening the frog time house, and immediately saw his frog cub proudly akimbo facing him, with a pair of reckless triangular eyes full of pride. He stroked the frog cub's head. Quickly check the harvest of this frog cub. What? There are two, no wonder you are so proud. Can do it. Chu Yun looked at the luggage opened in front of the frog cub. Two rays of light flickered brightly. No wonder it took so long to travel. This time, I actually brought back two specialties, and I couldn't help but praise. Look closely. A look of surprise appeared in Chu Yun's eyes. The two groups of light gradually faded away. One is a blood-red pupil, and three blood colors flow in the pupil. Kaleidoscope shaking wheel eye, Shenwei left, the specialty of Naruto world, the strongest eye that sees through the three worlds, the special bloodline limit possessed by the Uchiha family. This Sharingan has a special ninjutsu divine power, which is a time-space ninjutsu. Weakness has been eliminated. The other is a scroll. Lefachidori, Naruto World Souvenir. Developed by Hitaki Kakashi, A-level lightning ninjutsu. This technique has both chakra nature changes and morphological changes. Gathering thunder chakra in the palm to form a high-intensity current, the palm is like a sharp blade, with a strong penetrating force. It got its name from the sound that it makes like the chirping of 1,000 birds. Good guy. Kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. Godly. Also buy one get one free, bring Lefachidori. These two things. If he remembers correctly. One is Hitaki Kakashi's whole card. Another ninjutsu Chidori can be regarded as Kakashi's signature ninjutsu. This is my own frog cub going on a trip, and making friends by the way. How does it feel to be squeezing a sheep to death? But, I love it. Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. A direct fusion of these two specialties. There is an endless warm current in the body. One of his eyes directly turned into three kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes with blood flowing. It was a very strange feeling. Under the gaze of this kaleidoscope riding wheel, the whole world has changed into a different look. It seems that as long as his thoughts move, he can change the day. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Chu Yun's mouth. Even I think it's too much. He couldn't help but whisper. Naruto World's famous kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. Not only has the powerful ability to copy, hypnotize, and observe. It also has extraordinary insight, can see through the opponent's next move, and can observe the flow of chakra. You can even copy taijutsu and ninjutsu that are not limited by blood. And this is the most basic ability. What is truly terrifying is the space-time ninjutsu brought by the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Shenwei. What he got was the left eye. Can teleport enemy attacks or the enemy itself over long distances and can be used for both attack and defense. The original ability to defy the sky is limited. Every time you use it, the damage to the body is great. But too much, the system actually removed the side effects. Removed. If Hitaki Kakashi found out, would he cry on the spot? This riding wheel was not only packaged and taken away by the frog cub, but also eliminated the weakness, which is even more abnormal than Kakashi's body. The only thing that limits Chu Yun is not enough chakra, so he can only use his talent to make up for it. Same. Rifachidori though he did not master chakra. With the talent of destroying thunder, he also grasped it in an instant. Chu Yun's eyes flickered. He had an idea. An upgraded version of Chidori, Rachel. And the goddess Rachel. The kaleidoscope of Chu Yun's left eye gradually returned to clarity. The harvest brought back by the frog cub this time is really great. Frog cub, I drop Superman. He picked up the frog cub and kissed it fiercely. The frog cub is stunned. I don't understand why my dad is so excited all of a sudden. Isn't it just to bring back 2 specialties at one time? I can bring more next time I work hard. After cultivating a relationship with the frog cub for a while, Chu Yun suddenly remembered that when the frog cub returned before, it seemed that the system prompted the item store to be updated. He was going to have a look. As soon as he thought about it, he entered the props house. Found that the props house is in addition to the old 3. There is indeed one more item in the props category. It was a bright red handle, and it looked a bit ghostly. Bronze level shake music. Frog cubs are back from a trip. Let's play shake shake and relax. Redemption requires 100 shamrocks. Shake music? Chu Yun blinked. What the hell is this? Sweepstakes props? Since ancient times, the lottery was cool for a while, and the crematorium immediately after it was cool. And the bronze level? It looks very hip. Chu Yun never touches this stuff, and he lost interest on the spot. Kook. When he was confused, the frog cub jumped onto the cabinet of the props house and looked at the newly appeared Sheyeo, his eyes flashing, as if he was very eager. Looking at the appearance of the frog cub, it looks like a bear child begging adults to buy toys. Chu Yun was happy. I didn't expect you to be a gambling dog. To be honest, apart from Kakashi on this trip to Naruto World, did you have contact with a certain female ninja? He teased the frog cub, but without hesitation, he directly exchanged the shake music. Purchase. The frog cub wants to buy it, of course. This time he went out, but he also harvested clover in his early 1000s. The frog cubs have brought back so many good things from their travels, and of course they have to be rewarded. Isn't it just rock music? Even if the frog cub wants a female frog, he has to find a way to get it for the frog cub. Chu Yun directly studied in one breath and bought 10 shakes. Congratulations to the host for purchasing 10 shakes. Do you want to start 10 consecutive shakes? After the purchase, a huge machine appeared in the props house, somewhat like a slot machine, but the bright red handle was unusually conspicuous. Smoke. Let the frog cubs come. Chu Yun pointed at the frog cub without hesitation. Decided to give the joy of gambling the dog to the frog cub. The frog cub swore, the eyes shone brightly, as if it jumped to the handle very happily. Congratulations to the host, you turned on the rocking music and successfully shook the frog cub's furniture, the frog taishi chair. Congratulations to the host, you turned on the shaking music and successfully received the blessing of the frog cub, and your physique has increased a little. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully shaken 1 clover when you turned on shake music. Congratulations to the host, you turned on shake music and extracted the coordinates of the sailing world. Congratulations to the host, you opened the shake music and extracted the eliminator, special item. Chapter 23. The system beeps keep ringing. In the props house, the golden light is also constantly flickering. Respectively. Frog taishi chair, the basic furniture of frog time house, which can be used for frog cubs to rest and take a nap. Frog and frog eye patch, exclusive props for frog cubs, wearing an eye patch when sleeping will help you sleep. Frog carpet, the basic furniture of the frog time house, the house looks even better. At the very beginning, Chu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and felt that this rocking music deserved to be at the bronze level, and it was really pitiful. These things that are shaken are basically some furniture, which can decorate the frog time house. The increase in physique just shaken is also a very weak increase, which is basically negligible. 1,000 copies of clover, enough to prepare a full set for the frog cub, and still have some leftovers, so I smoked some of these things. However, seeing the frog cub jumping on the teacher's chair with joy, and playing with the blindfold, he looked curious. Chu Yun also felt it was worth it. The frog cub is happy. What Chu Yun didn't expect was that it was shipped in the last 2 consecutive shakes. Sailing world coordinates. He froze for a moment. In the moment of shaking, the message came. Coordinates of the sailing world, the coordinate point of a frog cub in Wanjie that once traveled, and the frog cub who has mastered the coordinates has a chance to revisit the same place again. The coordinates of the sailing world, the place where the frog cub once traveled. It should be the world of One Piece, right? I didn't expect to be able to get this kind of thing in the shake music, yes. This wave is not a loss. Chu Yun was very surprised. He had no idea that this bronze-level rock music could bring unexpected surprises. If the sailing world is really what he guessed, that would be great. In that world, there are too many treasures and abilities. If the frog cub revisited the same place because of this, he decided to approve it with both hands. There is also a special item. Chu Yun raised his brows when the last sound of shaking music sounded. What was finally shaken was a talisman with strange lines drawn. Elimination symbol, special plot props, carrying frog cubs during travel may trigger some special plots. This eliminator looks unremarkable, but it turns out to be a special plot prop. Let the frog cub take it with you next time you go out. Chu Yun suddenly felt that this rocking music was still somewhat interesting. Why don't you do another 10 rounds next time? Look at the red handles in the props room. Chu Yun couldn't help sighing, what a fragrance. After the frog cub returned this time, he did not travel again, but chose to take a good rest. Chu Yun observes him when he is free. Found this kid fishing in the frog time house. Most of the time, I was lying on the taishi chair wearing the frog blindfold, and the 2 front palms swayed leisurely on the back of the chair, swaying, very leisurely. Occasionally, when I'm in a good mood, I'll go to bed paralyzed, if it weren't for the appearance of a dead frog. He remembered that the frog cub occasionally fiddled around with swordsmanship and reading books. The result is now directly salted fish. Cub, you've changed. Chu Yun was heartbroken and felt that the frog cub would definitely not be able to go out in a short time. Time is like water, and a month has passed in a flash. Longguo's annual college entrance examination, which is extremely important, has come to an end. It's just that these have nothing to do with Chu Yun, who has been recognized by the government as a god-level genius. He still lives at home and practices hard, occasionally peeping into the lives of his frog cubs. During this period, I also took the frog cubs to play a few shakes together. Unfortunately, it turns out that the first time was just a personal outburst. In the subsequent 10 consecutive draws, except for the accident of drawing a few more furniture for the frog cubs, everything was lost. Let Chu Yun almost chop his hands. Today, Chu Yun was in a good mood. After this period of hard work, his combat power broke through to 130,000. The most important is, Frog Cub, the iniquitous child, was finally resurrected from the state of salted fish, ready to travel. Quickly helping the frog cub prepare the luggage, Chu Yun didn't forget to put the eliminator drawn from the first shake into the luggage. Your frog is going on a trip. Watch the frog cub leave. Chu Yun smiled reassuringly like an old father. What will the frog cub bring back this time? Will you send photos back? The frog cub had just left for 2 days, and the Chu family also had a long-lost guest. Yu Suandeo, the dean of Hwaking University, came to the door in person. Student Chu Yun, your yellow-level secret realm has been prepared for you, and the location is arranged in Shangjing. 3 days later, we helped you to package a Benli high-speed rail. Remember to go to the high-speed rail station on time. Yu Suandeo explained to Chu Yun. Chu Yun was stunned. Benli high-speed rail, he often sees reports on TV and the internet. It is the means of transportation newly researched by the Dragon Kingdom in recent years, driven by a wonderful magic circle. The speed is as fast as the plane before crossing. To know. This is the era of spiritual energy recovery, and there are beasts rampant everywhere. To be able to achieve this speed on a long-distance scale is terrifying. The cost is even more expensive. As far as he knows, even if the Benli high-speed rail starts, the cost will burn tens of millions of Dragon National coins, which is simply a beast of gold. Didn't expect Walking University to be so rich? Just go to Beijing and package him a Benli high-speed train directly. Chapter 24. Yu Suandao looked at Chu Yun with admiration in his eyes. In fact, they were watching Chu Yun secretly these days. Generally, teenagers of this age will be carried away just after awakening. The higher the awakening level, the easier it is to float. Deans of colleges and universities like him have seen this situation a lot. But what surprised him was that Chu Yun had awakened a god-level talent and was touted by so many powerful people. Others might have floated into the sky long ago. Chu Yun did not. It seems like it never happened. To him or to others, the attitude is calm and composed. According to his observations, Chu Yun is probably doing penance at home these days. It is indeed a god-level talent. Born to be a good seed. He now has a portable space to practice, and has a god-level cultivation technique to help him, and he doesn't know how far his practice has progressed. Maybe it already has the combat power of a star warrior. Yu Suandao estimated. In the era of the recovery of spiritual energy, Blue Star humans divide the combat power mechanism. Relying on talent to detonate combat power, if he doesn't show his combat power, even a top powerhouse like him can't see the depth of Chu Yun. But this did not prevent the experienced Yu Suandao from evaluating Chu Yun's current strength. In his opinion, Chu Yun has god-level talents and god-level skills to help him, and he must be making rapid progress now. There is already a Star Warrior combat power. Even if Chu Yun can play 10,000 combat power now, he is not surprised. President Fish. Yu Suandao was about to leave, but Chu Yun opened his mouth to hold him back. Is there anything else? Yu Suandao looked at Chu Yun kindly. I can go to Beijing in 3 days. However, the Bao Benli high-speed rail is unnecessary, right? The cost of each departure of the Benli high-speed rail is high, and there is no need for me to be special. Chu Yun thought for a while and said to Yu Suandao. He thinks it's okay. Walking University and the military have packaged a high-speed rail trip to Benli, in addition to the high cost. A special transportation resource like the Benli high-speed rail, even the big city of Rongcheng in Sichuan province, may not be able to open to traffic twice a week. The ticket price of the Benli high-speed train is expensive. Many people who are really willing to board this train are in a hurry. There is no need to hinder the travel of many people because of yourself. He said this. Yu Suandao was stunned for a moment. He thought that Chu Yun needed something, but he didn't expect such a thing. You are a god-level genius, this is the treatment you should have. Yu Suandao preached to Chu Yun. I know. But it's not necessary. Rongcheng doesn't leave the Benli high-speed train several times a month, so it's not necessary to charter a car for me alone. Chu Yun shook his head. Yu Suandao was very surprised and admired Chu Yun more and more. He nodded and said, since you insist, then listen to you. Actually, the aura recovered, and the beasts were everywhere. The Dragon Kingdom has experienced a period of decline again, and now the Dragon Kingdom is definitely not rich in resources. Powerhouses like them usually save as much as they can, and try their best to squeeze out some resources for the next generation. To be honest, it is indeed a bit extravagant to pack a trip to the Thunder high-speed rail for Chu Yun. Chu Yun's actions have invisibly made Yu Suandao's favor towards him greatly improved. After Yu Suandao left, Chu Yun practiced again and did not take such trivial matters to heart. 3 days later. Xiaoyun, remember to call home when you arrive in Shangjing. Pay attention to rest, don't work too hard, your body is the most important. Chu Yun walked into the high-speed rail station under the ardent instructions of his parents. The high-speed rail station is not crowded. After all, beasts are rampant, and every time you leave the city, you may encounter danger. Many people are reluctant to leave the city unless they have something important to do, or to study like Chu Yun. Chu Yun entered a special passage according to the information previously given by Yu Suandao. Inside the passage, there is a tall high-speed rail station person waiting for him. Under the ardent leadership of the person in charge, he went directly to the high-speed rail platform. The platform was covered by a dome, and the distance was dark, and only the sound of the wind could be heard, like a huge passage. Gaze off. There are already some sparse figures on the platform. Chu Yun noticed that there were many old people on the high-speed rail platform, standing upright, like flags. In addition, there are some students who look like teenagers, they are talking and laughing, and they look very relaxed. Obviously, most of these teenagers are students who have just finished the college entrance examination and are going to study in Beijing. Chu Yun noticed that there was a little girl in the corner. He looked a little surprised. Very few children leave the city. Mom! Can we really see Dad when we go to Shangjing this time? The pink and jade-carved little girl held a woman's finger innocently and asked nervously. Okay. Dad will set off soon, and he will definitely see Xiao Yu before leaving. The woman looked ordinary, but she was very gentle, and said softly to the little girl. Oh! Why are you going to go out again? Xiaoyu doesn't want Dad to get hurt. The little girl muttered with a frown after hearing this. The woman also looked a little sad when she heard the girl's words. The hordes of beasts in the sky are always attacking some war zones, and there is always someone to stand in front of. This time, her husband made an emergency call in Shangjing and wanted to see his daughter. It is very likely that this mission is extremely dangerous. It might be the last. She was a little depressed, and there were tears in her eyes. If Dad doesn't fight the monsters will come in, and Xiao will also be eaten by then. Looking at the little girl, the woman sighed and explained again. Damn monster! Xiao will fight monsters when she grows up. The little girl said angrily. Okay, Xiao will kill all those monsters then. The woman said with a smile. Beep. Beep. The woman is coaxing the little girl. Suddenly there was a screeching sound at the end of the passage. In the distance, sparks and lightning flashed around a huge bullet head, galloping like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it stopped on the high-speed rail platform. Student Chu, your position is the first-class hatch, please go this way. The person in charge of the high-speed rail station who led Chu Yun to the platform had a good-looking appearance, and with a diligent smile led him to the head of the train. As Chu Yun walked, he also looked at the high-speed train running for thunder with curiosity. Chapter 25. The Benli high-speed rail in front of you is about 100 meters long and divided into 4 sections. The head is like a bullet, but the entire body is engraved with patterns of different colors. And for some unknown reason, Chu Yun looked at the body of the car and felt extremely ferocious, with a kind of fierceness coming towards him. The whole body of the Benli high-speed railway is made of the bones of the Beast King. Only the bones of the Beast King can withstand the hurricane layer and some natural disasters that occasionally appear outside the city. In addition, there are special magic formation masters engraved on the Thunderbolt high-speed railway to inscribe more than 1 million Thunderbolt spells to ensure smooth operation. It seems that Chu Yun has some interest in the Benli high-speed rail. The person in charge is very familiar and explained to him in detail along the way. Thanks. How long does it take for the Benli high-speed train to go to Beijing? Chu Yun was also very surprised, and asked a question that he cared about. There is still a difference between the Benli high-speed rail and the high-speed rail before crossing. Aside from the departure time, the arrival time is not stated. The distance between Shangjing and Rongcheng is not too far, about 3,000 kilometers. When the Benli high-speed train is running, it will form a force field. The maximum speed can break through 1,000 kilometers per hour. If there is no accident, you can go to Beijing in 3 hours. The person in charge immediately said to Chu Yun. After she finished speaking, she gave a wry smile, but most of the time it is unlikely to be on time. You know it's not peaceful outside the city. Sometimes there may be delays due to animal tides, natural disasters or other force majeure. I can't tell by then, maybe 5 or 10 hours. But don't worry. This time the Benli high-speed rail has been arranged, it must be safe, and there will be no problems. As if remembering something, the person in charge immediately said to Chu Yun. Chu Yun nodded in understanding. In his current status, although it looks like he went to Beijing alone, how could there be no arrangements? I am afraid that many people are secretly protecting him on this train. As the two talked, the person in charge had already taken Chu Yun onto the Benli high-speed train. Soon came to a small room apparently carefully furnished. There are several seats in the room, which are scattered. The seat looks very comfortable. There is also a large screen directly in front. Not to mention that it is somewhat similar to the first-class high-speed rail before crossing. Classmate Chu. This is your place. You sit first. My name is Yang Lu, if you need anything, call me at any time. I will accompany you all the way to Shangjing. Yang Lu brought Chu Yun to the seat and said respectfully to him. Chu Yun was a little surprised. He never thought that the person in charge of Rongcheng would accompany him all the way to the imperial capital. I see, thanks. Although he was a little surprised, he did not refuse. This kind of thing is obviously arranged from a higher level. There is no need to make it difficult to beat workers. Seeing that Chu Yun is so easy to get along with, the person in charge couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She has seen a lot of talented people of S rank and SS rank. Young and arrogant, all of them are arrogant, and they can't wait to raise their nostrils to the sky. Before, I thought that God-level Tianjiao would be very difficult to get along with, and I have even agreed to some excessive requirements. Unexpectedly, Chu Yun is like a boy next door, not only handsome, but also very gentle, which greatly increased her affection for Chu Yun in her heart. The Benli high-speed rail stopped longer than expected. After experiencing the novelty at the beginning, Chu Yun narrowed his eyes. Thought entered the frog time house to harvest a wave of clover, and found that Nizai not only did not come back, but also did not have a photo. It doesn't matter to Chu Yun, whose expectations from the beginning have changed to Buddhism. Instead, he started to run the Fudo Mingwang breathing method and developed his innate abilities. While he was practicing, another girl and a teenager walked in before and after the first-class cabin. If Chu Yun opened his eyes, he would find that the girl had met several times. The girl is Wen Yuxin, the goddess of Jinyang High School. As Wen Huading's granddaughter, she is naturally qualified to take the first-class cabin of the Benli high-speed rail. After entering and discovering Chu Yun's figure, Wen Yuxin stopped her eyes on him. Wen Yuxin looked at Chu Yun, her eyes twinkling. Ever since the awakening ceremony that day saw Chu Yun awaken, he has never seen Chu Yun again. I just vaguely heard news from my grandfather. It is said that it took a huge price to accept Chu Yun. I don't know what his god-level talent is. Regarding Chu Yun's talent, it is a state secret until it is actually revealed. Even Zhu Yang did not dare to reveal the slightest bit of information, otherwise he would be punished as treason. Wen Yuxin was very curious about Chu Yun. From time to time, his eyes secretly observed Chu Yun. She was extremely careful. This situation was something Wen Yuxin had never experienced before, which made her a little nervous, for fear of being discovered by Chu Yun, which made her very embarrassed. Beep. Beep. It didn't take long. There were several high-pitched whistling sounds. The Benli high-speed rail shook slightly and shot out like a bullet. As Yang Lu said, under the operation of the Benli high-speed rail array, a huge force field was formed, and it even flew at a low altitude. There was no turbulence in the cabin, it was exceptionally smooth. But unexpectedly, the extinguished screen in the first-class cabin lights up. Chu Yun bird, the first-level vicious beast. As a flying beast, Chu Yun bird, although its combat power is equivalent to that of our human star warriors, but its intelligence is extremely high and its actions are extremely sharp, and it can often easily kill 3 or 5 star warriors. Find cover to escape or call for help. Thundering lizards, middle-level vicious beasts, are extremely powerful, and their combat power is equivalent to that of our human beings, Hao martial artist. Such beasts like to live in groups and are often used as a sign of the emergence of beast tides. If you find thundering lizards, please immediately notify the city guards or military. Steel flying python, high-level beast. The picture on the screen in the first-class cabin is not an entertainment program, but a common science of beasts. As the granddaughter of a military general, Wen Yuxin is naturally familiar with these beasts. But she unexpectedly found that Chu Yun's eyelids were trembling, but she heard the movement and opened her eyes, watching intently. Chu Yun's side face is sharp and angular, and his pupils are as vast as stars. That focused look made him exude a different kind of charm. Wen Yuxin's heartbeat accelerated inexplicably. "Hello, are you Wen Yuxin? Is it convenient to meet you?" At this time, a polite greeting came from Wen Yuxin's ear. Wen Yuxin frowned slightly and looked over. Chapter 26. What caught my eye was a young man with dyed blonde hair. The blonde boy looked at Wen Yuxin with a full smile and straight eyes. Seeing Wen Yuxin's attention, the blonde boy's heart beat faster, and he quickly introduced himself. "Hello. I'm Chen Yinghui from Yushan High School. This year's Rongchen's college entrance examination champion. Do you have any impression of Wen?" Chen Yinghui was a little shy, but there was a bit of bragging in his words. Wen Yuxin stared at Chen Yinghui for a moment. There are indeed some impressions. Chen Yinghui is not only the #1 scholar in Rongchen's college entrance examination this year, but also the top 3 geniuses in Sichuan province. S-class talent. Awakened talent is also extremely powerful. It is the combined talent of flame and thunder, thunder flame. This made him shine in this year's college entrance examination, and many prestigious schools are vying for him. I didn't expect to meet here by chance. Hello. Wen Yuxin responded politely, and there was a bit of coldness in her words. If it was another girl, Chen Yinghui would take the initiative to strike up a conversation, and she would definitely be excited. But Wen Yuxin is different. Her personality has always been cold, and since she was born in a compound, she has seen countless top talents, so she has no feelings for Chen Yinghui. Is classmate Wen also going to the imperial capital this time? I heard that you are an A-level talent, and your college entrance examination scores are good, right? I don't know that you are going to study at the university in Beijing this time. Chen Yinghui obviously didn't think so. He is very fond of Wen Yuxin, and he is close to it. Hwaking. Wen Yuxin faintly spit out 2 words. So coincidentally. Student Wen, did you even get admitted to Hwaking University? We are classmates after that. Please take care of me when the time comes. Chen Yinghui was surprised when he heard the words. He didn't expect Wen Yuxin to be admitted to the #1 high school in Longguo. But this also made him more attentive, and he continued to show off. Wen Yuxin frowned slightly, coping with it intentionally or unintentionally out of politeness. His eyes still focused on Chu Yun intentionally or unintentionally. It was found that Chu Yun seemed to be very interested in these beasts, and each introduction of beasts on the screen was carefully studied. She heard Grandpa say it. The information on the beasts released on the Benli high-speed rail is the most common and most difficult to guard against beasts in the Dragon Kingdom. Much more detailed than usual textbooks. If you can write these down, it may come in handy at critical moments. It seems that Chu Yun discovered this. Glancing at Chen Yinghui, who was eloquent, he immediately felt that the judgment was overpowering. She has seen Chen Yinghui's information. Ordinary origin. Not like her have the opportunity to access some confidential information. It is absolutely impossible to see the information on the beasts put on the Benli high-speed rail in advance. But obviously this guy didn't find these details, he just showed off with himself. Seeing Wen Yuxin's indifference to herself, Chen Yinghui was secretly unhappy. After he became the champion of the college entrance examination in Rongcheng, these days can be said to be the most glorious moment in his life. Everyone flattered and complimented him. Even some ordinary people are willing to make friends with him. This made Chen Yinghui's heart flutter, and it swelled directly. In his opinion, after revealing his identity to Wen Yuxin, this Wen Yuxin's mere A-level talent awakened. Shouldn't he change his face immediately and be close to him? Unexpectedly, this Wen Yuxin has no eyesight at all. Pretty cool to him. This made Chen Yinghui secretly annoyed. What arrogance! When you arrive at Huaking University, your A-level talent is so ordinary that it can't be ordinary. Even if you beg me, I will not cover you. Chen Yinghui hit a wall with Wen Yuxin and was a little annoyed. He inadvertently found that Wen Yuxin seemed to be gazing at another person in the first-class cabin, intentionally or not. He couldn't help sneering, "Student Wen, who is that person? I heard that your Jinyang High School has a god-level talent, shouldn't it be him?" There was some disdain in Chen Yinghui's words. On that day, Chu Yun of Jinyang High School awakened, inspired the awakening of the gods, and became a god-level genius. And it became a sensation, and it went directly to the national hot search. It can be said that many people are aware of this. However, there was a reversal behind it. The video that detonated the national hot search only existed for less than half an hour, and was immediately blocked, and there was no trace of it on the entire internet. Not even a bit of related keywords can appear. Even those remarks that affirmed the god-level talent in the Dragon Kingdom were madly sprayed by the countless sailors who suddenly appeared. Everyone said in unison, denying that there was a god-level talent born, that video was edited maliciously, and it couldn't be true. But 3 or 2 days of effort. The seemingly monstrous waves were extinguished and even the dust was invisible. The promoter behind it, covering all this, is of course the propaganda master of Long Kingdom. This is to protect Chu Yun. He hasn't grown up yet. The god-level talent is exposed in front of people, and the consequence is that other countries and even the beast side will find Chu Yun like crazy. Although Chu Yun's information has been revealed. But what Long Guo can do is try to keep his influence as low as possible. When Chu Yun really grows up, there is no need to worry about being stifled when he is weak. It doesn't matter how exposed it is then. The result of doing so. Except for the powerhouses at the top of the dragon country. Even a genius like Chen Yinghui feels that a god-level talent was born, but it's just a rumor. God-level talent is not a Huxia cabbage. After 1,000 years of recovery of the Dragon Kingdom's spiritual energy, there are only 2 people, so it is so easy to be born. I am the most talented person in Rongcheng this year. Even that Chu Qing 3 years ago is not my opponent. He is very confident. Student Chen. It has nothing to do with you. If there is nothing else, can you please leave me alone? Wen Yuxin heard Chen Yinghui's sarcasm towards Chu Yun, and rebuked him unceremoniously. Chen Yinghui's face changed. Cut. I don't know what's wrong. He pouted and glanced at Wen Yuxin with contempt, even despising Chu Yun. The promotional video of a beast on the Benli high-speed rail is so exciting, I have never seen it in the market, and I don't know if it is a country bumpkin from there. After discussing for a while, Chen Yinghui returned to his seat angrily. Unconsciously an hour passed. The beast video is still playing in the cabin. The scenery outside the window changes. Sometimes you can see the dark beasts, sometimes you can see the large green hills and mountains, and you can still see the city group. That is to say, the high-speed iron is solid, like a bolt of lightning traveling through the wilderness, not afraid of any crisis. If there is no accident, in 2 hours, you can arrive at the imperial capital Shangjing. Boom! Boom! When the Benli high-speed rail entered the Central Plains province, there were several dull loud noises. The whole body suddenly vibrated. Like an earthquake. Chen Yinghui, who was bored and swiping his mobile phone, was thrown out. Beep! 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 The rapid and sharp alarm sound resounded through all the carriages of the Benli high-speed railway. Not good. This is the beast tide. Wen Yuxin's face changed suddenly, and she exclaimed. Chapter 27. Beast tide? Chu Yun's expression changed slightly. The beast tide is the most terrifying disaster of this era. He has seen many videos, film and television works, and even textbooks on the internet. It is very clear that once the beast tide appears, if there is no strong suppression in time, the harm is unimaginable. The city is destroyed. Countless corpses, tens of millions, and more. All really happen. The most terrifying beast tide in history even razed the Sakura country to the ground. However, how could there be a beast tide? Benli high-speed rail is not a city. It is a high-speed moving vehicle. Extreme power will never be bad. And every time you travel, the route is planned. It will avoid the gathering place of a large number of beasts. It will also monitor the movement of the herd in real time and avoid it in advance. Even if you encounter a group of beasts occasionally, they will pass by very quickly, and there will be no intersection. Don't panic, ladies and gentlemen. This time, the D357 of the Benli high-speed rail unexpectedly encountered an emergency, a beast tide crossing the border. We will be leaving soon, please wait quietly in your seat. The siren suddenly disappeared. Then came a notification sound to reassure the passengers. I wipe. Scared me to death, so unlucky to encounter a beast tide crossing the border. How does the Benli high-speed train drive? It's not reliable at all. Chen Yinghui, who was thrown away, heard the notification, clutched the big bag on his head, and sat back to his seat cursing. Unexpected situation? He looked out the window. The left eye by the window turned blood red unconsciously, and 3 blood colors slowly circulated in the pupil. Thousand abyss birds, thunder lizards, iron flying pythons. Thousands of those beasts that were only seen in the video before appeared. The violent vibration just now was caused by the impact of thousands of genuine birds on the force field of the Benli high-speed rail. This doesn't seem like an accident. Chu Yun muttered inwardly. His riding wheel I can clearly see that although after encountering the beast tide, the speed of the Lei high-speed rail is as fast as thunder, and he intends to get rid of the beast tide. But it didn't work. The Benli high-speed rail is like the center of the storm. All the beasts are besieging the high-speed rail, throwing off one wave, and another wave. Chu Yun, don't worry. It'll be fine for sure. Wen Yuxin saw Chu Yun's brows wrinkled and seemed worried, and finally summoned up the courage to speak. She was also shocked by the beast tide encountered by the Benli high-speed rail before. But Wen Yuxin quickly calmed down. There will be no problem. She knew very well that this high-speed train was escorting Chu Yun, but it wasn't that simple. There are a lot of strong people on the high-speed rail. It is said that there is also a top Tongtian Wuzun in charge. Even if the beast swarm really comes prepared, there is absolutely no need to worry. Kindness. When Chu Yun heard Wen Yuxin's words, he responded lightly. He had noticed Wen Yuxin before. However, I didn't know each other before, and I didn't have any thoughts of communicating. But now Wen Yuxin is kind and comforting. Although he disagrees, there is no need to refute it. Ah! Is that scary? Look at those beasts, how stupid they are. Just want to catch up with the Benli high-speed rail. I want to eat fart. Chen Yinghui has been paying attention to Wen Yuxin. Seeing her comfort Chu Yun, she felt a little unhappy, pointed out the window and sneered. Idiot! Both Chu Yun and Wen Yuxin ignored Chen Yinghui. In my heart, I made an evaluation of Chen Yinghui invariably. If the beasts were really stupid, could they have almost wiped out the entire Blue Star? If the beast is really stupid, now the Blue Star people still need to resist? If the beasts are really stupid, then they still need to escape on the Thunderbolt high-speed rail? Chen Yinghui, a genius without eyesight, is like a flower in a greenhouse. He has never been beaten, and has no idea of the horrors of the outside world. On the ordinary carriage of the Benli high-speed rail, a tall and thin old man stood up. Yu Suandao, the head of the First Academy of Huaking University, a master of the perfection realm of Tongtian Wuzun, with a combat power of nearly 100 million. Looking at the surging beast tide outside the Benli high-speed railway, it is like a shadow, and it is impossible to get rid of it. His face was grim and gloomy. He holds a special communication device in his hand. The situation is critical, requesting support. On the instrument, the signal is being sent. The mountain and rain are about to come and the wind is full of buildings. The experienced Yu Suandao had a premonition that something was wrong. This sudden beast tide is far from simple. Most likely come prepared. Chapter 28. Rumble. Rumble. Vibrations are heard outside the window from time to time. The trembling person's scalp is numb. The engine of the Benli high-speed rail is at its maximum. The terrifying thunder runes are constantly twisting the void in all directions into black. Crossing the mountains and rivers, the speed is extremely fast. Why are there so many beast tides this time? We shouldn't have hit the inside of the beast tide, right? Chen Yinghui looked out the window and found that even if the speed of the Thunder high-speed railway was extremely fast, there were still a large number of beasts appearing. He couldn't help muttering, "Damn beast! You can't get away." But Chu Yun and Wen Yuxin's faces became more and more solemn. Unusual. It's so abnormal. The Benli high-speed rail has already traveled at least 500 kilometers just now. After traveling through so many beasts, he was about to leave the Central Plains province, but he still did not let go. How could such a large-scale ferocious beast tide appear out of thin air? Boom! While the two were staring at each other, suddenly there was a muffled sound. The lightning rune began to annihilate, covering the mana field of the Lei high-speed railway, as if it had been severely damaged, and began to bloom a lot of ripples. Just now, the thunder was still surging, and the high-speed Benli high-speed train was getting slower and slower. What are you doing? Even if you don't get rid of these beasts, it seems that you will stop. Chen Yinghui exclaimed, watching a large number of Jianyuan birds and thunder lizards appear outside the window. Although it seems to be isolated by the force field, there is still a distance. But if the Benli high-speed rail stops, so many beasts can easily shred the force field and drown them. By then, will it be dead? Thinking of this, Chen Yinghui's face turned ashen, and his legs trembled. Suddenly, a flower appeared in front of his eyes. When I saw the window, a figure flew out of the car. It was an old man in black. He raised his hand. Whoa! The world outside seems to be on fire. Fire burning. Form an impregnable wall. Burn all the beasts coming from all directions. It's Dean Yu. Wen Yuxin breathed a sigh of relief. After seeing the old man in black outside the window, the hanging heart was relieved. Although I knew that someone must be sitting on this Benli high-speed train. Unexpectedly, it would be the Dean of Huaking University, Yu Suandao. This person is not a simple Tongtian Wuzun, but an existence with a great perfection and a combat power of nearly 100 million. Have him appear. One person can resist this beast tide. Even if there is a fierce beast king, it can resist. Chu Yun also saw Yu Suandao. There are 3 points of surprise in his eyes, but also relief. It was reasonable for the dean to escort him along the way. So strong. Chu Yun has a wheel shaker, and he can vaguely observe Yu Suandeo's combat power. It was just that one hand that burned the city just now. The combat power is terrifyingly terrifying. Compared with this Dean, he is far worse. However, outside the high-speed rail, the soaring Yu Suandeo's face was as black as ink, and he was about to drip water. After he shot, in the space that had just been burned to the ground, a large number of beasts appeared again. From beginners to advanced, like mountains and seas, endless. Looking at the endless beasts around him, Yu Suandeo not only kept his hands in his hands and once again triggered the heavenly fire to kill the beasts in front of him, but his cloudy eyes stared at the horizon. Ferocious Beast King. It's still the most ferocious three-eyed white wolf king. Yu Suandeo noticed a white giant wolf appearing. This white giant wolf is about 3 stories high and extremely huge. The most conspicuous is that there is a vertical eye on the forehead. 3 eyes, red and bloodthirsty. Staring at him like staring at a prey. Humans, hand over the god-level arrogance. This king left you with a corpse. Yu Suandeo discovered the 3-eyed white wolf king, and the other party also locked him. This ferocious beast king actually spoke Blue Star language directly, threatening Yu Suandeo. Yu Suandeo's expression changed. Damn it! This beast tide is very abrupt. Really come prepared. These vicious beasts got news from where they didn't know and wanted to hunt down Chu Yun. Where is the problem? The trail of the god-level arrogance is top secret. Only the senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom know. How could the beast know about it? He was baffled. Just you. Yu Suandeo snorted coldly. Calling the sky fire, formed a giant dragon, and fell at his feet. Roar! The heavenly fire dragon roared. Shattered hundreds of beasts close to the Benli high-speed rail. This old man who is over 50 years old actually took the initiative to attack. Kill directly at the 3-eyed white wolf king. Yu Suandeo is very clear. After beheading the 3-eyed white wolf king, the crisis will naturally be resolved. Little guy, who gave you the guts to play with fire in front of me? However, the void suddenly twisted. Purple flames descended from the sky and slammed into the skyfire giant dragon at the foot of Yu Suandeo. The giant dragon roared, as if it was pierced by 10,000 arrows, and it shattered instantly. A salamander covered in purple fire appeared. There are 8 twisted wings behind it. Purple-winged salamander king. Another beast king appeared. Yu Suandeo disappeared at the moment when the skyfire giant dragon shattered and appeared in another direction in the sky. His face was ashen. Looking at the low and middle level vicious beasts rushing on the ground like a tide, these vicious beasts ignored him at all and swarmed frantically towards the Benli high-speed rail. With his combat power, the appearance of these 2 beast kings would not threaten his life, but enough to hold him back. And those beasts, once the Benli high-speed rail is completely blocked, the whole car will die. What's going on with those guys? The support hasn't arrived for so long. Yu Suandeo was so anxious that he fought with these 2 fierce beast kings. His eyes were constantly looking at the sky. According to his estimation, within 10 minutes at most, the thunder force field of the Benli high-speed railway will definitely be broken. The news has been out for almost half an hour. If the support doesn't come again, Chu Yun, a god-level genius, can really explain it here. Chapter 29. Don't worry, distinguished guests. The formation of the Benli high-speed rail is very perfect, and it is not so easy to be broken. In such an emergency, the military will definitely come to rescue. In the first-class cabin, the atmosphere was almost frozen. Watching a large number of beasts climb up the force field of the Benli high-speed rail like reptiles. The person in charge, Yang Lu, appeared. Her face was pale, but she explained calmly. FK. The force field of this thunder circle is going to be broken, don't think I can't see it. Woohoo, I don't want to die. Help. Even Chen Yinghui could easily feel that the speed was getting slower and slower. He, the champion who had just finished the college entrance examination, was so frightened that he cried. Chu Yun also frowned. He watched Yu Suandao and the two fierce beast kings battle from a distance. Clearly this is entangled. It can't go on like this. Chu Yun took a deep breath. He didn't get impatient, instead, he used the riding wheel to calmly observe the various beasts outside the window. Eyes slightly startled. In his eyes, the old men in black clothes suddenly appeared in the field of vision. These old men have all kinds of brilliance all over their bodies. It fell outside the Benli high-speed rail, but was not thrown away, but was walking on the ground, as if standing on it. They took out a huge long knife from nowhere, with unparalleled sharpness and innate ability, and cut out neatly and uniformly towards those who kept climbing. The knife glows like blazing. Form a net of heaven and earth. Blood splattered. The beast was smashed by the tacit knife array. But these old men in strong suits are not unscathed. The beasts are cunning and agile. A beast that escaped the sword glow roared fiercely and sent a fierce counterattack. The clothes of the old men in black were broken. The scars that can be seen deep in the bones are shocking. The bright red blood rolled down. However, these old men in strong suits don't seem to feel pain, and they are still extremely disciplined and uniform in cutting out the sword formation. Fire, lightning, hurricane. Between face to face. Innate ability mixed with knife array, efficient slaughter. There are also old people who fell silently and became flesh and blood. Who are they? Chu Yun was shocked by this scene. His face was serious, and he muttered to himself heavily. With a wheel-shaking eye, he could clearly see that although these black-clothed old men were able to slaughter a large number of beasts, they actually relied on neat battle formations and indomitable courage. The real combat power is not strong. Most of them are star warriors and Haoyu warriors. Veteran. They are all veterans who have returned from 100 battles on the front line. When Yuxin knew the answer, with tears in her eyes, she muttered. There are some veterans who fought for their entire lives and survived by chance in the Dragon Country. She didn't say anything. Most of the veterans, they may be the uncle who walks downstairs and plays chess, the uncle of a primary school security room, or the fisherman who is obsessed with fishing in a fish pond. However, most of these veterans will not choose to spend the rest of their lives peacefully. Once the Dragon Country needs it, they will stand up. This time, they also spontaneously took over the task of secretly escorting Chu Yun and silently guarded him. If the trip is safe, then these veterans will silently return to Rongcheng with the Benli high-speed rail and continue to return to ordinary life. But if such an accident happens, these veterans will stand up, brave, strong, and become a shield to guard everything behind them. Even Chen Yinghui, who was still full of fear just now, was silent. Don't worry, with them here, we will definitely survive. Willow muttered to herself, tears in her eyes slipping unconsciously. He looked out the window at an aquiline-nosed old man whose left arm had just been torn off by a tiger-shaped beast. That is her father. This time, no matter how she persuaded her, she was the stubborn old man who insisted on coming. Willow. Do you know how to get out? Silent first class. Chu Yun's voice sounded faintly. But it exploded like thunder. Chapter 30. Go out? Yang Lu, Wen Yuxin, and Chen Yinghui all looked at Chu Yun in amazement. Are you crazy? Who do you think you are? Even those veterans are not opponents, you are still rushing out to die. Chen Yinghui couldn't help but say. Student Chu Yun, now is not the time to be impulsive. Waiting patiently for rescue is the best policy. Wen Yuxin's expression also changed, and quickly persuaded. She awakened her talent for insight and could see that the outside world had reached a moment of life and death crisis. However, she was also very clear in her heart. The beast tide that appeared this time is very likely to be for Chu Yun. Now that Chu Yun went out without authorization, didn't he cast himself into the net? Chu Yun is a god-level genius that the Dragon Kingdom has not seen for hundreds of years. It is really important. Once Chu Yun dies here, the loss is too great. Now is not the time to be brave. Even if Chu Yun is a god-level genius, but now he has not grown up, he can't play any role at all. Student Chu, according to the rules, passengers are not allowed to leave the cabin before they reach the finish line. When Yang Lu heard Chu Yun's request, he refused without thinking. Even those veterans and even Tong Tian Wuzun were entangled. Even if Chu Yun's strength reaches that of a star warrior, what's the use? As the person in charge this time, she knows Chu Yun's identity very well. How dare you let him take risks so easily? Chu Yun's reaction to them is not surprising. He stared out the window and said calmly, I know I should wait for rescue now. You should be able to see it, right? There, the magic circle guarded by the veterans temporarily blocked the gap. But, the other side is broken. These Chibuchi birds are very smart and rarely entangle with the veterans, bypassing them and secretly expanding the cracks. If the magic circle is expanded a little more, not only will more beasts flood in, but the Thunderbolt high-speed railway will be shut down immediately. If there is no one to take care of it, the whole car will die within 3 minutes at most. As soon as he said this, let Yang Lu and Wen Yuxin's faces suddenly change. The situation outside the window is actually very clear. Under the frenzied attack of the beasts, the force field of the Benli high-speed rail could still hold on for some time. But the embankment of 1,000 miles was destroyed in the ant's nest. Crashes often come from loopholes. The direction in which the veterans attacked is indeed the most joint. But that doesn't mean there are no other joints. The intellect of the beast is very high. It seems to be fighting with the veterans, but in fact, it is slamming the east and the west, and it is digging another joint. Yang Lu is Haoyu martial master. Although he is reluctant to admit it, he is very clear that there is nothing wrong with what Chu Yun said. What Wen Yuxin woke up to was his talent for insight, and he also saw this. But even so, Chu Yun, what's the use of you going out? Even if we go together, it is impossible to deal with so many beasts. Both were a little desperate. They all know that Chu Yun is not alarmist. There are only 3 minutes left for the Benli high-speed rail. Impossible. What nonsense are you talking about here? Only Chen Yinghui couldn't see it. Although it is an S-level talent, it is a combat talent, but it has not officially started training. He was pale and unwilling to accept reality. Yang Lu, you said it before. If you need anything, I'm looking for you, right? Is this request difficult? Chu Yun looked at Yang Lu flatly. At the same time, shocking talent in the body is motivated. With an invisible power in his tone, he ordered aloud. He knew very well that time was running out. Once the beast horde broke the formation of the Benli high-speed rail, the entire car would have to die. There is no time to talk to Yang Lu. I will help you open the hatch. Yang Lu felt very embarrassed when she heard Chu Yun's words, but she didn't know why. There was an invisible magic in Chu Yun's voice, which made her obey instinctively. A button appears in the hand. Beep. Button pressed. First class doors open. Wen Yuxin wanted to stop it, but it was too late. I saw a flower in front of me. Chu Yun flickered and disappeared from the Benli high-speed train. Is he really sure? Wen Yuxin opened her mouth, her beautiful eyes locked on Chu Yun. In terms of certainty, he didn't either. He doesn't even have experience with beasts. But Chu Yun is not used to leaving his destiny to God to arrange. If you have a chance, you have to fight. After flying out of the hatch, Chu Yun could clearly feel a lot of blood in the violent air, even though he was still in the magic field surrounded by the Thunderbolt high-speed railway. Among these bloody smells, some come from fierce beasts, and some come from those veterans. Boy, go back. Compared with before, the number of veterans in the death battle has been reduced by half. but it still stands like a city wall. The powerful veteran found Chu Yun immediately and exclaimed in a low voice. Chu Yun took a deep breath, looking at the hundreds of beasts in front of the veteran not far away. I remember. Shake fruit, can it be regarded as a natural disaster? He suddenly stimulated the shocking talent in his body. The talent airflow exploded. Left eye turned blood red. Countless tracks are clearly visible in his eyes. Beasts, can you withstand my natural disaster? Stomp your feet. Hum. Hum. With Chu Yun as the center. Invisible shock waves, like vibrating electric knives, filled his surroundings for half a meter. Bloody storm. Thousand deep birds, thunder lizards, sharp-toothed apes. These ferocious low-level and middle-level beasts were shaken into minced meat by the shock wave. In an instant, it turned into an azure field. Chapter 31. Mother! Look at that side. A little big brother came out. He's amazing. Those monsters are all dead. In the ordinary cabin of the Benli high-speed rail, a little girl carved in pink and jade looked at the other side with wide eyes. Although she was young, she didn't seem to be afraid of blood. Instead, she was curiously pulling at the corner of her mother's clothes. Her mother was gritting her teeth nervously, watching the veterans keep falling, her eyes full of despair. When his daughter said it, there was a bit of surprise in his eyes. Little big brother? At this time, with so many beasts attacking so violently, who would dare to leave the cabin? Listening to Yuer's meaning, but also killed the beast? She looked over quickly. The boss opened his eyes instantly. The face is incredible. What talent is that? She muttered to herself. Seeing a boy in a white t-shirt just swept past like lightning, all the beasts around were turned into minced meat. The pouring rain of blood fell down, but without even a chance to get close to the boy, it was shattered by the shock. From start to finish, she didn't see any weapons. Didn't see any elements either. What kind of talent is this? To make such an exaggerated massacre? The woman was stunned. What kind of talent is this? Who is that guy? Inside the first-class cabin. Chen Yinghui is also stupid. He began to think that Chu Yun, an overachiever, would be directly slaughtered by those ferocious beasts once he got out of the cabin. But he never thought of it. It was not this reckless guy who was slaughtered, but the beasts who could easily disembowel him. Whether it's a beginner-level Qianyuan bird, a sharp red ape, or an intermediate-level thunder lizard, they are all dead in the face and can't die again. This makes Chen Yinghui incomprehensible. In addition to being shocked, full of confusion. This guy is off. Even if my S-rank talent is fully developed, it is impossible to chop melons and vegetables as easily as he does. His name is Chu Yun. Don't call that guy. Be polite, Chu Yun is saving our lives. Wen Yuxin said to Chen Yinghui coldly. Her pupils have been locked on Chu Yun's figure, and her heart is no less shocked than Chen Yinghui. With a talent for insight, she can see more doorways than Chen Yinghui. The air is shaking. Those beasts were shattered by Chu Yun. Is this the terrible thing about God-level talent? He clearly just woke up like me, and it didn't take long. This kind of combat power has reached at least 70,000 combat power, right? No, killing a middle-level beast is so easy, even if it is a God-level talent, it is not so easy. That is to say, Chu Yun already possesses 100,000 combat power, and is the perfect state of martial master Haoyu. Wen Yuxin runs to see the talent, and constantly observes Chu Yun. The pretty face that had just turned white was flushed with excitement. Outrageous! It's outrageous! Even if it is an SSS-level talent, it is already amazing to have the combat power of a star warrior in such a short time of awakening. God-level talent, can the progress of combat power be so fast? I misunderstood Chu Yun. He dared to get out of the cabin only when he was sure. She changed her mind just now. Previously, she thought that it was Chu Yun who had a god-level talent, so she didn't know that the sky was high. Only now did she realize that she didn't know that she was the one with the greatest strength. Seeing Chu Yun slaughtering beasts quickly, the sense of decisiveness in killing is no less than that of the veterans on the other side. God-level talent cannot be viewed with common sense at all. This guy is a monster. Wanjie stared intently at Chu Yun slaughtering the beasts, and soon the crisis in that corner of the magic circle subsided temporarily, and the big stone in her heart finally fell to the ground. The admiration for Chu Yun is also a little more. Even faintly, a little more admiration. Not good. There is a steel flying python. It's still too. Be careful. Suddenly. Also stunned, Yang Lu inadvertently saw the direction behind Chu Yun. There appeared a huge flying python with two ferocious horns and a body like steel. They swallowed the letter, spit out the stench of poisonous mist, and came towards Chu Yun. Her face changed greatly. I just feel black in front of my eyes. A high-level beast, that is a terrifying beast that only the great Sun Wuzong can deal with. And the more advanced the beast, the more ferocious. Combat power usually overwhelms humans. It doesn't matter if this appears, there are two ends at the same time. It's over, it's over. Chu Yun is no match at all. Chen Yinghui also cried out anxiously. High-level beasts. Is the goddamn going to kill us? Chu Yun, run. Wen Yuxin's calmness was also gone. Her insight talent has insight into the combat power of the two steel flying pythons. 130,000. 150,000. Even if Chu Yun's combat power really reached 100,000, it would be useless. The reason why the realm is divided is because the gap between a realm is a world of difference. Even if Chu Yun is in the perfect state of Hallyu martial master, facing the two steel flying pythons known for their defense, it is very likely that they will not be able to break the defense. Now the only way is to flee quickly. But if you run away, the corner of the magic circle that was just suppressed, there will be a lot of beasts pouring in. Life and death. Wen Yuxin, Yang Lu, and others all knew that they were powerless to return to the sky, and they all showed expressions of despair. Just in this moment, Chu Yun stepped on his feet, dodging a large amount of poisonous fog. A dazzling electric light suddenly erupted from the body, washing away the aura of destruction. Even Chen Yinghui jumped in a hurry when he saw this. Damn it! Are you still running? Brother, stop showing off. I'm going to kneel down for you. Please run away. Chapter 32. Chu Yun is not without movement. But it's too slow. As a high-level fierce beast, the iron-flying python can fly extremely fast. In comparison, Chu Yun is a bird in a cage, and there is no escape from it. The iron-flying python did not rush directly to Chu Yun, but spit out poisonous mist to keep a distance from him. What's going on here? Why didn't these two steel-flying pythons attack this young man? Are they afraid? Afraid? The iron-flying python is a high-level beast. The great Sun Wuzong, whose combat power is comparable to that of our human beings, how could he be afraid of such a young man? Then why don't you attack him? This young man is at most martial master Hallyu, and he is not their opponent at all, right? I don't know. But the beasts like the iron-flying python are very cunning. There must be a reason why they don't do it now. Other carriages of the Benli high-speed rail. The other passengers looked out of the window in horror. Naturally, Chu Yun was also noticed by them. Initially, Chu Yun's massacre made them ecstatic, and many passengers even picked up their mobile phones and took pictures frantically. But then the iron-flying python appeared. Everyone is in despair. No matter how fierce Chu Yun is, he is no match for high-level beasts. Now the iron-flying python didn't do it the first time, making them both nervous and confused. Face a difficult situation. Chu Yun's face was expressionless, and there seemed to be no trace of fear. The thunder between the fingers is getting more and more flaming. The intelligence of the beast cannot be underestimated. They're waiting for my exhaustion. He is very clear. The two steel flying pythons did not approach him for the first time, because they had a keen insight into the horror of their own shock waves. Once approached, even an indestructible steel body may be shattered. If the intelligence of these two iron flying pythons is not high, they may come up against each other. They are so smart. Even being able to easily see through Chu Yun's shock wave is impossible to last. If so, why risk it? Chu Yun's shock wave made them feel threatened, so they wisely chose to sleep. Once the shock wave disappears, it will be Chu Yun's death. Chu Yun also had insight into the iron flying python's plan. How could it be possible for them to succeed? Do you think that I have no other means other than Zhen talent? Chu Yun's riding wheel eyes shrank suddenly. He had a panoramic view of the magic formation field of the Benli high-speed rail, and a crazy idea took shape. Le Fachidori! He shouted loudly. The innate talent in the body is surging. The thunder in his hand is radiant and dazzling to the extreme. A terrifying aura of destruction burst out from him. This power, soaring into the sky, made the world tremble. Is this the power of lightning? His talent has nothing to do with thunder and lightning. Chen Yinghui was dumbfounded as he watched Chu Yun burst out with the power of destructive thunder, and he was dumbfounded. As an S-rank talent, his talent is also related to lightning. Therefore, he understood Chu Yun's blow. The thundering light in the sky is not a simple thunderstorm, but a very complex method of envoys. The most extreme thing is that the power of thunder is terrifying. There is an aura that makes his soul tremble. Chen Yinghui had a hunch that if he dared to fight the lightning talent in front of Chu Yun, he might have just used it, and his lightning was like the opponent surrendered. This Nima! Outrageous! It is clear that such a terrible shock wave can be stirred up. How can such a terrible thunder be used? Shouldn't this brother be a dual talent? Chen Yinghui is numb. No way. Although Chu Yun's thunder and lightning are terrible, the steel flying python can easily escape. Useless. Yang Lu was stunned by the whole card that Chu Yun turned over at this time. She could tell at a glance that although Chu Yun's thunder was extremely terrifying, it was still useful to deal with low and mid-level beasts. Even if it is thrown out unexpectedly, even the great Sun Wuzong will be suppressed. In the face of high-level vicious beasts, the iron and steel flying python, known for its agility, is of no use at all. The effect may not be as good as that weird shock wave. No, why are those thunderbolts so powerful? 100,000 combat power. 130,000 combat power. 150,000 combat power. Wen Yuxin exclaimed at this moment. At this time, her talent for insight had reached its limit, her eyes glowed blue, and she had calculated her combat power. The thunder technique that Chu Yun blasted out, the combat power expanded wildly when it blasted towards the steel flying python. It's like tens of thousands of birds flying at the same time. Heaven and earth, in turn, surround the two steel flying pythons. In the blink of an eye, Chidori's combat power has exceeded 150,000. This is simply incredible. Even if Chu Yun is a god-level genius, it is impossible to have such a powerful combat power in such a short time of awakening. This unscientific. Wen Yuxin's three views were shattered. The Chidori that Chu Yun played broke her cognition from childhood to adulthood. The combat power is still rising. 190,000 combat power. 200,000 combat power. 300,000 combat power. What? Wen Yuxin exclaimed in surprise. She crouched down in pain, covering her eyes with one hand. Blood flowed from the eye socket. But Wen Yuxin didn't care about the pain, and said quickly, I understand. I know why. Wen Yuxin's voice trembled with excitement. What do you understand? Chen Yinghui stammered and asked. He heard Wen Yuxin's continuous reporting of amazing combat power, and then watched helplessly as the lightning-piercing birds devoured the two steel-flying pythons that had just been invincible. Although I haven't witnessed the fall of the iron-flying python with my own eyes. But it's all his mother's 300,000 combat power. Can two steel-flying pythons still live? Could it be that he is really a great sun martial sect? Wen Yuxin, honestly, isn't he the boss walking university specially invited to protect me? Chen Yinghui couldn't help but said. Chu Yun, he is a genius. Wen Yuxin was too lazy to pay attention to Chen Yinghui, and said to herself a little fanatical, how did he do it? Ordinary people should have no way to motivate these lightning runes at all. Yang Lu opened his mouth in astonishment. She said incredulously, you mean that Chu Yun used the magic field? Impossible, the magic formation field of the Benli high-speed rail is all forged by top masters. Even the conductor can only rely on the controller to control the Benli high-speed rail. And even if the masters come, it will take a long time to debug. She immediately denied Wen Yuxin's inference. Even if Chu Yun is a god-level talent, but he has mastered the strange shock wave and can provoke thunder, can he still master the magic circle? This is simply impossible. No one can master so many means at such a young age. Chapter 33. The sky is getting brighter and brighter. After tens of thousands of thunderbirds devoured two steel-flying pythons, they still did not end their frenzied killing. Wrapped in the aura of destruction, they rushed in the direction of those veterans. Whoops! Whoops! Electric sparks, bloom the most gorgeous fireworks. Under each firework, there is a charred corpse of a vicious beast. The originally gloomy and dark Tianque was illuminated by thunder. The veterans looked at these thunderbirds in horror, unable to understand how this sudden thunder and lightning divine bird could bloom so recklessly. What's the matter with the power of thunder? At least 300,000 combat power. Did the reinforcements arrive? Even above the sky, Yusuandeo, who was fighting fiercely with the two beast kings, suddenly sensed the terrifying power of thunder. His eyes flashed with surprise. But it is a little puzzled. This thunderous breath is too domineering. Especially the destructive characteristics mixed with thunder and lightning, as if the end of the day, can destroy everything. However, he sensed a familiar aura from it. It seems to be the power of the array on the Benli high-speed rail? As the dean of Hwaking University, he has never seen such a thunderbolt. Boom! Yusuandeo waved his left arm. The huge flame fist knocked back the three-eyed white wolf king that slayed fiercely again. The flame ring under his feet moved. The figure disappeared and appeared 100 meters away. His attention fell on the Benli high-speed rail below. Did you not see the reinforcements? Yusuandeo was a little puzzled. Such a ferocious thunderbolt could be activated at least in the middle stage of the Great Sun Martial Sect. He deliberately searched, and he would definitely find it at the first time. Chu Yun. Isn't he in the Benli high-speed rail? Who let him out? It's just nonsense. Yusuandeo dazzled his eyes and noticed Chu Yun's figure, and his heart was shocked. Too late to be angry. I was a little nervous for no reason. The target of this beast tide is this god-level genius. He should be in the car. How can it appear outside the car? What happened to the Benli high-speed rail? But not only did the reinforcements not be found, but the god-level Tianjiao to be guarded even ran outside the car. And many more. Are these thunders? Yusuandeo's pupils dilated instantly. In an instant, I understood everything, and my face became wonderful. How come? This thunder was made by that god-level Tianjiao. Aren't you kidding me? How could he borrow the power of the magic field? Yusuandeo immediately found out where thousands of thunderbirds were flying wildly. Even at a glance, I can see the source of this surging, exterminating a large number of beasts. Because of this, Yusuandeo was shocked. Impossible. Chu Yun's talent is clearly a space class. Why is he able to command such a terrifying thunder? Yu Suandao suddenly reacted. Space and thunder have nothing to do with one dime. He had previously witnessed the kind of weird shock wave that Chu Yun used when he beat Roy, which can be said to be unheard of. Absolutely divine talent. But what's going on now? He saw Chu Yun again with a thunder characteristic that he had never seen before. With Yu Suandao's eyesight, the power of this thunder is at least an SSS-level talent. Double talent? A thought here. Yu Suandao was ecstatic. The excited figure was almost unsteady. He had too many doubts in his heart and wanted to ask Chu Yun. But the two fierce beast kings in front of him still bit him tightly. No, we must get rid of them, protecting Chu Yun is the most important thing. Yu Suandao's blood was surging, his heart was impatient, the flames all over the sky made the sky red. Boom! Boom! On the sky. The two ferocious beast kings are a little confused. The human Tongtian Wuzun on the opposite side took aphrodisiac. Why is it so violent all of a sudden? Shouldn't it be a breakout? They looked at each other, the fierceness in their eyes greatly increased. Kill! Kill them all! Hurry up and destroy the god-level arrogance of mankind! While attacking Yu Suandao, he mobilized the beast tide to launch a fierce attack. The battle suddenly became more intense. Chu Yun below has no knowledge of the battle above and doesn't care. He stimulated the shock wave, and the thousands of birds in his hands pierced the sky and the ground, slaughtering frantically. That originally pure white t-shirt was dyed red before you knew it. Chu Yun can't remember how many beasts he killed. Consciousness has become a little blurred. The pressure that the Zhen fruit brought to the physical body is really too great. Return. The beast tide has receded. Suddenly, the low voices of the veterans came from the ears. Saved. We are saved. In the Benli high-speed train, passengers saw the beast tide receding like a tide. Surprise hugs and cry. Thank you, little brother. Little brother, you are amazing. You are our savior. I will never forget your great kindness in my life. We'd be completely doomed without this lad today. Many people have not forgotten who is the real savior. They looked at Chu Yun's bloody figure, looked at Chu Yun, and kept him in their minds. Big brother is amazing. Mom, let's let dad thank this big brother well. The little girl called Xiao Yuer looked at Chu Yun with admiration in her eyes. Her mother also wiped away tears and was full of gratitude. Without this little brother, the Benli high-speed rail would have been broken long ago. And they will all be buried in the beast tide. Fortunately, the crisis has finally passed. A beam of light fell on the sky. Rumble. The sound of the engine of the Benli high-speed rail became louder and louder. Outside the window, the veterans surrounded Chu Yun, supported each other, and walked back staggeringly. Above Juxiao, a woman covered in silver-white armor with an undulating profile, holding a spear, looked down. From the tip of her spear, there is a hideous head hanging. This head was actually the three-eyed white wolf king who had been fierce just now. President Yu, sorry for being late. Is that god-level genius okay? The heroic woman's breath is very strong, and she is a warrior. The female warriors came as reinforcements, beheaded the Beast King, and ended the crisis. However, her attention was not on the fleeing beast horde in front of her, but she immediately asked with concern. It's okay, thank you Bai Zhangjiang for helping. Yu Suandao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the woman coming. Bai Meng, a general who has a great reputation in the Dragon Kingdom, is far superior to him. With her coming, this crisis is completely resolved. Where is God-level Tian Jiao? Can we meet? Bai Meng was very curious about God-level Tian Jiao, and couldn't help asking. There? Yu Suandao was startled when he heard the words. Involuntarily point downward. The boy who was blood red, but couldn't hide his sharpness. Bai Meng frowned, looked at the young man below, and said unpleasantly, President Yu, this joke is not funny. I know that person is the great Sun Wuzong you brought. I'm asking about God-level arrogance. When she came just now, she saw the vast thunder light. I knew very well that the boy below was a great Sun Wuzong. Instinctively, he thought that it was a gifted student brought by Yu Suandeo this time. A great Sun Wuzong, she didn't pay much attention to it. But now Yu Suandeo's attitude made her a little dissatisfied. You have traveled thousands of miles to save you, so you don't want to see that God-level arrogance hidden and tucked, right? Bai Meng knew very well that God-level Tianjiao had just awakened for more than a month. It is estimated that the Star Warriors are not yet. Chapter 34. This, I really didn't lie to you. That is the God-level Tianjiao Chu Yun. Yu Suandeo didn't find it strange when he saw Bai Meng's disbelief. Even him, there are still many mysteries in his heart. I saw Yu Suandeo's serious explanation. Bai Meng was stunned for a moment. She once had several encounters with the Dean of Huaking University, and it was considered an acquaintance. Know that the other person is not the type to like to joke. But she still didn't come back to her senses. She said incredulously, President Yu, are you serious? This person is the great Sun Wuzong. Bai Meng emphasized again. What is the concept of great Sun Wuzong? An S-level talent can only have a chance to reach the realm of the great Sun martial sect with a good education and at least 10 years of hard work. Yu Suandeo said that the great Sun Wuzong below is a god-level genius, isn't it nonsense? Although god-level Tianjiao is rare, the Dragon Kingdom is not without birth. It took 3 years for the god-level Tianjiao to reach the realm of the great Sun Wuzong the fastest. The great Sun Wuzong for more than a month. Do you know what the concept is? Bai Meng emphasized. I know, I also have a lot of questions I want to ask Chu Yun right now. If you don't believe Bai Zhangjiang, just come with me. Yu Suandeo also knew that this matter was too bizarre. Instead of talking in vain here, it's better to ask Chu Yun for clarity. He stepped on the fire cloud and fell towards the Benli high-speed rail below. It is good. Seeing Yu Suandeo flying away, Bai Meng became more and more curious and followed. However, after falling into the Benli high-speed rail, the two did not successfully ask Chu Yun their doubts. After Chu Yun was helped back into the cabin, he directly found a place to sit down, closed his eyes and did not move Ming Wang's breathing technique. The battle just now put a great burden on his body. Now that he is safe, he naturally begins to recover immediately. Around him, many people gathered around. Seeing that Chu Yun was sleeping, they all kept silent and quietly stood beside him. Let's all go away. Look for the awakener with the talent of the healing department. Seeing this, Yu Suandeo immediately ordered. He saw that Chu Yun was injured, not only Chu Yun, but the returning veterans all needed treatment. In this era, in addition to the combat-type awakeners, the auxiliary-type awakeners also accounted for a large part. Healing, exploration and other talents belong to the auxiliary category and have their own unique abilities. There was a panic just now, and many people did not respond. Everyone also saw Yu Suandeo falling from the sky and knew that this was the big guy who saved everyone. All woke up like a dream, and began to call for awakened healers. Unexpectedly, Yang Lu hurried over, spreading out his palm to release a milky white brilliance that enveloped Chu Yun. She actually has a talent for healing. Battle General, it seems that we have to wait for Chu Yun Suasing to ask again. Yu Suandeo watched Chu Yun rest, and said to Bai Meng with some regret. It's okay. Just when he wakes up. In fact, Bai Meng has already made his own judgment from the sporadic discussions around him. Because of this, the powerful female general looked at Chu Yun with curiosity. Is there a video? She remembered something and asked Yu Suandeo. Have. Yu Suandeo's eyes also moved, and he immediately went to a secret hatch of the Benli high-speed rail. As a dragon weapon. The Benli high-speed rail itself is full of runes and has many functions. Naturally, there is also an existence similar to a black box. Everything that happened on the Benli high-speed rail before must have been recorded. Wanjie said that Yu Suandao also realized this. It's hard to disturb Chu Yun for the time being, but with their eyesight, they can see a lot of clues by viewing the video footage. Inside this secret hatch is a small room of more than 10 square meters. Soon someone started the video. The Benli high-speed railway encountered a beast tide and was almost forced to stop by the beast tide. The veteran had no expression on his face, and rushed out without fear of death to intercept the beast. Chu Yun was born, swept away the shock wave, and slaughtered the beasts such as Qian Yuan bird and thunder lizard. The steel-flying python trapped Chu Yun, and the thunder of destruction turned into countless thunderbirds soaring out, causing a rain of blood. The previous scene was clearly projected onto the walls of the entire room. The two top powerhouses, Yu Suandao and Bai Meng, were extremely serious and seemed unmoved. But the contraction of Yu Suandao's pupils, as well as Bai Meng's unconscious leaning forward, his chest rising and falling rapidly, all explained the vibrations in the hearts of the two. Wait until the picture goes dark. There was silence for a moment. General Bai, what do you think? Yu Suandao asked. Very evil. I have seen the information on this god-level genius. The background is very ordinary, except for a sister who has an S-level talent, there is almost nothing special. But for the first time facing the beast, he behaved too calmly and with ease. He's calm, composed, and every shot is just right, flawless. He's a natural warrior with a terrifying talent for fighting. Bai Meng spoke without hesitation, and his words were full of admiration for Chu Yun. In this era, the education received by all the people of the Dragon Kingdom is closely related to the beasts. From childhood to adulthood, they will also be forced to receive compulsory education, watch many real videos, or visit some specimens of fierce beasts. Therefore, people in the Dragon Kingdom generally have a high degree of acceptance of bloody scenes. But it didn't mean that he was able to be as calm as Chu Yun when facing a beast for the first time. When many awakens fought against the beasts for the first time, their legs trembled due to the monstrous might and the bloody aura, and there were not a few people who were PG. And what about this god-level genius Chu Yun? It's not at all obvious that it's the first time to fight a beast. So sophisticated. Compared with the veterans next to him, it is not much better. They all know Chu Yun's background and can only blame it on the natural fighting instinct. There have been many such people in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. But I don't understand something. Chu Yun's own combat power should not have reached 300,000. At most 150,000 is incredible. Bai Meng spoke again. She has already put aside the rationale of why Chu Yun, a newly awakened student, can have such high combat power. Even as a soldier, she has her own confusion in the video. President Yu, you are very accomplished in the magic circle. Can you explain, how did Chu Yun use the power of the magic circle to induce thunder that far surpassed his combat power? As far as I know, the magic formation field on the Benli high-speed rail is extremely sophisticated and complicated. Even if I want to borrow strength, it will take a lot of hands and feet. He can easily borrow the power of the magic circle. Is this the category that god-level talent can do? She narrowed her eyes, recalling the video just now. The chidori that Chu Yun used with destruction thunder was just a small spark to her. The two could see that this was the power that did not belong to Chu Yun, but the power of the runes that borrowed from the magic field. The point is, as a soldier, she had just deduced many methods, but none of them could explain the logic. She couldn't understand how Chu Yun did it. Yu Suandao also frowned. Recall carefully. Then Su said, maybe, it's also a talent. Bai Meng was stunned. The so-called listening to your words is like listening to your words. Although Yu Suandao's strength is not as good as him, but to be the dean of Huaking University, his academic research attainments are definitely not low. Chu Yun's ability to mobilize the magic field of the Benli high-speed railway is of course due to his talent. What do you need to say? I mean, the talent that Chu Yun has is probably unprecedented. It's something we don't understand. Yu Suandao saw the dissatisfaction in Bai Meng's eyes and explained a nonsense again. He didn't say it outright. Don't even dare to draw conclusions. Double talent. Possibly a dual god talent. Only the talent of the two gods can turn the rotten into the miraculous. This kind of thing, I dare not talk about it, and I don't dare to spread it. Everything needs to be verified with Chu Yun before the answer can be found. Bai Meng frowned. He carefully considered the meaning of Yu Suandao's words. General Bai, you may have misunderstood what I meant just now. I mean, this time Chu Yun killed so many beasts. And it's the first battle, how many merits can you get? Yu Suandao did not give Bai Meng a chance to think and changed the subject. Chapter 35. Chu Yun felt warm all over. He was a little surprised, and felt that the broken bones and flesh in his body began to slowly heal. Such an immediate effect was not something he could achieve by running the unmoving Myoking breathing technique. Even if Fudo Mingguang's breathing method is a god-level exercise. But the profession has specialization. The effect of a cultivation method in terms of healing can only be said to be okay. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and there was some noise in his ears. Hey! Classmate Wen, you must know the inside story, right? Those rumors are true. Boss Chu Yun, is he really a god-level talent? How can such a cow have no news in Sichuan province? There must be some secret in this. Chen Yinghui has come to think of it. He pestered Wen Yuxin and asked. Please don't disturb Chu Yun's rest. If something goes wrong with Chu Yun, you won't be able to afford it. However, Wen Yuxin didn't want to deal with Chen Yinghui, and scolded in a low voice. Well, don't disturb, don't disturb. Chen Yinghui was stunned when he heard it. He was rather impetuous at his age. But I just experienced a life and death crisis, and I am still in shock. How dare you make trouble? Besides, he's not stupid. Although he looked down on Chu Yun before, isn't that why he doesn't know Mount Tai? Chu Yun made it clear that he was a boss. And he just saved his life, and he was full of gratitude. He didn't dare to interrupt, and quietly walked away. How's it going? Wen Yuxin saw Chen Yinghui leaving in a daze, and asked with concern about Willow, who had been releasing healing light to heal Chu Yun. Half an hour has passed. It is not far from Shangjing. But Chu Yun still has no sign of seeing. She was both curious and grateful to Chu Yun, and she was always worried about him. It shouldn't be a problem. No fatal injuries. Even if I don't treat him, Chu Yun can recover by himself. Yang Liu's voice sounded, as if comforting Wen Yuxin. But her voice was a little hoarse. No one knew that her father had died in the previous beast swarm. Chu Yun gradually understood. The reason why he was able to recover so quickly was that the awakener with healing department healed him. Listening to the fragmented chatter around him, he felt a little emotional. Really scary this time. The power of the beast is far beyond my imagination. The burden of the Zhen fruit on the body is also really big. After all, my strength is still too weak. If there is no one to protect all the way, maybe it will be really cold this time. After arriving in the imperial capital, you must practice hard and become stronger as soon as possible. He secretly woke up. In previous battles, intuition tells him that all the beast tides seem to be directed at him. If it wasn't for the frog cub who brought back the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, and Lefachidori. This time, if you only rely on the ability of the Zhen fruit, it is very likely that you will really die here. Chu Yun replayed the previous battle and felt extremely thrilling. This is his first battle in the real sense of this world. Although the Zhen fruit was the first ability he obtained, it was also his strongest attack method at present. But the continuous shock wave, the longer it lasts, the longer his body can't bear it, and the flesh and bones will be shattered. What helped him the most was the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. This pair of divine pupils possesses a series of powerful abilities of copying, hypnotizing, and observing. It is by virtue of the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. He has repeatedly seized the opportunity and escaped the attack of the beast. And it also relies on the copying and insight ability of the kaleidoscope writing wheel. When surrounded by 2 steel flying pythons, he decisively copied the lightning rune and turned himself into a part of the magic field. To receive the monstrous thunder of the magic formation force field, it is far from a super Chidori that he can hit now. It is necessary to solve the side effects caused by the shaking fruit as soon as possible. The use of kaleidoscope writing wheel is not proficient enough, and Shinwei is still far from using it. Even Chidori needs more practice and diligence. Chu Yun doesn't know what the outside world has been shocked by his performance. He has no pride. Instead, I feel dissatisfied. The sense of crisis in his heart made him want to become stronger as soon as possible. If other people know what he thinks, I am afraid that this guy is too Versailles. They are so good, and they work so hard. Do you want to give other people a way to live? In fact, Chu Yun already had a guess in his mind. The crisis encountered this time, because of the God-level talent of God. If this kind of crisis happens next time, do you have to rely on the help of others? Ding dong! Your frog is back. Frog brought you back the travel specialties. At this time, a long-lost voice sounded in Chu Yun's ear, like the sound of heaven. His frog cub actually returned from the trip. Chapter 36. It has been a while since the frog cub went out for a trip. Unexpectedly, the frog cub did not send back the travel photos this time, but returned directly. It made Chu Yun a little surprised. His thought opened the frog time house. First, he harvested the clover in front of the door, and then pushed open the door directly, and he saw a familiar figure. My own frog cub is standing on the table with a self-satisfied look just like before. In front of him, there are also the specialties brought back this time. However, there is still a difference. Chu Yun looked at the frog cub unexpectedly. What? Why is my cub wearing a pink cloak? He was a little stunned. At this time, behind the frog cub, a pink cloak floated gently, making the frog cub look pink and tender. Chu Yun clearly remembered that the frog cub was not dressed like this when he traveled before. Could it be that it was brought back from another world? Chu Yun stared at the pink cloak behind the frog cub, and suddenly a line of prompts appeared in front of him. Love Cape, Special Props, Love Certification from One Piece World, Amazon Lily Kingdom, is the proof of popularity. One Piece World. Amazon Lily Kingdom? Isn't this the Queen's territory? I really did go on a trip to the world of One Piece this time. Chu Yun was a little surprised when he saw the information displayed by the frog cub's cloak. Having drawn the coordinates of One Piece World from Sheiyao music earlier, he had a hunch that his frog cub might revisit his old place this time. What really surprised him was that this time the frog cub not only went to the world of One Piece, but also to the Amazon Lily Kingdom. As far as he knew, it was amazing there. There are girls everywhere. Unexpectedly, my frog cub not only traveled to the Amazon Lily Kingdom, but also gained a wave of popularity. How did this guy do it? Did Frog Cub meet Empress Boya Hancock? Chu Yun suddenly became interested in the Frog Cub's journey. Kook. As if feeling Chu Yun's distraction, the Frog Cub embraced his forelimbs, stood upright, and called out to him. It seems to be showing off, but also reminding. As if to say, "Hello. Dad, I brought back something amazing this time. Why don't you take a look?" When Chu Yun was reminded by the frog cub, he also reacted. Regardless of what happened to the frog cub on this journey, these can all be put aside for now. You can't turn a blind eye to the local specialties brought back by your own cubs. Look at the frog cubs in a hurry. Let me come to Kong Kong, what did the frog cub bring back this time? Chu Yun immediately focused on the luggage in front of the frog cub. Between thoughts, baggage opened. 2 dazzling light clusters swayed up. The light fades away. What attracts the eye is a yoke? Chu Yun was taken aback, feeling the information contained in it. Halo stone, One Piece world souvenir, a rare mineral, a peculiar stone that only exists in a certain sea area. Similar to the crystal of the sea, its composition is similar to that of the sea. It can be said to be the solid form of the sea. Can be withdrawn once a day. Halo stone? Chu Yun knew about this stuff. In the world of One Piece, it can be said to be a very powerful prop. Not only can it make the capable person powerless, but it can temporarily turn the capable person into an ordinary person. It has a strong restraint effect on nature, superhuman, and animal systems. But it's a bit cheesy for him. After all, under the One Piece world view, the fruit ability is number 1 in the world. However, those with fruit ability are afraid of sea water, and the role of Halo Stone can be brought into play. But in the world he lives in, everyone awakens to talent, and they are not afraid of sea water at all. Even the person who ate the Zhen fruit, the weakness of the fruit was eliminated by the system. This thing, it can only be said that it is really a souvenir. Maybe. After all, it is also a rare mineral, maybe it has other functions in our world. Find some weapons masters later. Chu Yun thought about it. You can't just be limited by your own inherent thinking. Professional things still need to be identified by professionals. If it works, that's a gain. The biggest difference between souvenirs and specialties is that souvenirs can be extracted indefinitely. The Book of Ninjas formed by Rifa Chidori, the souvenir frog cub brought back last time, is being stored in the Frog Time House. He can use it whenever he wants. The same is true of Halo Stone. According to the introduction of the system, 1 sea-floor stone can be extracted every day. Let's take a look at the special products brought back by the frog cub. It's just Halashi that won't make my frog cub so confident. Chu Yun understands frog cubs. So actively let him check, knowing that the good thing is likely to be another light group. After putting away the sea tower stone, he looked at another light group. This look. The light group floated into his body. Overlord color domineering, special product of One Piece world. The domineering of the chosen person, which is possessed by only one among millions of people, is the qualification of a king who stands above others. Because the frog cub brought back the overlord color and domineering quality, after merging with the host, it will be directly upgraded to the highest level. Chu Yun's heart moved. Domineering? This stuff is amazing. As a unique ability in the world of One Piece, people with domineering looks can intimidate, stun the enemy without taking any action, and can also make opponents who are much weaker than themselves faint. Similar to a coercive field. Great role in actual combat. The white beard with the Zhen fruit also has the domineering look of a king, and his combat power is exaggerated and amazing. Compared to the souvenirs just now. Much more arrogant. Because the domineering of the Overlord is very different from the other 2 colors of the Overlord. Domineering is innate. It can neither be acquired by training nor inherited, and can only be determined by one's own destiny. Even if the Overlord color can be controlled freely, it cannot be strengthened by exercise, but only by the user's own growth. But now, as a specialty brought back by frog cubs, he can absorb and possess this ability directly and without hindrance. And according to the description of the system, the domineering quality that the frog cub brought back this time is extremely high, and it can be directly pulled to the full level. Outrageous! Although it has just begun to integrate, Chu Yun has already realized the value of domineering, and domineering is extremely practical. Not only consume less, but also powerful. And there are absolutely no side effects. No wonder this kid is so arrogant. It turned out to be waiting for him here. Good. It's really arrogant. Kook. The frog cub could feel Chu Yun's emotions, and found that his father was very excited, and he was very proud. He jumped towards the prop's house. Chu Yun was taken aback. Understood. He understood immediately. Frog cub is taking credit. It means to play rock and roll. It looks cute, how can it be a gambling dog at heart? I don't know who to learn from. Chu Yun laughed, and thought followed. Play if you want. The frog cub has harvested a lot of clover in the past few days, and now he has probably accumulated more than 20,000 clover, enough for him to play. Chu Yun came to the prop's house with the frog cub, and was about to help him exchange the shake music. Suddenly stunned. He found out that the prop's house has been quietly updated. And it's a special item. In the prop's interface of the prop's house. One more obscure booklet. Travel log, the log record of the frog cub's travels to the heavens, special items, and exchange requires 10,000 clover. Chapter 37. Travel log? Frog cub travel records? Chu Yun was startled. The introduction was very detailed, and he immediately understood the purpose of this special item. Converted immediately without hesitation. The humble booklet flew out immediately and fell into Chu Yun's control. He can open the log whenever he wants. Kook. The frog cub didn't seem to notice that Chu Yun exchanged the travel journal. It jumped happily on the counter a few times, and then jumped to the red rocker of shake music. A look of eagerness to try. The meaning is obvious. Shake. Shake me up. In exchange for the travel journal, there are still more than 10,000 clovers. Chu Yun is not stingy either. He smiled and gave the frog cub 100 consecutive draws. The happy frog cub jumped 3 feet high. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully shaken 1 clover when you turned on shake music. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully shaken 1 clover when you turned on shake music. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully shaken the frog cub snacks, fat house happy water, the types of props in the props house have been increased. Congratulations to the host, you turned on the shake music and extracted the frog cub furniture, frog cub round table. The frog cub shook. A lot of shaking music information is frantically swiping the screen. Sadly, most of it is useless stuff. When I saw the frog cub, I went crazy. Don't care about yourself later. Chu Yun immediately opened the travel log quietly and checked it out. There are no pictures in this booklet, just written records. But there are some grooves that seem to be able to fit photos. Chu Yun glanced at it. Immediately focus on the text. The frog cub carried a god-level lucky charm and was lucky enough to enter the world of One Piece. Frog cub automatically learns the language of One Piece world successfully. The frog cub randomly landed on a large boat and met a giant named Edward Newgate. Chu Yun saw this. Stunned. It was immediately clear that the contents of this travel log started from the frog cub's first trip. It was this trip that the frog cub brought him the Zhen Zhen fruit. It turns out that I met Whitebeard in One Piece world. He continued to look down with interest. The frog cub was loved by Edward Newgate, and they talked very happily with each other. Edward Newgate immediately expressed his desire to accept the frog cub as his son. The frog cub decisively rejected Edward Newgate and told the other party that he had a more powerful father. Edward Newgate became interested in this and wanted to duel with the frog cub's father. Frog cub agreed to Edward Newgate's request and copied Edward Newgate's shock fruit. WTF? Chu Yun looked bewildered. Whitebeard is going to duel with me. Frog cub, did you agree to help me? Seeing this, Chu Yun looked up at the sky without a word. I rely on. Your mother is a fool? Although I also have a shock fruit, but now I really can't handle the ceiling of this One Piece world's combat power. But Chu Yun thought about it. The frog cub is just like that. He and Whitebeard are in 2 worlds, separated by an inexplicable distance, and he doesn't have the same ability to travel the world as the frog cub. It's impossible to duel, right? And then? After copying the Zhen fruit, my son should return, right? If I remember correctly. At that time, the frog cub had just gone on a trip not long ago, but he came back. Chu Yun continued to look down and found that he was thinking too much. The frog cub and Edward Newgate drank for a day and a night, and Edward Newgate recognized the amount of alcohol the frog cub had. The frog cub refused Edward Newgate's stay and continued on its journey. It drifted at sea for 3 days and 3 nights, and its swimming skills became more and more proficient. The frog cub and a sea king met, and the two sides exchanged very happily and forged a deep friendship. The frog cub was in a daze at sea for a day, and it found that the moon today is a bit round. The frog cub and a fish met, and the two sides communicated very happily and formed a deep friendship. The frog cub feels a little tired, misses his father, packs his luggage, and embarks on his way home. A bunch of dense travel journals. The travel trajectories of the frog cubs are recorded in detail. It turns out that the frog cub did not go home after saying goodbye to Whitebeard, but continued to travel. Half a month passed, drifting at sea, and finally set foot on the way home. Chu Yun suddenly remembered. At that time, it was because the frog cub carried the time acceleration charm. Otherwise you have to wait. Look all the way down. Chu Yun's impression of his son's smashing has also changed completely. Nima. This thing is definitely not a serious frog. Chu Yun looked at the records in the travel log and found that the frog cubs are extremely good at socializing. Simply a courtesan. And don't pick at all. Not only can you drink with Whitebeard until dawn, but you can also make friends with ferocious sea kings and even any fish. This MR is simply talented. The more Chu Yun looked, the more he felt that he didn't understand his son. He flipped through the pages and opened the frog cub's second travel journal. Chapter 38. Chu Yun remembered frog cub's second trip. It should have been to Naruto world, and brought back Sharingan and Lefa Chidori for him. In the previous beast tide attack, played a great role. The frog cub, carrying the love bento, the substitute puppet, and the primary charm, accidentally fell into the world of Naruto. Frog cub automatically learns the language of Naruto world successfully. He looked at the travel log, and sure enough, similar to the beginning of the previous article, the frog cub traveled directly to Naruto world. The frog cub enters a village. The frog cub heard the noise and came outside a private house. It found that it was very lively inside, so he participated in it. The frog cub was very lucky to win a lot of money, but it was attacked by the gangsters. Fortunately, the substitute puppet took effect, making it immune to the damage this time, but unfortunately the money was taken away. The frog cub is very angry. Decided to go to win back their own money again. What the hell? Chu Yun looked at the travel log. I feel that the style of painting is getting more and more clear. This Nima. He also thought that the frog cub was led astray by someone, and then he awakened his talent for gambling on dogs. As a result, I thought more. As soon as this guy arrived in Naruto world, he went to gamble for money. And was beaten with a sap. And stole the money? If it wasn't for the stand-in puppet, Chu Yun felt that of course his cub would have to go home to heal. Even weirder. The frog cub who was robbed of money does not take revenge, the first reaction is to win your money back? Hey. Is the money in the casino your money? Do you think there is your cash machine? No. Later, I have to discipline well, and the frog cub will grow crooked like this. In the short term, the frog cubs can't play rock music. Chu Yun secretly decided to help the frog cub establish the correct 3 views. Gambling dogs have not had a good end since ancient times. Gamble to the end, you can only have nothing. We must not encourage this evil spirit. Keep looking down. The frog cub has won a lot of money again, and he feels that he has met a big fat sheep. Chu Yun. No wonder. This is so special when I meet a rich boy. No wonder the frog cub was so happy. It turned out to be a withdrawal. Speaking of this fat sheep, shouldn't it be that one? Chu Yun raised his brows, feeling that things were not easy. The frog cub found that the big fat sheep was crying pitifully, and felt pity, and returned the money to the big fat sheep. Seeing this, Chu Yun nodded secretly. Well, the nature of the frog cub is still very good. 2. As a frog cub that can travel all worlds, the pattern should still be there. It is estimated that it is also fun for a while, not a real gambling dog possessed. He continued to browse the travel journal. The big fat sheep was surprised, gave birth to gratitude, and confessed the excessive behavior of attacking the frog cub before. Chu Yun was powerless to complain. Nima, so it is. He completely understood. The fat sheep was unconvinced after losing and attacked the frog cub. The frog cub knew it, and indeed went to win back his own money. This thing is absolutely amazing. Now, the frog cub should be angry, right? The frog cub knows something, but thinks the big fat sheep is too beautiful and stalwart, and is determined to introduce her to his father. The promotion of the frog cub has been effective, and the big fat sheep has developed a strong interest in its rich father. The frog cub and the big fat sheep drank each other for 3 days and 3 nights, rejected the big fat sheep's retention, and embarked on the journey again. Chu Yun is really numb. What kind of shit is this? Are your communication skills full? Can this be a friend too? And why did you introduce this fat sheep to me? What the hell is rich dad? You will also watch people order the food, right? UMR is such a clever little devil. This is so special, if it wasn't for the travel journal, I wouldn't even know you were such a frog. Chu Yun really admires the frog cub's communication skills. He found that his imagination was still not enough. The frog cub's journey is much richer than he imagined. The frog cub came to a big forest, it felt the breath of nature, and its strength became stronger. Frog cub rested in the big forest for 3 days, felt hungry, decided to eat a full meal, and took out the long-cherished dad's bento. The aroma of the frog cub's bento attracted Kakashi Hotaki, a ninja who was fishing nearby, and the frog cub generously shared his dad's bento. The frog cub and Hotaki Kakashi had an in-depth exchange, and the frog cub unceremoniously copied Kakashi's Sharingan and Ninjutsu Chidori. The frog cub made new friends, and the good mood reminded him of his lonely father at home. It took a photo and sent it back to the frog time house. What follows is quite normal. This is the journey the frog cub took to take the photo. But, what is being alone? Chu Yun didn't bother to think about why the frog cub was hungry for so many days, he was already unable to complain. So, I feel lonely. Is this why frog cub is introducing me to objects? What the hell is my image in the frog cub's mind? Chu Yun felt that he was not too old. Shouldn't it be considered a single dog? Frog cub bid farewell to Kakashi, traveled to the desert, and its strength became stronger. The frog cub met some weirdos in the desert, and the frog cub was warmly entertained. The frog cub felt a little tired, it was homesick, it chose to return. In the travel log, after saying goodbye to Kakashi, the frog cub traveled to other places for a while, and still made a lot of new friends. Finally, because of homesickness, he chose to return. Chu Yun looked away from the travel journal and glanced at the frog cub. It was found that the frog cub was still shaking happily, seemingly unaware of the seriousness of the problem. He was lost in thought. And there's the last page, which is the journey frog cub has just finished. Can't you see? He was afraid of being PD'd to death by this villain. But what's the matter with this feeling of getting higher and higher? Chu Yun involuntarily turned the last page. The frog cub set off with a love lunch box, a stand-in puppet, and a primary charm. Because of the navigation coordinates, the frog cub successfully found the direction of the world of One Piece. The frog cub came to the world of One Piece again, and the familiar air made it stronger. The frog cub wandered aimlessly in the sea, found the sea tower stone and took the initiative to wear it out of curiosity. Chapter 39. How did the souvenir halo stone come from? Chu Yun ignored the strange behavior of the frog cub wearing Shanghai Tower stone. This thing can't even do anything for him, and he still hopes to trap the magical frog cub? Once he accepted the weird style of frog cub, Chu Yun felt that he would not be surprised no matter what strange things the frog cub did. The frog cub discovered the speciality of halo stone and decided to take it home as a souvenir for his father. The frog cub ended the drifting and came to the Amazon Lily Kingdom. The frog cub found that there are women everywhere. Once a man enters this place, the consequences will be tragic. It is glad that it is a frog cub and a female frog. Chu Yun was stunned to see this. What? Female? Is my son a daughter? Chu Yun was very surprised. Never thought that the frog cub turned out to be a female frog. But think carefully. He doesn't seem to have paid attention to the gender of the frog cub, nor does he know how to distinguish it. I didn't even want to ask such a boring question to the system in the past. So much so that he always preconceived that the frog cub was a smash. This is this. Chu Yun looked bewildered. I feel like I have discovered something amazing. The frog cub received a warm welcome in the Amazon Lily Kingdom, and she enjoyed the atmosphere and decided to stay here for a while. Kindness? How did it become her? Chu Yun looked at the travel log and found that when he realized that the frog cub was a daughter. Even it has changed on the log, including all the handwriting in the log that has been read before. Apart from this detail, nothing else has changed. Could it be that this travel log is based on my thinking to project the content so that it is easier for me to understand? Chu Yun thoughtfully deduced the reason for the change in the travel log. The frog cub was received by Boya Hancock, the queen of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, and the two sides communicated very happily, resulting in friendship. The frog cub wandered aimlessly, broke into a soup pool by mistake, and bumped into Boya Hancock. It used the plot prop elimination charm and took the goat to extract Boya Hancock's overlord domineering. Chu Yun suddenly realized. It turned out that the elimination symbol drawn by shake music was used to eliminate the mark of the Empress. He knew that the Empress's dragon's hoof mark was her heart disease. Unexpectedly, it was eliminated by the remover. Maybe it is because of this that the frog cubs can follow the domineering arrogance of the Empress? Chu Yun understood and continued to look down. He was a little curious about how the Empress would react. The action of the frog cub surprised Boya Hancock. She found that her dragon's hoof mark disappeared. She cried bitterly on the spot, and her affection for the frog cub greatly improved. Frog cub took the opportunity to promote his lonely father. Boya Hancock felt his sincere admiration for Frog Cub's father, who was determined to overthrow the dragon's rule and had a good impression. The reputation of the Frog Cub in the Amazon and Lily Kingdom increased, and the people spontaneously compiled a love cape for her. Frog Cub touted his lonely father. His father's reputation in the Amazon Lily Kingdom increased. The travel log is a little unsteady. Chu Yun almost vomited out a mouthful of old blood. My single dog was exposed by my daughter in the daughter country? Now the whole Amazon Lily Kingdom knows I'm single? Chu Yun's fists clenched tightly. Nima. If the frog cub is smashed, shouldn't this be beaten? But what's so special, the frog cub turned out to be a girl. The head is big. Sin. This makes the frog cub travel a few more times. What will my image in the world look like? Chu Yun closed the travel journal. Cannot watch anymore. Look at the blood pressure to rise. It doesn't matter after that. He probably knew where he was going. Chu Yun felt that it was necessary to have a long talk with his daughter and have a good exchange. Next time you set up a character for him, be careful. Chu Yun looked at the frog cub. Shake shake music Balian shake has come to an end. The frog cub jumped on the red rocker, and the pink love cape on the back was very eye-catching. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully shaken a clover seedling when you turned on the shake music, and the clover production of the Frog Time House has increased. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully shaken one clover when you turned on shake music. Chu Yun glanced at it, and found that it seemed to have shaken something somewhat useful. Still successful. But it doesn't matter. Today I'm going to teach the frog cub a good lesson. Frog cub, come here. He smiled at the frog cub. The frog cub is completely unaware that many embarrassing things on his journey have been completely exposed by the travel log. Hearing his father's call, he jumped on Chu Yun's shoulder with joy. Frog cub, let me tell you. Next time you introduce your dad to someone else, pay attention to your words. Chu Yun touched the frog cub's head. The tone is a little serious. Hey! The frog cub tilted its head. Chu Yun looked at the frog cub with a simple look that didn't know anything. Inner turmoil. If you hadn't read the travel log. I believe in your wickedness. Cough cough. Don't be a woman and introduce your father to them. Your father is not hungry, and he is not old enough to find you a mother. Moreover, your father can't even say hello to a daughter country. Chu Yun emphasized. The frog cub nodded ignorantly. Oops, Dad seems to have found something. Understand? Chu Yun couldn't bear to say heavy words, so he could only beat with sincerity. The frog cub continued to nod. Understood. Dad is approaching the age of estrus. Chapter 40. Chu Yun was educating the frog cub for a while. Found some chickens and ducks talking. This guy is active outside like a courtesan. Act like a good baby in front of yourself. It made Chu Yun a little powerless to complain. Watching the frog cub return to the happy hut, excitedly playing with all kinds of new toys that he just got from Shake. Chu Yun decided to exit the Frog Time House first and calm down. Correct. I just seem to have forgotten something. He suddenly seemed to remember something. He quickly opened the travel log again. On the second page, the frog cub travels to the Naruto world page. A groove, very conspicuous. Chu Yun was thoughtful. Put the photo of the picnic that the frog cub sent back in there. The light flashed. Unexpectedly, the groove and the photo fit perfectly, and they fit perfectly. The travel journal collection of travel photos is successful, and your frog cub's comprehension has become higher. Chu Yun was surprised. He glanced at his daughter-in-law. Still pretending to be a cute look, doesn't look very smart. Frog cub's comprehension improved? Is there such an extra effect? Chu Yun understands how this thing is used. Cannot help but feel that the harvest is full. Although the travel log boost is of little use to him. But the frog cub has become stronger, can't it be better and faster to bring back some better specialties from Wanjie? A thought here. Chu Yun decided to tell her daughter to remember to send the photos back every time she went out. Beep. Beep. The Benli high-speed train entered a big city with bright lights. The speed gradually slowed down. When Chu Yun closed his eyes and wandered in the Frog Time House, before he knew it, he had arrived in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Near the high-speed rail station. The transportation hub of the imperial capital, which should have been lively, seems to have been completely cleared out today. What's the big day today? Why is our high-speed rail station blocked? The high-speed railway station in Shangjing is very tall, and there is a special tower to look at the Sky Tower. On the tower, there are staff who don't know the truth very surprised. He has worked at the Imperial High-Speed Railway Station for 5 years, and it can be said that this is the first time he has seen such a big battle. I do not know. Little Wang, don't discuss without permission. I heard that a big man is coming. Just do our part. The Benli high-speed train is about to make a stop, so cheer up. Next to him, there was an old employee with grey hair who had obviously seen the world and told him. Gongjiang, what you taught me is that I know. Xiao Wang nodded again and again after hearing this. This kind of thing is indeed not something they can discuss without authorization. Hiss. Then, is that person the deputy city lord of our Shangjing? I don't have dazzling eyes. Suddenly, the little king was dumbfounded. His eyes stared blankly at a special passage below. He is very clear that the special passage is not open on weekdays, and can only be opened when a very high-level big person arrives. Now, inside the special channel, there was a tall and thin man with an aquiline nose, wearing a coat, and slowly walked towards the high-speed rail platform. There was a group of people behind them, and the battle was extraordinary. He recognized the identity of this hook-nosed man. The deputy city lord of Shangjing, Su Ming. Often seen on TV. No wonder the high-speed rail station will be closed today. It turns out that the deputy city owner is here. He suddenly realized and muttered to himself. Little Wang, you are still too young. The one who came today is likely to have a higher status than the deputy city lord. Zhang Gong, who was beside him, was also shocked and said earnestly. Is it higher than the status of the deputy city lord? Seriously? The young staff who were still shocked just now thought it was incredible. Xiao Wang said incredulously, Gong Zhang, why do you think so? Zhang Gong said with a blank expression, if the big man who entered the station today has a lower status than the deputy city lord, then the deputy city lord has absolutely no need to go to the platform to wait for him. It's not polite. When he said this, the young people also understood. It does. But who is the big man who can be personally welcomed by the deputy city lord? This is the imperial capital. The deputy city lord of the imperial capital is already unattainable. Young people are unimaginable. He suddenly glanced unintentionally. His face froze again. Gong Zhang, you, look. He stammered a little. It seems to be even more shocking than seeing the arrival of the deputy city lord just now. Zhang Gong looked at it, and the expression that had been calm all along disappeared completely. His eyes bulged out. Lord City Lord. And that, is the General Wen Zhan. Hi. Principal Wu Yangying and Principal Chong Ming. The old staff are also completely stupid. He saw one earth-shattering big man after another in the passage. Shangjing City Lord Long Juxiao. Military General Wen Huading. Chong Ming, President of Huaqing University. Wu Yangying, President of Imperial College. These people usually appear on the screen. At this time, they walked into the special passage leading to the platform by coincidence. Even in a transportation hub like a high-speed rail station, he has worked for 20 years, and he has never seen so many big people appear at the same time. This time Benli high-speed rail brought the big man? Chapter 41. On the high-speed rail platform. Standing at the forefront. They are the Lord Long Juxiao of Shangjing, Su Ming, the Deputy Lord, Chong Ming, President of Huaqing University, Wu Yangying, President of Imperial University, Wen Huading and other big figures. Anyone standing behind them at will, appearing elsewhere is a big boss. On this platform, so to speak. Today, more than 70% of the high-level executives in Shanghai are gathered. And they all looked into the distance, waiting for the arrival of the Benli high-speed rail. There is only one purpose. Welcome that god-level arrogance. Benli high-speed rail has entered the station. Finally, I can admire the demeanor of that god-level genius, Chu Yun. At this moment, the howls resounded on the battlefield. At the end of the horizon, a high-speed train driving thunder and lightning came from the sky. This draws the attention of all the bigwigs. The passengers in the car were quickly diverted away. Veterans were properly housed and treated. And Wen Yuxin, Chen Yinghui and others were also sent directly out of the high-speed rail station. A group of big people stepped onto the Benli high-speed rail. Inside the first-class cabin, everyone looked at Chu Yun, who seemed to be healing with his eyes closed, and they were speechless. How is his injury? The lord of Shangjing City, Long Juxiao, who had the highest status on the scene, was tall and had a hideous scar on his face. From the left eye to the corner of his mouth, he looked very terrifying, and his body was full of chills. He looked at Chu Yun, did not wake up, but asked Yu Suandeo. It's no big deal. It should be about Suasing, this kid can sleep well. Yu Suandeo looked at Chu Yun and said with a smile. Would you like to wake him up? The crowd was full of bigwigs, a follower suggested. Need not. Let him rest for a while. Long Juxiao said lightly. Shocked the attendant who spoke. What the hell did this guy do? Even if it is a god-level genius, the face is too great. Even though he was not seriously injured, he had so many great people waiting for him. Suasing. City Lord, is that thing true? Is this kind of talent possible? And if I remember correctly, the people below told me that this god-level Tianjiao has more than 100,000 combat power now, comparable to the great Sun Wuzong. The deputy city lord Su Ming looked serious at this time, glanced at Chu Yun, and questioned. Even if it is a god-level genius, the pomp of coming here today is really too big. In fact, he did not approve of such a big show. After all, even if it is a god-level genius, it has not grown up yet. If it is too much attention will cause great pressure on the god-level arrogance. In his view, this kind of behavior that encourages the seedlings is extremely unacceptable. It should be greeted quietly. As for the news from the Benli high-speed rail, he also received it, and even sneered. How could this kind of thing happen? Definitely the message is wrong. Or the old stubborn Hawking University wanted to make a gimmick. It is true. I have seen the video myself. If the deputy city owner doesn't believe it, you can watch it first. It's okay to wait around. A faint voice sounded. Cheng Ming, the president of Hawking University, is a slightly fat old man. However, facing Su Ming's questioning, he seemed light and didn't seem to care. If you don't believe me, watch the video. Then let everyone watch the video again. Long Juxiao directly instructed to take everyone to the cabin to watch the video. Actually, from the news from the Benli high-speed railway, and now many people have gathered on the high-speed railway platform. Only a few people from him and Cheng Ming have seen the video. Being able to come here is more because of Long Juxiao's orders. There are many people who are dissatisfied like Su Ming. The array of Benli high-speed rail is very magical. It was a small room, but after many people came, it was still very easy to accommodate. Everyone watched along the fluorescence of the video. The Benli high-speed rail is in crisis. Two fierce beast kings appeared and fought Yu Suandeo to the death. The scene where the beast swarms drowned made the faces of many people present gloomy. When Chu Yun was born, a terrifying shock wave slaughtered many beasts, revealing his combat power. In the end, Lei Mang broke out and killed 2 steel flying pythons. Until the video fades away. Many people did not wake up from it for a long time. This is the awakener who has just been awakened for a month. I don't believe it, it's just a monster. This shows that the combat power has exceeded 200,000, right? Su Ming, who was originally dissatisfied, exclaimed, his face was full of surprise. In his heart, his expectations for god-level Tianjiao were actually very high. But Chu Yun's performance in the video is just like what he said. More than terrible. It's just a monster. Is this something that an awakened who has just awakened not long ago can do? Killing beasts like slaughtering dogs. Such kindness and fighting talent. God-level talent, is it so terrible? The presence of all the great people, there is no need to question their eyesight. Everyone looked at the figure in the video and was in shock, unable to calm down for a long time. They know all too well what it means. It has grown to such a degree in such a short period of time. If Long Guo poured all resources into cultivation, What will it look like in a year? What will it look like in 3 years? What about 10 years later? The first powerhouse of the Dragon Kingdom? Or is it the first powerhouse of Blue Star? Every boss has read the value of Chu Yun. It's 300,000. It's not his own power, but he borrowed the magic field on the Benli high-speed rail. I don't know how he did it. The battle general Bai Meng interjected, his words were full of surprise at Chu Yun. If I'm not mistaken, this god-level Tianjiao seems to have awakened 2 kinds of talents. And the level of the second talent will not be low. It should be the second talent to rely on to mobilize the magic field. At this time, another academic big man stood up. This is a rickety old lady. But her eyes were extremely sharp, recalling the figure in the video just now, and said decisively. This old lady was Ouyang Ying, the president of Imperial University. Yes. Principal Ouyang, according to Yu Suandao's judgment, God-level Tianjiao may be a dual talent. Also, even if the second talent isn't God-level, it's a talent above SS level. Long Juxiao looked ferocious, but he spoke very elegantly and explained to Ouyang Ying. It is good. That is really good. In this great world, there is such a monster born out of nowhere, God bless my Dragon Kingdom. Principal Chongming laughed loudly and was extremely happy. He is very clear. This unprecedented God-level genius will be a student of their Hwaking University in the future. Even if they haven't met, his affection for Chu Yun has already arisen spontaneously. The boy has eyes. I chose Hwaking University. Not bad. Oh, old man Chong, I heard that you and the military have promised this god-level arrogance a yellow-level secret realm. Right now, our Dragon Kingdom's resources are tight, and the yellow-level secret realm is extremely scarce. Are you ready? Ouyang Ying snorted softly and couldn't help sneering. She was also extremely regretful. Although Imperial University had sent someone to fight for Chu Yun before, their attitude was not firm. Because at the same time, another awakener with SSS-level talent was born in the Dragon Kingdom. Although it is not God-level, its innate ability is extremely strange, and it is very suitable for the requirements of Imperial University, so they turn their attention to the other side. Unexpectedly, Chu Yun's evil spirit is far beyond their imagination. It's too late to regret now. Only 2 words of pantothenic sarcasm in the heart. This will save Principal Ouyang's troubles. We Hwaking University and the military have joined forces. Are you afraid that there will be no yellow-level secret realm? Kongming's proud face froze, and he said a little sullenly. Although the mouth is stubborn, it is obvious that the process of finding the yellow-level secret realm is not smooth. Chu Yun, an unprecedented dual-talent god-level arrogance. After watching the previous video, everyone changed their minds and looked forward to seeing him. Wake up, wake up! Chu Yun is awake. At this time, a subordinate who stayed in the first class and waited came to report. Go. Go and see the future of our Dragon Kingdom. Long Juxiao's eyes lit up. Greeting everyone, strode towards the first class cabin. Chapter 42. Wake up! Wake up! This kid finally woke up. It really made us wait. There were happy voices coming from his ears, making Chu Yun a little confused. I just spied the frog cub's travel log in the frog time house, and I forgot the time for a while. Unexpectedly, he also slowly fell asleep in reality. Hearing the sound coming from his ear, Chu Yun opened his eyes and looked around at the faces around him. Is this, here? Chu Yun asked subconsciously. Here, is the little guy hurt? A familiar voice came. Chu Yun met Wen Huading. I was stunned for a moment, and found that although these people around were unfamiliar, all of them had extraordinary bearing and majesty. At first glance, it is not ordinary people. With Chu Yun's wisdom, he immediately understood. When I arrived in the imperial capital, I was surrounded by people as giant pandas. Chu Yun, I have seen you all. Sorry for making everyone wait for me. He stood up slowly. He said to the people around him without being arrogant. With his gesture, everyone else looked at Chu Yun sideways. They all fell in love with him. This kid is very smart. Chu Yun, this is Shangjing City Lord Long Juxiao, this is Deputy City Lord Su Ming, and this is our President of Huaking University, Mr. Chong Ming, this is... Yu Suandao coughed and introduced to Chu Yun. Chu Yun looked calm, smiled, and nodded. My heart was a little shocked. Good guy. They're all big guys. Although he has secretly guessed that the origins of these people will not be too simple. But when he heard Yu Suandao's introduction, he was still very surprised. A sense of effort. So many top bosses, all of them came to him. It seems that it is because of the strength that has been exposed before. Chu Yun guessed in his heart. In fact, he didn't feel anything about the strength he had shown before. Even intentional. In this era, the beast is like a sharp sword hanging in everyone's throat, and it may be cut at any time. Everyone is working hard and trying to become stronger. And burying your head and working hard and hiding your strength is the stupidest way. In Chu Yun's view, choice outweighs effort. Only the rational use of resources and learning from each other's strengths is the most practical way. And behind every Dragon Kingdom person, there is the biggest backer. That is the Dragon Kingdom. The better the performance, the easier it is to get the resources of the Dragon Kingdom, the faster the road to becoming stronger. This is why Longguo holds the college entrance examination every year. It is to give every genius who is willing to fight and struggle a chance to show themselves and change their destiny. Therefore, in the previous battle, he used all his cards, and he didn't mean to cover up at all. Talent is yours. The Dragon Kingdom will only pay more and more attention. The arrival of so many bigwigs at the same time shows it all. And isn't my whole card still increasing? Chu Yun remembered the domineering arrogance that he had just obtained. This magical skill in the One Piece world has yet to find a chance to test its power. His heart is like a mirror, and he faces it with a smile. Chu Yun, what's your current combat power? At this time, finally someone couldn't stand it anymore. Asked directly. Combat power. 130,000. Chu Yun held his head high and said without concealment. 130,000. Although I had seen the video, I had expected it in my heart, but at this moment, everyone still felt unbelievable. Su Ming said incredulously, you've only been awake for a few months, haven't you? Can you really have 130,000 combat power? How did you do that? Hearing the questioning, Chu Yun was not surprised, and said calmly, it's just normal exercise. Maybe it's because of the talent blessing. If the city owner doesn't believe it, I can test it on the spot. His confident words made everyone admire him. No need. We believe in your strength. Yang Ying spoke. Video is already available to testify. Many people just think that Chu Yun's performance is too magical, breaking the cognition in their hearts, and they haven't recovered yet. May I know how you work out? And is it convenient to reveal some of your talents? Yang Ying looked at Chu Yun again, thought about it, and asked him. In fact, in this day and age, asking about talent is taboo. But the people present today are all top-level bigwigs. Everyone wanted to know what Chu Yun's divine talent was. Even Yu Suandao had a look of anticipation in his eyes at this moment. Chu Yun, as a military sergeant, you have the right not to answer this question. Wen Huading spoke lightly at this time, and said abruptly. The meaning is simple. It is inconvenient to disclose his talents and cultivation methods, so he can refuse to answer, and the military will support him. Yang Ying, Su Ming, and others were a little disappointed when they heard the words. Knowing that Chu Yun might shut up. Chu Yun was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, there's nothing I can't say. My first talent is vibration. Like this. He spread his hands. Run Zhen talent at your fingertips. Immediately, under everyone's astonished gaze, a tiny shock wave appeared at the fingertips. This god-level talent seems to have many changes, but I haven't fully grasped it yet. I hope you seniors can guide me. By the way, although this kind of shock wave is very powerful, it is very burdensome to the body, and the force of the shock may shatter bones. Chu Yun's words changed. We talked about the side effects of Zhen fruit. There was a look of distress on his face, and he seemed to be very troubled. Certainly. This was all intentional by Chu Yun. Although relying on his own frog cubs, Chu Yun will sooner or later find a way to make up for his shortcomings. But since ancient times, crying children have candy to eat. Since he chose to actively expose his strength and talent, he naturally wanted to gain benefits. Pointing me to practice, the experience of prostituting these big guys, is it right? My shortcoming is so big, as a god-level genius of the Dragon Kingdom, I have to find a way to help solve it, right? Difficulty finding country. Chu Yun is righteous. Even if he has a system, he doesn't look down on the powerhouses of this era and the terrifying state machine in his heart. This is a stubborn country that has fought with beasts for 1,000 years and returned from the darkest moment. Although he has not seen the style of the real sealing powerhouse in this era. But Chu Yun doesn't think that these sealing powerhouses will be weaker than One Piece World or even Naruto World. Against such a mountain. Of course, the rational use of resources. Shock? So it is. I will immediately allocate tens of billions of special funds to set up the Chu Yun Talent Research Group. As soon as there is a result, I will let you know immediately. But sometimes it may be necessary to trouble you, Chu Yun, to cooperate with your research. Long Juxiao's voice rang immediately. He directly invested tens of billions of funds and set up a talent research team for Chu Yun. Our Imperial City University will send more than 3 master-level talent research professors to conduct research. By the way, our Imperial University also has a similarly talented Tongtian Muzun. I will ask him to communicate with you later. Wu Yangying also said immediately. Chu Yun is a student of our Hwaking University. Hwaking University is responsible for this kind of thing, and we will take care of the laboratory funds and materials for the research. As for the side effects caused by talent, Chu Yun, don't worry, this is a very normal thing. First find some way to strengthen your physical fitness. There seems to be a beast dragon's blood in my place, which can greatly enhance your physical fitness, and your physical fitness is strong. Now, the ability to bear will also improve, and the side effects of talent will be less. I'll send it to you later. Chongming, president of Hwaking University, also spoke quickly. I have a bone-enhancing bear and lion pill here, which is made of the blood of the Beast King. Do you need Gukai Maru? I just killed a big sea dog a few days ago, and this stuff is also a big supplement. Little friend Chu Yun, I think my dragon tooth gloves should be able to eliminate some of the anti-shock force, and I will give it to you. Chu Yun looked bewildered. The feedback from these powerhouses is far beyond his imagination. Everyone, you say what I say, some make suggestions, and some directly contribute money. And for fear that Chu Yun would not look down on him, the big men scrambled for each other and stuffed all kinds of colorful treasures into his hands. Chapter 43. The uproar went on for a while. Chu Yun received the gift softly. There is no way to refuse. Gifts received in just a few minutes, it is very likely that many geniuses will not be able to get them through their hard work all their lives. And this is just Chu Yun casually said a few words about his current predicament. Got a huge harvest. And every gift is a treasure that he is in urgent need of and can improve his physique. These big guys are investing. Investing in Chu Yun is also investing in the future of Long Kingdom. Everyone knows that as long as Chu Yun can grow up smoothly, their efforts today are nothing. Even if there is no return, as long as the Dragon Kingdom can be better, it is enough. Although some people are selfish, but people like Long Juxiao, Cheng Ming, Wen Huading, etc. are all cherishing the righteousness of the Dragon Kingdom and don't count on their investment in return, because they think it's worth it. The talent and strength that Chu Yun has shown now is worthy of their doing. All right. Let's stop here. I'll send it to Chu Yun in private at that time. There's still work to do. At this moment, Wen Huading and Long Juxiao looked at each other. Long Juxiao opened his mouth and stopped the violent behavior of the crowd. Business? Chu Yun put all the gifts into the space beads and found that Long Juxiao and others were looking at him. Do you mean, is there anything else? He was a little surprised. I thought that these big guys came to inquire just because they had exposed their strength before. Now it seems that there are other things? When the others heard the words, they realized something and looked at Chu Yun with awe. Yusuandeo, how many beasts did Chu Yun kill this time? Long Juxiao stepped out with a loud voice. Back to the city master, Chu Yun has cut down 932 low-level vicious beasts, 51 middle-level vicious beasts, and 2 high-level vicious beasts this time. Yusuandeo's voice was stern, and his whole body showed a chilling aura. I am the battle general Bai Meng. I personally witnessed this battle as the first battle of awakening. According to the rules of the Dragon Kingdom, I apply for double merit for him. The battle general Bai Meng was valiantly handsome. Although he did not have any intersection with Chu Yun, he still walked out at this time and said aloud. Allow. Long Juxiao's eyes widened, as sharp as a falcon. Long Guo's merits are rare, but in order to encourage new recruits, there is an unwritten rule. For the first time a recruit goes out to battle, the merits obtained are doubled. No doubt. Chu Yun fits the bill. General Wen, how much is Chu Yun's merit worth? He looked at Wen Huading, which stood like a lighthouse. The total merit is 230,000. Because of the first battle of awakening, the merits doubled, a total of 460,000. Long Juxiao laughed when he heard the words. The scars on his face were twisted, making him look extremely ferocious. Chu Yun was taken aback. Realized something. Very good. 9 rank Sergeant, Chu Yun. Because of your efforts to turn the tide, repel the beast tide, and fight for the first battle of awakening, you have made outstanding achievements, and hereby hold an award ceremony for you. 40,000-60,000 meritorious deeds can be upgraded to a 3rd rank sergeant. My Dragon Kingdom has established itself as a country, and I will use merit as a ruler. This record is the first of its kind, and no one has ever seen it before. The Dragon Kingdom is proud of you. Long Juxiao looked at Chu Yun and read out the sermon solemnly. At the same time, a golden medal appeared in his hands. The other great people around who have witnessed, although their faces are calm, their hearts are extremely shaken. The merit points of the Dragon Kingdom are extremely valuable. It is very difficult to get it. For the first time, many recruits have won dozens or hundreds of merits at most. Ferocious recruits who can obtain thousands of merits are often rare in 10 years. As for the further up, it is even more rare. Chu Yun, 460,000 merits. What is this concept? Many big people finally understand why they are here now. So many meritorious deeds, they need to witness. Thank you, City Lord. Chu Yun looked solemn. Received the new medal calmly. This medal is even bigger than the 9th rank medal that Chu Yun received before. Even more sinking. Meritory, not decoration. It's a real benefit. You can use merit points to exchange for any item in the military. Dragon Country coins, various rare exercises, combat skills, or materials and weapons can be directly exchanged for meritorious deeds. Besides, merits can also be exchanged for many things, and also contain many privileges. You can check them yourself. See Chu Yun to receive the medal. The simple award ceremony is over. Long Juxiao said to Chu Yun. Starting today, Chu Yun is the privileged class. That's right, third-rank sergeants enjoy a lot of privileges in the Dragon Kingdom. Far more than many ordinary people. But no one protested. The Dragon Kingdom was founded by war. The meritorious deeds cannot be deceived at all, the review is strict and meticulous. Even Chu Yun now accepts merit. It is also after repeated inspections and witnesses from many strong people that it can be issued. It can be said that every point of merit is a real fight and practical blood and tears in exchange. Privilege to enjoy. Should have. Who dares to protest? Who dares to object? Chu Yun nodded, expressing understanding. When he received the medal of the 9th grade sergeant before, he probably knew about the meritorious system of the Dragon Kingdom. The things redeemed by merit points are directly connected to the treasury of the Dragon Kingdom. One can imagine how exaggerated the wealth inside is. How many treasures can be exchanged? City Lord, I want to use 100,000 merit points. Chu Yun spoke suddenly. You have to use 100,000 merits directly. Stunned everyone else. This is not a small amount. As soon as you get Chu Yun, you have to spend such a large sum of merit points. Is there something you like? Chapter 44. 100,000 merit points can really be exchanged for too many things in the Dragon Kingdom. Now Chu Yun raised it directly in front of so many people. Many people feel that I am afraid that what they want to exchange is not simple. Go ahead. Long Juxiao didn't care, and asked Chu Yun directly. These 100,000 merits, I want to distribute to those veterans. Chu Yun's eyes were bright like stars, staring at Long Juxiao, and said seriously. The veterans in his words are referring to the old people who bravely walked out of the Benli high-speed railway and regarded death as home. It was not Our Lady of Chu Yun who made such a decision. He knew very well who the veterans were fighting for. If not him, there may not be any crisis at all in this high-speed railway. So he never felt that he saved the Benli high-speed rail. This was what he should have faced. And veterans, it doesn't have to be that way. They should spend their lives in the Banyan city, enjoying fishing, playing chess, listening to music. Now, some died in battle, leaving behind grieving relatives. Some people were seriously injured, dragging their crippled bodies, and their old age was difficult. 100,000 meritorious deeds may not be anything to him, who is backed by the system. But it can allow these veterans, their families, to have a good home. So, Chu Yun was willing to take out these 100,000 meritorious deeds and distribute them to these veterans. His simple words made all the big men stunned. 100,000 merits, the value is immeasurable. This Chu Yun used so many merits at one time, not to exchange for any treasure, but to distribute it to the veterans. Everyone who has watched the video, of course, is aware of the admirable veterans on the Benli high-speed rail who gave up their lives. But none of them would have thought that Chu Yun would make such a decision. It is good. There is a pattern. Longguo is so lucky to have a young man like you. Those veterans would be relieved if they knew you had such intentions. When Long Juxiao heard the words, he was stunned for a while, and then laughed. He patted Chu Yun's shoulder heavily. The city owner never thought that Chu Yun would have such a plan, and his affection for him increased greatly. Heart, we got it. However, little guy, are you underestimating our military department? Those old people dare to come out and give their lives, do you think they have nothing? Wen Huading also laughed. He couldn't help but said to Chu Yun, in our dragon country, the treatment of veterans and the compensation after their unfortunate death in battle are far beyond your imagination. As for those old guys who survived, the benefits are also great. At least, it won't be compared with your 100,000 meritorious deeds, and it won't be too far behind. You can save these 100,000 merits. But I will bring it to those old guys. Wen Huading said this, causing Chu Yun to blink, but did not respond. It turns out that I'm being selfish, hey? Of course he knew that these two would not lie to him. He rubbed his hands crampedly, looking a little embarrassed. Ha ha ha. That's it, I have to tell the old guys from the Veterans Association about this matter today. Let them hear how outstanding our dragon country's descendants are. With such a youthful appearance, they all burst into laughter. The Dragon Kingdom was founded by war. 99% of the great people present had fought in the military. There is no doubt that Chu Yun's move has actually drawn everyone's favor. Invisibly, in the eyes of many people, Chu Yun is not only a god-level genius, but also a trustworthy person. After the award was over, the bigwigs were very busy and dispersed. Chu Yun, follow me back to Hwaking University. Yu Suandeo stepped forward and brought Chu Yun to leave. President Yu, isn't this a bit unkind? Chu Yun has to report to the military first, right? Wen Huading is not happy anymore. Chu Yun had promised him before. This is coming to Beijing, and in his opinion, he has to take Chu Yun to the military first to see it. It's so late, what are you doing at your military headquarters? Chu Yun has just fought a battle, and it's time to recover. Do you want to discipline a poor child who just woke up? Cheng Ming, the president of Hwaking University, also came over and said with a smile. Wen Huading. The poor child who just woke up? Chu Yun's combat power is the great Sun Wuzong, right? He was a little helpless. That, General Wen. I'll go to Hwaking University first. My sister is still waiting for me. Chu Yun's voice sounded. When he set off from Rongcheng earlier, his family called Chu Qing. Although it was still during the summer vacation, Chu Qing immediately said that she would come to pick up Chu Yun. I didn't expect such a thing to happen in the middle. Chu Yun didn't want to worry the family. Hearing Chu Yun's statement, Wen Huading was helpless. Haha, Chu Yun, we took it away. Yu Suandeo and Cheng Ming, two senior officials of Hwaking University, heard Chu Yun's decision at this moment, and they were very happy. It seems that Chu Yun is willing to go to Hwaking University, but they have taken advantage of it. That's fine. If you have time, you can come to the military department to have a look, the address is it. In desperation, Wen Huading had no choice but to exhort and watch the two old men take Chu Yun away. That's it. That's fine, just wait for me at Hwaking University, I'll come here by myself. It's okay, I don't know what happened, maybe it's a temporary maintenance of the high-speed rail station or something. After exiting the high-speed rail station, looking at the empty street, Chu Yun called Chu Qing helplessly, only to find out that the entire high-speed rail station was blocked by those big men because of his arrival. Hang up the phone. Cheng Ming smiled and said, your sister is Chu Qing's child, right? I have some impressions, a very good and hard-working genius. Indeed, although she is only an S-level talent, she has worked very hard on her talent, and she is more powerful than many SS-level talents. Your family's genes are really good. Originally, I thought that Chu Qing was good enough, but I didn't expect that there would be more evildoers. Yu Suandeo also nodded. Chu Yun held his mouth, not knowing what to say. Just an S-rank talent. Although his own talent is already enchanting terrifying. But after all, in the past 3 years, I have been hearing all kinds of legends about my sister in Rongcheng. Now I suddenly heard Yu Suandeo's comment. Only then did I realize that this was Shang Jing. Most of the geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom are in this city. Here is a wider world. Correct. Your accommodation has been arranged. This is the key, and the location is in the star-picking building. After the three left the high-speed rail station. With Chu Yun, he did not fly directly in the sky, but drove an autonomous aircraft, galloping away in the direction of Hwaking University. Along the way, the two college seniors kept explaining some college precautions. Cheng Ming suddenly remembered something, took out a spar card that shone with platinum radiance, and handed it to Chu Yun. Obviously, this platinum spar card is the key. Chu Yun nodded and accepted. Glancing at it, I found that there was a twinkling star on the spar card, and the shape was quite unique. However, after hearing the principal's words, Yusuandeo glanced at the star card in Chu Yun's hand with a strange expression, opened his mouth, and hesitated. All right. Come on, go in by yourself. The aircraft vibrated slowly and stopped. Chongming said to Chu Yun with a smile. Chu Yun glanced out the window. It was found that outside the window was a very wide school gate. Simple yet elegant, there is a profound heritage hidden in the ordinary. Is this the first university in our dragon country? Chu Yun looked at the sparse crowd in front of the school gate. His eyes narrowed. Seeing the school gate, there are two figures, one tall and one short, standing quietly, exchanging something in no time. He saw at a glance, the one with an unusually hot body. Isn't that his sister Chu Qing? The two high-level executives in Chongming were very human. Obviously, they saw Chu Qing and did not want to disturb their reunion, so they let Chu Yun get off the bus alone. Thank you, headmaster. Chu Yun knew it. Thanking the two of them, he jumped off the aircraft and walked towards Chu Qing. You want Chu Yun to live in the star-picking building? Looking at Chu Yun's back, Yusuandeo asked in surprise. It seems that there is something special about Zhaixinglu. Of course, God-level Tianjiao can't help but live in Zhaixinglu. Let him live with those students. Maybe that old guy from Wen Huading will come to snatch someone. Chongming said with a smile. 2. Chu Yun lives in Zhaixing building. Of course, he has this qualification. No one can pick a thorn. He nodded. Watching Chu Yun and Chu Qing reunite after a long absence, hugging each other and laughing. Chapter 45. Chinger. What does your brother look like? Is he handsome? If you can get into our Hwaking University, your talent should not be bad, right? How are your college entrance examination results? Qin Xiener, like a curious baby, kept asking Chu Qing. Chu Qing was a little helpless, and said to Qin Xiener, it's okay. You'll see it later. As for your talent. Chu Qing hesitated, thought about it, and said, it's not bad, not worse than me. She knew Chu Yun's talent. God level. Even thinking about it now, it still feels incredible. But Chu Qing is very smart. She knew the truth that Mu Xiu would be destroyed by Lin Feng. Chu Yun has God-level talent, which is good and bad for him. Really? A few days after she learned that her younger brother finally chose Hwaking University, the uproarious video uploaded on the internet that day was cleaned up. All traces have been completely erased, and I can't find it. This is in line with her judgment. So even if her best friend Qin Xiener asked, she would not disclose any of her situation without her brother's consent. Not even a best friend. Speak up. Long time no see, my brother should grow taller, right? Chu Qing responded to Qin Xiener's topic one after another, but the shadow of Chu Yun, the younger brother, kept appearing in her mind. The relationship between the siblings has been close since childhood, and the relationship is excellent. So at this time, she was also quite excited, looking forward to the arrival of her younger brother. Pity. If it weren't for the rare closure of a high-speed rail station, maybe they would have seen it. Qin Xiener became more curious about Chu Qing's younger brother after hearing this. Not worse than Chu Qing, that's also S grade. Although the video of the birth of God-level Tianjiao in Rongcheng was very popular at the beginning, Qin Xiener also paid attention to it. But one is that it disappeared later, and now the internet is extremely developed, and all kinds of reversals are happening every day. It is easy to forget this kind of hot search that seems to be a rumor. The second is that she once asked Chu Qing, but Chu Qing denied it directly, so Qin Xiener gave up. For a while, Chu Qing's younger brother was not associated with that incident. After all, if you really have a God-level talent, then you still need to take the college entrance examination? Chu Qing said with certainty that her younger brother was Hwaking University who was admitted to the college entrance examination. Hey! Chinger, look! That handsome guy is so handsome! Qin Xiener's eyes suddenly flickered as she watched an aircraft fall in the distance. Inside the aircraft, a tall, handsome boy came out, shining like a morning star. Qin Xiener noticed it all at once. Kindness. Chu Qing hummed softly, still distracted, not interested in any handsome guy, and glanced at him inadvertently. Qin Xiener was not surprised to see this. Her best friend's character has always been so cold. Not interested in any handsome guy at all. Accompanying Chu Qing to pick up his younger brother today, Qin Xiener was also a little curious. The elder sister is born like a fairy, and the younger brother is probably not bad, right? Qin Xiener knew very well how exaggerated Chu Qing's appearance was, and countless geniuses in Hwaking University bowed to her. It's a pity that King Xiang is interested in a goddess and has no intention. She has never seen Chu Qing, a cultivator, look straight at the man. Hey? What? Qin Xiener suddenly opened her eyes wide, a baby face full of shock. Chu Qing, who was still standing still just now, suddenly moved. Next moment, he even hugged that handsome guy. She is all stupid. This, what's the situation? Could it be that this handsome guy is Chu Qing's younger brother? It's not right. Although the handsome guy is also very handsome, but the two people don't look alike at all. That could be a gene. Could it be Qing'er's boyfriend? Not right. When did she get a boyfriend from a cultivator? Qin Xiener looked confused. Sister, long time no see. With a smile on his face, Chu Yun separated from Chu Qing after hugging, being modest as a gentleman. I've grown taller, I've grown up. Chu Qing showed a rare smile, like the melting of ice and snow, and the rejuvenation of all things. The words are full of love. So far so good. Take me in first. Is that your friend? Chu Yun smiled and was in a good mood when she saw her long-lost sister. He noticed the girl with two ponytails who was standing with Chu Qing before, a head shorter than her, and asked casually. Yeah, Qin Xiener, my roommate, although sometimes he's a little surprised, but he's not bad. Chu Qing glanced at Qin Xiener who was stunned, and introduced to Chu Yun with a smile. Correct. Do you have a place to live? Chu Qing seemed to remember something and asked Chu Yun. Some. Just now, Dean Yu and the others gave me the keys. It seems that they live in a place called Zaixing Building in Hwaking University. Sister, do you know the location? Chu Yun nodded and said casually. Zaixinglu. I know the direction, but it is the center of Hwaking University. Chu Qing's face moved when she heard the words. I was a little surprised. But when I think of Chu Yun's talent, I take it for granted. Then I'll trouble my elder sister to show me around Hwaking. Chu Yun chuckled. Qing'er. Is this really your brother? At this time, Qin Xiener also jumped over like a little rabbit. The two horses fluttered in the wind, their faces full of surprise. When she approached, she heard Chu Yun calling sister Chu Qing. How is it completely different? Qin Xiener murmured in her heart. And for some unknown reason, Qin Xiener felt a little familiar after seeing Chu Yun's face. But he was shocked by the scene of the goddess Chu Qing descending to earth just now, and suddenly couldn't remember. Yet, his name is Chu Yun. Chu Yun, this is Xiener. Chu Qing looked at Qin Xiener and introduced to Chu Yun. Hello, senior sister Xiener. Chu Yun looked at Qin Xiener, and found that this person's eyes were agile, and a pair of Chu Shui cut pupils could not stop looking at her, and the smiles between his eyebrows and eyes were all smiles, which made people feel good. You're good too. You are Qing'er's younger brother. I will cover you in Hwaking University in the future. If anything happens, call me by my name. Qin Xiener looked at Chu Yun with sparkling eyes, straightened her chest, and said to Chu Yun. Chu Yun was stunned. He, Xiaoyun, don't underestimate Xiener. This girl is an SSS-level talent, and her combat power has reached the great Sun Wuzong. She is considered a strong person in the entire Hwaqing University. You can study with her when you have time. Chu Qing knew her younger brother. He mentioned Qin Xiener's details to him. Chu Yun was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Qin Xiener is still an SSS-level talent, and indeed Hwaqing University hides dragons and crouching tigers. What does it count as? We can make it to the top 10 this year, it's absolutely amazing. Brother Chu Yun, don't be polite to me. Qin Xiener said with some anger. Instead, it's a bit more adorable. Come on, stop standing here. Chu Qing spoke at this time. Both Chu Yun and Qin Xiener are very eye-catching. When the three of them stood here for a brief moment, many eyes were already looking at them. Let's go. Qin Xiener is also used to it. Where shall we go? School hasn't started yet. It shouldn't be the time to report. Does brother Chu Yun have a place to live? She asked with some concern. Some. In the Xing Xing building. Chu Yun nodded and said casually. What? Pick the star building. You didn't get it wrong, did you? Qin Xiener looked at Chu Yun in shock, like a little fox with fried fur. Chapter 46. Zhaixinglu, is there anything special? A group of people walked into Hwaqing University. The scenery along the way is pleasant. If you don't occasionally see a few tall buildings standing, it's like walking into a garden. Chu Yun asked strangely. According to my sister, Qin Xiener is an SSS-level talent. Why did she make such a fuss when she heard the name of Zhaixinglu? Zhaixinglu is not a place where students can live. Qin Xiener frowned and muttered, who told you that people can live there? Did you get deceived? Zhaixinglu is a holy place for our Hwaqing University to practice. Usually, entering the building is a meritorious deed. I've never heard that people can live in it. Not quite. Xiener, when I entered the Xing Xing building to practice before, I saw a place on the third floor of the Xing Xing building, and saw an ethereal pavilion outside the window. Chu Qing pondered for a while and told a secret. Qin Xiener heard a question mark on her head. What? And this kind of thing? Why didn't I notice? There are still pavilions in the Holy Land of Picking Stars? My father didn't tell me that. She murmured curiously. In the end, the voice was as low as a mosquito. I don't know if that's the case. You'll know when you arrive, Xiaoyun will never lie. Chu Qing shook her head, and was actually a little curious in her heart. Chu Yun, who was listening, also understood. I couldn't help but be amazed. I didn't expect a simple residence to have a mystery. Thinking about it, it was also the dean who carefully prepared it. If it is real. Qinger, tell me honestly, what is the origin of Chu Yun's younger brother? This kind of place is not something that an ordinary freshman can enter. Qin Xiener also knows how to measure. He didn't ask questions face to face, but quietly used some kind of secret method to condense the sound directly into a line, and spread it to Chu Qing's ears. Chu Qing smiled without saying a word and did not respond. Qin Xiener wanted to stamp her feet in a hurry. Hwaqing University is very big, but Chu Qing and Qin Xiener are obviously familiar with each other. With Chu Yun's constantly changing directions, sometimes he didn't even know where some strange runes floated, shortening a lot of distance and heading to other places. It also made Chu Yun quite amazed, feeling the background of the #1 college in Longguo. Although I don't know it, I can feel the smell of billions of dollars in it. Soon, the three came to a small square. At the end of the square is a misty arch that looks like it leads to other worlds. Because Hwaqing University is still in the summer vacation, there are almost no people here. There's the entrance to the star-picking building. But if you want to enter there, you need to pay for merit. 100 points of merit in an hour. Wait a minute and I'll give it to you. Qin Xianer introduced. When it comes to the fee for entering the star building, it seems that Chu Yun may not have meritorious service, so he decided to help him pay for it. I'll still come. It's not easy to earn meritorious deeds, so don't be extravagant. Chu Qing walked to the front and warned Qin Xianer. She knew that Qin Xianer didn't really believe that Chu Yun lived in Zaixing building. If it was someone else, they might have been ridiculed long ago. Only Qin Xianer, a kind-hearted fellow, was willing to accompany Chu Yun, and even willing to pay for Chu Yun's precious exploits. It shouldn't be necessary. Seeing this, Chu Yun stepped out. There is an extra platinum flashing card in his hand. He felt that since the principal gave him this star card, and he knew that it was the key, it should be used to deal with the star-picking building. Really? Holding the platinum card, he stepped directly into the arch where the clouds flowed. Welcome home. In the void, there was even an ethereal voice. Outside the door, Chu Qing and Qin Xianer looked at each other with shock in their eyes. This is a building that requires 100 points of merit in an hour, so Chu Yun can easily get in? Are you kidding me? And the card in Chu Yun's hand just now is the Sky Star card, right? Must be the star card, right? Doesn't this kind of card require a sergeant of rank 5 or above to be eligible to hold it? Qin Xianer's cherry mouth opened wide, and when she thought of this, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. 5th grade sergeant? That would require a full 100,000 meritorious deeds to reach it. What is the origin of this younger brother Chu Qing? She is such a monstrous SSS-level genius. She has been studying at Hwaking University for 3 years, and with the help of her family, she finally quietly advanced to the 7th grade. Thinking of this, Qin Xianer felt more and more wrong. However, although she was muttering in her heart, despite her snoring on the surface, she was actually very restrained and didn't mean to ask. Sister, come in and try too. It seems that I have enabled the permission just now, and you can all enter directly. Chu Yun's voice came from inside the door. At this moment, he was also a little shocked to sense the clouds and mists coming from all directions. He was surprised to find that these clouds and mists can nourish the body. Just entered for a moment, Chu Yun has already felt the warmth all over his body, and the birth rate of the natural airflow in his body has been accelerated several times. This is a treasure. No wonder the sisters said they needed merit points to enter. Fortunately, he holds a star card. Not only does he not need merit points, he can even bring people in. So amazing! Sure enough, no merit points were deducted. Qin Xianer walked in surprise, shocked in her heart. Little brother, where do you live? There is the interior of the Sing Sing building. There are puppet guards on each floor, and you can get rewards if you defeat them. Not a place to live. When Chu Qing walked in, she was also surprised. Not far away, she pointed to an attic hidden in clouds and mist, and introduced to Chu Yun. Is that so? This is where I live. Chu Yun glanced at Zaixing curiously and pointed in the opposite direction. Clouds and mists rolled in there, like a sea of clouds. The Hwaking students who entered the Starlight building on weekdays raced against time and would never go here. It was also because of the trembling of the star card at the tip of his finger that there was a wonderful traction that led him to this place, which made him discover the special feature. There's nothing here. Qin Xianer blinked, looking at the white mist. She jumped forward, and her jade hand brushed the cloud and mist to disperse some, but she didn't see anything. It should be in the sky. Chu Qing reminded Chu Yun of the scenery she had seen outside the window on the top floor of Zhangxingxing. Chu Yun also found out. Xingqiangsa pulled his arm and was lifting it up. He held up the star card. Welcome home. Please show the sergeant's medal to verify the entry qualification. The ethereal voice rang again at this time. It's just that it's not as easy as getting started just now, and it actually requires verification of the medal. It's so troublesome, you even have to verify the medal when you enter the door. Qin Xianer looked at Tian Ke in shock. Still foggy. When she heard the voice, she couldn't help but muttered. Chu Qing also frowned. Medal? Brother, does he have a medal? Chu Yun didn't think there was any problem. This place is not easy to see. After all, it is the first time to come here, and it is normal to be cumbersome. Change a fingerprint lock before crossing, and it takes half a day to set it for the first time. He didn't think too much. Under the watchful eyes of Qin Xianer and Chu Qing, he took out the third-rank sergeant medal that he had just awarded in his arms. Chapter 47. Bright golden light, dazzling. Qin Xianer and Chu Qing's pupils shrank instantly, staring at the medal in Chu Yun's hand. This medal? Very different from what they usually see. The two girls couldn't help but sway their hearts. This is at least a rank 5 or above, right? Which big brother lent it to the younger brother? Chu Qing guessed. The mind has been greatly impacted. But on the surface, he remained calm. In the end is to know the details of Chu Yun. As a god-level arrogance, the younger brother should have anything to do with him. Chu Qing convinced herself. Qin Xianer's expression is much more exciting. She sometimes raised her eyebrows, sometimes opened her mouth, and stretched out her white neck in disbelief, looking carefully with her probe. Looking at the medal in Chu Yun's hand, Qin Xianer clenched her fists tightly. Red eyes. Super jealous. A medal that can only be obtained with more than 10,000 merit points. This is the third-grade sergeant medal. Listening to Qing'er, didn't Chu Yun just finish the college entrance examination? So much merit from him? Qin Xianer knew very well how rare merit points were. If you want to get such a high-level medal, how many beasts do you have to kill? This is illogical. He has just awakened, even if he wants to kill, he is not even a star warrior. No. Qin Xianer, you have entered a misunderstanding of thinking. Maybe this medal is not necessarily his own, it may be given to him by the person who let him come to live in this building. Yes, for sure. However, why should Chu Yun be treated like this? What's up with this guy? Qin Xianer's thoughts were surging, and she kept guessing. With the Tianxing card and the third-grade medal, it was the big guy who arranged for Chu Qing's younger brother to live in the Xing building? Her mood is up and down. The more I feel that Chu Yun is not easy. Inadvertently coincides with Chu Qing's guess. Ding! Authentication succeeded. Welcome home, Honorable Third-Rank Sergeant Chu Yun. Yet at this time, on the sky tower, the ethereal voice sounded again. What followed was billowing clouds, moving without wind, and dispersing on their own. An 18th order ladder was revealed. After Chu Yun presented the third-rank medal, the certification was completed, opening the door for him. Kindness? Hey? Third-rank Sergeant, Chu Yun? Qin Xianer suspected that her ears had heard it wrong. This sound directly shattered her guess just now. Chu Qing was also dumbfounded, standing there, dazed. Let's go. Chu Yun looked back at the two people who were staying in the same place, and greeted a little strangely. Her sister and her best friend are not outsiders either. So he didn't deliberately hide it. Moreover, Chu Yun had just received the third-grade medal, so he didn't realize how terrifying the value of this thing was in the eyes of other people. Chu Qing, something is wrong with you. When did your brother become a third-rank sergeant? Qin Xianer opened her mouth wide and was shocked again. I was still guessing in my mind just now that Chu Qing's younger brother's medal might belong to someone else. As a result, the Xing building was announced directly. You listen. Third-rank Sergeant Chu Yun. OMG. How old is Chu Qing's younger brother? Didn't you just wake up? How did you become a third-rank sergeant? Qin Xianer was shocked. She knows too well what a third-rank sergeant means. In some small towns, even the city owner should bow his head and salute when he sees it. Even an SSS-level genius like her, who wants to become a third-rank sergeant, with the help of the family behind her and various coincidences, will not be able to reach this point in 5 or 6 years. This is no exaggeration. Because the Dragon Kingdom's military achievements are calculated according to the combat power. Star martial artist kills a low-level beast and Hao Yu martial artist kills a low-level beast, the merits obtained are completely different. If such a young third-rank sergeant were to be exposed and known to the outside world, there would be a lot of discussion. To be honest, isn't that God-level talent awakener in Rongcheng your younger brother? Looking at Chu Yun's profile, like lightning, I feel more and more familiar. She suddenly remembered the video she had seen before, where the figure of the God-level awakener gradually overlapped with Chu Yun. I couldn't help but ask Chu Qing. Xiener, you think too much. You should know how strict our Dragon Kingdom's merits are. It's impossible for Xiaoyun to get so many merits so quickly and become a third-rank sergeant. There must be something wrong there. Chu Qing turned a blind eye to Qin Xiener's guess and responded perfunctorily. Xiaoyun is a God-level genius, and anything that happens to him is reasonable. Third-rank sergeant, there is nothing strange. After a while, I will open Xiener and ask Xiaoyun what is going on. She was also shocked and inexplicable, and there were countless questions she wanted to ask Chu Yun. But it's not convenient right now, I can only keep repeating it in my heart. Let's go. Don't you want to see what's on the immortal pavilion in this star-picking building? When Chu Qing saw Qin Xiener, she still wanted to keep asking. He quickly walked up, catching up with Chu Yun's footsteps. She has a mind. As long as Chu Yun doesn't say it herself, whatever Qin Xiener guesses, she will be tight-lipped and pretend not to know. Hi! Wait for me. Qin Xiener became more and more certain when she saw the always cold Chu Qing running away. But she also keenly understood Chu Qing's mind. Although my heart is full of curiosity and doubts about Chu Yun. But she is not familiar with Chu Yun. At this time, there is no fool to ask Chu Yun, isn't this annoying? Seeing Chu Qing and the two following, Chu Yun chuckled lightly, turned his head and walked towards the pavilion. He was also quite curious. I want to see my next residence in Huaqing University, hidden in such a magical place, I don't know what is special. Step up. The end soon came to an end. On the sea of rolling clouds, the misty immortal pavilion now appears. Push open a door and step in. There was a look of surprise in Chu Yun's eyes. The facilities in this fairy pavilion are beyond his imagination. The two women who followed closely behind him also subconsciously widened their eyes after entering, their faces full of surprises. Chapter 48. Although he has already been psychologically prepared, he will definitely be able to see an unusual sight on the top of the building. But when they actually stepped in, whether it was Chu Yun, Chu Qing, or Qin Xiener, they couldn't help but froze in place. I go. This is too exaggerated. Qin Xiener's eyes were full of surprise. He couldn't help but said in a low voice. Big. A huge space. The air was filled with all kinds of faint fluorescence. But what is shocking is that the center of the huge space in this immortal pavilion, like a small sun, a huge diamond white spar is suspended. The rich spiritual energy hangs down from the spar, forming a fairy mist, which sets it off like a fairyland on earth. It has to be the size of several football fields, right? Do you want Chu Yun to live alone in such a big place? Hey! Qing look, such a big spiritual energy spar, shouldn't it be a spar mine that was directly moved over? Luxury. It's too luxurious. She prides herself on not having a low vision. But at this moment, looking at the various mysteries in the fairy pavilion, I am still surprised. Such a large spiritual energy spar is worth at least hundreds of billions of dragon national coins. And it's still priceless. According to Qin Xiener's estimate. In the space of such a large spar to practice at close range, with a good practice, in the development of talent, you can get twice the result with half the effort, and you can practice dozens of times more efficiently than others. Our Hwaking University still has such a baby, it's an exaggeration. Qin Xianer looked at the spar suspended like the sun with envy in her eyes. Zhaixinglu, that's what it meant. This is actually the real star-picking building. All the spiritual energy in the entire building is emitted by this huge spar. So it makes sense that the fees are so expensive. Chu Qing also spoke. She guessed the truth. As a well-known treasure of Hwaking University, the Sing Sing building charges as much as 100 points for an hour of merit. Just enter here, with the help of spiritual energy 10 times stronger than other places, quickly break through and sublimate the combat power. Many Hwaking students have complained about the high fees at Zhaixinglu. But does it seem expensive now? Not expensive at all. Every time you absorb the spiritual energy in the building, you are consuming the heritage of this huge spar. Once absorbed, it is really gone. This level of spar is not an exaggeration to call it God level. Hwaking University's willingness to open it up to students is extremely generous. And now it's even more outrageous. His younger brother actually lived directly in the room of this God-level spar. Is this the treatment of God-level Tianjiao? Even her own younger brother, Chu Qing, is somewhat envious. Chu Yun was also shaken in his heart. Is this where I live next? Hwaking University's handwriting is really big. He felt that what Qin Xianer said was not accurate enough. Cultivating in this immortal pavilion, and cooperating with the God-level exercise he practiced, Fufu Mingguang's breathing method, the cultivation efficiency may reach an astonishing 100 times or more. I have a heart. So caring. Chu Yun sighed in his heart. He was also clearly aware of the benefits of the star-picking tower to him. After being surprised for a while, the three gradually recovered. It was found that in addition to the huge spar, this immortal pavilion also has a complete set of living facilities. The fluorescent lights that swayed in the air were all tiny teleportation runes that could be teleported directly into each room. Bedroom, dining room, study room, training room, gravity room. Everything, everything. If only I could live here. Qin Xianer came from a big family, but now looking at her best friend's younger brother's dormitory in Hwaking University, she doesn't know how many times she feels envious. Xianer, don't think about it. The premise of staying here is to have so many merits. Chu Qing smiled lightly, looked at Qin Xianer's envious appearance, and reminded her. This made Qin Xianer even more bitter. Right. This is the treatment only for third-rank sergeants. I do not deserve. That's right, Xiaoyun. After joking with Qin Xianer for a while, Chu Qing seemed to remember something, and said to Chu Yun, school will start in 3 days. Don't miss it when the freshmen register. The cultivation conditions in the Sing Sing building are really good. Even if they want to stay here and stay here, let alone the younger brother has only awakened in less than a few months. So she specially reminded Chu Yun not to miss the registration. I know. Chu Yun nodded with a smile, and uttered a hometown dialect. That's right. Little brother Chu, you must remember to win the first chance for freshmen. The rewards given by Hwaking University for the first freshman every year are very good. I secretly tell you a top-secret message. Qin Xianer also seemed to remember something, and reminded Chu Yun somewhat mysteriously. Freshman first? Top-secret information? Chu Yun looked at Qin Xianer's cute and delicate baby face with some curiosity. Xianer, is the reward for the first freshman good this time? Chu Qing also looked over. She knew that Qin Xianer could often find out a lot of information, and they were all extremely accurate. Concerning the younger brother, he immediately became concerned. All right. I heard that recently the school is spending a lot of money to acquire a yellow-level secret realm. It is very likely that it was used as a reward for the first freshman this time. Qin Xianer said with a solemn expression in a low voice. Yellow-level secret realm. Real. Chu Qing was stunned. Chu Yun was also stunned. Although there was no turbulent expression on his face, there were some rather strange feelings in his heart. Qin Xianer said, "Shouldn't it be the yellow-level secret realm promised to me by Hwaking University and the military? It seems to be a misunderstanding." After Chu Yun found out, his heart suddenly felt lost interest in the so-called freshman first. His combat power has grown from the martial sect, and he has long since had no mind to compare with his peers. Even in Hwaking University, no one in the same class can compare to him. This is not because of his own pride, but the words of the two senior officials of Hwaking University on the road. You may not know what the yellow-level secret realm means. This is a rare opportunity. Even if the yellow-level secret realm is the most common in the secret realm, if you have the opportunity to enter it, you will not only have the opportunity to improve your combat power at a high speed, but even have the opportunity to improve your innate ability. In our era, talent is king. Once talent is awakened, it is basically set. Only in the secret realm can you have the opportunity to improve your talent. Even if it is a god-level talent, it is said that there is a historical record of improvement. So, get it. Qin Xianer raised her eyebrows at Chu Yun. The benefits of the yellow-level secret realm are too great. In her opinion, if Chu Yun is really a god-level genius, he must fight for it. Understood. Thank you, Sister Xianer. Chu Yun smiled and thanked. He didn't interrupt Qin Xianer. Others are also kind. Moreover, he really didn't know that the yellow-level secret realm actually had the opportunity to improve his innate ability. No wonder it's so rare. The three continued to chat for a while in the Sing Sing building. It was late at night. Although Chu Qing wanted to stay here and ask Chu Yun something, she was pulled away by Qin Xianer. The next few days, Chu Qing tried to find Chu Yun several times. However, he found that his younger brother seemed to be very busy and was not in the Sing Sing building. Can only regret it. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Hwaking University has opened. New students are also coming to sign up. Chapter 49. Hwaking University, as the #1 university, was crowded when the semester started. Not only a large number of talented students returned, but also freshmen like Wen Yuxin and Chen Yinghui came to report, which seemed very lively. Chu Yun is very busy these days. In addition to going to the military to report around, and being watched as a giant panda for a while. The most important and busy thing was that on the platform that day, the capital's Lord Long Zhuxiao promised to spend tens of billions of Dragon National coins to set up a talent research team specifically for him. These big guys can be said to be resolute. After 3 or 2 days of hard work, they have already worked with professors from Hwaking University and Imperial College to build a basic prototype and build a luxurious laboratory. As the protagonist, he naturally cannot be absent. Been going through various tests these days. Busy Chu Yun couldn't even take care of observing the frog cubs. It is worth mentioning that when he was cooperating with the research, he remembered the Halo Stone, and he took a piece and handed it to the laboratory, so that the professors could help with the research. Today, I came to the new students to report, which can be regarded as taking time out of my busy schedule. As soon as he appeared, immediately received a lot of attention. It's not that Chu Yun's identity as a god-level genius has been exposed. It's his tall stature and extraordinary looks that make him as dazzling as a firefly in the dark night among the freshmen who signed up. So handsome, is this the new junior brother? Don't grab it, I'll add his feety on later. Along the way, there are already many senior sisters from Hwaking University staring at Chu Yun with bright eyes and paying close attention to him. Someone was about to move, trying to get close to Chu Yun. Chu Yun boss. You also came to report. Here, go this way, the freshman reporting office is here, I just finished reporting, I will take you there. Suddenly, a yellow-haired boy suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yun. He widened his eyes, his face full of excitement. A few days later, Chen Yinghui saw Chu Yun again. Under the murderous gazes all around, Chen Yinghui trotted forward with a diligent expression on his face. Today is different from the past. This Rongcheng genius has changed his previous contempt for Chu Yun. After witnessing the strength of Chu Yun on the Benli high-speed rail, Chen Yinghui has become a fan of Chu Yun's brain. Then trouble you. Chu Yun, who happened to be surrounded by onlookers, couldn't find his way. He was too lazy to call and trouble his sister Chu Qing about such trivial matters. Chen Yinghui had a relationship with him at least once, although the impression is not very good, but it doesn't matter. The front is the new student reporting office. There is no need to pay, mainly to register identity information, and then assign departments and classes according to talent. Our Huaking University is divided into 4 colleges: Tianyuan, Tiankai, Tianqi, and Shenwei. I am in Tianyuan College. Mr. Chu Yun, if you have anything to do at Huaking University in the future, you must find me. Chen Yinghui took Chu Yun to the front of a building with excitement on his face, talking about it. Thanks. Chu Yun nodded and walked directly into the building. Looking at Chu Yun's back, Chen Yinghui muttered expectantly, I don't know if I can be assigned to the same academy with the boss. This is an invincible thigh, and I have to hug it tightly in the future. When he was reporting just now, other freshmen also came to report. He was still somewhat confident. S-level talent is not bad at Huaking University. Soon, however, he was struck. SS class. 3 people came in a blink of an eye. Even saw an SSS class. It hit him hard. Gradually realized that this is no longer a small place like Rongcheng. What is genius? In Huaking University, if you throw a stone at random, you might be the champion of any city or province. I'm not a pervert like Chu Yun, it's better to be honest and calm. Chen Yinghui is actually the norm for many new students. In a place like Huaking University where monsters gather, almost everyone was beaten constantly, and eventually they gradually realized the reality. Chu Yun didn't feel anything special. He walked into the building and followed the directions to line up to report. Except for being baptized by many eyes because of his appearance, and being taken away by himself to open up a special channel for processing, the whole registration did not have any twists and turns. This is also normal. After all, it is also the #1 university in Longguo, and the quality of students and teachers is generally not bad. Occasionally there are thorns like Chen Yinghui, and I dare not really do things on the first day of school. Naturally, there can be no inexplicable pretend slap in the face. After an hour, Chu Yun walked out of the building holding a tablet with a strange look on his face. I studied in this university, and I don't even have a college, let alone classmates. He shrugged, groaning a little helplessly. After other freshmen report, they will be assigned classes based on talent. When he was just reporting, under the curious eyes of the reporting teacher, he was informed that he did not need to enter the class. Of course not without classes. Instead, it's all one-on-one teaching. He doesn't have to go to the teacher alone, the teacher will come to the star building by himself to teach him. Look at the tablet in your hand. By default, a flying signal registered for him is logged in. Fidion is the most popular communication software in Longguo, with almost 1 person on hand, and the Fidion signal specially applied for by Huaking University has the contact information and some information of about 10 teachers on it. He glanced. Tang Long, professor of Shenwei College. Tongtian Wuzun, master of physical art. Yu Fiheng is a professor at Apocalypse College. Tongtian Wuzun, a master in the field of talent theory research, an expert in beast science. Zhang Dongying, Vice President of the Academy of Astronomy, Tongtian Wuzun, SSS-level thunder talent. Rows of information, each of which is the top professor and dean of Huaking University. Chu Yun even saw the information of Yu Suandao and Principal Chong Ming on it. These bigwigs who are usually hard to get a class, or even don't take a class at all, let him choose at will. It left Chu Yun speechless. This has to be known to other students, and they don't know what it's like to be surprised. But he wasn't hypocritical. Since you choose to expose your strength, isn't it just to get these privileges and become stronger faster? He pondered for a moment. Holding the tablet, I opened the chat window of several interested professors on Fidion. Time flies. It has been a week since Chu Yun arrived at Hwaking University. Gradually, he also adapted to the new college life. It's just that his college life is completely different from other students. In the morning and afternoon, he was taught by a professor in the professional field of Hwaking University. In the evening, he has to go to the laboratory to cooperate with the professors to study talents and develop methods that fit his talents. It can be said that the day has been busy and fulfilling. The students of Hwaking University only occasionally saw Chu Yun on the road, but their impression of him was only on his appearance, and it was not clear which class he was in. It can be said that it is very low-key, and the sense of presence is not high. This day, Chu Yun rarely has a day off. In the morning, I had a small gathering with my sister Chu Qing. After having lunch, he returned to the Sing Sing building and started practicing diligently. Boom! Boom! The gravity room in the Sing Sing building. Chu Yun bombarded the force measuring column, and the combat power value soared wildly. 100,000. 130,000. 150,000. Shock burst. Overlord is domineering. Chu Yun's eyes narrowed. A terrifying coercion erupted from his body. The combat power index on the display on the force measuring column stopped at 200,000. Seeing this, Chu Yun's eyes showed a rare excitement. In just 1 week of entering Hwaking University, his combat power has grown by leaps and bounds. From 130,000 to 200,000. In addition to this, in addition to having begun to take a lot of treasures that are good for physique, the most important is talent understanding and development. Whether it is the environment in the building, or the guidance of the teachers, including the most important laboratory research, they have provided him with too much help. If it is said that his understanding of Zhen fruit before is 1%. Now, with the efforts of many people and his efforts, his understanding of the Zhen fruit may have rapidly risen to 10%, or even 15%. The transformation of combat power is naturally a matter of course. This is just the beginning. If this goes on, my progress will be faster and faster. You have to get stronger as soon as possible. Chu Yun remembered the terrifying beast tide encountered along the way of the Benli high-speed railway, as well as the remarks of these fierce beastology teachers. There was always a sense of crisis in his heart. This era is not safe, even the generals may encounter a life and death crisis at any time. His current strength is still too weak. Chapter 50. The terrifying talent airflow fluctuates. As Chu Yun's figure flickered, thunder light raged. Gravity interior. After Chu Yun finished practicing the ability of the Zhen fruit, he began to practice his SSS-level talent, Destruction Thunder. This talent has also made significant progress after systematic study. Several hours passed. Call. Chu Yun let out a breath of turbid air and soaked in a specially made bath covered in sweat. The peculiar golden liquid was flowing in the pool, nourishing his body continuously, and the heavenly spirit cover that made him comfortable was about to be lifted. This is a kind of beast and dragon blood, and its benefits to the body are beyond imagination. Just this pool is worth at least tens of millions of dragon national coins, which is extremely luxurious. Chu Yun soaked in it, feeling the tear in his body being nourished and repaired. Time to harvest the clover. After binding the system, he almost formed a habit. Instinctively, I went to the frog time house to collect food. Wow! A wave of thoughts swept through, and the clover that had just grown in the frog time house was mercilessly harvested by Chu Yun. Looking at the balance of the clover, after a period of accumulation, it has exceeded 30,000 copies. This is due to the special benefit of increasing the yield of clover several times during the last Balian shake. It hurts. These days, he occasionally accompanies the frog cub to shake it again and again, and he doesn't get anything, it's just extreme. My own son-in-law, oh, my daughter has been fishing in the frog time house every day since she came back last time, and she feels fatter. He remembered that he had hinted at the girl. Helped her pack up a week ago. Pity. The frog cub pretended to be invisible and stayed at home. Chu Yun also gave up. I don't know how long the frog cub will stay this time before going out for a trip. Chu Yun thought about it and glanced at the room. Suddenly stunned. What the FK? What about my cub? He scanned the inside and out a few times, but didn't see the frog cub. Cannot help but be a little confused. Is this, going out? Quickly flip through the system records. Your frog is going on a trip. Frog will send back travel photos from time to time, please pay attention to check it. As predicted. When he was immersed in cultivation before, the frog cub even left without saying goodbye and went out on a trip. Chu Yun was speechless. Go so suddenly? Fortunately, I was so busy before, so I helped this villain prepare the luggage, or else I left in such a hurry, and I didn't even have a lunch when I went out. He also thought about telling the frog cub to remember to send the photo back when he left, but now it seems that he can only see her mood. I don't know if the frog cub will travel to that world this time, and what specialties will it bring back. Correct. Travel log. Chu Yun remembered that he still had a travel log, and maybe he could see the frog cubs going there. He took out his travel journal and turned it over. But what disappointed Chu Yun was, in addition to the existing logs on the first 3 pages, the 4th page of the travel log that should have appeared is still blank. Looks like we might have to wait until the frog cubs return to see it. Chu Yun guessed. He wasn't too surprised by this. The last time he looked at the travel log, he had already realized that the flow of time in other worlds and the world he was in should be different. The frog cub didn't return, and I can understand that I can't check the travel log. Wait until she gets back. Continue to practice. Although Chu Yun was also looking forward to it, he was not in a hurry. After knowing that the frog cub was out again, the happiness of the frog time house was suddenly reduced by more than half, and he simply retired and continued to practice. When Chu Yun practiced boringly and frantically improved his combat power, the freshmen of Hwaking University were also fiery. Have you heard? According to the practice of our Hwaking University, after 3 months of admission, all freshmen will be voted for the top 10 freshmen. The new students will be rewarded by the school. I heard that it is very generous. Is this true? On this day, many students gathered together and chatted with great interest. Really, this is the old tradition of Hwaking University. The top 10 freshmen in the last class were rewarded with a talent weapon. Someone said it with certainty. Yes, our school is worthy of being the #1 university in the Dragon Country. It's so rich. Everyone has a yellow level talent weapon, and it's tailor-made. I'm really envious. An insider talked about the rewards for the last freshman of Hwaking University, and his eyes were shining. Accurately speaking, it's the top 10 yellow rank low rank, the top 3 yellow rank middle rank, and the first yellow rank high rank freshman. The first freshman in the last class was my cousin. I personally saw that talent weapon, and it was a blast. It's even better than some inferior Xian level weapons. Another person said a deeper secret with a proud face, which immediately became the focus, and was asked at random. Speaking of which, who do you think has a chance to become the first freshman in this class? After discussing for a while, someone suddenly asked. These words calmed the fiery atmosphere. If it was said that before coming to Hwaking University, everyone present would be confident that it was themselves. But it's been a week since admission. Those who are arrogant have been beaten up long ago, and now no one dares to speak indiscriminately, for fear of being taught by a big man who does not know. I think the top 10 can still be guessed. But this time the freshman is the first, there is no need to discuss it. The little fat man who had seen his cousin's gifted weapon just now was noticed again. Brother Yu, why are you so sure? Do you know what's going on? Someone was immediately intrigued and asked quickly. Yu Bo smiled lightly, this time the freshman is number 1. It can only be the Bai Qiushan from Central Plains Province. What he said was decisive, confident, and seemed to be very sure. Chapter 51. Baiqiu Mountain in Central Plains Province? He really has this qualification. This is an SSS-level talent. I heard that his talent is terrible. When the other freshmen heard the name, their faces suddenly became stunned. Among the incoming freshmen, there are a total of 3 SSS-level talents. Bai Qiushan is one of them, and they have all heard of it. Horrible. That's pretty scary. Okay. Yu Bo smiled lightly, and said to others with a mysterious expression, what I'm going to say next, you shouldn't tell others. This is what my cousin revealed to me. If he knew that I had spread it out, he would have to kill me. Speaking of which, he paused in tone, with a look of embarrassment on his face. Understood. I understand. Brother Yu, don't worry, we will not talk nonsense about who we are with whom. Do you know what Bai Qiushan's talent is? Yes, what is his talent? These freshmen were so anxious that they were seduced by Yu Bo, and they all hurriedly asked him to speak quickly. SSS-level talent, each of them is no trivial matter, even these talented freshmen of Hwaking University are just as curious. Cough. Yu Bo pretended to cough, and he cleared his throat. Talent is taboo, and I don't know much about it. But what I know is, Bai Qiushan was born in the Bai family, one of the 8 great families in our dragon country, and his combat power has reached 18,000. Hiss. When he said this, many people widened their eyes and gasped. It turned out to be from the 8 major families. This is a really powerful background. With the Bai family as the backstage, there is no need to worry about cultivation resources. Wait. How much did you say? 18,000? Isn't Bai Qiushan already a martial master? How you? Someone reacted and his face changed. As a freshman at Hwaking University, it can be said that everyone is on the same starting line, and the time to awaken their talents will not be too far apart. So they know the weight of it all too well. From the awakening to the present, in just a few months, we are all considered geniuses, and most of us have entered the early stage of the Star Warriors, and some are even in the middle stage. How you martial master, it will take at least half a year. This Bai Qiushan is too scary, isn't it? No wonder Brother Yu is so sure that he can become the first freshman this time. I will accept him. If the news is true, I will vote for him. Bai Qiushan. Someone muttered to themselves, with admiration in their eyes. Indeed, to have such a powerful combat power so quickly, in addition to talent, I am afraid that there is definitely a lot of hard work. I have to find an opportunity to ask him for advice. Some people exclaimed and bluntly wanted to ask Bai Qiushan for advice. Bai Qiushan and I are in the same class, and he usually behaves very low-key. I didn't expect him to be the Haoyu martial master. I'm a little ashamed. No, I have to go to practice every night in the future, or I won't have the face to be his classmate. And Bai Qiushan's classmates bowed their heads in shame and decided to practice harder. That's the genius mentality. When encountering an opponent who is stronger than you, the first thing you think about is not how to slander or how to be sour, but instead, what you think about is to learn from the other party and be inspired by the other party. You think that's the end of it. That's all there is to it. There aren't many other SSS-level talents that are easy, right? It really made me sure that Bai Qiushan is the best, but it took a lot of effort to find out. Seeing that the students were shocked, Yu Bo felt a little satisfied, and immediately continued. What's so great about classmate Bai Qiushan? Someone asked immediately. Besides the battle strength of martial master Hao, Bai Qiushan has also been on the battlefield and killed beasts before the new students report. His first battle of awakening is not easy. It is said that he killed many low-level vicious beasts and got 10,000 merits. If my calculations are right, then Bai Qiushan must be at least an 8th rank sergeant. You both throws a blockbuster. Bai Qiushan has 10,000 meritorious deeds, and it is very likely that he is already an 8th rank sergeant. All the classmates were dumbfounded. My day, before entering school, 10,000 meritorious deeds? This is the great god from there. How can this be fought? 8th rank sergeant, with meritorious deeds in hand, he will definitely exchange meritorious deeds for treasures for cultivation. In 3 months, Bai Qiushan might have 30,000 combat power. Brother Yu, what you said, I think what you said is true. Who can compete with Bai Qiushan for freshmen? I took it. There are too many evildoers in Hwaking University. We are all mortals. These freshmen were shocked and sighed again and again. He was stunned by Bai Qiushan's deeds. Cut. I thought how great it was. It's just normal. At this moment, a disdainful voice sounded. A yellow-haired boy at the next table kept squinting and listening to Yubo's bragging, and he was amused. I feel that these guys are simply frogs at the bottom of the well, and they have never seen the market. Compared with the big boss Chu Yun, this Bai Qiushan is a fart. Freshman first, it can only be Chu Yun boss, okay? Originally, he was holding back and did not want to participate in the discussion. But hearing these guys boast more and more, Chen Yinghui finds it ridiculous. The big boss Chu Yun is probably the god-level genius, and his combat power is hundreds of thousands. That is to say, the boss didn't know where he went recently, and the 4 major academies have no news of him. Otherwise, this Bai Qiushan is a fart in front of him. Chu Yun is his idol. Hearing these people brag about Bai Qiushan being the number 1 freshman, the more I think about it, the more unhappy it is. With his cheap-mouthed habit, his mouth is a wave of ridicule. Who are you? Just open your mouth and come. Bai Qiushan can't do it, can you? It's you, Chen Yinghui, you're an S-ranker, you're too embarrassed to look down on the great god Bai Qiushan. Immediately, the others were unhappy and fought back. Others recognized Chen Yinghui and scolded him directly by name. Oh! Is there anything this classmate can't see? Yubo was mocked by Chen Yinghui, but he was not annoyed. He loves to collect gossip, but he is a little more attentive. Certainly. The freshmen come first, and it can only be the boss of Chu Yun. Bai Qiushan can't compare. Chen Yinghui hummed. Chu Yun boss? Who is it? Does our academy have an SSS-level talent named Chu Yun? No, does your Tianyuan academy have one? Or is it SS level? No, our Tianyuan academy has never heard of this person. We have never heard of Tiankai Academy, Chen Yinghui, are you nonsense? Hearing Chen Yinghui mention Chu Yun's name, everyone else was confused. The people sitting here today are from all 4 colleges. But I have never heard of the character Chu Yun. Chu Yun. Only Yubo narrowed his eyes, thoughtful. This name sounds familiar. But really not impressed. Boss Chu Yun, he is the great Sun Wuzong, do you understand the great Sun Wuzong? Chen Yinghui raised his head and was about to make a comparison. I suddenly remembered that when I left the high-speed rail station that day, I was solemnly warned by some relevant departments. And I don't know why, just when he wanted to say something more, he felt a chill behind his back, as if someone was staring at him, which made his face stunned. He's a freshman at Hwaking University, and doesn't belong to the 4 colleges. You'll know when the time comes. Gone. Inexplicable fear enveloped his heart, and Chen Yinghui did not dare to continue pretending. After falling down a sentence, he walked quickly and ran away. Chu Yun, great Sun Wuzong. Is this brother awake? What's the combat power of the great Sun Wuzong? It's over 100,000. This must be a senior, right? This guy must have made a mistake. Comparing the old student with the new student, he reacted and ran away. Ha ha ha, that makes sense. A group of people laughed out loud when they saw Chen Yinghui's embarrassed appearance, but they didn't take this matter to heart at all. Only the fat man Yubo thought for a moment. Anyway, idle is idle. Decided to investigate. Does Hwaking University have the character Chu Yun? Chapter 52. 3 days passed. Hwaking University, Villa area. A number of independent villas are dotted and listed on both sides. Bai Qiushan is practicing swords. One cut, one drag, one look back. Murderous, slashed on the force measuring column 3 feet away. Boom. It was clearly a knife slash, but there was a loud explosion. On the display of the force column, the numbers jumped wildly. 18,000. 20,000. Seeing this scene, Bai Qiushan breathed a sigh of relief. Dang bang! He casually threw the 1,000-pound beast-cutting knife in his hand on the ground, and the whole person relaxed. 20,000 combat power. After 3 months, I can reach 35,000, or even 40,000 combat power. This time, Huang Tao and Shui Wuxin should not be my opponents anymore. The first place for this freshman is stable. This time the first prize for freshman is much better than before, I must win it. Bai Qiushan's face is very ordinary, and even looks a little honest. But his mentality is very confident, and he has a domineering mentality of giving up on me. After practice, Bai Qiushan walked out of the bathroom after taking a shower, looking at the empty mansion, in a good mood. Detached villa. This is the special treatment that SSS-level talents can only get in Hwaking University, and it is also the highest treatment for freshmen. Sitting at the breakfast table, he ate the meat of the fierce beast sent by his family, his whole body exuding thick blood. Enjoying the warm feeling, Bai Qiushan took out his mobile phone and called his mentor. His mentor was also one by himself. The most outstanding physical master of Shenwei Academy, Professor Tang Long. This professor has seldom taught classes. In addition, he has a hot temper and is very busy in the military. It can be said that it is extremely difficult to get his guidance. In order to get the guidance of Professor Tang Long, he spent a lot of time. In the end, it was because the other party reluctantly agreed to give him guidance once a week because he was an 8th-rank sergeant. But Bai Qiushan felt it was worth it. During the first week of admission, although he only took one class of Professor Tang Long, he was polite to say that he learned a lot from this professor. Today, it was possible to successfully break through 20,000 combat power, thanks to Professor Tang Long's guidance. When I called Professor Tang Long, it was a new week, and I had to make an appointment with him for a class. The most important is, through the channels at home, he learned that Hwaking University was acquiring the Huang-level secret realm. This made Bai Qiushan's heart skip a beat. Yellow-level secret realm. Definitely a reward for the first freshman. He called today because he wanted to take a side shot and confirm the news from Professor Tang Long. Beep beep. A busy tone came from the phone. After a while, still no connection. Bai Qiushan didn't care, he was used to it. The professor is usually very busy, and it is normal to spend more time contacting him. Professor Tang Long still appreciates me. Shouldn't be a problem, he thought. After making another call. Finally, the other side is connected. Oh, that kid from the Bai family. This afternoon, no, I'm not free this week, so it's weekend morning, okay. Tang Long's rough voice came. However, the other parties seemed to be very busy and spoke in a hurry. Weekend morning? Okay, Professor, I'll be there on time. Bai Qiushan's attitude towards Tang Long is not surprising. It is not easy for Hwaking University to be a professor. As a freshman in my own area, it's a great deal of face for the other party to be willing to answer the phone. I was a little disappointed to hear that I had to wait until the morning of the weekend. It's not easy to think about taking a class taught by Professor Tang Long. Well, okay, that's it, I still have something to do. Professor Tang, wait. Seeing that Tang Long was about to hang up, Bai Qiushan quickly spoke up. What's wrong? Tang Long was a little surprised. Professor, I would like to ask you, do our freshmen of Hwaking University have the opportunity to enter the Huang-level secret realm this time? Bai Qiushan considered it for a while and asked. What? Yellow-level secret realm? How did you know about this? Oh, you are the boy of the Bai family, so it's not surprising to know. But this has nothing to do with your freshmen, don't worry about it, this thing has a master. Hearing Bai Qiushan's question, Tang Long wondered to himself. Bai Qiushan was stunned. It's okay? How is this possible? I heard that Hwaking University is buying. Listen to the professor's meaning, the yellow-level secret realm has a master? Who does Hwaking University pay for? Bai Qiushan was stunned, and quickly asked, Professor, this. Beep beep. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Bai Qiushan frowned. He was silent for a while, and got inside information from Tang Long, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Only people under the age of 20 can enter the yellow-level secret realm. The acquisition of Hwaking University is not for freshmen, but for whom? Can this sort of thing be fixed? It's not fair. The more Bai Qiushan thought about it, the more depressed he felt, and he felt that he had been treated unfairly. After struggling for a moment, he made another call. The call was picked up quickly this time. Xiao Shan? Why are you in the mood to call my aunt? There was a female voice on the other end of the phone. It is the aunt of Bai Qiushan. Auntie, I'm at Hwaking University, and I just found out that the first reward for freshmen may be the right to enter the yellow-level secret realm. But there seems to be a shady scene, and the quota seems to have been set by default. Bai Qiushan's tone was a little harsh, and he seemed very dissatisfied. He felt that his aunt would definitely be able to call the shots for him. Fair competition, I am not afraid of anyone. If I want to make an internal decision, I am not without a backer. My aunt is a warrior. On the other end of the phone, Bai Meng burst into laughter when he heard his nephew's complaint. Little guy, you think too much. This yellow-level secret realm is indeed not for you new students. Your teacher is right. This quota is reserved. As a general, Bai Meng had a relationship with Yu Suandeo before, and he was very clear about the ins and outs of this matter. Such a precious thing in a yellow-level secret realm. Will Hwaking University use it as a freshman award? These little guys really dare to think. Bai Qiushan was stunned again. He carefully recalled what his aunt just said. It turned out to be exactly the same as Professor Tang Long. Bai Qiushan is puzzled. Who can let Hwaking University directly acquire the yellow-level secret realm for him? Is this what people do? He asked, Auntie, who is this yellow-level secret realm going to be given to our school? Can you tell me? I don't think it will be worse than him. After Bai Meng heard this, he smiled. Although this nephew of his family is outstanding, he is still far behind that god-level genius. Thinking of that young man's astonishing and brilliant killing in the video, which has been classified as a top secret by Longuo, Bai Meng still has a fresh memory. Yep. That is to say, my nephew knows what it means to know what it means to be outside the world, and there are people outside the world. Bai Meng knew Bai Qiushan very well. It looks very honest, but the actual character is as stubborn as a rock. If he doesn't tell him about this, he will use his own method to break the casserole and ask to the end. Bai Meng was determined to sharpen Bai Qiushan's temperament, and simply told him directly, that person is called Chu Yun. A freshman like you. Chu Yun. Bai Qiushan heard the words and thought about it carefully. His brows were raised high, he had never heard of this name before. I see, thank you auntie. He politely hung up the phone. The news came from my aunt, and it must not be wrong. Knowing this information is enough. He wanted to see how sacred this Chu Yun was. Chapter 53. Bai Qiushan was very unconvinced. After learning the name Chu Yun from his aunt, he began to investigate. We really have a freshman named Chu Yun this year. Strange, why is he not in the 4 academies? Except for the name, everything else is top secret. Talent, realm, and origin are all blocked, and I can't find it in the file. Who is he? Bai Qiushan spent a lot of time investigating. But the result surprised him. With his ability, the information he found was pitiful. Apart from knowing that this guy named Chu Yun is a freshman in the same class as him, all other information is actually top secret. Even Chu Yun couldn't find out in that academy. The more Bai Qiushan investigates, the more curious he becomes. After spending nearly a week and inquiring from various sources, Bai Qiushan finally got some useful information. This Chu Yun often passes by Kaiseki Plaza. Bai Qiushan was holding a photo in his hand, looking at the pretty boy in the photo, frowning slightly. The photo was taken, but it was enough for him to identify Chu Yun. But what is he doing at Kaiseki Plaza? Bai Qiushan was a little puzzled. Kaiseki Plaza leads to many training rooms of Hwaking University, but they are all advanced areas and the fees are very high. Generally, only old students go there. Even he was reluctant to go there. This Chu Yun seems to be from a good background, doesn't it? Could it be from the Chu family? I have never heard of such a character in the Chu family. Bai Qiushan came to Kaiseki Square with doubts to stand guard. Chu Yun finally appeared. It's really mysterious. Several days passed in a row, and it was almost the weekend. Bai Qiushan finally lit up and saw Chu Yun's figure appear. Although he was quite hostile to this guy who snatched the yellow-level secret realm, he was not a brain-dead man. Will not go up to provocation for no reason. After hesitating for a while, he quietly followed, intending to secretly observe what Chu Yun was capable of. Passing through Kaiseki Square, Chu Yun came to a group of buildings. This building complex is very low, and it seems that there is only one gate left, leading to the underground. He looked around for a moment, walked to one of the gates familiarly, and walked in. There is, the school Super Beast Arena. Is this guy too arrogant? Even Bai Qiushan, who was born in the Bai family, saw Chu Yun enter that door, his face changed suddenly, and he whispered incredulously. Super Beast Arena. It can be said that it is the most expensive place in this training room. 1 hour, 1 million dragon coins. In an ordinary third-tier city, it is enough to buy a house. In the Super Beast Arena, it can only be regarded as the minimum consumption. Generally, those who enter the Super Beast Arena for cultivation will not be able to get out without a long time. There's a reason why it's so expensive. Super Beast Arena uses high-tech means to project a real beast battle. The highest can project high-level beasts. According to some seniors and sisters, the reality of the projected beasts reaches 80%. Does this guy usually practice in the Super Beast Arena? Or occasionally? Isn't it a waste of money for a freshman to come here? Bai Qiushan was a little puzzled. Even he, an SSS-level talent awakener, now has a combat power of 20,000, but he would not consider coming here to practice. Because even if he tried his best, it was impossible to defeat the middle-level beast. Coming here now is just a waste of money. With full of doubts, Bai Qiushan came to the door of the Super Beast Arena. Hello, distinguished 8th rank Sergeant Bai Qiushan. The current charge is 1 million per hour, and you can enjoy a 10% discount because of your meritorious deeds. Do you want to enter? The student information of Bai Qiushan was detected in front of the door, and a prompt sounded. Looking at the blackness in front of me. Chu Yun's back was nowhere to be seen. Bai Qiushan just hesitated for a moment, then walked in. Only 1 million. Discounts are also available. If you can figure out the origin of this Chu Yun, it will be worth it. He stepped in. The black area in front of it turned into a ramp leading directly to the ground, and the fluorescent light flickered, which was very dreamy. Chu Yun has arrived at the core area of the Super Beast Arena at this time. Here is a huge coliseum. It was built a bit like a gymnasium, but it was much more advanced than a gymnasium. Above are dense, intricate devices hanging like honeycombs. He had already noticed that someone was following him secretly behind him, but he didn't care. Some got used to it. Sometimes when I was walking on the campus road, a girl would often run out and ask for Fidion. But more than that, they were all sneaking behind him to observe. And there are men and women here. It's very sad. Chu Yun was a little concerned at first, but then he was too lazy to pay attention to it. Generally, when you arrive at these training rooms, expensive fees will block a large number of people. Chu boy, are you here? Enter the Colosseum. Chu Yun saw a tall and burly man, greeted him with a kind smile. Mr. Tang has been waiting for a long time again. Chu Yun said apologetically to Tang Long. This is his physique teacher, who came to the Super Beast Arena to take classes. After these days, he has become acquainted with many teachers of Hwaking University, and feels that the teachers here are friendly, enthusiastic, professional, and serious. If it weren't for that, his progress wouldn't be so fast. What are you waiting for? I don't know about your kid yet. It must be that crazy woman from Tanggu who is holding on to you. But it doesn't matter, let's practice more. Tang Long walked forward very enthusiastically, looking at Chu Yun with satisfaction in his eyes. What a seedling! Really good seedlings. Every time he gives Chu Yun a class these days, he has a feeling that he can't wait. This kid is a monster. Not only is the talent ridiculously high, but the learning speed is also very fast. They can often draw inferences from one case and have their own unique views. Teaching Chu Yun a lesson is a pleasure. It's like a top craftsman who suddenly sees a piece of perfect rough jade that has never been carved by anyone. It is good. Teacher, what is the content of our class today? Chu Yun was not surprised at all when he heard the extra training. This is Tang Long's style of class. He smiled and asked Tang Long. Review first. Using the physical skills I taught you last time, you can't use your innate abilities, and you can support yourself for half an hour under the siege of 3 high-level beasts, even if you pass the test. Tang Long had already prepared the teaching content. As a matter of course, assigned tasks to Chu Yun. Bai Qiushan, who had just walked into the Colosseum, happened to hear the conversation between the two, and his mouth was so wide that he could stuff an egg. Professor Tang Long. Him, why is he here? Is he teaching this Chu Yun too? Should not be ah. Professor Tang Long's temper is so hot, he usually hates people being late. I always waited for Tang Long to teach him. Why is Professor Tang Long waiting for Chu Yun in this Super Beast Arena today? And why did the two of them cross their shoulders and back each other so that they could no longer be familiar with each other? Could this Chu Yun be that relative of Professor Tang Long? Bai Qiushan felt unbelievable. I felt like I saw a fake Tang Long. Even began to think about the relationship between the two of them. Wrong. Did I hear it wrong just now? What did Mr. Tang Long ask him to do? Without the ability to support 3 high-level beasts for half an hour? What a joke! Even the great Sun Wuzong can't do it, right? He suddenly shuddered, remembering the conversation between Tang Long and Chu Yun just now. Shocked. Standing dumbfounded. Next moment. All kinds of devices like honeycombs light up suddenly. 3 ferocious beasts of different races suddenly appeared and attacked Chu Yun. Chapter 54. Bai Qiushan widened his eyes and looked at the 3 high-level beasts. He knows every one of them. 2-winged flying tiger, blue-toothed python, and flying iron python. They are the more ferocious types of high-level beasts. And each has its own characteristics. Those two winged flying tigers were as fast as lightning, and under the same realm, some S-rank talents who specialized in speed might not necessarily outrun this beast. The blue-toothed poisonous python and the iron and steel flying python are also beasts of the python type. They are both good at spraying poisonous mist, and they are easy to die on the spot if they are not careful. He also saw the combat power value displayed during the projection just now. The combat power of each projected high-level beast is as high as 150,000. A high-level beast is enough to kill him easily. Even if this is a projection, it will not really die, but once killed by the projection, the mental damage caused will also not be easy. What kind of confidence did this Chu Yun dare to challenge three at the same time? Bai Qiushan. How did you get here? Hurry up, this is not the place you can come. He was staring blankly at Bai Qiushan, who projected three high-level beasts, when a stern exhortation suddenly came from his ears. Tang Long, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, frowned and stared at Bai Chu mountain that suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Colosseum. His eyes stabbed at a sharp sword, making Bai Qiushan's face pale, and he felt a sense of fear. Teach, Professor, I'm just curious to see. Of course Bai Qiushan wouldn't tell the truth. He just wanted to find out about Chu Yun. How could he be willing to leave? Look at what? Tang Long was a little unhappy with Bai Qiushan's stubbornness. You're still too weak to get hurt here. In the Super Beast Arena, the auras of these high-level beasts are all simulated. Martial Master Hao Yu can't bear it at all. Nonetheless. But Tang Long still explained to Bai Qiushan the reason for letting him leave. After Bai Qiushan heard it, he knew it was the truth. But seeing Chu Yun, who was gradually surrounded and was in the center, his strong character was aroused. I can take it too. He said word by word, the corners of his lips trembling slightly. At this time, the completely projected high-level vicious beast, as Tang Long said, has a raging aura. The terrifying and violent aura of beasts made Bai Qiushan feel that Mount Tai was overwhelmed. Compared with these high-level beasts, the low-level and middle-level beasts he killed before were simply not worth mentioning. Kindness. Tang Long was stunned by Bai Qiushan's stubbornness. What happened to Bai Qiushan today? He is usually very obedient to teach him, why didn't he leave today? Did I not make it clear? He, the old fritters, understood what happened between the electric light and Flint. Can not help but a little speechless. Is it the yellow-level secret realm? What's wrong with this kid? Want to compete with a monster like Chu Yun? As you like. If Bai Qiushan wanted to be beaten, another professor might persuade him. Tang Long's character has always been casual, and he is too lazy to say much. The choice you make is yours. So fast. In Bai Qiushan's staring eyes, Chu Yun's entire figure was shot like a cannonball. He was stunned. Go crazy. Is this taking the initiative? In the face of the siege of three high-level beasts, it's fine if you don't run away quickly. Why are you still doing this? What was he thinking about? Why would he dare to do this? How much power does he have? 30,000? 50,000? Bai Qiushan was stunned by Chu Yun's actions. At the same time, he also saw some clues. From just a tiny movement, he could see that Chu Yun's combat power is definitely not low. At least, higher than him. In the face of high-level beasts, even if it is projected, there is no way he can do this. This momentum is used beautifully. Tang Long's eyes also brightened. He is a master of physical arts, and he taught Chu Yun not any innate combat skills, nor any innate talent. It's pure use of physical strength. There is also a lot of combat experience. He already knew Chu Yun very well these days. Just such a simple action, let him see a lot of doorways. From the very beginning, I didn't know anything, and now I can use the momentum with ease. The progress is too exaggerated. Three high-level beasts, if Chu Yun used his talent, he might be able to crush them directly. But he restricted Chu Yun. He was only allowed to use the physical skills he had just learned. He didn't expect that in just a few days, he would be as proficient as if he had practiced it 1,000 times. Moreover, the strength of the body has improved a lot compared to the last time I came to class. You don't have to think about it to know that Chu Yun must have spent a lot of resources to strengthen his physical fitness during this time. This kid, shouldn't he think about killing without talent? Tang Long suddenly thought of something, and his face became even more expectant. Boom! The entire Colosseum suddenly shook. As predicted, there was wind under Chu Yun's feet, like a ghost, and a blue mark appeared 7 inches above the blue-toothed poisonous python. One punch. Like a drum, the hammer fell heavily against the cyan mark. Hammered this blue-toothed python directly. Chu Yun smiled. Green-toothed python, a professor happened to talk about the characteristics and weaknesses of this high-level beast in his class on beasts yesterday. I didn't expect to learn and use it today. So fragrant. Thoughts back. The blood in Chu Yun's left eye flashed inadvertently. Although one high-level vicious beast died, there were still 2 eyeing tigers. They simulated it very successfully. At the moment when he saw him blow up the blue-toothed poisonous python, he was deterred by his fierce intimidation. With the help of the kaleidoscope shaker, too many battle trajectories were predicted in advance. Even Chu Yun sometimes not only sighs with emotion. This special product from Naruto world is really useful. Whether it is in battle or study on weekdays, the kaleidoscope shaker can greatly help him. It can be said that these days his studies have progressed by leaps and bounds, and professors like Tang Long in Huaking University have praised him again and again. With a smile on his lips, Chu Yun directly attacked the 2 beasts again. Air suspension. Outrageous. Saruyama swings his arms. All kinds of power-generating skills that Tang Long, a master of physical art, taught him these days, were used by him with ease. Without using any talent, play around with the 2 remaining beasts. 18 minutes later, Chu Yun killed the last 2 beasts. Inside the Colosseum, the light dimmed. Only his breathless voice remained. Beautiful, really beautiful. Chu Yun, you are a genius. Tang Long was extremely satisfied with Chu Yun's performance, and praised him constantly, with admiration in his eyes. Even he did not expect that the final result would be like this. It seems that today's teaching will be handed over to Chu Yun with more advanced skills. The plan to bring him into actual combat has to be advanced. Tang Long looked at Chu Yun's increasingly well-proportioned figure, and kept adjusting the training plan for Chu Yun in his heart. Right now, Chu Yun is only practicing on the Super Beast arena. In the future, he will take Chu Yun to fight on the real battlefield. I thought that day was still far away. But looking at the speed of Chu Yun's progress, Tang Long felt that he still underestimated Chu Yun, a god-level genius. Mr. Tang Long, who is he? At this moment, Chu Yun set his eyes on Tang Long's side. Bai Qiushan collapsed on the ground like a dead dog, completely unconscious. It was during the battle between Chu Yun and the projected high-level beast just now. I don't know when, the strong Bai Qiushan was directly swept away by the invisible power of the beast. Oh! One of my students. It's not long since I entered school, and my strength is not enough. I have to come and visit the Super Beast arena, don't worry about him. Tang Long heard the words and said indifferently. I have already told this kid, if he doesn't leave, he deserves it. That's it. Chu Yun nodded. The high-level beasts are indeed a little too strong for the current freshman. He didn't care much about it. After resting for a while, he continued to learn from Tang Long. The learning time always goes by fast. Even Tang Long practiced one more time. After staying in the Super Beast arena for a few hours, today's study is also over. When Chu Yun left, Bai Qiushan was still in a coma. Tang Long also planned to teach Bai Qiushan a lesson and ignored him. It wasn't until a few hours later that Bai Qiushan woke up faintly, and it was already dark. I fainted. How so? Where's the teacher? Where's Chu Yun? He looked at the empty space above the Colosseum. Confused. Recalling the previous scenes, his face turned even paler. This guy is a monster. Obviously, I am a freshman like me, and I can already entangle with high-level beasts. What is the origin? Is it really the great Sun Wuzong? Although I don't know what the final outcome will be. But Bai Qiushan already knew about Chu Yun's strength. He is an SSS-level awakener, but his mentality is blown up at this time. He walked out of the Super Beast Arena in a daze, and his mind was in a mess. At this time, Chu Yun had already returned from the laboratory to his residence, the Zaixing building. Soaked in the dragon blood pool, summed up today's gains and losses. At this moment, a familiar voice came from the system. Ding dong! Your frog cub has sent back travel photos, please pay attention to check it. Chapter 55. Chu Yun was a little surprised. Nizai walked in a hurry this time. I didn't expect to remember to send the photos back. Did this suddenly remind me of my old left-behind father? Chu Yun remembered the various actions of the frog cub in the last travel log, and he was still a little dumbfounded. The idea entered the frog time house, and Chu Yun received the travel photos from the frog cub. The frog cub has now traveled to 2 worlds. They are Naruto world and One Piece world. I don't know if I will travel to a new world this time, or will I continue to revisit the old place. He opens the photo. What came into view was a huge Optimus pillar. The tower body is very special, with a lot of relief totems. This giant pillar seems to connect the sky and the earth, soaring into the clouds, and it is impossible to see the end at a glance. And his own frog cub was squatting and sitting under the giant pillar, raised his head and looked at the top. His eyes were a little deep. It seems to be thinking about whether to climb up. That's all there is to the photo. Very simple posing. It looks like it's just a perfunctory old father. This giant pillar looks familiar. Chu Yun didn't care. He locked his gaze on the Optimus pillar, which occupied most of the picture, and felt a little familiar. This pillar, shouldn't it be the tower in the Dragon Ball world? Chu Yun seemed to remember something. Memories gradually overlapped. In the Dragon Ball world, there is indeed a giant tower connecting the heaven and the earth, called the Gallon Tower. I actually went to Dragon Ball world this time, and I don't know what specialties and souvenirs I will bring back. Chu Yun was 80% sure that the frog cub went to Dragon Ball world. There is some anticipation in my heart. Compared with Naruto world and One Piece world, the power system of Dragon Ball world is much higher. The special products and souvenirs brought back by the frog cubs are also extraordinary. He is now waiting for the frog cub to return, opening the travel log and peeping. After analyzing the travel photos sent back by the frog cub, Chu Yun harvested another wave of clover and exited the empty frog time house. 3 days passed. For Chu Yun, it was still a very fulfilling life. On this day, he came to the laboratory specially built for him at night. President Yu. Chu Yun accidentally saw Yu Suandeo. This one is not usually here. Chu Yun, where did you get that ore from? Yu Suandeo looked at him with a rare seriousness and asked seriously. Well? What ore? Chu Yun was stunned for a moment, but did not respond for a while. This is it. Yu Suandeo spread out his hand. A small gravel particle, the whole is blue in shape, looks a bit like seawater from a distance. This is. I remembered. President Yu, is there any problem with this ore? Chu Yun was stunned. I almost forgot to hand the halo stone to the laboratory to analyze the ingredients. His heart moved. Halo stone plays a great role in the world of One Piece, but the talent awakened in this world and the devil fruit ability are 2 different things, and there is no way to imprison the awakened. Dean Yu was looking for me because of Halashi. Did he find something? This ore contains a very magical element. It has a natural restraint on the beasts of the Sea clan, and the effect is very exaggerated. Yusuandeo didn't hide it and told the truth directly. Can you restrain the sea beasts? Chu Yun was very surprised. Ferocious beasts of the Sea clan are the collective name given by the Blue Star people to the beasts in the sea. In fact, on the Blue Star with the vast and boundless sea, the number of sea beasts is far more than land beasts, posing a great threat to the entire Blue Star. It is no exaggeration to say that if there were no Sea clan beasts, Blue Star would most likely be able to directly wipe out all the beasts on the land and restore peace. Now after hearing Yusuandeo's discovery, Chu Yun immediately realized how important it was. Yes. After testing, once this kind of ore ignites the elemental particles, it can directly reduce the combat power of most sea beasts by 30%. Yusuandeo's eyes lit up, he spoke professional terms, and even his tone increased a lot. 30%. Chu Yun couldn't help but flicker in his eyes. This effect is too great. He knew exactly what 30% meant. A high-level fierce beast is suppressed by 30% of its combat power, and the original balance of power battle may directly become a crushing situation. Thinking of this, Chu Yun felt a little pain in the A. Although he can extract Halo Stone as a souvenir indefinitely, he can only extract one per day. There are hundreds of millions of Sea clan fierce beasts. This sea floor stone is really a drop in the bucket, and the effect is too small. We're trying to replicate this element, but unfortunately there's so little of this ore. I'm just a little confused now, that's all that's left. Chu Yun, where did you find this ore? Is there anything left over? Yusuandeo understood his intention at this time. Hearing this, Chu Yun was a little shocked. Unexpectedly, Longuo was trying to copy the special element particles in Halo Stone. Halo Stone is of little use to him. Taking out a little bit for research is still a matter of merit. Of course, Chu Yun doesn't think it's a big problem. Looking at Yusuandeo's eager eyes, he thought for a while, and then said slowly, it seems that there are still some. This kind of ore was discovered in a small river in Rongcheng when I was a child. I thought it was special at the time, so I picked it up and took it home. Of course he couldn't expose the system, and he would come to the origin of Halo Stone. Hey, it's fine. Yusuandeo was obviously relieved when he heard the words. He was afraid that Halo Stone was an orphan, and that would be the end. As if remembering something again, he hurriedly asked, where is that small river? Do you remember? I remember it, but it's already dried up. Chu Yun's face was not blushing and his heart was not beating, and he continued to nonsense. Is that so? What a pity. How many more? Yusuandeo looked at Chu Yun nervously. Chu Yun pondered for a moment. It is not enough to use it to kill the sea beasts. For research, of course, there are as many as you want. I just said that I picked it up at random, so I can't exaggerate too much. He took out the space beads and pretended to look for it for a long time. He took 4 strange-shaped halo stones that he deliberately made and handed them to Yusuandeo. That's all. Chu Yun said solemnly. If the copy is not successful after use up, just find some reasons and send it out. Yes. It is this ore. When Yusuandeo saw Chu Yun taking out the ore, his eyes were red with excitement. He was excited, took it carefully, and quickly said to Chu Yun, Chu Yun, you have made a great contribution this time. If the research is successful, I will apply for a huge merit point for you. In addition, the element particles will also be named after you, and future generations will enjoy 30% of the income. Yusuandeo promised Chu Yun. Chu Yun was stunned for a moment. Halo Stone is useless in his hands, he just wants to make a small contribution to Longuo. What do you think of Dinyu's statement? It seems that he has received huge benefits. He was polite, but when he saw Yusuandeo excitedly turned his head and left, he walked out of the laboratory with Halo Stone in his hand and flew away. Seeing this, Chu Yun could only give up. The 8 characters have not been written yet, and we will discuss these when the copy is really successful. A few days later, what Chu Yun did not expect was that Yu Suandeo came to visit again. I thought it was the sea floor stone that was used up again. However, he saw Yu Suandeo, who looked haggard with thick dark circles under his eyes, and said to him, "Chu Yun, the yellow level secret realm has eyes." Yellow level secret realm? Chu Yun was stunned for a moment. Suddenly remembered. This is the benefit that the military and Hwaking University promised him at the beginning. After a while, he almost forgot. Unexpectedly, Dean Yu has mentioned this matter again. However, there are some problems with this yellow level secret realm, and I may have to discuss it with you. However, Yu Suandeo changed his words and said in a somewhat embarrassed tone. Chapter 56. Is there a problem with the yellow level secret realm? Chu Yun looked at Yu Suandeo in surprise, but he was not anxious, but quietly waited to listen to the following. Chu Yun, you should have some understanding of the Hwang level secret realm by now, right? Yu Suandeo asked. Well, 1,000 years ago, the spiritual energy recovered, and the secret realm also appeared. This is a special space that is independent of Blue Star. Every time you enter, you need to use secret realm beads. There are special items in the secret realm that we can't appear in reality, and even have the opportunity to improve the talent level. The quality of the secret realm beads determines the secret realm space that leads to it. Because the first 10 secret realms all appeared in our dragon country, the classification of the secret realm levels in later generations follows our dragon country's statement. They are divided into 4 levels of heaven, earth, and yellow according to their rarity and size. Although the yellow level secret realm is the most common small secret realm in the secret realm, it is not large in scale, and only 3 people can enter at most. Even so, it is priceless and extremely rare. Chu Yun recalled and spoke in an eloquent manner. This was the teaching of his most recent professor in charge of teaching him the history of Reiki resuscitation. Exactly. Once the secret realm is involved, it is extremely rare. Mysterious realm beads of the yellow level secret realm, each time from birth to disappearance, only 3 months. Once they are found, they will be used directly due to time constraints. So even our Dragon Kingdom has very little reserves on the secret realm. This time, it took a lot of effort to find the yellow level secret realm for you. Yu Suandeo explained the scarcity of the secret realm. Chu Yun nodded, knowing that it was indeed the case. It's almost impossible to store things like secret realm beads. Are generally used directly. Before Chu Yun could speak, Yu Suandeo said again, this time, many alumni of our military department and Hwaking University have tried their best, but still haven't found the secret realm pearl that opens the yellow level secret realm. In the end, I had no choice but to contact the deity class. It took a lot of money to acquire the secret realm orbs in their hands. Longguo's own god-level arrogance is unwilling to cultivate this group of dog things that eat inside and outside, and even wants to give the secret realm pearl to ABD. If it weren't for the pressure from the top officials of the Dragon Country, they wouldn't be able to get the secret realm pearl in their hands. It's all like this, they still dare to put forward conditions. I really don't know what it is. Yu Suandeo, who has always been elegant, sounded a little angry. Obviously. Hwaking University and the military spent a huge price to get the secret realm pearl from the heavenly god class. Chu Yun frowned upon hearing this. He did not expect that the secret realm pearl was finally exchanged from the heavenly god class. President Yu, in fact, you don't need to be in such a hurry, and I'm not in a hurry either. Chu Yun said helplessly. He had a bad impression of the Tenjin class, so he didn't want to let the other party take advantage. We know you're in no hurry. But, the secret realm orb in the hands of the deity class is very important to you. Yu Suandeo looked at Chu Yun and said to him seriously, according to our investigation, the yellow level secret realm connected by the secret realm bead exudes terrifying thunder fluctuations. The yellow level secret realm connected by the secret realm beads, the aura is close to the mysterious level. Once you enter it, it is very likely to improve your second talent. So, no matter what, we have to win it for you. Otherwise, the next time I want to encounter this kind of yellow level secret realm again, I don't know that it will be the year of the monkey and the horse moon. Yu Suandeo's words made Chu Yun understand immediately. I see. No wonder that with the power of the Dragon Kingdom, it may not be possible to collect the yellow level secret realm. But obviously, the powerhouses of the Dragon Country did not intend to perfunctory him, but must find the most suitable secret realm beads for him. So, Dean Yu, there is a class of gods mixed in. I'm afraid this time the yellow level secret realm is a little uneasy. How smart is Chu Yun? At this time, I already understood why Yu Suandeo was in trouble at first. Yes. Yu Suandeo smiled bitterly. This time in the yellow level secret realm, there is another condition on the side of the deity class. On their side, there must be one person to enter the yellow level secret realm together. We promised you before that the yellow level secret realm will only allow you to enter alone, but now, if you don't want to, we will give up this secret pearl and find another one for you. He was very embarrassed to tell Chu Yun. If the secret realm pearl in the hands of the deity class was ordinary, Longuo would not even bother to care about it. But it is no coincidence that this secret realm pearl is so suitable for Chu Yun. Oh. Fine. The yellow level secret realm orb can bring 3 people in. So be it. Chu Yun understands. He already has some understanding of the yellow level secret realm. It is very rare to encounter such a suitable talent for him. And the resources in the secret realm are very rich, even if 3 people enter, there will be no conflict. He doesn't care that there is one more person and one less person. That's fine. Seeing Chu Yun being so reasonable, Yu Suandeo breathed a sigh of relief. But his expression still did not relax at all, and reminded Chu Yun, this matter is not that simple. The concept that the Tian Shen class has been promoting over the years is that the local talents will wither, and the countries will communicate and develop together. It's fine if you agreed to join the deity class before. You refused. For them, it is a thorn in the eyes and a thorn in the flesh. I will definitely try my best to trouble you. According to the information from the deity class, the one they are going to send together this time is also a great sun martial sect with a combat power of 200,000. And in terms of talent, this person restrains you very much. Yu Suandeo said in a deep voice. Chapter 57. Chu Yun narrowed his eyes. He didn't pay much attention to what Yu Suandeo said about the opponent's combat power. After cultivating at Hwaking University for a while, his combat power has increased again. Reached 230,000. And still in a state of rapid progress. When he really wants to enter the yellow level secret realm, his combat power will be a new world. But restrain my talent? He was interested. Jack Su, from Hong Kong, 20 years old. He grew up in the lighthouse country since he was a child. At the age of 13, he completed his awakening and was gifted at the SSS level. Yu Suandeo's face was solemn. The awakening god Steel in Daxia is usually only 18 years old before it can be awakened. But there are some wonders abroad that can be awakened in advance. This Sujake is not only 2 years older than Chu Yun, but he has also practiced for 7 more years. The investigation shows that his talent can create an absolute field with a diameter of 100 meters. In the field, he can eliminate elemental particles and aura. That is to say, once he is enveloped in the field, many talents will be suppressed or even invalidated. Chu Yun's talent, they have achieved some results through research and experiments these days. The recognition of Chu Yun's talent has also made great progress. Chu Yun's vibration talent was recognized as a god-level talent by the Awakening God Monument, which is not an exaggeration at all. This is a terrifying talent with a very high ceiling. Different degrees of vibration can be triggered at will, the atmosphere can be shaken, and the sea can even be torn apart to cause a very serious tsunami. Once it grows, it is enough to destroy the world. But in essence, in this era, any talent awakener needs the help of aura and elemental particles to be able to mobilize talent. Once the spiritual energy and elemental particles disappear, the innate airflow oscillates, like a fish landing on the shore. No matter how fast you swim, you can only jump twice. It is conceivable that even Chu Yun's god-level talent would be greatly reduced in power. The ability of this Sujake is not so much to restrain Chu Yun, but to restrain all talents. So smart! Chu Yun was amazed. This guy is simply a walking sea-floor stone. SSS-level, there are many strange and powerful talents, the gap between them and God level is often at the upper limit. Below the warlord, the gap is actually not too big. Yu Suandeo explained to Chu Yun. It's not that there is no way to crack it. Physical skills, distance bombardment, all can be solved. Chu Yun thought for a while. The talent of this god, Bansu Jake, was tricky when I first heard it, but there are still many solutions. As he said, the field can eliminate elements and spiritual energy, but the power of the body cannot be suppressed. And the diameter of 100 meters is not too big. The attack distance of the shock wave is exaggerated and outrageous. After analyzing it for a while, he didn't take it to heart. He has a double talent. Destruction Thunder is his own awakened talent, and Zhen Zhen talent is obtained by eating Zhen Zhen fruit. There is still a gap between the two. Not to mention the ability of the Zhen Zhen fruit, it is a superhuman type, and there is still a certain difference between it and the talent of this world. Whether it can be eliminated is another question. Kaleidoscope riding wheel I to understand? Domineering to understand? These are not talents, but dimensionality reduction blows from other worlds. If the other party really thinks that he can restrain him, he is thinking too much. Indeed, as you said, Sujake's talent also has a way to crack. Yu Suandeo agreed with Chu Yun's keen battle analysis. But he still did not relax, but reminded again, so Jaksu has been making up for his shortcomings. His father is a very famous general in the Lighthouse Kingdom. He has been trained since he was a child, and his accomplishments in physical arts are extremely terrifying. 2 years ago, he returned from studying in the Lighthouse Kingdom and joined the Heavenly God class to steal a unique talent skill from our Dragon Kingdom. Now I'm going to suppress you, a God-level genius. Heavenly class, they eat the dog things inside and out, and they are still complacent. Hateful. Yu Suandeo gritted his teeth and seemed to be extremely disgusted with the class of gods. I see. Chu Yun's face became a little cold when he heard this. No wonder Dean Yu, who had always been an elegant scholar before, couldn't help but blurt out hybrid. Although the information says that Sujake is from Hong Kong. But this kind of childhood grew up abroad, and his father was a foreign general. What sense of belonging will there be to the Dragon Kingdom? Non my family, its heart must be different. This Sujake is not a good thing. The deity class let him enter the secret realm with me, and it would be impossible if we didn't do anything. Don't worry, Dean Yu, I'll let Sujake and the deity class understand that they're nothing but clowns. He understated it, but said it confidently. That unhurried aura made Yu Suandeo's eyes light up, who was originally worried. Obviously from the data. The current Chu Yun is likely to be at a disadvantage when facing Sujake. But somehow, he believed that Chu Yun, a god-level genius, was definitely no worse than that Sujake. Since you have no opinion, I will pick you up in a week. Yu Suandeo said to Chu Yun. Chu Yun nodded, I'm bothering the dean, I'll continue to practice. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Watching Yu Suandeo leave, Chu Yun began to practice hard again. Although he was certain that Sujake was not his opponent, he still did not relax. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. The training room of the Stars Ailing building. Chu Yun's figure is like a ghost, and his hands are intertwined with thunder and lightning. These days, he has a kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, and he constantly comprehends the book of ninja that Frog Cub brought back from Naruto World and recorded Chidori. Combined with memory, a more powerful move is deduced. Rafa Rachel! He shouted loudly. The blue thunder light in his hand is faintly black. Like a sharp blade, it pierces the force measuring column directly. The numbers on the display jump like crazy. 280,000. 29,000. The numbers are gradually slowing down. Chu Yun's eyes are as sharp as a falcon. The thunder in the hand is raging. Overlord is domineering. Open. The blood in Chu Yun's left eye was burning like fire. The force column trembled. 300,000. 301,000. The power is terrifying. Breaking the limits. The combat power has completely exceeded 300,000. Seeing this scene, Chu Yun felt a smile on his lips. Finally, the middle stage of the Great Sun Wuzong. He whispered, in a very happy mood. Chapter 58. 300,000 Combat Power. This has already reached the combat power that Chu Yun used to blast through the Thunder Rune on the Thunderbolt high-speed rail. Very rude to say. If Chu Yun encounters the same crisis as before, without any external force, Chu Yun can solve it directly. At this time, it was only a matter of time before he came to Shangjing, 2 months. Chu Yun looked at the display on the force column. After his combat power blasted more than 300,000 combat power values on the force measuring column, a stream of information flickered past. The battle strength is 100,000 to 300,000, and it is the early stage of the Great Sun Wuzong. The battle strength is 300,000 to 600,000, and it is the middle stage of the Great Sun Wuzong. The battle strength is 600,000 to 900,000, and it is the late period of the Great Sun Wuzong. 900,000 to 1 million combat power, is the Great Sun Wuzong complete. For those who have awakened talents, there are many people who cannot reach the perfection of the Great Sun Wuzong in their entire lives. If the realm is not enough, people's talents will wither and wither with the aging of life. Now at the age of 18, Chu Yun has been promoted to the middle stage of the Great Sun Wuzong, which is definitely history. But he didn't think it was such a great thing. Boom! Boom! Inside the Sing Sing building, there was another crackling sound in the training room. After discovering the breakthrough in combat power, after a short period of joy, Chu Yun started arduous training again. The sun rises and the moon sets, and the day flies by. On this day, Yu Suandao arrived on time. He took Chu Yun to the aircraft and flew towards the core city of Shangjing. The secret realm pearl has been taken from the deity class. This is some basic information for entering the yellow level secret realm this time, you can look at it first. 35. Yu Suandao sent a document to Chu Yun's mobile phone. Chu Yun opened it and glanced at it. The information of the yellow level secret realm came into view. It turned out to be a sea. As soon as Chu Yun opened the information and saw the geographical situation of the yellow level secret realm, he was stunned for a moment. This is so special. Fortunately, the system has automatically eliminated the negative effects of the devil fruit, otherwise it would be a very unfavorable factor for him. Of course, now it's just for Chu Yun to sigh. He continued to watch, and found that according to the label on the data, the spiritual energy in the yellow level secret was very strong, and there were a lot of spar. At the same time, there was a beast, which made him frown slightly. There are some vicious beasts in the sea area of the yellow level secret realm, but don't worry, the vicious beasts in the small-scale secret realm of the yellow level secret realm will not be as hostile to humans as the beasts on our blue star. They are generally neutral, as long as they don't take the initiative to provoke them. They generally won't take the initiative to attack. If it happens, don't panic. 35. Yu Suandao followed Chu Yun's line of sight and explained to him. I see. Chu Yun nodded and continued to look down. After looking at it one by one, he finally understood why he said that this yellow level secret realm was suitable for him. In the sea area of the yellow level secret realm, a thunder explosion phenomenon often occurs. As soon as the thunder explosion appeared, a large number of magical minerals named Liwen Stone by Blue Star would be born. According to the records, if the thunder element talent absorbs this kind of thunder origin stone, they will have the opportunity to improve their innate abilities. Historically, there are records of S-level lightning talents absorbing the advanced SS-level talents of Liwen Stone. The channel formed by the secret realm orb can only last for 3 days. In these 3 days, all you have to do is to collect as many thunder origin stones as you can. When the time is up, it will be teleported back. Yu Suandeo reminded Chu Yun. Well, I probably understand. Chu Yun nodded. In fact, it is not complicated. According to his understanding, the secret realm is a treasure land containing a lot of opportunities. There's usually not that much danger in there. Don't say that he is the great Sun Martial sect, even if he is just a star warrior, if he enters it, he will not die, and there will be no twists and turns. Maybe in the end, the difference is how much you get. The real thing to pay attention to is Sujake from the deity class. They've already arrived. With the deity class's style, it is very likely to cause trouble. However, we have also agreed with the deity class that we cannot attack each other in the yellow level secret realm. At that time, you don't need to pay attention to it and concentrate on collecting, and if you want to come, they will have nothing to do with you. Yu Suandeo mentioned the deity class again. Chu Yun nodded and asked casually, what if I attack him first? Yu Suandeo was stunned when he heard the words. Unexpectedly, Chu Yun still has such thoughts. He thought for a while and said, if the other party is really deceiving people too much and provokes you repeatedly, as a god-level genius, you don't need to be too forbearing, we will support you in everything. Yu Suandeo actually wanted to tell Chu Yun that peace was the most important thing, and try not to conflict. But think carefully. If Chu Yun is a god-level genius, if he is allowed to endure everything, this is not a good thing. In history, wasn't that god-level arrogance arrogant and domineering, sweeping across the 8 wastelands? He simply said directly that Chu Yun would shoot when it was time to shoot. As long as people don't get killed, that's fine. Well, I think so too. 55. Chu Yun agrees with Dean Yu's statement. He had a bad impression of the Tenjin class. In a place like the secret realm, where there are many opportunities, there are flies buzzing around all the time, which also affects the mood. It really annoyed him, and he just slapped him to death and it was over. Arrive. The two chatted, and the aircraft stopped and had already arrived at the destination. Chu Yun stepped off the aircraft following Yu Suandeo and looked up. I found that there was a closed door in front of me, about 3 meters high. Inside is not small. In a place like Shanghai where every inch of land is so precious, it is still a core area. With such a large footprint, you don't have to think about how expensive it is. Chu Yun noticed that there were strong men in strong suits standing upright on both sides, staring at him with awe. After seeing Yu Suandeo, his eyes softened a little. Quack! The door made a heavy rubbing sound and slowly opened. Step into it and pass through the pavilions. Gradually, I saw a group of familiar faces. Chu Yun glanced over. Shangjing City Lord Long Juxiao, Imperial Capital University President Hu Yangying, the War General Wen Huading, and the principal of his own school Chong Ming. Many big people I saw on the high-speed rail platform that day, all of them are present today. It seems that they are all here to watch me. Chu Yun was a little weird inside. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he felt a chill surge from his heart, and his face couldn't help but turn cold. Here, most people are very friendly to him. He soon found the person who gave him the chills in his heart. A chubby fat man. Standing behind Long Juxiao and the others, the difference is clear. He looked at himself with a smile, but his eyes were a little playful. Chu Yun recognized this fat man. After his talent was awakened, he came to his house to recruit his Tian Shen class teacher, Zhu Yang. I didn't expect to see him here again. But it's not surprising, Yu Suandao had already told him the ins and outs. It is normal for the head teacher of Tianchen to come to the scene today. He noticed that beside Zhu Yang, there was a blond boy in a suit. He was tall, with dark blue eyes staring at him, the corners of his mouth half smile. That chill. Is it him? He is Su Jake. Chu Yun was thoughtful. Chu Yun is here. Just waiting for you, come here. The guy is not bad, I haven't seen you for a while, and your spirit is different. Did you have a good time at Hwaking University? If you are not happy, you are welcome to come to our Qin family at any time. Bum, old man Qin, are you a god-level arrogance raised by the Qin family? Come to our Su family. As soon as Chu Yun arrived, he immediately attracted everyone's attention and received a warm welcome. Many big people looked at Chu Yun with all kinds of appreciative eyes. These people are very concerned about Chu Yun, and there are also special inquiries about Chu Yun's performance in Hwaking University. After learning that Chu Yun has a god-level talent, he still does not slack off. He practices diligently every day, and privately evaluates Chu Yun a little higher. Seeing that these big guys are so enthusiastic, Chu Yun can only smile as a tool person and respond politely. He was very comfortable in Hwaking University, and he hadn't thought about changing jobs. Ah! Mr. Zhu, are your senior officials in the Dragon Kingdom so hypocritical and short-sighted? A trash that hasn't grown up yet, to be so touted, aren't you afraid that he will die halfway? In our lighthouse country, talent awakeners who have not grown up are treated equally regardless of whether they are D-level or SSS-level, and they do not have any privileges. Dragon Kingdom is really too backward. When Su Jake, who was standing next to Zhu Yang, saw this scene, a trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes, but he commented with disdain in his mouth. When he came here just now, this group of senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom did not behave like this. All of them were indifferent, ignoring him in every way. Su Jake initially thought that these high-level executives were all like this. But after seeing this Chu Yun coming, these high-level executives all had smiling faces, almost kneeling and licking, which made him feel sick in his heart. He also saw this Chu Yun. I didn't think there was anything special about him. It can only be said that it is a backward performance. Su Jake's words were very direct and did not deliberately cover up, so many bigwigs heard it. Zhu Yang, we agree with you to bring the students of the Heavenly God class into the yellow-level secret realm, for the sake of being students of the Dragon Kingdom. This deflated calf you brought is one of your dragon country, our lighthouse country. Does this fake foreign devil want to enter the secret realm? If you don't want to, get out and change it. At this time, some hot-tempered bosses scolded Zhu Yang directly when they looked at Su Jake, and were very uncomfortable with them. Haha, what you said there, Lao Qin. Su Ji's child is an authentic Xiangjiang native, and of course he is a native of our Long Kingdom. It's just that Jack has been in the lighthouse country for a long time, and he may not have been converted after returning to Daxia for so long. Our dragon country is like coming to the sea to accept all rivers. This kind of thing should be understandable. When Zhu Yang heard it, he said with a smile, swept away the domineering in Chu Yun's house before, but appeared extraordinarily smooth. He was a little helpless in his heart. Su Jake's speech was unreserved. Usually forget it. This is about to enter the secret realm, and I don't know how to talk less. He knew very well that none of these old guys were easy to mess with. They were all killed from the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. All offended, even if they have the backstage support of their deity class, it will not be easy. Humph! This little BD is talking nonsense, just let him go. 35. The conditions for your promise to the Heavenly God class are still in effect, and I will change someone for Lao Tzu. Another old guy who had just been extremely enthusiastic about Chu Yun stared at Zhu Yang, spit foam on his face. Yes, yes. Zhu Yangmei smiled and motioned Su Jake to talk less with his eyes. Seeing this, Jack Su was disdainful and looked down on Zhu Yang. In their lighthouse country, how could a warrior-level powerhouse be so servile? If it wasn't for the fact that the Dragon Kingdom happened to have an innate combat skill that he desperately needed, he would not be willing to come to such a backward country. All right. Let's get down to business first. After Chu Yun came, everyone got to the point. Long Juxiao, as the one with the highest status, stood up directly. This time, the yellow-level secret realm is specially opened for Chu Yun, and the whole process is monitored by the artifact peeping mirror. Be honest with your deity class. After this kid enters, he will find a place to look for opportunities by himself. Don't disturb Chu Yun, understand? Long Juxiao was talking, and then he cast his majestic eyes on Zhu Yang, showing a very strong performance. Yes. I understand. 99. Jacksu, after you go in, just listen to the lord of the city, and try not to interact with classmate Chu Yun, understand? Zhu Yang responded quickly and preached to Su Jake. Oh. Su Jake replied expressionlessly. My heart is full of ridicule. It's a fake from the Dragon Kingdom, that's not what they told me when I came here before. He glanced at Chu Yun seemingly inadvertently, sneering in his heart. Is it the god-level arrogance of the Dragon Kingdom? It's really sad. You people from the Dragon Country made me abolish you. It's bad luck for you to meet me. Su Jake has little demand for this yellow-level secret realm. The main purpose of participating in the secret realm this time is to abolish Chu Yun according to the requirements of the Tenjin class. After he succeeded, the innate combat skills he dreamed of were also available. He could also leave this nasty country in a hurry. Even after staying in the Dragon Country for 2 years, he still doesn't like this declining country. There is a smell of decay everywhere, and those yellow-skinned monkeys walking on the street look exactly the same as they have not evolved. What annoyed him most was the food of the Dragon Kingdom. Shit. It's so unpalatable. I don't know how these Dragon Kingdom people eat these disgusting things. Vomit. Every time he saw the awful and some strange food eaten by the people of Longguo, Su Jake felt nauseated in his stomach. Compared with these despairing encounters, it is a very easy and fulfilling thing for Su Jake to abolish a god-level talent who has just awakened for less than half a year. Chu Yun, do you have any questions or needs? Long Juxiao looked at Chu Yun again, his tone became much gentler, and asked kindly. The city lord just said that all our actions in the yellow-level secret realm will be monitored. 0. Chu Yun was not stage fright. Hearing Long Juxiao's words just now, he was a little curious and asked subconsciously. Good. This is to prevent accidents, and there are the gods who make trouble and target you in the secret territory. 35. We deliberately found one of the artifacts of Longguo, the sky-peeping mirror, which can monitor the overall situation across time and space along the breadth of the secret realm orb. Once you are in danger, we will tear apart the space and rescue. 99. Long Juxiao was in front of the class of gods, without any shyness, he told Chu Yun directly. Many people's eyes turned to Su Jake. They have read the information of this fake foreign devil many times. Even these big men have to admit that this Su Jake is a little evildoer. If Chu Yun grows up later, Su Jake will definitely not be his opponent. But now? Hard to say. His eyes looked back and forth between the two. Although my heart is very uncomfortable. But everyone present was experienced. Su Jake has practiced much longer than Chu Yun. Even if Chu Yun is extremely evil, his combat power is not far from that of Su Jake. But the combat experience is so different. Not to mention, Su Jake has also mastered innate combat skills. There are also suitable innate weapons. And Chu Yun up to now, the laboratory is still customizing the most suitable combat skills for him. As for talent weapons, although everyone also sent a lot to Chu Yun. Same. Talented weapons also take time to polish and fit. No matter how you look at it, Chu Yun is no match for Su Jake at this time. Everyone knew very well that when Chu Yun was looking for an opportunity, there was an awakener who was stronger than him backstabbed next to him. It was definitely a ticking time bomb. If you can, you will definitely not let Sujake get involved. The secret realm beads come from the god class. Well, they had to go the other way. On the one hand, he gave a strong warning to the Tenjin class, and on the other hand, he invited the Genkuo artifact to escort Chu Yun. Genkuo artifact peeping mirror? And this kind of thing? Chu Yun was a little moved when he heard the words. Hearing the name, he knew that this thing was the most important weapon of the country. For his safety, he even brought this kind of thing. After glancing at the opposite side and hearing Long Juxiao's explanation as well, Suji, whose face was obviously stiff, Chu Yun felt a little tangled. I thought the rift environment would be relatively closed by then. I didn't expect so many people to watch it. That would be a little trickier. Inadvertently glanced at Sujake, Chu Yun's first impression of him was very bad, even called disgust. When they first met, he felt Sujake's almost murderous look in his eyes. This gave him a bottom line. So, after entering the yellow level secret realm, he beat Sujake directly and stifled the threat in the bud. Unexpectedly, the whole process was crowded. Just like Liv. Are you still messing with him? Chu Yun frowned, a little tangled. However, this is only when we have to do it as a last resort and in an urgent situation. 35. If we take action, the yellow level secret realm will also be shattered. When Huading spoke up, he discovered the details of Chu Yun's expression and thought that Chu Yun was worried about the chance. Just feel free to explore and explore. The benefits of the secret realm are many, and the 3-day period is very compact. Tianjin class is not worth mentioning, you just let them go like farts. 359. 66.99. Big guys, you encourage Chu Yun every word I say. Zhu Yang and Su Jake's faces turned blue. Nima. It's like we don't exist, right? This is too much. Chapter 59. After instructing. On Long Juxiao's palm, another miniature boat appeared. This is the divine boat of talent. Guiding the natural airflow in the body can stimulate it. This time in the secret territory of the yellow level, there are sea areas everywhere, you still can't fly, and you don't have time to practice your talent flying machine. This is just right. With that said, he handed the innate divine arc to Chu Yun. Chu Yun took over the boat curiously. Although it was small, it was fully equipped and had everything, feeling a little novel. As for Sujak, no one cares if he has such a thing. The heavenly god class should know better than them what the yellow level secret realm that the secret realm pearl leads to is like. If you are not prepared, then no one is to blame. After giving the innate divine boat to Chu Yun, Long Juxiao swiped his palm, and another familiar spatial fluctuation was washed away. Space beads. Like a nesting doll. Another bead appeared in the space bead. The whole body of this bead is transparent, and lightning flashes can be seen in the bead at a glance. The most peculiar thing is, careful perception of this bead will produce a special traction, as if to inhale people. Chu Yun knew that this must be the secret realm orb purchased from the heavenly god class at a high cost. After the secret realm orb was taken out, it was directly suspended by the innate airflow. At the same time, that traction is more pronounced. Even Sujake, who had eyes on the top of his head, looked at it curiously. Chu Yun, you go forward. The teleportation light of the secret realm orb will envelope you, and you will be able to enter the secret realm directly at that time. 39. Around Long Juxiao, he was directly reminded by the big guy called Lao Qin. Chu Yun nodded, realizing that this thing should be a teleportation tool used to open the secret world. I have some expectations in my heart. After hearing the words, he stepped forward and stood in front of Long Juxiao. What other Jack, come forward. Lao Qin's voice sounded unceremoniously again, and the tone was very bad, making Su Jake's face as black as the bottom of a pot. Go! Zhu Yang reminded in a low voice. His eyes looked at Chu Yun. I don't know if this kid Su Jake still dares to act. If it doesn't work, look for another chance. Zhu Yang was a little worried. Although Chu 323 Yun walked out of the Benli high-speed rail, the video of hunting beasts has been listed as a top secret in the Dragon Kingdom. But the Tenjin class is not without background. In fact, some high-level officials in the Dragon State now support the idea of the deity class. Therefore, the higher UPS behind him still have permission to view the video. Because of this, they are very aware of some details of Chu Yun. This time, in order not to let Chu Yun get a chance, he and the high-level people behind him have paid enough attention, otherwise they would not have found Su Jake. But now it seems that the importance of Chu Yun is still underestimated. This is so outrageous. The military department actually invited the sky-seeing mirror to come out, far exceeding his expectations. In this case, Su Jake can't be messed up. Zhu Yang thought about it and reminded Su Jake quietly. Going to put him in peace. Targeting Chu Yun on the surface and doing things secretly are two completely different situations. After seeing Su Jake in place, Long Juxiao urged the secret realm pearl. Just as Lao Qin said, the blazing divine light suddenly fell and enveloped the two of them. The void began to twist in the compound. The divine light of the secret realm orb is getting more and more splendid. Transmission starts. Almost in a blink of an eye, the two disappeared immediately and were transported to the yellow level secret realm by the secret realm bead. Take a peeping mirror. Long Juxiao watched Chu Yun disappear, and immediately ordered. Suddenly, several old guys disappeared from the place. It didn't take long. Appearing again. Several people carefully carried out a diamond-shaped spar giant box, about 2 meters wide. Crunch! Long Juxiao stepped forward and directly opened the spar giant box. Inside the box, runes flashed. A bronze mirror with a simple shape appeared in everyone's sight. Long Juxiao bent down, and the aura of talent rolled down in his hand. The runes rose into the sky and directly included the entire compound, as if forming an enchantment. The bronze mirror then shot out a cyan divine light, and cast it towards the sky, gradually turning into images. Everyone looked up, and soon saw the figures of Chu Yun and Su Jake. This yellow-level secret realm is much bigger than expected. That's right, I just glanced at it and saw 2 thunderclouds converge. It seems that a thunderstorm is about to appear. Very good, I hope Chu Yun can harvest more in these 3 days, and it is best to raise the second talent to God level. Old Zhao, although the idea is very good, I still have to remind you that this is just a yellow-level secret realm, not a heaven-level secret realm. It would be good to improve. Yes, I'm greedy, but it's not surprising that God-level Tianjiao does magical things. There is hope, okay. 66.99. The big guys pointed at the projected picture. In the picture, in addition to Chu Yun's figure, you can clearly see a sparkling Wang Yang. The weather seemed to be clear, but there were dark clouds gathering in the distance from east to west. The sky looks very chaotic. This is also one of the characteristics of the secret realm, and it cannot be viewed with the eyes of Blue Star. When Zhu Yang heard these people's chapter, he pouted, disdain in his heart. Tay! I also want to be promoted to the dual god level with dual talents. The entire Blue Star has never had such a precedent. Besides, there are so many wonders in foreign countries that no one has created a dual god talent, and a mere yellow level is just nonsense. If Chu Yun is from the class of gods, then he will raise his hands and feet in favor of Chu Yun being the first dual god talent in history. But now, once Chu Yun becomes a dual god talent, the blow to their celestial class concept is fatal. Dragon Kingdom, it is impossible to produce such a supreme genius. Only by communicating with foreign countries can progress be made. Look, that kid Su Jake is not honest. Sudden. Someone pointed at Su Jake's figure on the screen and frowned. The crowd looked over. I saw that in the yellow-level secret realm, Chu Yun was rushing towards the gathering place of thunderclouds in the east. However, it was obvious that Su Jake noticed Chu Yun's movements, and there was wind under his feet, and a blue rainbow appeared. He rushed to that place at twice the speed of Chu Yun. It's a gifted aircraft. Someone looked ugly. Talented aircraft is something that takes a lot of time to practice. Chu Yun simply didn't have time to master this kind of thing. In the sea of the yellow-level secret realm, he can only rely on the talent Shenzhou to move there. In terms of speed, he was innately subject to Su Jake. This kid is filthy pus. Ming Ming is going to be closer to the thunder explosion area on the other side, but he has to deliberately grab Chu Yun's chance. It seems that he didn't listen to our warning at all. Old Qin looked at Su Jake coldly, staring at Su Jake on the screen. Flames rose in his eyes, and he made up his mind that if this Su Jake really kept making trouble in the yellow-level secret realm, when he comes out, he wants to let Su Jake eat and walk around. Zhu Yang, is this what you ordered? 9. However, when Huading raised his brows directly, his eyes showed a cold glow, and he stabbed at Zhu Yang. Just snatch a place where Liwen Stone was born, that's all. In 3 days, it would be better if it only happened once. If Su Jake has always been like this, then Chu Yun's harvest will probably be greatly reduced this time. Obviously before entering, they have already emphasized and understood. But now that Su Jake entered the yellow-level secret realm, he was so domineering, it was hard not to suspect that it was Zhu Yang's orders. General Wen, don't wrong me. Everyone has seen my attitude just now. 35. Chu Yun is the future hope of our Dragon Kingdom, and of course I also hope that he can become stronger faster. 99. How is it possible to do such a thing? Am I such an unruly person? Maybe it's just a coincidence, maybe Jack didn't even notice the blast zone in the other direction, did he? Besides, what the city lord emphasized before was only not to fight internally, and this kind of thing can't pour dirty water on me, right? They are all young and energetic at their age. You admired Chu Yun so much just now, and Jack is also a genius, and it is normal to have a competitive mentality. A god-level genius like Chu Yun can't be a flower in a greenhouse, right? When it's time to show competition, it's still a competition. Zhu Yang spread his hands and complained innocently. Although there are many fallacies in his words, some of them are also reasonable. This is just the beginning, they are from the perspective of God, and their strength is far more than Chu Yun and Su Jake. It is inevitable that some are partial. Maybe Su Jake just didn't notice it. When everyone heard the words, they looked away lightly, and no one apologized for accusing Zhu Yang just now. No need. No need. What the truth is, everyone will know soon. It's okay if you're not careful. Chu Yun is everyone's apex. If this white-skinned monkey wants to do something, be prepared for revenge. Who cares if you are young and aggressive and want to be competitive? Everyone's eyes are on the picture of the peeping mirror. At this time, Su Jake, who stepped on the aircraft, has entered the thunder explosion area and began to frantically collect the precious thunder source stone. That ecstatic face made many bigwigs frown. On the other hand, Chu Yun, riding the innate talent boat, although the speed is not slow, but when he arrives at the thunder explosion area, there is a high probability that the thunder source stone has been collected by Su Jake. Yellow-level secret territory. On the endless sea, Chu Yun rides the wind and waves. He squinted and blew the sea breeze, looked at the thunderstorm area on the horizon, glanced at the sea again, and from time to time, the silhouettes of marine beasts crossed. However, as recorded in the data, these beasts of the ocean are much more docile than the beasts he has encountered. As long as he doesn't take the initiative to cause trouble, these beasts will almost ignore him. In this secret realm, it's interesting. The concentration of spiritual energy is almost the same as that of Zhaixinglu. Chu Yun felt the spiritual energy in the Huang-level secret realm, but he was not in a hurry. According to his observations and previous records, the birth of the thunder explosion area is not fast. The kaleidoscope writing wheel has been opened. He had a panoramic view of all the sites and islands around him. In his mind, there was a huge sea map slowly taking shape. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. Knowing the map of the entire yellow-level secret realm, it is also easy to plan the route at that time. It's so troublesome, it's still a loss of not being able to fly. There is no way, the awakening time is too short, and there is no time to master the talent aircraft. 35. If you want to really learn to fly, you have to get the Wuzun Tongtian. Chu Yun clicked his tongue. The talent awakeners of their age, when they cultivate to a certain level of combat power, can fly in the sky with their own strength. The standard is also very simple. A million combat power. From the Great Sun Wuzong breakthrough to Tongtian Wuzun, the most iconic is the flying in the sky. He had actually seen Su Jake's figure streak across the sky like a meteor from the sky just now. This grandson thief also provoked himself with an international gesture. It is clearly seen by the writing wheel. His mentality was very stable, and he did not have any emotional waves at all, but made some decisions silently. Boom! Boom! After approaching the thunder explosion area, the sky suddenly darkened, as if darkness had descended. Huge roars came one after another, and occasionally a lot of lightning flashes in the clouds could be seen. In the thunder explosion area, there are a large number of scattered small islands. After the Liwen stone was born, almost all of them fell on the island. Su Jake came here a long time ago, holding a bag in his hand, constantly flying up and down, madly sweeping the Liwen stone. After Yuze came to the thunder explosion area on the innate talent boat, as expected, there was almost no thunder source stone, and it was completely swept away by Su Jake. You're here too? Longguo Tianjiao. Saorui. I didn't know you didn't even know how to fly, and I swept away all the Liwen stones here. If you see me next time, please beg me, I will save you a few for the sake of the deity class. See Chu Yun coming. Su Jake's voice sounded. His words looked rather apologetic, but they were actually full of provocation and ridicule. The big guys who saw this scene through the sky-seeing mirror were all furious. Dry mud girl. If this BD didn't do it on purpose, I would write my last name upside down. To even dare to provoke Chu Yun, this is looking for a fight. When he comes out I'll let this what Jerry know what Saorui is. 95. Anger shouted one after another. Obviously, they were all stimulated by Su Jake's behavior. They could see clearly, after Su Jake swept away the Liwen stone, Chu Yun would have to arrive in 5 minutes. He has every chance to just leave. The results of it. After collecting the Liwen stone, he didn't leave, he stayed where he was and waited for Chu Yun to come and taunt him directly. What kind of coincidence could this be? Even Zhu Yang embarrassed and smiled, and he was a bit scolded in his heart. This kid Su Jake, he doesn't learn good things, he has learned all the bad habits of showing off in foreign countries. There's no way he can help him wash it. Is it okay to secretly and quietly seize the opportunity of Chu Yun? Wait, look, what's going on here? Suddenly, Yu Suandeo, who had been watching Chu Yun all the time, looked at the picture with some puzzlement, and his face was a little strange. What's wrong? Principal Chong Ming, who was standing beside him, looked over. Looking carefully at Chu Yun in the picture, his face changed slightly. Chu Yun has the fluctuation of talent airflow, and he is urging talent. Lei Yuanqi is gone, he did this because he was provoked by Su Jake and wanted to do something to him? He muttered to himself, his brows furrowed, worried for Chu Yun. When others were told this, they also discovered this scene, and their expressions changed. Oops! Almost forgot, Chu Yun was still an 18-year-old. Although it seems that his mentality is usually calm, but after all, as a god-level genius, the journey is smooth, and it is not impossible to suddenly encounter such a humiliating provocation from Sujake. If Chu Yun couldn't hold his breath at this time, it would be a little troublesome. Wen Huading and Long Juxiao looked at each other with solemn expressions. Everyone, Jack did not necessarily deliberately grab Chu Yun's resources. 35. But I remember you said that you can't touch each other in the secret realm. If Chu Yun shot Jack first, and Jack counterattacked and injured Chu Yun in a hurry, you wouldn't blame Jack, would you? Zhu Yang spoke aggrievedly at this time. My heart is happy. Wonderful. I didn't expect this kid Chu Yun to be so uneasy. Those guys made the rules to protect the kid, but the kid broke it himself. Hey! Who is to blame? Zhu Yang suddenly felt that Jack Su did not bad. In fact, if you think about it carefully, Chu Yun is more impulsive. When he was at his house, that kid Roy just accidentally bumped his father, without even using his strength. This Chu Yun was furious. This irritable impulsive character will destroy him. Zhu Yang smiled. Unfortunately, his complaints were ignored. Everyone looked at the screen worriedly, for fear that Chu Yun would suffer. Leave all the Liwen stones behind. You can go. 35. In the screen, Chu Yun's talent flow fluctuates more and more frequently. He said to Sujake in a calm tone. When everyone saw this, their expressions changed slightly. Sure enough, Chu Yun was too young, and was stirred up by Sujake's simple provocation. It's time to lose. Oh? 35. Longguo Tianjiao, are you angry? Why should I give you the Liwen stone that I have worked so hard to collect? Spoiled darling, this is a secret realm, not your home. Sujake looked at Chu Yun, smiled and said condescendingly in the air. In his tone, he didn't care about Chu Yun's orders, and ridiculed again and again. I'm not negotiating with you. Chu Yun shook his head, not wanting 3.0 to talk to such people and lower his grades. He directly raised his palm. The blood red in the eyes of the kaleidoscope writing wheel rotates. The ability to shake the fruit is activated without hesitation. Caw caw caw. There was a tooth-crushing sound in the sky. Sujak was shattered in all directions. His face changed. Obviously did not expect Chu Yun to make such a decisive shot. As if he never thought of peaceful coexistence from the beginning? A chill enveloped my heart. Obviously, you people from the Dragon Kingdom have stipulated before that you can't take action in the yellow-level secret realm without authorization. Absolute. The innate airflow surges out from the body. A powerful breath just bloomed. Click. All the surrounding space was shattered. Blood splatters. His bones, skin, were instantly blasted. Sujake's face is pale. The whole figure is like a torn puppet, falling from the air. Too careless. Sujake was too inflated and self-righteous from the beginning, thinking that Chu Yun was easy to bully. The results of it. Before the talent field bloomed, it was shocked by Chu Yun's unexpected surprise attack. That's it. Chu Yun's indifferent voice resounded through the void. He looks like a ghost, leaping from the divine boat into the sky. It's like falling into a hole. He stepped on the sky and stepped directly on the back of Sujake, who fell down. Boom! Sujake fell into the sea like a cannonball. In Chu Yun's hand, there is a bulging bag. He opened it and glanced. The bag is full of ore. The size of the head is the size of a fist, the hole is sky blue, and there are arcs flashing on the surface from time to time. When you touch it, it's a bit numb, but it's more of a feeling of intimacy. Chu Yun has a hunch that as long as he activates the flow of talent, he can absorb this ore, and the talent of destruction thunder may grow a little bit. No doubt. This bag is exactly the Liwen stone that Sujake took painstakingly to sweep away just now. Falling back to Shenzhou, Chu Yun weighed the heavy bag in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. Motivating the innate talent Shenzhou, it broke through the waves towards the thunder explosion area in the other direction. From beginning to end, he was calm as if he had done a trivial thing. Chapter 60. Outside World. The big guys who have been watching the changes in the secret with a peeping mirror. There was no noise at this time, and needles could be heard falling. Yu Suandao, Wen Huading, Lao Qin. All eyes changed, looking up at the picture above. Some did not recover. Su Jake, just lost to Chu Boy. A minute later, someone reacted and exclaimed in shock. Really? Jack Su lost? Who would have thought he would lose? The elites of the Tenjin class are just like that. Yu Suandao also woke up with surprise in his tone. Before, he was very worried that Su Jake was targeting Chu Yun, and he specially emphasized the opponent's talent and combat power to Chu Yun. In essence, I feel that Chu Yun is not an opponent in my heart, and I hope that Chu Yun can know himself and his opponent, and make rational judgments when encountering them. Totally unexpected. As soon as they met, Chu Yun directly crushed Su Jake. What is a surprise? This is such a surprise. This boy Chu Yun acted so decisively, it didn't seem like a temporary intention at all. Only now did Yu Suandao realize that Chu Yun asked him before. I am afraid he did not ask casually, but he had already planned. This is to give a good lesson to the Tian Shen class. Cool. So cool. It's like taking a mouthful of ice water on a hot day, and the whole person wakes up instantly. Good job. As expected of a man from the Dragon Kingdom, he should be so domineering. Wen Huading praised, with a smile on the corners of his mouth. God-level Tianjiao is God-level Tianjiao, look how exaggerated this talent is. That what Jack is not an opponent at all. Old Qin laughed, his face flushed. Damn, what you said, Lao Qin, is not right. I have read the information on Su Jake, and there are still a few brushes. The problem is that this kid is too arrogant, thinking that our genius dare not touch him, but he has suffered a big loss. 55. Someone immediately joked. He also looked at Zhu Yang, full of ridicule. Let your kid brag about how powerful the deity class is, it doesn't look like that. Ha ha ha, that's because this kid's fighting consciousness is weak, and he has practiced for so many years to the bottom of his A. Chu Yun's obvious offensive posture is so arrogant that he can't even develop his talent. If you don't lose, who will lose? It's very, very good. Su Jake is so useless, no wonder Chu Yun dares to do it directly, this kind of bad boy should be beaten to death. A loud compliment sounded. Seeing that Su Jake was defeated, and defeated so neatly, everyone was very happy. Everyone, weren't you 3 orders and 5 declarations just now, can't you fight each other in the secret realm? Only Zhu Yang asked an extremely embarrassed question. He never thought that Su Jake would lose. Impossible. Su Jake's combat power is obviously higher than that of Chu Yun. You just lost too much. If you really want to fight hard, fight head-on, and let Su Jake expand the absolute field. Chu Yun is not an opponent at all. What makes Zhu Yang the most aggrieved is the supportive attitude of these old guys. Just don't overdo it. You didn't say that just now. Chu Yun, he violated the rules. Take the initiative to attack Su Jake, can't you all be blind? He looked worriedly at the sea where Su Jake fell in the picture. He is not worried about the danger of Su Jake's life. After so many years of practice, there are still some ways to save his life. Moreover, Su Jake's father is a warrior. Give Chu Yun 10 courage, and he won't dare to kill him. But in such an embarrassing battle, he was very worried that Su Jake's mentality would explode. What? Is there such a thing? At this time, when Lao Qin heard Zhu Yang's protest, he looked at him in surprise, with a puzzled tone. No, Zhu Yang, don't talk nonsense, when will there be such a rule? After he finished speaking, he looked at other people with questioning eyes. Of course not. Zhu Yang must have misremembered. Didn't he say it just now? Young people are eager to win, and sometimes they want to have a try. It's not impossible. How can we stop it? Wen Huading, a rare serious person, said righteously at this time. He used Zhu Yang's words just now to refute Zhu Yang, and for a while, people couldn't even pick a thorn. That's right. How can you grow without experiencing wind and rain? This Sujake is like a flower in a greenhouse. He has been cultivating longer than our god-level arrogance, but he can't even take a face-to-face. 35. I said, Xiaozu. I heard people say that Sujake is still a good seed in your class, but he is so weak, and your class of gods is not very good. 5. There is someone who educates Zhu Yang earnestly. His tone was full of disappointment. It's not like that. 9. It was just an accident, and Sujak hasn't really been defeated yet. Let's wait and see. When Zhu Yang heard the shameless ridicule of these old rogues, his face turned blue and white with anger. A breath of air was held in his chest, unable to spit out, he was extremely aggrieved. That's it. At least this time the secret realm orbs are sold at sky-high prices. Even if Sujake fails to suppress Chu Yun, our heavenly god class will never lose. Comforting myself. Zhu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he saw Sujake's figure in the secret realm breaking out from the sea, causing a large splash of water. Although he looked miserable, he was soaked all over his body, his face was as pale as a paper figurine, and he was about to die in embarrassment. But from Sujake's continuous taking out of the medicine and taking it, it can be seen that there is no danger of life for the time being. After a day or two of training, Jack should be able to return to his prime with the potion he carried. Zhu Yang gritted his teeth. Boy, the face that you lost, find it back for me. Since this group of shameless old guys have said that they can compete casually, I want to see if that Chu Yun can still be so arrogant. He knew Sujake. This genius who grew up in the lighthouse country is very narrow-minded and very vengeful. When he first came to the Dragon Kingdom, there was a genius in the deity class who just accidentally stepped on his instep. Sujake directly cut off all the limbs that the genius beat, and the blood was all over the floor. He doesn't believe that Sujake won't take revenge. When he regains his strength, this Chu Yun will definitely be unable to eat and go. Thinking of this, Zhu Yangqiang calmed down his aggrieved mood, stopped speaking, and waited for the next good show. Yu Suandao, Wen Huading, and others apparently saw Sujake fly out of the sea alive. But no one cared. Can a bereaved dog turn the world upside down? The first time Chu Yun can crush this kid, he can crush it countless times. Look, this kid Chu Yun has already begun to absorb the Liwen stone. I don't know if this Liwen stone can improve him. At this time, Principal Chongming kept his eyes on Chu Yun. After leaving the thunder explosion area, the talent Shenzhou drove towards another thunder explosion area. He was found sitting cross-legged on the deck. In front of him is a bag taken from Sujake. The mouth of the bag was opened, and a thunder origin stone was suspended in front of Chu Yun, spinning slowly. There was a ray of lightning that was hard to see with the naked eye, connecting Chu Yun. Obviously, this is when Chu Yun was on his way, and directly began refining the Liwen stone. Hope it works. If you can improve a little bit, you can gather sand into a tower, gather your armpits into a fur, and if you don't have enough resources in a secret realm, you can build another one, and pile this kid into a double god. That's right. This time Chu Yun has entered the yellow level secret realm, and next time he will have the qualification to enter the mysterious level secret realm. We old bones will also move, the thunder type, and the special shock type related secret realm. All have to be searched. Why don't you say that? Our military department has been secretly investigating and looking for it. These bosses watched Chu Yun refining Liwen stone, and they were all in a happy mood, and they started chatting, discussing the next training of Chu Yun. In secret at this time, Chu Yun was refining the Liwen stone, and he was extremely happy in his heart. Take a shot at Sujake. It was indeed planned. This Sujake made it clear that the god class came out to cause him trouble. He is not in the habit of being controlled by others, he simply preempts it. Originally planned to wait until after entering the secret realm, to find a suitable time to shoot. Unexpectedly, Sujake even provocatively came to the door. How can you not kill him? Useful. 99. This Thunder Origin Stone is different from other materials. This power is very pure, and it directly enters the innate light group in my body. He felt that the talent of destroying thunder in his body was growing. It's slow, but it's improving. From the awakening to the present, the Dragon Kingdom has sent a lot of treasures, but there has never been such a pure power that can directly increase the talent light group. That's the great thing about secret realms. Chu Yun was looking forward to it. I wonder to what extent his destruction thunder talent can be improved after 3 days? Sujake looks for a place to heal. After the battle with Sujake at the beginning, the next dozens of hours in the yellow rank secret were calm. This is normal. A large part of the reason why the yellow level secret realm is scarce is that the secret realm is very safe. As long as you don't die, you won't die. Chu Yun searched everywhere for the thunder explosion area, constantly collecting thunder source stones. Because Sujake was too seriously injured, he could only focus on healing on a small island. In a blink of an eye, the last day came. Chu Yun has harvested a lot. In more than 2 days, he found 8 lightning explosion areas in the secret territory, and collected more than 600 lightning source stones. On the way to the thunder explosion area, Chu Yun also absorbed nearly half of the thunder source stone. Achieve a lot. Although Chu Yun still did not sense a qualitative change in his talent for destroying thunderbolt. However, during the period, Chu Yun entered the space beads and used the force measuring column to test the combat power. In the case of using Rachel, the fire power was full, and 330,000 combat power was played. In just 2 days, a full 30,000 combat power has been increased. Without a doubt, that's the benefit of Rift. Moreover, this is because Chu Yun has not absorbed all the Thunder Origin stones. The talent light group in the body is also continuing to grow, absorbing the thunder source power that has been refined by him. According to Chu Yun's estimate, this 3-day trip to the secret realm will completely digest all the Liwen stones and increase the combat power to at least 400,000. Even if the genius Great Sun Wuzong wants to cultivate his combat power from 300,000 to 400,000, it is impossible to start without a year or 2. For a time, Chu Yun was also a little fortunate. The secret realm that Longuo worked so hard to find for him really fit perfectly. Fortunately, I promised Dean Yu before. If it were other yellow-level secret realms, there would probably be no way for his combat power to have such a terrifying increase. Take back your thoughts. Chu Yun drives into a new thunderstorm area. This should be the last thunderstorm zone. After collecting the Liwen stone in this thunder explosion area, this trip to the secret realm is almost over. Chu Yun listened to the huge roaring sound and the dark sky. These days, he has become somewhat used to the environment of the thunder explosion area. Ordinary people may feel fear and irritability, but because of his talent, he is like a fish in water, and it is also very easy to collect Ley Origin Stone, and can easily perceive the whereabouts of Ley Origin Stone. An hour later, Chu Yun completed the collection of the Thunder Origin Stone in this Thunder Explosion area. Next, he plans to absorb the Thunder Source Stone in this Thunder Explosion area until the end of time to return. What? After absorbing for a while, Chu Yun vaguely felt that something was wrong. He looked up at the sky. It was still a black mass, and the lightning flashed very frequently. Strange. For some unknown reason, Chu Yun was a little surprised to discover that there was an inexplicable force that attracted him in the sky in this thunder explosion area. It made him think. Go and see. The expectations in my heart are getting stronger and stronger. And even the talent light group that destroyed the thunder talent in the body began to be restless. This made Chu Yun want to take a look. He has always acted resolutely. When he made a decision in his heart, he immediately jumped up. With his current physical fitness, this jump was nearly 100 meters. But there is still a long way to go before the sky. Seeing that the high point was about to fall, Chu Yun stepped on it. The empty air under his feet oscillated for a while, generating a shocking force that directly stopped Chu Yun's falling trend. Moreover, with the help of this shocking power, Chu Yun used the force again, and jumped up to 100 meters directly. Change to before. Chu Yun's physical quality is weak, and he must not dare to do so. Repeating this a few times was enough to shock his body. But now, after being nourished by a lot of heaven and earth treasures, as well as deliberate training, it is enough for him to withstand this kind of shock. In just 1 minute, Chu Yun leaped from the divine boat to the sky and thousands of meters. The dark sky is already close at hand. And the lightning flashing in the black cloud was also visible to the naked eye, from a trace to almost the thickness of a bucket. Seeing thunder and lightning up close, Chu Yun didn't feel afraid, but was extremely cordial. He had a hunch that even if he got close to these lightning bolts, he wouldn't be hurt. That is. Chu Yun jumped several hundred meters higher. At this time, he finally broke through the thunder cloud layer and saw a scene that made him stunned. In the void, there is a high platform that is almost 2 stories floating, surrounded by thunder and lightning jumps like giant snakes. In the sky above this thunder explosion area, there is a thunder and lightning altar. And he keenly noticed that at the top of the high platform of the thunder altar, there was a huge box full of thunder placed there quietly. Good guy. Chu Yun's eyes lit up, and he became interested in the box on the altar. There's obviously some good stuff in there. Almost without hesitation, Chu Yun stepped on the void a few times and landed on the altar of lightning. The moment of falling, the whole altar suddenly shook. Immediately, the countless thunder and lightning snakes rushed like Chu Yun frantically. Between the electric light and flint, it has come to the body. If other people faced this terrible scene, I am afraid they would have fled immediately. The terrifying aura emanating from these thunderbolts, the great sun martial sect with lower combat power, will fall on the spot. What is this kid Chu Yun doing? For 2 consecutive days, the weather was calm, and these bigwigs were in high positions, and they also had a lot of things to deal with. Except for the moment when the big guys gathered. After another half day, in addition to Yu Suandao, Wen Huading, and Zhu Yang, they were constantly monitoring the Huang-level secret realm. People like Long Juxiao, Cheng Ming, and Lao Qin have gone to deal with other affairs. At this moment, the big guys who have been watching with the sky-seeing mirror have also discovered Chu Yun's strange actions. He seems to have discovered a spectacle. Yu Suandao watched in astonishment as Chu Yun landed on the altar of thunder and lightning, with a surprised look on his face. Wonder. There are still wonders in the yellow-level secret realm. At this time, Lao Qin, who had just entered the compound, hurriedly trotted in and looked at the sky when he heard the words. It's really a miracle, this kid Chu Yun can make a lot of money this time. Xiao Zhu, the quality of the secret realm pearls from your heavenly god class is very good this time, and it's not worth our money to buy them. Wen Huading also lit up and laughed. Spectacle. It's a peculiar landscape. Extremely rare and impossible to detect by means of insight. All strangeness can only be perceived by the naked eye. Once it appears, it means that there is a chance to come. Some wonders have treasures, and some wonders have magical effects. In the advanced secret realm, there will occasionally be wonders. On the blue star, there are also wonders. For example, when Sujake was able to awaken at the age of 13, he entered some kind of spectacle in the lighthouse country. But no one thought that there would be wonders in the yellow-level secret realm. Although it seems that the spectacle in the picture is not particularly advanced, it is also a big profit. When Zhu Yang heard the words, his face turned into a pig liver color. Impossible! How can a miracle exist? His face was full of disbelief. Heart is cramping. Big loss. Simply a big loss. If you know that there are wonders in this yellow level secret realm, even if you kill him, you won't be able to sell it, okay, okay. Looking at Zhu Yang's appearance of regretting his bowels, everyone present burst out laughing. Look, this spectacle likes Chu Yun very much. These lightning baptisms should be of great benefit to him. Yu Suandeo pointed at Chu Yun in the picture with a smile. After Chu Yun came into contact with these lightning bolts, his eyes narrowed, showing a somewhat satisfied expression. Comfortable. 39. This thunder and lightning is so cool, it should be worth hundreds of thunder source stones. At this time, Chu Yun was in a very happy mood. He was bathed in thunder and lightning, like a son of thunder, walking towards the highest platform of the thunder and lightning altar. I don't know what's in that box. A talentless combat skill? Or a high-quality talent weapon? Or some kind of talent treasure? 35. Outside world. A pair of eyes stared at the screen. From time to time, people heard the news from outside the door. These experienced powerhouses know very well that there are definitely good things hidden in the giant box of the thunder altar. Not good. Look there. Why did this deflated calf come out again? Bad luck. At this time, an old man who had just arrived glanced at him. It was found that on the edge of this thunder explosion area, a familiar figure appeared again. It was Sujake, who was just healed. He stepped on the talent aircraft and flew towards the thunder explosion area. Did he discover this wonder too? 5. Yu Suandeo's expression changed and he blurted out. FK. He deserves to discover wonders too. This little BD is here to seek revenge for Chu Yun. Lao Qin frowned and found that Sujake's flight path was heading towards the sea. And that gnashing of teeth, full of hideous expression, at first glance, it is a slap in the face. What's the matter with you, Zhu Yang? Didn't I tell you that infighting is not allowed in the secret realm? Didn't you tell this Sujake? If Chu Yun's inheritance of the spectacle is interrupted by your people, don't blame the old man for breaking his leg. At this time, another old man glared at Zhu Yang. Zhu Yang's face darkened. Nima Gong. Didn't you say to encourage struggle before? Changed again? You have the final say in what is black and white? One immortal, can you not be so shameless? Chapter 61. Sujake is angry. Shit. Shit. I've grown up and I've never been so humiliated. That damn dragon country maggot. No martial arts. Sneak attack. I want him to know the fate of offending me. Sujake's face was gloomy, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. There was a monstrous murderous intent in his blue eyes. He is very vengeful. I swear in my heart that I will return all the pain I have suffered to that guy. As soon as the injury recovered, he kept searching, and soon found the trace of Chu Yun. This is nothing to him. Although the thunder explosion areas of the yellow level secret realm are constantly being born, there are only a few in total. Being able to control the talent flying machine has provided him with great convenience, and he can quickly find several thunder explosion areas. Now, ahead is the last thunder explosion zone. Sujake laughed. Found you, little maggot. Can't you hide now? The smile on the corner of his mouth was grim. He has already planned. Not only must this dragon country maggot be severely suppressed, but also all his Liwen stones must be taken away. As for what happens after you go out? His father is Warlord Arthur of the Lighthouse Country. Who among the people from the Dragon Kingdom dared to move him? It wasn't his fault from the beginning. He's just coming back for revenge now. What's the problem? No one. Where did the people go? Come to the last thunder explosion area. Chu Yun's talent Shenzhou is very conspicuous, Sujake discovered it immediately. Just when he was aggressive, he was about to find Chu Yun and teach him a lesson. Surprised to find that people are not on the talent boat, he frowned. This is strange. That maggot can't fly, that's obvious. Then why is it not on the talent Shenzhou? Could it be that I went to that island to collect the Thunder Origin Stone? Su Jake searched the surrounding islands, but still found no trace of Chu Yun. He folded his arms, his face gloomy. He has walked all over the thunder explosion area of the entire secret realm. The talent Shenzhou is also here, can people still fly? He looked up inadvertently. Thunderclouds roared in the sky, and occasionally lightning could be seen passing by. His eyes narrowed. It's that guy's breath. How did he get to the sky? 95. Su Jake's eyes flashed. The familiar vibrating breath impressed him deeply. Finally found Chu Yun's figure. Step on without hesitation. The whole person jumped straight into the sky. With a talent for flying machines, it was very easy for him to enter the sky. But Su Jake is not like Chu Yun, who can ignore the thunder and lightning in the thunder cloud. With his body as the center, a somewhat dark mist spread out in all directions. This is his talent. God's realm. As soon as the realm of the gods unfolded, the thunder that struck him in danger all around him, and at the moment of entering the realm, the thunder and lightning as thick as a bucket was directly weakened into a small flame by a magical force. The threat 323 just now disappeared. Su Jake was expressionless, and flew in the direction of sensing Chu Yun's breath. If it wasn't for the despicable maggots attacking him before, how could he be so embarrassed once he was allowed to expand into the realm of the gods? Soon he went through the clouds and waves and saw the thunder altar. This is... The moment Su Jake saw the altar, he was shocked. An incredible look on his face. Oh, it's embarrassing. It turned out to be a spectacle. There are wonders in this secret realm. Having received systematic education, he immediately realized what this altar was. There was ecstasy and greed on his face. The appearance of wonders will bring amazing opportunities. His luck has finally come. This maggot helped me a lot. The trip to the secret realm is almost over, and he actually discovered this god's gift. Very well, this spectacle is mine. At a glance, he saw Chu Yun, who was wearing lightning and walking towards the high platform. Even though he was beaten like a dead dog by Chu Yun before, Su Jake didn't take him seriously at all. From the beginning to the end, Su Jake did not think that Chu Yun's combat power would be higher than him. He was beaten so badly before, because the other party was too insidious and cunning. He immediately made up his mind to occupy the spectacle opportunity of the Thunder Altar. This time he entered the secret realm with no gain at all. As soon as he came in, he was severely injured by Chu Yun and has been in a state of healing. Not to mention the Thunder Origin Stone, even the ordinary spar didn't have time to collect it. Now that Su Jake saw the Thunder and Lightning Altar, he naturally thought that this was God's compensation for him. Without thinking, he flew directly to the Thunder Altar. Obviously, he has left behind the advice of the senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom before entering the secret realm. Okay. Your god class is doing very well. What is Su Jake thinking? He is going to grab the chance for a miracle discovered by Chu Yun? 35. Seeing Su Jake's reckless behavior in the picture, Wen Huading looked at Zhu Yang with a gloomy expression. Courtesy of death. Wonders can also be touched by him. Zhu Yang, you'd better pray that this Su Jake doesn't succeed, otherwise you will be at your own risk. An old man blew his beard and stared fiercely at Zhu Yang. Whether you get Chu Yun's chance or not, come out and teach this Jack a good lesson. If it wasn't for the sky-looking mirror, we wouldn't have known that Chu Yun had suffered so much in the secret realm. Principal Chongming came, and he also expressed his opinion, thinking that the class of gods was too outrageous. Before entering, I had already made 3 chapters of the law, but now I have to make an inch and want to snatch the spectacle. Does this Su Jake match him? Yes, what I'm worried about now is that there are less than 3 hours before the end of the secret realm orb, and no one will get it because of Sujake. Yu Suandeo said worriedly. This is the most troublesome situation. According to his observations, now this spectacle has a high probability of giving birth to a treasure. Even if Sujake grabs the hand, he can let him hand it over, to return it to Chu Yun after he comes out. But it would be bad if the situation he analyzed occurred. 66.99. Zhu Yang has chosen to remain silent at this time. Chu Yun was wronged? Why can't I see it at all? He didn't dare to speak, he said everything. No, it should be said that he was wrong to stay here and breathe. This time he shouldn't come alone. Zhu Yang's heart is like a mirror. At this time, he was not inactive. Quietly took out his mobile phone, kept sending messages, and discussed with the big guy behind him. Zhu Yang thought fiercely in his heart. If Sujake grabbed the spectacle by his own ability today, don't even try to steal any of these old things. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, there was a sudden burst of laughter. What happened? What are these old guys laughing at? Zhu Yang, who was buried in his head, was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously raised his head. Then his face changed so wonderfully. Only in the screen. Sujake, who was still full of confidence just now, opened the realm of God and stepped on the altar of thunder and lightning. The moment he stepped on the altar, boom! The altar trembles. Countless thunders crashed down and hit Sujake's field directly. Although Sujake's domain is very magical and can greatly weaken the damage, the thunder on the altar is too exaggerated. Just this moment, more than 1,000 thunders fell. Even if thousands of thunders are weakened into small sparks, it is not a force to be underestimated. What's more, there are so many thunderbolts, no matter how miraculous the realm of the gods is, Sujake's combat power is there. How can it be completely weakened? The direct result was that Sujake was in a state of embarrassment, hurriedly escaped like a prodigal dog. Even so, his body was also torn apart by the skin of the thunderbolt, and blood gushed out. The blonde hair on that end was pulled down by the electricity like instant noodles, and with his blue and purple complexion, it was simply wonderful. Look at Sujake's deflated look. Everyone who was worried just now laughed, like watching a clown. This spectacle recognizes its master. It doesn't look down on this little BD and chooses Chu Yun directly. It's so funny, it's just humiliating, and you want to grab Chu Yun's chance. Don't you look in the mirror? Do you have the qualifications? 66.99. Yu Suandeo, Wen Huading, Lao Qin, and the others all laughed red-faced. Zhu Yang's face turned pale. Hastily fingers quickly resend the message. This is so. Sujake was actually rejected by the spectacle. It's basically impossible to get strange treasures. He knew very well that this was Chu Yun and that spectacle highly matched. However, a small spectacle like the Thunder Altar is not like a huge spectacle in their world, which can accommodate many people. This directly caused Sujake to be out of action. What are you doing, boy? Just leave like this? Are you going to take advantage of this last minute to collect some spar? He's not short of spar, isn't he? Zhu Yang also felt that there was no hope, but he suddenly saw Sujake, who was driven away by the wonder, turned his head and left. This made him feel very strange. With what he knew about Sujake. Although these powerhouses have already concluded that Sujake is out of the game, Sujake, who is in the game, shouldn't give up so easily. He stared at Sujake's figure, inexplicably a little uneasy. Hateful. Why? Why reject me? Isn't this compensation from God? Damn it! Sujake scolded, and his face was extremely ugly. He looked at Chu Yun who was about to reach the highest stage from a distance, and his heart felt like a soy sauce bottle had been knocked over. It's anger, and it's sour. It can be said to be a mixed taste. If you were a normal person, you might choose to give up. But he is not reconciled. It's so frustrating. When I entered this secret realm, I didn't get anything, and I was beaten badly. Now I have to watch the maggots who seriously injured him get a chance. It felt like someone was holding a dull knife and slashing his skin one by one. Burning pain. I can't get it, and neither can you, a maggot. 35. Sujake's face was gloomy and his eyes fell on the sea, and he already had an idea in his heart. He plummeted right under the sea. When he fell to the bottom of the sea before, he saw a lot of big things. Puff! Fell into the water and disappeared. How did this little BD get into the water? What does he want to do? The experienced Lao Qin found out about Sujake's abnormal situation and frowned. Do not know. I always feel that this kid doesn't seem like a character who can easily give up. Be careful what this guy does. An old man said coldly. Chu Yun, your student, tell me what he wants to do. Long Juxiao strode into the compound, looked at the picture of the sky, and asked Chu Yun directly. When Chu Yun heard Long Juxiao's questioning, his face became bitter. City Lord, this kid is used to being unruly, and I don't know what he is thinking. His heart trembled. Suddenly remembered Sujake's deeds. When this kid was in the lighthouse country, he went out on an adventure with his companions. Because he was jealous that the other party got a better treasure than him, when the negotiation was fruitless, he directly attracted a group of high-level beasts and killed the companion. How did he know? Afterwards, Sujake not only didn't think there was anything wrong with this matter, but even took it out and boasted. Because he took advantage of the chaos to kill a high-level beast. At that time, he had just completed the Haoyu martial arts master, which was regarded by Sujake as his proud record. Even more magical is. In the lighthouse country, this kind of behavior not only was not criticized, but also became Sujake's glorious deeds under the operation of his father, General Arthur, and won a lot of meritorious points. When he saw the document at that time, even Chu Yun felt that the operation of the Lighthouse Kingdom was quite magical, and it was impossible for him to be easily forgiven in the Dragon Kingdom. But in the Lighthouse country, he murdered his companions and became a hero who beheaded beasts. Make him remember. However, Chu Yun didn't think much about it at the time, and expressed his understanding and tolerance for this matter. After all, the culture of each country is different. The Lighthouse country advocates freedom, and the rules of the Dragon country cannot be used to measure the Lighthouse country. Now, Chu Yun regretted a little. Regret bringing Sujake. If other outstanding students from the deity class came, they wouldn't be so ignorant. This guy, isn't he trying to repeat his old tricks? This is not a lighthouse, and everything he does will be photographed 360 degrees by the peeping mirror. When he wants to come out, it is very likely that he will be crushed by these old guys. Chu Yun felt like an ant on a hot pot, but he couldn't reach it. Even if I want to remind Sujake, I can't do it. I can only pray that this guy doesn't do stupid things. How courageous! I really want to die. Poisonous little BD, what does he want to do? When we are all dead. Break the secret realm for me and kill him. 6699. Not 2 minutes passed. Look at the movement on the screen. What Chu Yun was worried about still happened. An angry curse sounded. The big guys onlookers were all pale and trembling with anger. In the screen, Sujake, who just fell into the sea, soars into the sky. The power of his gifted aircraft was maxed out by him. Pull out the afterimage fast, almost the speed of sound. It's like running away. At the surface of the water he just broke out, the sea level rose wildly. It was like a tsunami. OM. 35. A heavy roar resounded between the heavens and the earth. Howling like the soul of the sea. Shake the world. The world trembled for it. A huge shadow rises from the sea. Too big. It is so big that it almost fills all the sea areas in the peeping mirror screen. The water falls like a waterfall from the rising shadow. This is a huge god whale. It's the sky whale. What did this foreign boy do? He made the mild-mannered Tongtian whale so furious. Ouyang Ying, the master of ominous beasts, spoke up, and she immediately recognized the origin of this ominous beast. A powerful beast with a gentle personality. At this time, everyone stared at the Tongtian whale that gradually surfaced, and found that there was a huge hole in its back. A lot of blood and water came out crazily, and it looked very miserable. This is severe damage. Needless to say, I also know that this must be the ghost of Su Jake. He deliberately dived into the bottom of the sea, and caused heavy damage to him while the Tongtian whale was sleeping. Thoroughly pd him off. Everyone's face changed. Although the Tongtian whale is a gentle fierce beast, it seems to be indifferent to the world. But a vicious beast is a vicious beast. When it really gets angry, is there something simple? What Sujak wants to do, these old rivers and lakes are very clear. This is the chance to destroy Chu Yun's spectacle with the Tongtian whale. Even Zhu Yang's expression changed greatly. I know that Jack Su is in trouble. Fortunately, it is a young beast, and its combat power will not exceed the later period of the Great Sun Wuzong at most. After Ouyang Ying carefully observed, the heavy tone eased a little. Even in the late stage of the Great Sun Wuzong, the battle strength of the sky-breaching whale is at least 600,000. It's simply not something Chu Yun can handle. Yu Suandeo's face changed suddenly, and he said in a fast tone. Yes, this turtle grandson is obviously heading for the spectacle. The sky whale is cumbersome and likely to run over it directly. 35. Even if the Tongtian whale is not aimed at Chu Yun, it will be directly affected. This is his plan. Chu Yun can't fly, which is a big flaw. Don't talk about the chance of a spectacle, it's even a question of whether he can save his own life. When Huading's face was ugly, he had already analyzed Su Jake's plan. Although it is very simple and rude, the threat to Chu Yun is too great. Many people's eyes are fixed on the bottom of the altar. That piercing whale is huge. Only nearly half of the body surfaced, it was as high as a kilometer. At this height, it is completely possible to crash into the thunder altar where Chu Yun is located. As Wen Huading predicted, Su Jake also flew directly to the altar from which he had been repelled just now. His smile was morbid, and there was an excited look on his face. Everything is under control. He's faster than this sky-piercing whale. That maggot can't fly, only a dead end. He has already arranged his way back. When he saw the fall of this god-level genius with his own eyes, he would directly teleport away from this yellow-level secret realm. As for the threat of those Dragon Kingdom people outside, he also thought about it. When he attacked the Tongtian whale just now, he had already activated the life-saving thing his father had given him. God bless him. His dad will protect him too. Moreover, if the Lighthouse Kingdom knew that he had killed the god-level Tianjiao who had just been born in the Dragon Kingdom, they still didn't know how they would reward him. At that time, he is still the hero of the Lighthouse country. Dragon Kingdom, don't wait. The more you think, the more excited you are. The thunder altar is within easy reach. The Tongtian whale, who was irritated by him behind him, also pressed over. It's like the sky is falling. The pupils are flickering and the scalp is numb. This feeling of walking between life and death made him extremely excited. Chapter 62. Boom. It seems to feel the appearance of a behemoth. The thunderclouds in the sky have spirits, and they are dense like a sticky quagmire. They blocked on the altar of lightning independently, as if to protect this spectacle. But unfortunately, the Tongtian whale is too huge. It chases Su Jake, turning a blind eye to all obstacles in front of it. The thick thundercloud was as fragile as cotton wool in front of it. At this time, Chu Yun finally got on the high platform wearing thunder and lightning. Kindness. The hand touching the box paused. On the box, a thunderbolt bounced his hand away. He unexpectedly discovered that the box was wrapped around a thunder lock chain. Terrible smell. If it weren't for his extremely strong thunder talent, maybe the thunder from this chain would directly annihilate him on the spot. Chu Yun's brows gradually furrowed. Although it can't be difficult for him now, it takes some hands and feet to open it. At this moment, his heart shook, and he felt a dark shadow over his head covering everything. If Mount Tai is pressed to the top, this place will be completely destroyed. Even the entire altar shook violently. Ferocious beast? Chu Yun's pupils shrank sharply. From his current perspective, the huge sky-penetrating whale can only peek at the leopard, and cannot see the whole picture. But the oppressive feeling that made him suffocate already made the hair stand on end, and his heart was depressed. His face was a little unsightly. According to the information Yu Suandeo gave him earlier, the beasts in the secret realm belong to a neutral state, and generally they will not take the initiative to attack. The fact is also true, he wandered in the sea for more than 2 days before, and saw many beasts along the way, but none of them paid attention to him. But now this giant beast like the ancient mountain is rushing towards him unreasonably, which is obviously not in line with common sense. What the hell did Jaksu do? There is a flash of light in his eyes, and the killing intent is rolling. Chu Yun saw Su Jake, who was chased by the sky whale. Instant insight into the ins and outs. Seeing that the sky whale will destroy the thunder altar in at most 30 seconds. He was rarely angry. The remaining time is not enough for him to open the box on the thunder altar. And he tried. This giant box and the thunder and lightning altar are tightly combined, as if they are one body, they can't be moved. Now his only choice is to abandon the giant box and jump directly off the altar. Otherwise, he will be smashed to pieces by the sky-piercing whale along with the thunder and lightning altar. How to do? Chu Yun's eyes flickered. After finally ascending the high platform, the treasure is in sight. Want to give up? What is this kid Chu Yun doing? Run! Confused, treasures can be found again, but life is more important. If you can't get the treasures in the spectacle, it's fine, the benefits of this secret realm are not too small, and you can help him find them later. 5. The strength of this sky-penetrating whale is definitely more than 600,000. The city lord will break the time and space and save Chu Yun first. This BD doesn't do human affairs. You shouldn't have agreed to let your god class in from the beginning. If there is anything wrong with Chu Yun, Zhu Yang, wash your neck and wait to die. The big guys looked at the picture of the sky-seeing mirror and were extremely nervous. They watched Chu Yun still hadn't left the thunder altar, a gesture of coexistence and death with the spectacle. Can't help but be anxious. Even if you don't get the spectacle, you can find it later. For them, facing the sky whale can be easily suppressed. But now, Chu Yun has no way to fight against this behemoth. Many people have been looking at Long Juxiao frequently, wanting him to break through the secret realm and save Chu Yun. Not urgent. Look again. Long Juxiao did not move like a mountain, and looked at the picture solemnly. Logically speaking, he should have shot now. The Dragon Kingdom can't afford the loss of a god-level genius. But he observed Chu Yun. It was found that the expression of this god-level Tianjiao was very calm, without the slightest anxiety or panic. On the contrary, it was Su Jake. Although he was driving the innate flying machine, he was unstable and had an impetuous aura. This boy, is there any way to do it? Long Juxiao stared at Chu Yun carefully, and raised his arm involuntarily. He is waiting. If at the last moment, Chu Yun still does not leave, or if there is no other movement, he will save him. Of course, this trip to the secret realm also ended ahead of schedule. Roll. In the nick of time. A cold shout resounded throughout the void. An unparalleled terrifying aura rose from Chu Yun, like a prairie fire. The voice echoed Juxiao with terrifying vibrations. The domineering arrogance of the overlord burst out from Chu Yun's body. Boom! Earthquake! Thunder explodes. The void seemed to be drinking Chu Yun, and then it rang. What is this maggot doing? Think you can drink a sky-penetrating whale? It's so ridiculous. 35. Sujake had already flown over the altar of lightning and was watching from a distance that the sky-piercing whale was about to crush the altar of lightning. Immediately heard the domineering voice that burst the void. He wants to laugh. That's ridiculous. He also thought that this Dragon Kingdom Tianjiao had some trump cards. The result is this? A bluff, trying to scare off a sky-piercing whale? Do you think you are a warrior? The corners of his mouth were almost split to the base of his ears, and he felt that he had seen the funniest scene in the world. I'm already looking forward to seeing the scene where Chu Yun is smashed to pieces. Moo. 35. What Sujake never expected was that the Tongtian whale actually stopped. There was also a strange roar. It's just that this sound is much weaker than the sound it made from the bottom of the sea before, as if it was a confession. How is this possible? How did this idiot stop? Is this beast scared? When Sujake saw this scene, his face changed greatly. He can't figure it out. This sky-penetrating whale is actually timid in the face of humans who are as small as dust. Just because that maggot yelled go away. Impossible. It must be wrong there. He was dumbfounded. Unbelievably, after watching the Tongtian whale stop, it actually turned its direction obediently, bypassed the thunder altar, and rushed to his location again. And that Chu Yun, after withdrawing the Tongtian whale with a loud shout, began to activate the power of thunder to open the giant box. Before long, the treasures in the box will be taken out by him. Shit. 35. Shit. 35. Seeing this scene, Sujake became furious and scolded again and again. The red-faced gangsters in the outside world who were still anxious just now were also stupid when they saw this scene. What's going on? Why did the Tongtian whale retreat? If I'm not mistaken, Chu Boy scolded the sky-reaching whale and rolled? Did he really roll? Looking at the shape of the mouth, it seems so. However, how is this possible? Although the fierce beasts in the secret realm are much gentler than our blue star beasts, they will not listen to our blue star people's orders. 39. The sky-peeping mirror can only spy on the picture, but cannot hear the sound. But this does not prevent these bigwigs from analyzing what happened just now through expressions and mouth shapes. Therefore, they find it incredible. I can't imagine why the sky whale would listen to Chu Yun. Like a docile little pet? This shouldn't be. Seeing this scene, Zhu Yang opened his mouth involuntarily. After waking up, he shook his head again and again, his eyes blinking quickly. He felt like he couldn't understand this scene. Chu Yun's words are not that simple. Long Zhuxiao's eyes flickered. This should be a very powerful innate combat skill, with a supreme aura. Cooperating with the vibrating sound of Chu Yun's scolding, the Tongtian whale was stunned. He was about to tear the void just now. So I feel a lot more than others. At a glance, he saw the doorway. Talent combat skills. The laboratory has not yet developed a match for Chu Boy? How could he be gifted with combat skills? Or such a powerful talent combat skills? Principal Kong Ming's expression changed slightly, a little unbelievable. Although this Tongtian whale in the secret realm is only a cub, its combat power definitely exceeds 800,000. Not to mention what kind of innate combat skills Chu Yun masters. What kind of innate combat skills did he have to master to scare the beasts far beyond his combat power? Haha! Talent combat skills, from the very beginning, were born with talent. 99. It seems that our Tianjiao has hidden his own cards. This innate combat skill, shouldn't it be a god-level combat skill? Yu Suandeo chuckled softly, showing a very happy mood. No one will blame Chu Yun for hiding cards, they will only be pleasantly surprised. Just now everyone thought that this trip to the secret realm was over, who would have thought that Chu Yun would surprise them? In terms of combat skills, I don't know much. However, it is actually normal to be able to take effect on the Tongtian whale. The Tongtian whale is a rare beast with a good temper. Although it just fell into a frenzy because of Su Jake, his target was not Chu Yun, but Su Jake. 35. Chu Yun's innate combat skills should have awakened the Tongtian whale and made it soberly aware of the situation. This step is enough to solve this sudden crisis of life and death. 35. In the final analysis, Chu Yun is too evil, and his mentality is too stable. If it is replaced by the little geniuses of our Imperial University, maybe he has returned now. Wu Yangying opened his mouth to analyze. As an expert in beast science, her knowledge of the sky-reaching whale can be said to be second to none. Hearing his analysis and admiration, everyone else nodded, agreeing with her statement. Look! The box is open. At this time, someone suddenly pointed to the screen. In their short discussion time, Chu Yun on the altar has already opened the box. As soon as the box was opened, a blazing thunder burst into the sky. After the dazzling white light passed, a pair of huge wings woven with thunder appeared. Lightning flashes on the wings, which looks very cool. What a violent thunder! It's a pair of thunder wings, it looks amazing. The quality is very high, and at least it is also a natural talent equipment of the ground. That's right, this kid Chu Yun has made a lot of money, and the talent and equipment of the earth grade, and it was born from the miracle. It is very likely that the fit with Chu Yun is very high. And it is likely that the quality can be upgraded in the future. 99. It's very good to be able to get this kind of treasure in the yellow level secret realm. 99. 66, 99. The big guys present are all knowledgeable. Although Chu Yun hadn't taken out the pair of thunder wings from the box, they kept talking and analyzed the value of this treasure. At this time, Chu Yun touched the thunder wings with his hands, and his eyes were shining. He liked it very much the first time he saw this cool meaning. After touching it, there is a feeling of incomparable closeness. Gokyudo Thunder King Wings. In his mind, the name of this thunder wing was passed on. Talent equipment, can assist flight, and can also magnify the power of lightning. Immediately afterwards, G-Dao Lei Wanjie uploaded its approximate function. It still needs to be carefully explored and researched. Chu Yun also understood. This thing is like Su Jake's talent flying machine. It's just that it's much more high-end than Su Jake's. Chu Yun stroked G-Dao Lei Wanjie and smiled. Talented equipment that can fly. Good stuff. I remember that the talent aircraft needs to cultivate the fit. If the fit is not enough, it will not be able to fly. He thought. The bosses gave him a lot of things before. He occasionally exchanged his merits for some interesting treasures. In his space beads, there is actually a gifted flying machine. But unfortunately, if you want to fly a talent aircraft, the fit must reach more than 60%. This requires continuous input of natural airflow and cultivation of fit. He has also been developing. Until now, the fit between the talent aircraft in the space bead and him can only reach 30%. And Chu Yun has already sensed that the further back, the slower the improvement in fit. Originally, according to his estimation, it would take at least 3 months before he could actually fly in the sky. Unexpectedly, now I have unexpectedly obtained a piece of talent equipment with flying characteristics in the secret realm. Can this thing fly as long as you wear it? I don't know if its fit is good or not. Just a thought. Unexpectedly, the pair of wings that were sleeping in the box unfolded directly and attached to his back. Fitness, 95%. Chu Yun was stunned for a moment, feeling the information from the Thunder King wing. I didn't expect the fit of the G-Dao Thunder King wings that I just got would be so high. He tried to flap his wings. Crackling. The wings are spread, and the thunder and lightning are gorgeous. Behind Chu Yun, the huge lightning wings with a width of about 2 meters from left to right bloom directly. With the flickering of his wings, his figure was slightly off the ground. A look of surprise appeared on Chu Yun's face. The feeling of being free from gravity is so amazing. Since Ji Dao Lei Wanjie got it. 99. Then, it's time to settle accounts with him. Chu Yun remembered something, and his face suddenly became cold. Looking into the distance, Su Jake's figure is still flying fast. After Tong Tianjing was drunk by him, he did not give up seeking revenge for Su Jake. Su Jake, who stole chickens without losing rice, is now disgraced and extremely embarrassed. Shit. 35. Why did this beast stop? Why can't I teleport away? Su Jake scolded, his face was extremely ugly. Just now, after he discovered that the Tongtian whale did not smash the spectacle as he planned, a group of panicked people had already begun to try to call and prepare to return in advance. But it's a pity. As if to punish Su Jake. His call got no answer. He had no choice but to curse inwardly, while fleeing non-stop. Where are you going? Just as Su Jake was fleeing in a panic, an indifferent voice came from his ear. It's you. Are you, a flying treasure from where? Su Jake was suddenly startled, he suddenly saw the head of the Tongtian whale not far away. A tall and straight young man, his eyes were like the eternal ice, staring at him sternly. What makes him most envious is that behind the young man, there is a splendid pair of wings formed by lightning. These two wings exude a domineering that suffocates him. The jumping electric flower made Su Jake feel a strong sense of greed in his heart. After blurting out the question, Su Jake suddenly understood. This pair of lightning wings that had never been seen before was clearly the treasure in the box on the altar just now. He has a good eye. Just looking at it, you have already discovered the preciousness of this pair of Lei Yi. Shit. This thunder wing was supposed to be mine. At this time, Su Jake regretted extremely. According to the original plan, the secret realm pearl could only come in alone. Later, Tian Shen class was under pressure and was forcibly bought by the military. If not, then there is this maggot thing. Is this your last word? It's boring. Chu Yun's icy voice sounded again. He was not interested in answering Su Jake's question. The eyes are full of murderous intent. If it wasn't for his ability to stimulate the overlord's arrogance and shaking fruit at the same time to drink back the giant whale just now, he would probably be in danger of life. From that moment on, he was on a killing spree. Jack Su must die. Locked up Jack Su. Stepping on it, Ji Dao Lei Wang's wings suddenly unfolded, about 10 meters wide. It flew from the head of the Tongtian whale, like an arrow from a string. The terrifying thunder and lightning gather in the hand. The thunder and lightning from all directions are also madly rushing towards the thunder and lightning in his palm. Chu Yun, who unfolded the Thunder King's wings, looks like the Thunder King at the moment. A lightning spear shone brightly and spread out from the palm of your hand. Chu Yun is madly urging the destruction thunder talent. Pokemon Rachel. 300,000. 350,000. 400,000. Still going crazy. With the help of endless thunder around him, his combat power exploded. You want to kill me? Su Jake sees Chu Yun coming. The power that penetrated the sky and the earth made him horrified, and there was a fear in his heart that he had not had for many years. He cried out in horror. Even if he has already opened the realm of God at this time. But I don't know why. The powerful talent that was invincible in the past is now giving him a constant warning. Escape. Run away, Sujok. A sense of invincibility surged from the bottom of my heart. He wanted to run away, but the fear in his heart made him lose his way. The talent aircraft seems to be sensing something, and at this moment, the degree of fit has plummeted, and it has completely failed. Chu Yun had already tore apart his domain at this time, less than 10 meters away from him. Until this moment, desperate eyes welled up. Only then did Su Jake realize that Chu Yun's power is far beyond his imagination. Provoking him was the biggest mistake he had ever made in his life. He felt the suffocating thunder of death coming to his body. Chu Yun, the people of the Dragon Kingdom don't fight the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Sujok screamed in horror. Hundreds of millions of thunderbolts turned into a spear of God. Through his eyebrows. Chapter 63. Outside world. All was silent. Sujok was beheaded by Chu Yun. Everyone stared, watching the pictures passed back in the secret realm, a little unbelievable. So decisive. So domineering. Without saying a word, Chu Yun killed Jaksu. This is something no one has thought of before. In their opinion, Sujok repeatedly tried to trouble Chu Yun repeatedly. Damn indeed. Actually, there are a lot of bigwigs. When Sujok attracted Tong Tianwale to destroy the chance of Chu Yun's spectacle, they became murderous. But these big guys are different from Chu Yun. Isn't that old soldier of them who was battle-hardened and killed from the sea of corpses and blood? Killing is a common thing for them to eat and drink. What about Chu Yun? Just a fledgling rookie. Haven't even actually killed anyone yet. Such a young man could be so decisive in killing, which is something no one would have imagined. It is good. Good kill. 35. Lao Qin reacted immediately, let out a long laugh, and called Chu Yun a good kill. I've seen this little BD not pleasing to the eye for a long time, it's really boring and crooked, and I dare to be moved by our Dragon Kingdom God level Tianjiao. 35. This end, he deserves it himself. The skill is not as good as others. If you die, you will die. If you die in the hands of Chu Yun, he will not lose. Indeed, Chu Yun was slaughtered by this little Wang BD, he made the money. Lao Qin said this. In the courtyard, which was silent for a long time, there was a sudden burst of applause. They all understand and support Chu Yun's actions. Today, whoever encounters such a disgusting enemy as Sujok will make the same choice as Chu Yun. This little BD is so special. In the face of this kind of enemy whose flaws must be reported, the best way is to cut the weeds and roots, and kill them quickly. Otherwise, there will be endless harm. If today Chu Yun chooses to forgive Sujok, then these 323 bosses may have to re-evaluate Chu Yun. Chu Yun is destined to become a senior member of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. The so-called mercy does not hold the army. If peace is the most important thing in everything, it may be possible before the aura recovers. But in this day and age, it's definitely an Achilles heel. Fortunately, not only did Chu Yun not do this, but what he did was beyond their expectations, and it was very appetizing to them. Chu Yun, this kid can do it. Have you noticed? The battle power he burst out just now is at least 400,000, right? I remember that in Chu Yun's profile, he had just over 100,000 combat power. Why is he so exaggerated all of a sudden? At this moment, an old man said something else that shocked him just now. With the eyesight they have fought for a lifetime, even if they don't need a force measuring column, their eyes are very vicious, and they can directly see the combat power. Everyone can see how terrifying the energy contained in the lightning spear that Chu Yun appeared in his hand just now. 400,000. The battle strength assessment given by this boss is very accurate. This is obviously inconsistent with the information about Chu Yun that I saw earlier. No matter how enchanting evildoer it is, it won't increase its combat power several times in a short period of time, right? Old Zhao, I usually ask you to read more books, but you don't. Can't you see that Chu Yun's killing blow obviously has multiple enhancements? Principal Chongming seemed to be very familiar with the old man, and at this time, he directly opened his mouth and revealed the truth. The first boost is on the talent equipment that Chu Yun just got. According to my observation, this pair of wings is not a simple talent equipment, not only has flight characteristics, but also the speed is at least 10 times stronger than ordinary talent aircraft. What's even more rare is that this pair of wings has a considerable increase in the power of the lightning system talent, at least double his combat power. Although it is only an Earth-level talent equipment, it will not be lower than the heaven-level talent for lightning-type talents. 35. Principal Chongming spoke highly of the Ji-Dao Lei Wanjie that Chu Yun had just obtained. This made everyone else nod their heads subconsciously. Principal Chongming is a master in the field of talent equipment, and his vision is absolutely authoritative. They also saw this. Ji-Dao Lei Wanjie is not simple, and provided Chu Yun with a powerful blessing. I just don't know how many times this boost can be used. If it can be increased more than 3 times in a battle, then the future potential of this talent equipment is far beyond imagination. Principal Chongming couldn't help sighing when he said this. Of course, it is impossible for the Thunder King wing to increase infinitely, and it is very important to be able to increase it several times. He was a little overjoyed. I was thinking about waiting for Chu Yun to come out of the secret realm, and asked Chu Yun to borrow the pair of thunder wings for research, and by the way, help Chu Yun to upgrade. In addition to the magical talent obtained from the spectacle, the thunder technique talent Chu Boy used is also very terrifying. At least it's a heaven-level combat skill. Like the Thunderbolt high-speed railway, it borrowed the power of thunder and lightning from the surrounding environment, forming a double boost with the wings. 5. This kid has a very high level of proficiency in talent and combat skills, and it doesn't look like he's learned it now, so he must have awakened with his talent. Tisk, it's getting more and more interesting. Old Qin smacked his lips. He could see at a glance that the Reiki used by Chu Yun was definitely not an ordinary thunderbolt, but a very deep technique. He didn't believe it if it wasn't a high-level talent battle skill. Everyone knows that innate combat skills require long-term practice before they can improve their proficiency. But there is one thing that is not needed, that is, the innate combat skills that are possessed at the time of awakening. This is the most primitive talent combat skill, and it is also the rarest situation. His words made everyone nod. Chu Yun, too enchanting. Before entering the secret realm, everyone thought that Sujake was stronger than him. But in fact, after entering the secret realm, Chu Yun kept shocking them all the time. The terrifying god-level talent easily crushed Sujake, causing him to be severely beaten without even developing the domain talent he was proud of. Then, using mysterious means, he shouted back the sky-piercing wail that was far stronger than him. Now he showed his decisive side, and once again used the power of the surrounding thunder and the pair of wings to decisively kill a despicable villain like Sujake. From start to finish, the performance was perfect. Let these bosses like Chu Yun the more they see it. Long Juxiao did not participate in the discussion. He, who had just crossed time and space, also observed more things. That terrifying coercive combat technique is obviously not of the same type as this thunderous combat technique. Obviously, Chu Yun's secret is beyond their imagination. What are you talking about? Don't you care about Sujake's death? At this moment, an exclamation interrupted all the bigwigs' praise for Chu Yun. Zhu Yang looked at these guys in disbelief, his face turned pale. Sujak is dead. In the absolutely safe yellow-level secret realm, he was directly killed by his own people. These old things are still indifferent, a look that doesn't care at all? He gritted his teeth and stared at everyone, leaving with anger. When Chu Yun shot, he thought that there would be a big battle between Sujake and Chu Yun. But I didn't expect that Sujake was like a piece of paper, and was killed by Chu Yun on the spot. So brutal. But there is a little contradiction. In the face of compatriots, he can directly kill him. These old things still feel okay. No reason. Zhu Yang, have you been kicked by a donkey in your head? Can't you see that Jack did it first? Before committing suicide, did you not think about the consequences? Old Qin squinted at Zhu Yang and taught a lesson slowly. No one sympathizes with Jack Su, and no sympathy is needed. If from the beginning, in the secret realm, he followed the rules, was obedient, and did not disturb Chu Yun, neither will such a thing happen. In the end, it's all self-defeating. It's not that Zhu Yang can't understand this, it's just plain bad. Want to mess around? But here, who would ignore him? Oh, that's right. If Chu Yun is injured by this barbarian in the secret realm, I will rip off his skin. 55. What Jack from your god class, if you die, you will die. One is the Dragon Kingdom Tian Jiao, and the other is a foreign barbarian. Is there anything worth comparing? Lao Zhao was disdainful and didn't even bother to look at Chu Yun. Old guys, I think we should increase our investment in Chu Yun. Chongming, I remember that you Huaking set up a laboratory for Chu Yun to study his god-level talent, right? 39. I think his thunder talent is SSS level, but the potential is terrible. Why don't you build another laboratory for Chu Yun thunder talent? Our Zhao family can invest hundreds of billions of dragon national currency. 5. Old Zhao turned around, looked at Principal Chongming, and spoke directly. The previous city lord Long Juxiao, who studied god-level talents for Chu Yun, was only opening his mouth to tens of billions. And now, talking about Chu Yun's SSS-level talent. When Lao Zhao opened his mouth, he was 100 billion, so it can be said that he was rich and powerful. Just your Zhao family is rich? Our old Qin family also participated. 95. If you want me to see, don't do any laboratory, research room, it's too petty. Just get a talent research center out. It just so happens that my old Qin family has a mountain near Xiangshan, and it would be a waste to put it there. It's better to use it to train Chu Boy. Lao Qin also joined in the fun, and directly opened his mouth, and it was a mountain. If it is heard by the outside world, I am afraid that it will faint from fright. You know, now is the era of beasts everywhere. Xiangshan is a famous beast's nest outside Shangjing. To be able to make a mountain near Xiangshan vacant, first of all, we must ensure absolute safety. This is not as simple as being rich. It can be said. The value of this mountain in Lao King Kao is not too far from the same area of land in the innermost circle of Shangjing. When the others heard the words, they also thought about it. No one doubts that these two are bragging. Not necessary. Of the 8 great families of the Dragon Kingdom, the Zhao and Qin families are enough to rank in the top 3. And they are all private wealth. Unlike Huaking University and the military department, it belongs to the Dragon Kingdom. Even the military generals and the principals of colleges and universities can't make huge sums of money in such an understatement as they do. It's a good proposal, Lao Qin, you are really willing. That mountain, you Qin family have been guarding it for so many years and are unwilling to take it out, but now the iron rooster has been plucked. Rare. When President Chongming heard the words, his eyes lit up. The mountain in the old Qin family was very unusual. Not only did he not object to the relocation of the original Huaking University laboratory to that mountain, but he also showed great interest. Ah! Old Qin smiled lightly. A proud look. Can it be the same? Old man, I think this kid Chu Yun likes tight, and his style of behavior is very suitable for my taste. What is this thing? I also have a young granddaughter, I just calculated, the age is not much different from Chu Yun, and both are in Huaking University. We will discuss with Chu Yun later on whether I can look after my little granddaughter. 99. He said with a smile. This kid Chu Yun made it clear that he is the future of my Dragon Kingdom, no, the #1 powerhouse in the future of Blue Star. Don't bet now, what are you waiting for? He's not joking. He does have a little granddaughter. If Chu Yun can see it, then their Qin family will make a lot of money. You old thief, what are you thinking? Can Chu Yun watch that little girl's movie? My old Zhao family's granddaughter is also called a water spirit, maybe Chu Boy will like it. 35. Old Zhao Vinian was stunned for a moment, and his eyes lit up immediately, thinking of something. Your old Qin family has granddaughters, and so does my old Zhao family. You're talking about the girl from your family who went to the Holy Inquisition. Let her go back to Daxia first, the Aegean Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom can be put on hold for 108,000 miles. 55. Besides, the Holy Inquisition Court is very strict, and she may not be able to return to Daxia if she wants to. Lao Qin said disdainfully. Fart. 55. If I ask her to come back, she has to come back. Don't come back and break this girl's legs. The two old people were like children, and they started talking like no one else around, diverting the topic. The others did not interrupt, but fell into contemplation. Do you have a daughter or granddaughter of the same age as Chu Yun? Send it to Chu Yun to see, maybe there is an eye-catching relationship, and they look at each other? There was only one person in the audience who didn't fit in. Have you forgotten that Su Jake's father is War General Arthur? The existence of the top 10 of the Lighthouse country's famous generals list. War Arthur attaches great importance to Su Jake. If he knew that Su Jake died in a yellow-level secret realm, he would never give up. He found that this group of people didn't take Su Jake's death to heart at all, and angrily talked about the seriousness of the problem. Xiaozhu, this is the Dragon Country, not a lighthouse. 55. The group of old people who advocated the development of the Tenjin class means that you should gather the strengths of 100 schools, embrace all rivers, and make contributions to the Dragon Kingdom. It's not for you to be the dog of the Lighthouse country. Old Qin, who was still smiling just now, heard the words. His eyes were like sharp swords stabbing at Zhu Yang, his eyes were cold. The famous general of the Lighthouse country, has nothing to do with our Dragon country? If your son dies, if he dies, he will die. Amazing to reproduce one. Do you think that the Dragon Kingdom was the Dragon Kingdom 300 years ago? Whatever you need. This Zhu Yang used to be a figure, but now he lives more and more. The group of Lao Qin had all experienced the decline of the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, everyone could bully the Dragon Kingdom. But the reason why they were able to re-emerge the Dragon Kingdom did not depend on groveling and compromising. The current Dragon Kingdom was brought back by their iron bones. Never look at other people's faces. What about the famous generals of the Lighthouse country? The role of your God class is to communicate with these barbarians. If you die, tell them why you died. Should you die? 99. Zhu Yang, the problem of our 3.0 Dragon Kingdom is the Beast Tide. If you can let Arthur solve the Beast Tide, I will help him give birth to a son. 9. Ha 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 ha, you are so human. A group of people ridiculed Zhu Yang mercilessly, and they didn't take War General Arthur seriously. Zhu Yang's face turned purple with anger. You haven't communicated with Warlord Arthur. General Arthur's character is very strong. If Su Jake is dead, he is likely to come to the Dragon Kingdom. Then it will be a serious Gentile incident. He stressed. Unfortunately, still no one cares about him. It's time. Chu Yun is coming back. 5. Long Zhuxiao spoke at this time. He stared at his eyes with burning eyes, and ripples bloomed. It is the breath of time and space. Chu Yun's figure has disappeared from the picture projected by the peeping mirror. The heavenly seeing mirror, the sacred artifact of the town, was finally closed, and it quietly returned to the diamond-shaped giant box. A minute later, Chu Yun appeared in front of everyone. With a smile on his lips, he was thinking about the harvest in his heart. Sensing that he had returned, he looked around, and the big guys stared at him like a panda. There was a light in his eyes, as if he wanted to swallow Chu Yun with his eyes. Hum. 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 Then right now. The void trembled. This is 35. Many people frowned slightly and looked up. I saw a phantom flickering in the sky above the screen where the compound had just disappeared. Gradually, a white-skinned man with blonde hair appeared. The man's face is somewhat similar to Su Jake, the bridge of the nose is higher and the blue eyes are deeper. He exudes a biting icy breath all over him. Even if it was just a projection, the air pressure in the air dropped a few degrees. You killed my son. Kneel down. Apologize to me for committing suicide. The blond man projected condescendingly, with the natural arrogance in his tone. Chapter 64. The sudden sound resounded throughout the world, causing everyone to look up. I said it before. The Arthurian warlord will surely descend. 35. Have you seen it now? This is a serious Gentile incident. Chu Yun looked at the phantom in the sky and said with an ugly face. This terrifying blonde man is War General Arthur of the Lighthouse Country. The existence of the top 10 in the list of famous generals is very terrifying. When General Arthur appeared, Chu Yun instinctively felt a little trembling. The opponent is too strong. Even the projection made him feel heavy on his shoulders, and he lowered his head under the pressure of this momentum. As a warrior, he couldn't even take a single move in front of Warlord Arthur. Chu Yun also looked up and saw the foreigner who suddenly appeared. After he heard the other party's domineering declaration. Stunned for a moment. Soon he also reacted to the identity of the other party. Is this guy Su Jake's father? No wonder that guy before was so arrogant and domineering. As soon as he fell, the foreign father went directly to Shang Jing. It's really solid. But, let me kneel down and apologize? Are you counting the onion? Chu Yun narrowed his eyes and smiled. He didn't speak. Unnecessary. Don't even look here. The imperial capitals of the Dragon Kingdom went to Beijing one by one. How dare you run wild here? He couldn't understand it. How stupid do you have to be to show up without looking at the situation? Are foreign warlords useless? Chu Yun glanced beside him. Except for the soft-headed Zhu Yang of the Tian Shen class who was shaking. The others were all cold-eyed and angry. Just stand here. You can feel the anger of these big bosses. Roll. Who gave you the courage to step into the territory of the Dragon Kingdom? Threatening my Dragon Kingdom Tian Jiao, do you want to die? Wen Huading's face was cold and he walked out. He ignored Arthur's threat at all and cursed at him. The strong warriors have the strength to project across time and space. However, that's all in their own country. Transnational projection, unless it is urgent, it will be regarded as a provocation. Now Arthur has come directly to the sky over the Dragon Kingdom without applying for it. This is already the biggest challenge to the Dragon Kingdom's military department. As a senior military officer, he was the first to feel offended, and his anger rose to the sky. Not to mention, the other party's intention is to let their dragon country's god-level arrogance, the future dragon country hope, kneel on the ground and commit suicide? 25 No reason. Are you really treating them as dead? You are one from the Dragon Kingdom's list of famous generals? You're not my opponent, get out. 55. Arthur's eyes were cold, looking at Wen Huading below, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes, but more contempt. He didn't quite know where this place was. Appearing here is the time and space signal transmitted by the life-saving thing he left to Jack. When he felt the signal for the first time, he chose to come. But unfortunately, the moment it came, he already felt Jack's death. Incredible. Arthur never thought that his son would suffer such bad luck when he came to the rotten and ancient country of the Dragon Kingdom to get some things. Still dead in the yellow-level secret realm. After a little exploration, he was even more incomprehensible. How can a small secret realm let Jack, who inherited his excellent genes, die? Until a lot of information on the life-saving thing left to Jack was read by him. Arthur understood. This was a deliberate murder for a long time. The despicable dragon country wants to obliterate the excellent seeds of the lighthouse country. In normal times, maybe he is still in the mood to tease this group of people. But he is in a bad mood now. His eyes fell on Chu Yun who was behind Wen Huading. Boy, you are just a poor pawn, recognize the reality. Now tell me who instructed you to kill my son and then kneel down and kill yourself. I promise not to hold your family accountable. This has been my greatest mercy. If you still hide behind your back and be a little mouse, then you and your family will be miserable. Don't underestimate the warning of a famous general of the world's largest country. There's nothing I can't do on Blue Star. Arthur continued to speak arrogantly. He understood the cause and effect. It was the Dragon Kingdom who was jealous of Jack's talent and didn't want Jack to leave the Dragon Kingdom. But they don't understand that Jack's child is destined to return to the arms of the lighthouse. But this child is too arrogant and doesn't know how to hide his emotions. The result was seen by Longuo. If you don't get it, you will destroy it. This little mouse is the abandoned son that Longuo used to assassinate his son. He made a quick judgment. You have probably seen who the backer below who dared to kill his son was. Wen of the Dragon Kingdom. Some strength, but that's all. Wen can't protect him. Only blood for blood, and the death of his son's murderer in front of him, can quell his anger. Hear Arthur's wild words. The expressions of Lao Qin, Lao Zhao and other old men below changed slightly, and there was a monstrous murderous intent in their eyes. Chu Yun's brows also sank. A famous general of a big country opened his mouth and threatened his family. Such a pattern, is also worthy of the famous general? Arthur. Who gave you the courage to threaten our Dragon Kingdom and Tianjiao? At this moment, before waiting for each old man to make a move, a hoarse voice sounded. Long Juxiao came out. He looked at the Arthur projection above, expressionless, and slammed it with a fist. Chu Yun's pupils shrank sharply. Boom! The world seemed to stand still the moment Long Juxiao punched. No! You are a dragon. How will you be here? Arthur, who was still in the sky just now, let out a terrified cry. Then, that punch, like the sky canopy down, directly blasted Arthur above the sky. Even more frightening is that this punch came out. Shows unparalleled control. Except for the compound where they are located. It is still quiet in all directions, and there is even the hustle and bustle of the busy city in the distance. It seems that no one around is aware of this scene. What a horrible punch! What kind of talent is this? Chu Yun's scalp was numb, and the power contained in this unremarkable punch shocked him. He even had an illusion. Long Juxiao's punch may directly blow up an asteroid. Is this the combat power of Shangjing City Lord? Chu Yun's heart is shaken. Today, he finally saw the combat power of the Dragon Country's top powerhouses with his own eyes. He even felt that the power of this punch was not that bad compared to the Whitebeard in the One Piece world. Maybe even scarier. The joy of harvesting combat power from the secret realm just now disappeared. Don't say Chu Yun. Even many senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom present looked sideways, shocked by Long Juxiao's combat power. Zhu Yang's eyes widened even more, sweating like rain. Was the projection of Arthur, the famous general of the Lighthouse Country, blown up by Long Juxiao? I'll leave for a while. After Long Juxiao blasted the projection of War General Arthur, he left a sentence. You, come with me. His eyes fell on Zhu Yang, and with a wave of his arm, he carried Zhu Yang, who was unable to respond, and disappeared. Where is the mayor going? Chu Yun unexpectedly watched Long Juxiao take Zhu Yang away with some doubts. Haha! It is not rude to come and go, and the Lighthouse Kingdom also regards our Dragon Kingdom as a weak and small country 300 years ago, so it is natural to be shocked. Long Cheng Lord should go to the lighthouse for a walk in person. Yu Suandao walked out, looked at the west, his eyes flickered, and explained to Chu Yun. Go to Lighthouse Country? Chu Yun's mouth twitched. How strong is this Shangjing City Lord? Arthur is just a projection, obviously not as arrogant as the surface, but he still has scruples about the Dragon Country in his heart. Long Juxiao actually went to the distant Lighthouse Country by himself. How confident and powerful is this? Do not worry. We will resolve this matter. Chu boy, this time in the secret realm is beautiful. Lao Qin walked up with a smile, looked Chu Yun up and down, and his eyes were full of satisfaction. "This is Mr. Qin. He admires you very much. He said before that he would use a mountain as a research center to study talent for U9. Yu Suandao immediately explained. Chu Yun was stunned when he heard the words. What? A mountain? Seriously? Where did Shangjing come from? Hehe, little things are not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. 55. Lao Qin waved his hand with a smile on his face, very ordinary. By the way, Boy Chu, do you have a girlfriend? Cough. The old man has a granddaughter. He seemed to remember something, and immediately asked Chu Yun gently. Girlfriend? Didn't you just talk about that mountain? Why are you turning so fast? Is this all of a sudden about the girlfriend? Chu Yun blinked. Hey. Old Qin, you're not being kind, didn't you say it just now? I want to introduce them together, fair competition. Xiao Chu, I also have a granddaughter, I brought her photo, do you want to take a look? If you close your eyes, I will let her make a video with you right away. When Lao Zhao saw that Lao Qin started to sell his granddaughter, he immediately hurried up, for fear that Chu Yun would immediately agree. Chu Yun, I also have a granddaughter. Although she is not very talented, she has a good personality and will definitely be a good helper in the future. Wen Huading couldn't sit still, and hurriedly stepped forward. The other bigwigs are also eager to move. It seems that the arrival of War Arthur just now is completely insignificant. Thank you elders for your love, but I'm sorry. I don't have the idea to make a girlfriend yet. 39. When there is such a demand in the future, I will definitely contact you as soon as possible. 35. Chu Yun saw that more and more people came together. His face changed involuntarily. This is so wrong. He initially thought that after seeing him, these bigwigs who were onlookers would definitely ask him about his gains in the secret realm, and even some of the trump cards he showed this time. He had already made preparations for this, and he had already made a speech in his heart. The results of it? No one cares about these things at all. One by one, he started to introduce his girlfriends to him. Chu Yun was really frightened by the enthusiasm. He wanted to send a photo to the frog cub on a trip at this time. Let her see that her father is not a lonely old man, but a hot commodity. That's it. Alright, you're still young, so grabbing your golden age and cultivating well is the kingly way. When you want to talk to someone in the future, you must tell Grandpa Qin. When Lao Qin saw Chu Yun, he refused all of them and didn't care. He still told Chu Yun with a smile. Okay. Thank you Qin Lao, Zhao Lao for your kindness. Seeing that the other bigwigs were also ready to speak, Chu Yun said quickly. He is really in love. In the era before he crossed. The years are quiet, holding a small hand, kissing a small mouth, and talking about love can be said to be beautiful. But now this world is full of vicious beasts, and if you are not careful, a big city will disappear. In this environment, working hard to become stronger is the kingly way. Woman, it's just an obstacle on his way to become stronger. Student Chu Yun, I'll take you back to school to digest the gains. Liwen Stone, a treasure in the secret realm, once it leaves the secret realm. In 3 days at most, that magical power will quickly pass away. At this time, Yu Suandao came up and was about to leave with Chu Yun. Chu Yun was also stunned when he heard the words. Will 3 days pass? No wonder secrets are so rare. He understood and felt a sense of urgency in his heart. This time, there are more than 300 Liwen stones that he harvested that have not been refined. Dean Yu was right. There is not much time left for him, and he must hurry up and refine it. Everyone nodded secretly as they watched Yu Suandao take away Chu Yun's back. From beginning to end, no one asked about Chu Yun's secrets and harvest. No need. Harvest, they could see clearly from outside. As for secrets? What happened to the secrets of a god-level genius like Chu Yun? It is not necessarily a good thing to have to break the casserole and ask to the end. There is no airtight wall in the world, less data records, more trump cards for Chu Yun, and more surprises for them. It can be considered fun. You say, how long does it take for Chu Yun to break through 1,000,000 combat power and enter the Tongtian Muzun? Seeing Chu Yun disappear completely, Wanjie suddenly asked. 1,000,000 combat power? Although he has already used various means to fight up to 400,000 combat power, his own strength should only be in the early 200,000 range. It should take 3 years, right? 35. There were 323 people meditating, said slowly. It's hard to say, this kid is too evil, maybe he will give us a surprise soon. After a year, the old man thinks it's not a big problem. Lao Qin thought about it and analyzed it seriously. 1 year? Old Qin, you can think about it. He only awakened this year. He will be called Tongtian Muzun in 1 year. Not to mention that there is no one before. I don't think anyone can surpass it even after 500 years. Lao Zhao's face changed, he didn't expect Lao Qin to be so bold. This kid is a quasi-double god talent. 35. Besides, we old guys went bankrupt, and the smashers pushed him away from behind. A myth is about to be born, are you looking forward to it? However, Lao Qin spoke with great enthusiasm, with unusual energy. If Chu Yun can break through to Tongtian Muzun this year, then this year's Super God competition will also be stable. Chongming looked at Wanjie and said quietly. Indeed. 35. Next year, the Super God contest will be held in Sakura country. Wanjie told the secret. Oh. It's okay to let him participate. Just right. Others suddenly remembered and were moved by Wanjie's reminder. The remote beacon country, Texas. Dragon. Breaking into my lighthouse country and killing famous generals, you will die again. At the moment of the beast, you are so disregarding the overall situation. Could it be that you want to start a war? In the sky, an extremely angry voice echoed. The strength of the person who speaks is as powerful as the gods and demons, and the whole sky is trembling. This is a top powerhouse in the lighthouse country. He is questioning Long Juxiao. Just now, this Dragon Kingdom powerhouse broke into the lighthouse country unscrupulously, and powerfully killed their famous General Arthur of the lighthouse country. From start to finish, in just 1 minute. The top powerhouse of the lighthouse country is not only shocked by the strength of Long Juxiao, but also terrified. Casual. Long Juxiao's voice fell calmly. He left the lighthouse country without looking back and returned to the dragon country. Shit. Shit. Check. Check it out for me. What happened in the end that made the dragon of the Dragon Kingdom angry? 99. The voice in the sky resounded in exasperation. He had no idea what was going on. But the feeling of suffocation filled my chest. Want to vent, but there is no way. From the moment Long Juxiao powerfully killed General Arthur, he had already discovered it. This is a dragon that has awakened from the Dragon Kingdom. He has already surpassed him unknowingly and reached the legendary realm. The Dragon Kingdom was silent, yet another such strong man was born. Shit. With the fall of the famous General Arthur, the lighthouse country ran wildly. Once the huge state machine is fully operational, its efficiency is terrifying. Half an hour. A dense document was placed on a round table in a certain building. In the document, the ins and outs of Arthur's death are recorded in great detail. Oh, it's embarrassing. Did that Dragon Kingdom god-level arrogance have grown to this level just after awakening? Exclamations rang out one after another. Chapter 65. Dark Palace. The lighthouse country is the center of debate. One by one, the top leaders of the lighthouse country were in place. Williams, what's the hurry? 35. If it's something unimportant, I swear I'll break your head." A dark-skinned strong man's face appeared somewhat unpleasant. His collar was open, and his hair looked messy. You can vaguely see a red lip mark on the neck, which is extremely eye-catching. Obviously, he was doing some happy things just now, and he was called in urgently, and he was very upset. "Smith, Arthur is dead." Before Williams had time to speak, a blonde, blue-eyed woman in a suit with a hot body said coldly. "Arthur? That Arthur?" The dark and strong Smith was stunned for a moment. This is not to blame him. In a free country like the Lighthouse Country, the name Arthur is too common. There were several Arthurs he knew. The famous General Arthur. 3 hours ago, in Dao State, he was killed on the spot by Long Juxiao, the powerhouse of the Dragon Kingdom. Williams is a silver-haired old man, wearing a pair of wooden glasses, looks very refined. With a solemn expression, he pointed to the table. In front of everyone, there is a detailed information sheet. In the conference hall, there were still figures flickering and appearing at this time. After they learned that Arthur was dead, their faces were ugly. Bang! After Smith read the information, he slapped the table hard. "What's wrong with Longuo? Dare to take action against our famous general? 35. They are provoking the majesty of our lighthouse state. We're going to take the initiative and send this executioner to hell," he said fiercely, with anger in his eyes. The Dragon Country strongmen directly entered the Lighthouse Country and killed their famous generals in public. If this kind of thing is indifferent and spread to the ears of other countries in the entire Blue Star, I don't know how they will laugh at them as a Lighthouse Country. He advocates taking the initiative. Let Long Juxiao die. Smith, calm down. It's clearly written in the information that Long Juxiao killed Arthur in a single face-to-face. Are you sure you can deal with him? The blonde shrugged helplessly. This thing is too troublesome. The growth of the Dragon Kingdom powerhouses over the years has far exceeded their imagination. Sheet. One face-to-face? Arthur has already completed his battle in the Battle King realm, and even in the Battle King realm, he can't do it so easily, right? Smith's eyes widened and his body leaned forward in disbelief. Long Juxiao may have broken through that realm. It's difficult to deal with him. 35. Recently, the Sea Clan's beasts on the west coast have changed a lot, and there is no need to affect the overall situation of our Lighthouse Country for him alone. A middle-aged man rubbed his eyebrows and analyzed. Yes, it's enough to advertise that Long Juxiao has broken through to that realm. Other nations can understand. 99. I called you here, not for this matter. The real trouble is this. 39. With a sigh, Williams put his hand on the frame and pointed to the back pages of the document. Chu Yun, a native of Sichuan in the Dragon Kingdom. 18 years old, talent, God level. 55. The second talent has been awakened, SSS-level. And under the full training of the Dragon Kingdom, it is preliminarily estimated that this Chu Yun's combat power has reached 200,000. A great Sun martial sect who has been awakened for half a year has a God-level talent. The reason why Long Juxiao really shot and killed Arthur was him. Everyone, what do you think should be done? His tone was serious and he told the situation simply. The Lighthouse Country powerhouses who were still holding their own words just now changed their faces when they heard the words. They are able to stand in this dark palace to discuss matters, no matter how careless they seem, they are extremely smart top powerhouses. Whoa! In the conference hall, the sound of flipping through the pages kept ringing. Including Smith, who was the loudest just now, all quickly flipped through the information on his hands. The more they looked, the more ugly their faces became. Perhaps Chu Yun's strength is like an ant in their eyes. But, no one will watch this. Potential. The most important thing is the potential. This Chu Yun, if he is allowed to grow up, within 10 years, he may become the #1 powerhouse in the Dragon Kingdom. He must be strangled. The middle-aged man put down the information and expressed his opinion, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. There was a god-level arrogance in the Dragon Kingdom, and they actually heard about it a few days ago. But that mysterious eastern country is not so easy to penetrate. And just awakened, even if it was a god level, they didn't take it to heart. But what they never expected was, how long did it take? That god-level genius has grown to such a level? If you don't pay attention now. If you really give him 1 or 3 years, how far will he grow? At that time, their lighthouse country will really be behind the dragon country. This is absolutely unacceptable to the lighthouse nation, which has been in the strongest seat among all blue star countries for 100 years. How to kill? He's the great Sun Wuzong. Long Guo can dispatch a powerhouse like Long Juxiao to vent his anger for him. The dragon country's beast tide is much more serious than our lighthouse country. I don't want to go to the dragon country to find it uncomfortable. If you are unlucky enough to meet the primordial ferocious beast king, it will be over. The blonde shook her head. I understand the truth, but that god-level arrogance is a treasure to Long Guo. If it was so easy to solve it, the lighthouse country would have already done it. Yes. It's very troublesome. Nominally we are all allies, although we can enter the Dragon Kingdom normally to help defend against the beast tide, but this idiot Arthur went directly to Shangjing in the Dragon Kingdom, and the Dragon Kingdom will also guard against it in the future. Williams frowned, thinking constantly. Wait, not without. Unless they start a national war with the Dragon Kingdom at this time. All the lighthouse powerhouses came out in full force. At that time, let alone a god-level arrogance who has not yet grown up, even the Dragon Kingdom, Long Juxiao, and the Lighthouse Kingdom can also be killed. But it's so hard. The Lighthouse State is made up of many voices. Moreover, the major powerhouses need to sit at the source of some fierce beasts, and they must not leave the country easily. Once the two countries go to war, the final result is likely to be that the Dragon Kingdom and the Lighthouse Kingdom will be destroyed by the beasts together. This god-level arrogance can only be erased in private. Let's try it with Ragnarok. These greedy guys might have a solution. 35. At this time, Smith spoke. He suggested another way. Twilight of the Gods. It's not impossible, but those vultures are not so easily moved. We need to discuss how much to pay. Williams thought for a while and looked at the crowd. Resurrection of spiritual energy, the era of beast tide. Not only did Blue Star fall into a doomsday state, it also breeds a large group of vultures that roam the shadowy areas. Or rather, these dark sides that originally existed on the calm Blue Star came to the stage with the help of natural disasters. Ragnarok. It is Blue Star's biggest killer organization. As long as the money is in place, they dare to take on any job. The key is that this group of dark assassins has had many brilliant resumes. Whether it is a powerful beast, or a strong man or genius from various countries, they have all been harvested by the Ragnarok of the gods. Our consortium has recently spent a lot on defending against the beasts of the Sea Clan on the west coast, and we can't make much money for the time being. The blonde spread her hands again, expressing that she did not want to pay. The vultures in Ragnarok are too greedy, and our Morgan family may not be able to satisfy his appetite. The middle-aged man also said directly. I can issue 10 billion beacon coins at most, and there will be no more. Recently, I am trying to improve my combat power. Smith also shook his head, but at least he did his part. Others also spoke, most of them refused, at most, they just perfunctory money like Smith. Williams frowned. As a host, he is also a little powerless. Although the Lighthouse State is a whole, it advocates freedom. The capital of each family and consortium is its own. Asking the gods at dusk to hunt down the god-level arrogance is a bottomless pit. These people are human beings, and naturally they are not willing to throw money into the bottomless pit. How about this? After Arthur died, he sent all his property to Ragnarok to receive We each issue another 100 billion beacon coins. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. 35. Remind you, according to the data, once this god-level genius of the Dragon Kingdom grows, the Dragon Kingdom will inevitably annex our Lighthouse Kingdom. At that time, when the fire of freedom is extinguished, you will be unable to protect yourself. Williams finally thought of a way, for fear that these guys would disagree, and reminded again. Can 100 billion lighthouse coins to buy the future of the Dragon Kingdom, a very cost-effective business. I think Ragnarok will also be very happy to receive such a big business order. The people who had just pushed the 3 and blocked the 4, heard the words and fell into thought. After a few minutes, everyone made a statement. Finally, in the Dark Palace, a proposal to hunt down the Dragon Kingdom god-level Tianjiao passed smoothly and entered the implementation stage. Long Kingdom, Shangjing. Huaking University, Zhaixing Building. 3 days passed peacefully, and Chu Yun finished refining all the Liwen stones obtained in this secret realm. Boom! A muffled sound. The combat power value on the force measuring column jumps wildly. It ended up at 430,000. Chu Yun grinned. Good. Better than I expected. 99. He nodded in satisfaction. Every increase in combat power makes him feel happy. Next, he is ready to give himself a day off to rest, and go out for a walk with his sister to relax. This is Dean Yu's deliberate exhortation. Cultivation requires a relaxation, which is the kingly way. Blindly practicing hard, it is very likely that various problems will occur. Chu Yun felt that it was very reasonable, and readily accepted Yu Suandeo's proposal. Call Chu Qing. After making an appointment to have dinner together, Chu Yun was getting ready to pack up and go out. Ding dong! Your frog is back. Frog brings you back the travel specialties. Suddenly, a familiar reminder came from his ear. Frog cub is back? Chu Yun was startled. This time the frog cub sneaked out the door. The time to leave is neither long nor short. During the period, apart from sending back a travel photo, Chu Yun probably guessed that the frog cub went to that world, but there was almost no news. Unexpectedly, he left quietly and came back very suddenly. There were still a few hours before the agreed time with Sister Chu Qing. Chu Yun was not in a hurry, and directly entered the frog time house. Really? Immediately saw the figure of the frog cub. However, Chu Yun glanced at it somewhat unexpectedly. The frog cub was lying on the table, its limbs curled up, a look of dejection. In front of her, there was the souvenir luggage that she brought back. What? Not right. Does my daughter seem a little autistic? What's the situation? Chu Yun remembered that every time the frog cub came home, he was full of pride and showed off. Why do you look so sad this time? Could it be that he didn't bring back something good? Cub. It's okay, no problem. 9 times out of 10, frogs are unhappy, and it is normal to have occasional failures. Dad won't blame you. Chu Yun fondly touched the frog cub's head and comforted him earnestly. He was speaking from his heart. Every time the frog cub brought back something, it helped him a lot. Even now, he does not dare to say what the frog cubs brought back, each of which has developed its full potential. Although there is always a small expectation in my heart. But if the frog cub really didn't bring anything back, he also felt normal. As he persuaded the frog cub to say, 9 times out of 10 things in life are unsatisfactory, just take it easy. Kook. The frog cub was so comforted by Chu Yun. Seems to be happier. However, she tweeted, as if protesting something, rolled her eyes at Chu Yun and jumped directly to the teacher's chair. This inverse. Is this despising me? There are not many sensible parents like me in this world. Chu Yun was a little stunned, and didn't know why the frog, all right, cub rolled his eyes at him. He casually opened the luggage that the frog cub had placed on the table. The luggage looked bulging. As soon as he opened it, Chu Yun finally knew why the frog cub rolled his eyes at him. It turned out that he had misunderstood the frog cub. Scion bloodline, a specialty product of Dragon Ball World, a super racial bloodline from planet Vegeta, with several super fighting characteristics, which can transform into a special state, Super Scion. Weakness has been eliminated. Xiandu, souvenirs of Dragon Ball World can quickly recover from injuries. One can be withdrawn every day. Turtle School Qigong, Dragon Ball World souvenir. The stunt created by the Turtle Immortal is a powerful trick that can concentrate all the energy in the body and release it together. Super Shen Shui, Dragon Ball World souvenir. Possessing unpredictable divine power, after taking it, it can trigger its own potential and greatly improve combat effectiveness. Weakness has been eliminated, one bottle can be extracted every day. Chu Yun opened his mouth involuntarily as he watched the light clusters floating in front of him. The frog cub's trip really went to Dragon Ball World. But FK. Why didn't my daughter bring anything back this time? In addition to the specialty Scion blood, there are as many as 3 souvenirs alone. Far more than the number brought back before. Chu Yun is numb. The frog cub is so arrogant this time, and brought back so many treasures at one time. Why does he have an unhappy expression? Or did something else happen to this trip? Watching the frog cub Gong, who was sluggish on the Taishi chair and took a mouthful of happy fat house water. With doubts, he subconsciously took out the travel log. On the travel log, the 4th page has already returned with the frog cub, and there are dense handwriting. In addition, there is also a groove for preventing photos. Chapter 66. The frog cub set off with a love bento, a stand-in puppet, and a primary charm, and light suddenly appeared in the void, and the frog cub entered the Dragon Ball World. Frog cub automatically learns the language of Dragon Ball World successfully. The frog cub came to the new world, she felt very happy, and her strength improved. The frog cub looked at a rock in front of her, if she realized something, she seemed to have an epiphany, and her strength improved. The frog cub looks at the river in front of her, if she realizes something, she seems to have an epiphany, and her strength has improved. Just after opening the travel journal, Chu Yun read it carefully. Good guy. After the frog cub entered the world of Dragon Ball, it seems that it was because of the reason that the photos of the last trip were embedded in the diary. After arriving at the travel destination, the strength has been improved one after another. Chu Yun swept from beginning to end. When I found out that the frog cub entered the world of Dragon Ball for the first month, I felt as if everything I did was crazy to improve my strength. Makes Chu Yun a little curious. I don't know what the strength of the frog cub is. How is it compared to me? As for the combat power of his own cubs, he can only understand and guess through the trajectory of the frog cubs in the travel log. But until now, it remains a mystery. Chu Yun can only see from some clues that the strength of the frog cub should not be too weak. As for the upper limit, he really doesn't know. It seems that the harvest of the frog cubs in the Dragon Ball world this time is much more than I imagined. What happened to turn him off? Chu Yun flipped through the full page of the frog cub's promotion log and continued to read. Finally, after reading another half page of homogenized content, Chu Yun finally saw the new changes in the log. Frog cub met a child named Sun Wukong. She invited Sun Wukong to eat his father's special love bento. Sun Wukong was very satisfied and ate all the frog cub's share. Frog cub and Sun Wukong became good friends. Frog cub boasted to Sun Wukong about his father's cooking skills. Sun Wukong's goodwill towards you has been greatly improved. Frog cub agreed, and took Sun Wukong's Scion blood. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. Unexpectedly, the frog cub met Sun Wukong, the protagonist of Dragon Ball World. What surprised him was that although he didn't see Sun Wukong seemed to have a high degree of favorability towards him because of the bento. Really a foodie. It turns out that the scion bloodline brought back by the frog cub came like this. Chu Yun commented. In his opinion, among the piles of things that frog cub brought back this time, the scion bloodline was the most useful to him. But he never thought that the way the frog cubs got the scion blood was so unique. I just ate a meal and bragged about it, and the blood was in my hands. What a social genius! Speak up. The timeline of Frog Cub's trip into the world of Dragon Ball is very early. Chu Yun noticed the 323 description of Sun Wukong in the log. Kid. The protagonist, Sun Wukong, has only 2 periods in his childhood. One is Dragon Ball GT time, and the early days of Dragon Ball. From the special products, souvenirs, and photos he sent back from the Frog Cubs, it is speculated that the current timeline is most likely to be in the early stage. He has some regrets. You must know that Dragon Ball is definitely a world with a high power system. At every turn, it is to blow up the planet, blow up the galaxy, and it will become more and more outrageous later. The world of Naruto and One Piece that the Frog Cub has been to before cannot be compared with the world of Dragon Ball. If the Frog Cubs go to a slightly later timeline, the special products and souvenirs that you bring back casually may be treasures of the heaven-defying level. But the treasure he brought back this time has already made him overjoyed. Continuing to look down, it further confirmed Chu Yun's conjecture. Frog Cub accepted the challenge of Sun Wukong. She defeated Sun Wukong, picked up the souvenir Turtle School Kigong dropped by Sun Wukong, and her strength improved. The Frog Cub has gained the worship of Sun Wukong, and the Frog Cub told Sun Wukong about her more powerful father, and Sun Wukong's favor with you has increased. The Frog Cub actually learned from Sun Wukong, and also defeated Sun Wukong. Chu Yun was impressed by the Frog Cub's combat power. You must know that Sun Wukong, as the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world, has scion blood. Even when he was a child, his combat power should not be underestimated, defeating many powerhouses in the Dragon Ball world. And now, the Frog Cub actually defeated Sun Wukong? In Chu Yun's view, it's simply outrageous. Chu Yun finally had a relatively clear understanding of the Frog Cub's combat power. But why does the Frog Cub, who has always been lazy and has a good personality, compete with Sun Wukong? Isn't that not his style? Perhaps this is also her way of being a master of communication? Chu Yun remembered the character of Sun Wukong's martial arts, and it seemed very normal for a communication master like Frog Cub to do what he likes. Next, the two should go to Kailan Ta together, right? Looking at the contents of the log, it was obvious that the photos sent back by the Frog Cubs were undoubtedly Kailan Ta. In fact, according to Chu Yun's observation, with the character of the Frog Cub, although he likes to make friends very much, he prefers to walk alone. After making new friends, he often pulls his DK ruthlessly and leaves his friends to go on his own. Next, I don't know if the Frog Cub is a frog alone, or will it continue to travel with Sun Wukong. Frog Cub and Sun Wukong came to Kailan Ta. She remembered the old father who was lonely at home, and immediately took pictures of the beautiful scenery and sent it back to the Frog Time house, intending to share the joy with her father. The Frog Cub wanted to go to Kailan Ta to see the scenery, but she was a little sleepy. After asking her friends, she sat on the shoulders of Sun Wukong and fell asleep, and she arrived at Kailan Ta. Chu Yun. Guys, I'm a straight guy. He automatically ignored the previous log content. Feeling emotional. It turned out that the Frog Cub did not leave Sun Wukong, but he was paying attention. What a clever little ghost. Chu Yun clicked his tongue. Kailan Ta is not easy to climb. In the original plotline of Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong also suffered a lot to climb this tower. As a result, the Frog Cub was good and took a hitch directly. The Frog Cub looks down from Kailan Ta and looks at the turbulent clouds. She likes this kind of scenery very much. This is the meaning of the trip, and the luck of the Frog Cub increases. The Frog Cub was warmly received by the Cat Fairy, and the two became good friends. The frog cub got the fairy beans, which she liked very much, and decided to take it back as a souvenir for her father to taste. The frog cub took out the fine wine as a gift, and got drunk with the cat fairy and Sun Wukong. When the frog cub was drinking, he drank the super divine water by mistake. He thought it was delicious and decided to keep it as a souvenir. Chu Yun looked at the travel log with interest. Social frogs are awesome. Is this drunk? It seems that it is still the most popular frog on Kailan Tat. What the hell is super divine water if you drink it by mistake? If I remember correctly, this thing is highly poisonous, right? Chu Yun's mouth twitched. He remembered that in the original plot, even Sun Wukong, who had Scion blood, almost died on the spot after drinking the super divine water. My daughter actually thinks it tastes good? He was speechless about the frog cub's unique preference. But seeing this, Chu Yun realized that this travel log was coming to an end. So far, the frog cub's performance is still very normal, watching the scenery along the way, making friends and having an epiphany to improve his strength when he has nothing to do, and his childhood should not be too beautiful. So why autistic? Chu Yun looked at the last few lines of the travel log. The frog cub found that the moonlight was beautiful tonight, she began to appreciate the moon, and her charm increased. The frog cub felt that being alone is not as good as being a group of people, so she carried the drunk cat fairy and Sun Wukong to enjoy the moon together. Chu Yun's face became subtle. My day? Take Sun Wukong to admire the moon? Frog cub, you are so talented. Chu Yun has already anticipated what will happen next. The frog cub discovered that his good friend Sun Wukong had turned into a giant ape, and her eyes lit up. The frog cub stunned the violent giant ape and pondered until dawn. Frog cub, you are wrong. Chu Yun finds himself a little misunderstood about the strength of the frog cub. The giant ape-shaped Sun Wukong's combat power is still quite terrifying. Unexpectedly, the frog cub easily knocked Sun Wukong unconscious. The frog cub once again brought out fine wine to entertain the cat fairy and Sun Wukong, and the three of them were very drunk. The frog cub found that the moonlight was very beautiful tonight. She carried the drunk cat fairy and Sun Wukong to enjoy the moon together. The frog cub found out that her good friend Sun Wukong had turned into a giant ape. She got excited and felt that she could do it too. She failed. Chu Yun was stunned. What's going on? He carefully read the rest of the journal to the end. The next log is like being stuck in an infinite loop mode. The frog cub seems to be very curious about the fact that Sun Wukong can transform into a giant ape. Every night of the full moon, she brought out wine to entertain her friends, and then observed the behavior of Sun Wukong's transformation. Judging from the objective description of the travel log, the frog cub seems to think that Sun Wukong's transformation into a giant ape is very cool, and persistently think that you can do it too. The results are obvious. Sun Wukong can transform into a giant ape because of his Scion blood. And please, that's because Sun Wukong can't master his own power, it's not because he really wants to transform, okay? Everyone who Chu Yun looked at was numb. He counted it carefully, and the frog cub transformed Sun Wukong 7 times. And because every time he was knocked out by a frog cub in a drunken state, Sun Wukong didn't even remember this matter. Accidental dating. Chu Yun looked at the sky speechlessly. Kfte, look at the last line of this travel log. The frog cub is autistic, and she is frustrated to find that the moon cannot make her huge. The frog cub wanted to be quiet, bid farewell to her friends, and she decided to go home. The frog cub on the diary returns with a mood that has never been seen before. After Chu Yun understood the cause and effect of coming here, he didn't know what to say. Even if the frog cub learns the Scion bloodline, the bloodline whose weakness has been eliminated by the system will not be able to transform when it sees the moon. Moreover, before when the frog cub stayed in the frog time house, he tried it, and let the frog cubs use the souvenirs and specialties he brought back. The frog cub seemed dismissive. So because of this kind of thing, I have no good way to enlighten me. This kind of thing that has no logical connection is simply a fool. Chu Yun looked at the autistic cub and scratched his head, not knowing what to say. Think about it. Decided to go the old way and take the frog cubs to play their favorite rocking music. The item house opens. Looking at the clover that has reached as high as 120,000, Chu Yun unhesitatingly hits 100 consecutive draws. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully shaken one clover when you turned on shake music. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully shaken one part of the pond soil by turning on the shake music. The sound of rocking music is very loud. Coog. The autistic frog cub came by smelling the wind. Although he was still a little depressed, it was obvious that the dog's instinct was activated, and he jumped into the shake music with ease. Get it done. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. Cub, you are open to play today. All consumption is paid by Dad. 35. A lot of clover makes Chu Yun extraordinarily arrogant. Can coax cubs to be happy, what kind of clover is this? Watching Xiao Yao Le frantically produce garbage, the frog cubs had a great time playing, and the dark eyes regained their radiance. Chu Yun nodded in satisfaction. After getting the frog cub, he quickly sensed himself. The things that the frog cub brought back this time, in addition to the turtle qigong, the other three are of great use. When I checked the travel log just now, the bloodline of the specialty scion has been naturally integrated into the body. He also did not choose to refuse. Even if the large amount of treasures fed through the Dragon Kingdom during this period have temporarily eliminated the hidden dangers of his body. However, only temporarily. Once his shaking fruit ability becomes stronger, the hidden dangers of his body will still appear again. Scion blood, the perfect solution to this problem. This powerful bloodline from the Dragon Ball world. The improvement of physical fitness is terrifying. And with the Scion bloodline, the vitality will become extremely tenacious, like a Xiaoqiang who can't be killed. Fast recovery every time. Even more so. The characteristic of this bloodline is that every time he recovers from a near death, his strength will be greatly improved. What does that mean? Chu Yun can use the shock ability recklessly. Why is the ability he has used frequently recently, the lightning talent? It is because of the limitation of the shock ability. Chu Yun did not dare to use it recklessly when his body was not strong enough. How can I practice if I use less? But now it's different. He can practice the shaking fruit ability recklessly. After shaking himself to the death, under the influence of Scion blood, strength will increase. Perfectly complementary. The effect of 1 plus 1 is far greater than 2. All of this is not the most powerful place in Scion blood. Really awesome, with Scion blood, means having the qualification to transform into the strongest warrior in the Dragon Ball universe, Super Saiyan. How fierce is Super Saiyan? According to Dragon Ball world, Super Saiyans are 50 times more powerful than normal. Chu Yun doesn't know how to behave in different world situations. But you don't have to think too much, you know that if you can transform into a successful, the combat power is absolutely terrifying to shock the world. And behind Super Saiyan there are Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan God. A series of terrifying evolution chains. In this world, it is Wanjie. Chu Yun, who has not yet fully integrated his bloodline, does not know the conditions for transforming into a Super Saiyan in this world, but it does not prevent him from looking forward to the future. It's a souvenir. Chu Yun looked at the 3 souvenirs brought back by the frog cub this time. Souvenirs can be withdrawn almost infinitely. Turtle Qigong is a scroll similar to the Book of Ninjas. He simply glanced at it and grasped it very easily. But for him who has mastered many abilities in other worlds, this Turtle School Qigong is not such an excellent ability. Can only be regarded as a real collectible. After all, Turtle Qigong is still very iconic in the Dragon Ball world. Fairy beans. The ultimate practical treasure. Chu Yun looked at the bean in his hand, and he was quite famous for this treasure. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as one hits one, it can be resurrected with full blood on the spot, which can be called a heaven-defying bug treasure. He has already started to imagine, using fairy beans with zhen fruit and scion blood to use. Putting away the fairy beans, Chu Yun looked at the last treasure. Super Divine Water. In the original Dragon Ball world, after drinking this thing, it can develop its potential, and there is a high chance that it can directly improve the combat power. But drinking it can also kill people. Fortunately, the system has eliminated the toxicity. 99. Let me see how much combat power can be improved. 35. The appearance of Super Shen Shui is a teapot. Chu Yun took a cup, poured the super divine water in the teapot, and drank it in one gulp. He didn't hold out much hope for this. Although Super Shen Shui sounds very powerful, it only appeared in the early stage of Dragon Ball world, and it is only a treasure of the earth level. And in this world, he has used a lot of treasures to develop his potential. Whether or not the potential can be truly developed remains to be seen. Drink it all in one gulp. I just feel a breath of fresh air. His eyes lit up. With the energy of super divine water, the fusion of scion blood was completed at this moment. Chu Yun felt the explosion of the power of the body. The condition is better than ever. He directly exited the frog time house, walked into the training room, and looked at the force measuring column in front of him that had been tested for a while. One punch at will. The sonic boom sounded in the training room. Boom. 500,000. 600,000. 800,000. The force column display jumps like crazy. Finally, it was fixed at 880,000 combat power. And this? It's the result that Chu Yun didn't play his full strength at all. In 1 minute, raise 450,000 combat power? Chu Yun shakes. He just wanted to say it now. Frog Cub, I drop Superman. Chapter 67. Chu Yun had no idea that the effect would be so strong. It was immediate. This increased combat power. Most of them are from super divine water. The power of the Scion bloodline has not been fully demonstrated yet. Even so, it has easily increased nearly 500,000 battle strength. What is this concept? 500,000 combat power. It is already beyond the reach of many talent awakeners in their entire lives, a height. This is absolutely no exaggeration. Hwaking University, as the #1 university in Longguo, recruits students who are the best geniuses in the whole Longguo. The resources they provide are also top-notch. Even the talented students of Hwaking University. By the end of their 4-year college career, many may still have less than 500,000 combat power. And now, he just punched with ease, that's 880,000 combat power. If someone sees this scene, I am afraid their eyes will burst. That is to say, I have directly broken through from the middle stage of the Great Sun Wuzong to the later stage. No. 9. I should have stepped into the realm of Dzogchen. Chu Yun took a deep breath. Suddenly realized that his combat power is now 880,000. This combat power is already in the late stage of the Great Sun Wuzong, and it is infinitely close to the perfect state. The key is, these 880,000 combat powers are just one punch from him. In the use of other abilities such as Rachel and Domineering. Even with the increase of Ji Dao Lei Wang Wing, it is conceivable that his combat power in the perfect state is not a big problem at all. He was a little eager to try, and planned to take a good test. Chu Yun touched his stomach. Somewhat stunned. Seems hungry? By the way, it seems that I haven't eaten since I was busy. Chu Yun suddenly remembered that he had invited his sister Chu Qing to have dinner together before. Come back and study it. Chu Yun makes a decision. He simply took care of it and went out from the star-picking building. Temperatures in September are pleasant. The sun is shining, and there is a bit of warmth in the coolness. Along the way, you can see many students from Hwaking University chatting and laughing. Occasionally, some men and women can be seen walking by holding hands, showing an intimate look. There were also many cute-looking female students, who secretly looked at him. It is very much like the ordinary college life in the previous life. Chu Yun squinted his eyes, enjoying this rare leisure time. He likes this kind of atmosphere very much. The place agreed with Chu Qing is a very obvious landmark outside Hwaking University, Wuodeo Street. Come to the appointed place. Chu Qing was already waiting for him on the spot. Today's Chu Qing's clothes are simple. A snow-white dress, long hair draped in front of her plump chest, and a curvaceous figure. The delicate melon seed face has a calm expression, and there is a sense of indifference that rejects people thousands of miles away. 7 points of purity, 3 points of cold temperament, it is very conspicuous in the crowd. Sister, Xian-er senpai didn't come today. Seeing Chu Qing, Chu Yun smiled, waved his hand, and asked casually. After coming to Hwaking University, he occasionally spends time with Chu Qing. Qin Xian-er, Chu Qing's roommate and best friend, often appears inseparable from Chu Qing. Qin Xian-er has a cheerful and generous personality. Although she is sometimes cute, she is very knowledgeable and not awkward to get along with. Chu Yun doesn't dislike Qin Xian-er, but because of her sister Chu Qing, the relationship between the two has become more familiar. Go home. As if there was something going on at home. 55. Chu Qing saw her brother coming. The indifferent expression just now, the ice and snow melted in an instant, and he said to Chu Yun with a light smile. That's it. Chu Yun nodded, but did not take it to heart. When the three of them were chatting together before, he learned that Qin Xian-er was different from their siblings and was originally from Shangjing. Sometimes it's normal to go home and see. The two walked on the 5 streets while talking and laughing. Although Chu Qing's height reached 170 centimeters, she was not short. Standing beside the tall Chu Yun, there is a feeling of petite and delicate. Many passers-by passed by, frequently looking sideways, looking at the two of them in amazement. In the eyes of outsiders, the two are not like siblings, but more like a couple. I know a restaurant that's not bad. It's specially made for fierce beast meat, it tastes very good, just take you to taste it. Chu Qing naturally took Chu Yun's arm, seemed to remember something, and said smoothly. Sister seems very happy today. Anything happy? Growing up together, the two are familiar with each other. Chu Yun keenly noticed that Chu Qing was in a very good mood today. He asked curiously. Chu Qing hummed softly. She whispered to Chu Yun, it's the middle stage of the Great Sun Wuzong. Although the tone is calm, but the joy can be clearly felt. Yes. Congratulations. Chu Yun was surprised. He was busy practicing before, and didn't ask much about Chu Qing's combat power. Unexpectedly, Chu Qing's silent combat power has reached the middle stage of the Great Sun Wuzong. At least 300,000 combat power. Even among the seniors at Hwaking University, although they are not top-notch, they are still outstanding. After all, Chu Qing's talent is only S-level, and there are a lot of SS-level and SSS-level talents in Hwaking University. This combat power is not low. 95. Chu Jing blinked. This kind of thing, she usually doesn't deliberately reveal it. But facing her younger brother, Chu Qing was very relaxed. Under the leadership of Chu Qing, the two came to a very high-end restaurant on Wuodeo Street, and the price was free at first glance. When the siblings entered the door, Chu Qing set up a high-end private room with high privacy. Charcoal roasted ice wolf? Boiled the 9 foxes? Dry pot snow frog? Look at the recipes on the menu. Chu Yun felt a little bit magical. All the raw materials in this restaurant are beasts. Appropriate supplementation can replenish qi and blood, which is very good for the body. And it tastes great. Chu Qing smiled and introduced to Chu Yun. The hunger in Chu Yun's stomach is getting stronger and stronger. Hearing Chu Qing's explanation, he couldn't help saying, then I have to try it. Chu Qing skillfully ordered a few ferocious beasts that she thought were very good. While waiting for the meal, Chu Qing seemed to remember something. Speaking of which, how much combat power do you have, Xiaoyun? Qin Xianer was not here today, so she finally had a chance to ask Chu Yun. It is also the great Sun Wuzong. Chu Yun smiled. Afraid of hitting Chu Qing, she did not reveal her true combat power. Chu Qing was stunned for a moment. Is this a god-level talent? Xiaoyun turned out to be the great Sun Wuzong. Although I had expected it earlier, my heart was still shaking. How long have you been awake? Even if he had just reached the realm of the great Sun martial sect, Chu Qing felt that it was too incredible. Last time I was in the Zaixing building, I heard that you are already a third-rank sergeant. Chu Qing asked subconsciously. Sergeant 3, on the way to Shangjing, the Benli high-speed train I was riding encountered a beast swarm. Many people know about the Benli high-speed rail. Although this matter has been listed as a state secret by the Dragon Kingdom. However, that is outsiders. He himself revealed that it was another matter. He has nothing to hide from his older sister, Chu Yun. In an understatement, he told Chu Qing what happened that day when he took the Benli high-speed train to Shangjing and encountered the beast tide. Although Chu Qing had already speculated before, she never expected that Chu Yun would encounter such a terrible crisis. Too dangerous. Next time you encounter something like this, protect yourself first. Don't be so impulsive anymore. If other people heard this, their first reaction would be to be shocked by Chu Yun's strength and bravery. But Chu Qing frowned, and those beautiful eyes were full of worry. Fine. It's okay. If something happens to Xiaoyun. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. It's okay. Sister, don't tell your parents about this kind of thing. Seeing Chu Qing's worried look, Chu Yun felt warm in her heart. Only a real family would care about him like that. It has been a long time since this incident, and I am worried that Chu Qing is in a bad mood. It just so happened that the waiter brought a delicious dish to the table. Chu Yun changed the subject and said, Sister, let's eat first. The food in this beast restaurant seems to be really good. Chu Yun looked down at the table. Along with the exquisite dishes came up. The aroma is getting stronger. The shape and presentation of each dish are exquisite, with bright colors, which make people appetite. It was obviously not the first time that Chu Qing came to this restaurant. He knew all of these dishes well, and he didn't eat them. Watching Chu Yun constantly explain to him the origins of these beast delicacies. Chu Yun also felt a little strange. Feeling the growing hunger in my belly, I immediately began to feast on my stomach. One after another, the huge amount of beast dishes were eaten directly by Chu Yun. Chu Qing didn't eat well, and quietly watched Chu Yun's wind and clouds. From the first appreciation, there were subtle changes on her delicate face. She was stunned. In memory. Xiaoyun can't eat so much? Is it because it is so delicious? Chu Qing recalled that when Qin Xianer brought her to this restaurant for the first time, although she also thought it was very delicious, and ate a lot more than usual, but it was not as good as Chu Yun's. Eat slowly and stop choking. Chu Qing looked at Chu Yun with some worry. It's not about the money. As a student of Huaking University, he is also the great Sun Wuzong. Even though Chu Yun ate tens of millions this meal, she didn't even blink. She was worried that Chu Yun had eaten so much that her body would not be able to digest it. The energy contained in ferocious beast meat is much more violent than ordinary food. Innately awakened with poor physical fitness, such a ferocious beast delicacy, at most 1 or 2 dishes, it takes 2 or 3 days to digest. Even if Chu Yun is a great Sun martial sect, he can't stand it because he is so stupid? Fine. I can still eat. Um. I'll come and serve this meal. Chu Yun looked at the dinner plate stacked high in front of him, and the hunger in his stomach was still strong. He reacted suddenly. It's not because he's hungry, it's because of the Scion blood. Chu Yun thinks of the Scions in Dragon Ball world, isn't that the dry cook? Although the system has eliminated the weakness of the Scion bloodline, but obviously this is not a weakness, or even a trait of the Scion bloodline. He can clearly sense that after eating these beasts' food, his energy is more abundant. If the induction is not bad, it is very likely that the combat power has also increased. Chu Yun was stunned for a moment. He now has more than 900,000 combat power. The further back the combat power is, there is a diminishing boundary effect, and the more difficult it is to increase. Can you increase your fighting power by eating a meal? At most, other people eat the food of beasts and taste a rare thing, which has a certain nourishing effect on the body. But now, it's too exaggerated. 10 more roasted ice wolves. 10 more. After Chu Yun felt the benefits, he ignored Chu Qing's horrified eyes and ordered food frantically. In the end, the manager of the restaurant was shocked. Sir, it is not advisable to overdose the food of the beasts. If something goes wrong, the store can't afford it. The raw materials of the beast are very expensive. This restaurant is not cheap. The restaurant manager looked at the bill and saw that the order amount had exceeded 10 million. The scariest thing is that all the food has been cleaned by this handsome-looking guy. Is this Nima reincarnated by a starving ghost? Having opened a restaurant for many years, this is the first time the manager has encountered such an outrageous customer. It's all right. 35. Go ahead and serve. Chu Yun buried his head in cooking and took out his black crystal card. When the manager saw the black crystal card, he was shocked, and his face showed a look of awe. Xiaoyun, what's your situation? 35. Chu Qing also found strangeness. She knows her brother. This kind of behavior is very abnormal, not like the usual Chu Yun style. An innate combat skill that I just practiced requires a lot of food. At this time, Chu Yun also realized that his dry rice behavior was out of the scope of normal people's understanding. Fortunately, Chu Qingta was quiet before and entered the private room, otherwise I would have been surrounded by onlookers now. Maybe it's possible to be photographed by good people and go on a hot search. I see. Chu Qing finally felt relieved when she heard the words. Talented combat skills? Xiaoyun has just awakened for half a year. Not only has his combat power reached the realm of the great Sun Wuzong, but he has even begun to cultivate his innate combat skills. I have to work hard too. But it can't be overtaken by Xiaoyun so quickly. Chu Qing originally broke through to the middle stage of the Great Sun martial sect, and was very happy, but now hearing about her younger brother's progress, she inexplicably felt a sense of urgency. Even if her younger brother is a real genius, it will be a matter of time before she surpasses her. But, anyway, I also practiced at Hwaking University for 4 years. She secretly made up her mind to continue to practice diligently after returning to school. This meal took another hour. Or the food in the restaurant was not enough, and it was finally over. Beep. Your account *530 consumption expenditure on September 17, 1003 in the recovery calendar Dragon national currency, the current balance is. Chu Yun's cell phone rang the black crystal card deduction message. Glancing at the bill handed over by the manager, I was speechless. This Nima has completely turned into a glutton. I ate more than 43 million dragons in one meal. Still discounted. Luxurious enough to explode. Even Chu Qing's eyelids twitched. Before, she thought she could invite her younger brother to dinner, and eating like this would really make her bankrupt. However, it should be just that Xiaoyun needs tonic beast meat, right? Eating this meal, or 2 meals, is not a loss if you can complete the cultivation of innate combat skills. Chu Qing returned to Hwaking University with Chu Yun with doubts and shock. After her siblings say goodbye, Chu Yun went back to the star-picking building. After eating so much, he didn't feel supported at all. He planned to move his muscles and bones to practice in the training room of the star-picking building. Speaking of which, how is the frog cub? Chu Yun suddenly remembered that she had left the frog cub in the prop's house and let her play rock music by herself. So many shamrocks, enough frogs to shake and fly? Should you be in a better mood? He thought of entering the frog time house. The moment he saw the frog cub, his face became strange. The frog cub was like a dead frog, paralyzed on the bed, eyes blank, and felt that it had lost its soul. Chu Yun was stunned. What the hell is this? He was a little worried and called out to the frog cub. The frog cub raised his eyelids and found that his father was just calling her idle. Weakly raised his eyelids, and then drooped down again. Chu Yun was stunned. What happened? Why do I feel more self-absorbed than before? Is Shake Shack no longer fun, or is Frog Cub back in self-doubt? Chu Yun subconsciously glanced at the remaining clover. Current clover, 116332. Kindness? Why is there not much at all? Chu Yun wondered. Before, when he left the frog time house, he gave the frog cub the right to use the clover. Why does it seem that the clover didn't move at all except for the Balian shake he opened for the frog cub? Confused, Chu Yun studied it carefully. 3 minutes passed. Chu Yun finally found the answer on the system page. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully shaken 10 copies of clover when you turn on the shake music. Congratulations to the host, you turned on the shaking music and successfully shook the furniture. Frog Cub wind chimes. Congratulations to the host, you have accumulated 5,000 times of shaking music, and shaking music has entered the upgrade state, so stay tuned. Nima. Shake music was actually upgraded by frog cubs? Chu Yun found the props room, and sure enough, the shake music was temporarily unavailable. Count carefully. About the 30th time, the shake music will enter an upgrade state. Calculate the time, that is, not long after he left. No wonder the frog cubs are more autistic. Ah, this. Originally in a bad mood, the biggest hobby is still maintained. Chu Yun was also helpless. He had no experience in how to make frog cubs better. He could only coax him warmly like a child for a while. In the end, the frog cub seemed to be in better condition, and he quit the frog time house and continued to practice. Time flies. Another week has passed in the blink of an eye. Under Chu Yun's crazy training and crazy dry meals, his combat power has gone up to the next level. Boom! Chu Yun's body is shaking, and the overlord is full of domineering. Bombed with electric light on the force measuring column. 980,000. 1 million. The force measuring column exploded directly. 1 million combat power. Have I reached the realm of Tongtian Wuzun? Chu Yun was a little surprised when he saw that the force measuring column was blown up. He was a little unsure. According to Blue Star's realm system, his combat power exceeded 1 million, and he should have become Tongtian Wuzun. But for some reason, he felt something was wrong. According to his understanding, after 1 million combat power, he can fly by his own strength. And he doesn't feel this transformation at all now. Although he already has the Ji Dao Lei Wanjie, Chu Yun still wants to experience the wonderful feeling of being free from gravity. Just ask Teacher Tang. Not deliberately confused, Chu Yun decided to ask Tang Gu, the authoritative professor who was in charge of teaching him cultivation theory at Hwaking University. In the depths of the sea, there is a mysterious island floating in the sea. Chu Yun, a native of Sichuan, Long Kingdom. 18 years old, talent, God level. Bounty, trillion lighthouse coins, primordial beast essence 10, heavenly weapon 10, heavenly equipment * 10. A document recording Chu Yun was projected in an empty hall. There are also densely packed, sky-high bounties. One by one, invisible figures in black clothes looked up at the document. Having awakened for half a year, the Dragon Kingdom's god-level arrogance of 200,000 combat power. Thunderbolt and Shock dual talents, the latter of which is an unrecorded god-level talent. The strongest means is a highly penetrating thunder and lightning talent combat skill. Assessment of combat power, 500,000. The potential is very strong, but it's just ants. The Lighthouse country has given such a generous reward, which is a good business. 35. Look at the picture on the screen. The text scrolls and disappears, and the waves rippling, forming a video. This organization is so powerful that it even got the picture of Chu Yun killing Jack Sua in the secret realm. Someone has an opinion. It's actually very easy to hunt down this Chu. It's rare to break through the protection of the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom, an ancient country, hides too much magic, we must maintain awe. Some people objected that they should be cautious. What's the point of not doing a door-to-door business? 35. Our Ragnarok, the purpose is to bury the gods, this Chu Yun is qualified. 359. Others refuted, showing a strong interest in this single business. The reason is this, but it needs to be discussed carefully. Dragon Kingdom is not that simple. The leader who spoke first said directly. He was obviously very jealous of the Dragon Kingdom, and he was cautious in his words. Number 99. Pluto takes over this task. An ethereal voice sounded, making people unable to hear its true timbre. When many people are tangled in the twilight of the gods, a man in black robe came out and took over the task directly. Surprise everyone! This Chu Yun is not easy. Pluto, he seems to be quite sure. Chapter 68. Ragnarok is an extremely mysterious organization. Even within the organization, not everyone understands each other. The strength of the Dragon Kingdom is one of the best in the entire Blue Star. To assassinate the top genius of the Dragon Country is undoubtedly a risky challenge. Hades walked out and took the mission decisively. It made the other black-robed people extremely confused and surprised by his courage. But he didn't get to the bottom of it and continued to ask. Then, we will wait for good news from you, Hades. The headed man in black robe signaled to Hades. Handed a spar-like brand to Hades. This is Ragnarok's top quest imprint. With this thing, many resources of Ragnarok can be mobilized and acted cheaply. Need not. Pluto was very indifferent, and even directly rejected the leader's token. Turn around and disappear. This Pluto, where does the confidence come from? The real tricky part of this task is not the god-level genius of the Dragon Kingdom itself, but directly facing all the powerhouses in this ancient country. 5. With such an excellent seed, Longuo will not relax his protection. In this case, let alone the war general, even if the war king goes, there is no chance. After Hades disappeared, someone spoke out about the key issues of this mission. Chu Yun is a great Sun Wuzong, and they have billions of ways to kill him. But what about the powerhouses who protect him? There is Shangjing, the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom. There is no way to fight. Since Hades dared to take it, he must be sure, let's wait and see. Someone spoke indifferently, and also wanted to witness how a god-level genius was killed by Hades under heavy siege. The others nodded in agreement. Such a difficult task, as long as Pluto can complete it, no matter what means he uses. The Ethereal Palace. The Pluto throne in black robes sits on the top throne. Soon, a phantom appeared below him. Shadow Shura, meet Hades. The phantom gradually manifested the figure, and the whole person was extremely illusory. I asked you to come this time, because I have a task for you. 337. When it's done, what you've always wanted is yours. Hades spoke lightly, throwing down the scroll in his hand. Shadow Shura was stunned for a moment, then immediately took the scroll, opened it and looked at it. Can it be done? Pluto's indifferent voice sounded. Can give me time to prepare. I hope Lord Pluto will keep his word. After the Shadow Shura read the task of hunting Chu Yun, he just thought for a moment, and then he should undertake the task that caused many powerful people in Ragnarok to have a headache. Go. It is not surprising that Pluto saw this. Seeing Shadow Shura disappear, he smiled faintly. Shadow Shura is the most outstanding genius among the killers he has adopted over the years. Just like the arrogance of the Dragon Kingdom, Shadow Shura also has dual talents. Although the talent level is a little worse than the Dragon Kingdom God level Tianjiao. But both talents are SSS level. And these two SSS classes are incredibly powerful. Ever-changing. 10 times the crit. The first kind of talent can be transformed into anyone at will, and there is no clue at all. The second kind of talent is even more terrifying. He can make an attack with 10 times the power of a certain crit every day. These two talents, if put together separately, the former may be a waste of talent, and the latter can only be a reckless warrior. But the Shadow Shura with dual talents is destined to become the greatest tool under his Pluto. Certainly. If it was just this, Hades thought that he wanted to kill Chu Yun, and it wasn't enough. What's really important is that Shadow Shura's combat power is still suppressed in the Great Sun Martial Sex Perfect Realm. Once you have broken through to the heaven-reaching Martial Venerable Realm, you will be recognized by the will of the world and have your own unique imprint. At that time, even if Shadow Shura wanted to hide his figure, he would be seen by the top powerhouses in the Dragon Country. Now his combat power is maintained at the realm of the Great Sun Wuzong, coupled with the many hidden treasures he bestowed and his own talent, it is impossible to be discovered. And 1 million combat power combined with Shadow Shura's 10-fold crit. It can also make Shadow Shura the ultimate killer in no way. This is the real confidence for him to take on the task. It can make the sinful country of the Dragon Kingdom suffer heavy losses. 35. When I think about it, I'm really excited. He seems to have a bloody feud with the Dragon Country. Lift your head slowly. Revealing scarlet blood pupils. Hatred in his eyes. Shangjing. Chu Yun walked in Hwaking University and found Professor Tang Gu's office. This professor is responsible for teaching his theoretical knowledge of talent, and Chu Yun has learned a lot of novel and useful knowledge from her. Not only that, Professor Tang Gu is also one of the hosts of his talent research room. So the two are already quite familiar with each other. Knock lightly on the door and walk into the office. Chu Yun. How did you come? Professor Tang Gu is a middle-aged woman with a very cold face. At this time, she was at her desk writing some information. After seeing that it was Chu Yun who came in, there was a rare smile on the corner of his mouth. Professor, I have something I want to ask you. 99. Chu Yun was about to speak. Suddenly Tang Gu stood up. The professor was not very tall, only 150 centimeters, standing in front of Chu Yun, he was 2 heads short. Correct. Just right. You come with me. Professor Tang Gu's personality is a little impatient. As if suddenly remembered something, he said to Chu Yun. Kindness? Chu Yun was a little confused. He is very familiar with Professor Tang Gu's character, and he is usually meticulous and rigid. It was very unusual to interrupt him suddenly. Could it be that something important is missing? Chu Yun followed Tang Gu out of the office, swerving all the way, and came to a teleportation circle. Professor, where are we going? Feeling the wafting breath of the teleportation runes, Chu Yun became more and more curious. New lab. Professor Tang Gu spoke concisely and entered the teleportation circle first. Chu Yun stepped inside. Between the vibrations of the air, he only felt that the surrounding air shook and the brilliance changed. Immediately, it was sent to another space. Put it here. Yes, yes, don't break it, this instrument is precious. Move these materials there, don't block the location where the vision comes. Professor Tang Gu, are you here? 6699. Chu Yun was a little surprised when there were a series of loud noises in his ears. The place to go out is a very wide space. The surrounding walls are steep rock walls, but not damp. What surprised him was that there were many people walking in and out of the space, and he knew all of them. Some were from Imperial University, some were professors from Hwaking University, and it was the powerhouses who helped him research the talent lab. Is this the new lab? Chu Yun was stunned for a moment, and suddenly seemed to remember something. When he came out of the secret realm before, the old man named Qin Lao seemed to have given him a mountain as a talent research center. But he didn't care much before. Even if it cooperates with research, it is still in the laboratory that Hwaking University has built before. Unexpectedly, quietly, this place has been built? No wonder Professor Tang Gu arrived so impatiently. This is Ryu Mountain, the new research center in the future. Ryu Mountain is a good place, and a vision often erupts, which is very beneficial to our experiments. Professor Tang Gu briefly introduced the situation of Ryu Mountain to Chu Yun. Chu Yun didn't know much about this, so he could only nod his head ignorantly. Correct. The real reason for you to come here is that your talent has already achieved initial success. Thanks to the vision of Ryu Mountain. The theory, as well as the corresponding 2 sets of innate combat skills, were all researched yesterday. I'll show you. 35. A frenzy appeared on Professor Tang Gu's icy face. When Chu Yun heard this, a curious expression appeared on his face. I have been working with the laboratory for half a year. Unexpectedly, it finally came to fruition. As the owner of Zhen Zhen Talent, Chu Yun is very interested in what Professor Tang Gu said. Tang Gu was resolute and took Chu Yun through several large-scale laboratories, entering the password 5 times along the way. Finally came to a small secret room. There, a bunch of colorful lights that Chu Yun had never seen before fell into a suspended box. Inside the box, there are 3 small floating light groups. Crunch! Tang Gu outputs a series of passwords, and the box opens in response. Primary vibration theory. Innate combat skill, air shock. Talented combat skill, concussion. After the 3 small light groups in the box emit a halo, the huge light and shadow font is directly displayed. Chu Yun recognized the name and blinked. The name was unremarkable, which surprised him. Professor, what is this name? These are the primary stages that have just been researched, and the names are just randomly chosen based on their own characteristics. You can call your innate combat skills what you want. Don't underestimate this. The analysis of God-level talent is much more difficult than expected, and tens of billions of Dragon National coins have been spent before and after. The cultivation is completed, and at least it is an innate combat skill of the ground level. It will be a matter of time until we finish optimizing in the later stage. Tang Gu reminded. Chu Yun understood. He already knew that innate combat skills were divided into 4 levels from strong to weak. An Earth-level talent combat skill tailored for him is definitely better than an ordinary Heaven level. Not to mention, the team continues to optimize. Picked up the 3 light groups one by one and looked at them. At first, Chu Yun didn't care much. Take a look at it, and you are immediately immersed in the principle. Tang Gu didn't bother Chu Yun and waited for him to finish it. It took 2 full hours before he recovered from his immersion. Shocked. This group of Longuo professors is really awesome. In the Encyclopedia of Vibration Theory, all the abilities and characteristics of his vibration fruit were disassembled in an easy-to-understand manner, and finally restored to the most basic and efficient theoretical knowledge. That's what people say. This theory records that this group of people has studied how to use the most efficient and optimized method to hit the most powerful attack. It can be said that the vibration theory he saw, if only he was asked to study it, he would not be able to study it in 10 lifetimes, let alone a lifetime. If you thoroughly understand these theories, according to our team's analysis, your combat power should be able to directly increase by more than 100 times. At the final stage, even cosmic stars and black holes can be shattered by you. Theoretically speaking, the time and space involved can also be affected. God-level talent is really extraordinary. Professor Tang Gu's voice came over. Chu Yun nodded subconsciously. Having read the theory, he knew that what he said was true. It is estimated that Whitebeard could not have imagined that the shaking fruit could even shatter time and space in the end. The innate combat skill, air shock, is based on the most basic vibration principle, tailored and developed for you in a short period of time, and the combat skill that can best utilize your vibration talent. The deduction results show that if you can master the air shock thoroughly, you can immediately play 10 times the combat power. Chu Yun nodded. He found out. The basic principle of air shock is actually compression burst. Shatter countless air again and again, and then burst out from a single point. This kind of combat technique involved extremely profound basic theory. He did not understand, but was greatly shocked. The same is true of shock. However, unlike shock, shock is more useful for protecting your body. Professor Tang Gu also talked about the innate skill of shock. This is another power technique that drives vibrations. All shock waves are formed into a fixed ripple model that has been deliberately calculated countless times. Whether it is use or profit, it will be maximized. Compared with these two extremely precise combat skills, Chu Yun's previous application of Zhen Zhen's talent was rough like that of a primary school student. Thank you, Professor. You have worked hard. Chu Yun is very aware of how much effort and day and night of the master's research is behind these simple 3 documents. He solemnly thanked Tang Gu. Number 35. Zhen Zhen talent is valuable and interesting. 35. We would also like to thank you. If it weren't for you, there would be no way to study this God-level talent in this life. Although I have taught you all the theoretical knowledge, I still want to remind you. The biggest limitation of Zhenzhen's talent is anti-shock. 31. Although we have suppressed the anti-shock formula to a minimum through quantum computing, but it still has a big impact on you. 35. Don't be too hasty, practice slowly. It would be great to be able to master all of these in 2 years. We have also built your Thunder Talent Lab, and we will ask you to cooperate when we have time. 35. By the way, after that, our direction is to let your dual talents integrate combat skills, so you can prepare yourself mentally. This is a long-term project, and there should be initial results within 5 years. Professor Tang Gu is an avid scientific researcher. As soon as I mentioned these, both eyes lit up, and there was no indifference at all. Chu Yun nodded repeatedly. He was a little embarrassed to tell Professor Tang Gu. He, who has just acquired the Scion bloodline, may not take 2 years. According to his estimates, in half a month at most, he will definitely be able to master the 2 innate combat skills of air shock and shock. After listening to Professor Tang Gu's popular science for a while, the two walked back to the same room. On the way, Tang Gu seemed to remember something and reminded Chu Yun, "That's right. Chu Yun, are you a freshman? Our school's freshman referendum is about to begin. The reward for the first freshman this time is okay, remember to get it." 99. One of her students is in charge of the new students. She overheard it by chance 2 days ago. She just remembered this incident and reminded Chu Yun. Freshman first? Good. 5. Chu Yun was stunned for a moment. This seems to have been heard by senior sister Qin Xiener before. The professor is also kind. On the surface, although he agreed immediately, Chu Yun didn't take it seriously. He has a lot of good stuff on his hands. Can't use up. It's better to leave it to the freshman to do this kind of thing. He has little interest in so-called rewards. The combat power is over 1 million, and I don't plan to snatch these with the new students. Professor Tang Gu, do you know how to break through Heavenly Master Wu Zun? Chu Yun suddenly remembered his purpose. He quickly grabbed Professor Tang Gu and asked. Professor Tang Gu gave Chu Yun a strange look. I don't know why he suddenly asked this. Immediately after he reacted, he said to Chu Yun. Breakthrough Tongtian Wuzun? 3.0. Oh, that's right. 9. You are already a big Sun Wuzong, you should feel that the growth of combat power is starting to slow down, it seems that something is hindering you? Hinder? Chu Yun thought for a while. Not that. He increased from 400,000 combat power to 900,000 in almost no time. Never felt hindered. The professor suddenly said that, is there something wrong? As soon as his heart moved, he was about to continue to ask, when Tang Gu's voice rang again, it's true. Chu Yun, you are very good, but after all, you are improving too fast, and there are many shortcomings that need time to be resolved. When you arrive at the Great Sun Wuzong, you should try your best to fight and kill beasts. Otherwise, when you have a million combat power, you will not be able to break through Tongtian Wuzun. Chu Yun heard the words. Stunned. What's the meaning? Tang Gu looked at the busy crowd and told Chu Yun an astonishing secret, we, Blue Star, have the will of the world. 99. When you reach the realm of Tongtian Wuzun, you can feel the existence of the will of the world. Below Tongtian Wuzun, you need to fight and kill. Only if you fight more and kill more, can you successfully break through Tongtian Wuzun. 99. Does it sound weird? But this is the iron law recognized by Blue Star and cannot be changed. Below Tongtian Wuzun and above are a completely different world. When Chu Yun heard Tang Gu's words, until he returned to campus, he was still a little confused. He did not expect this world to be more mysterious than he imagined. The next day was Tang Long's class. Chu Yun, you have been cultivating in the Super Beast Arena for some time. It's time to fight the beasts. Fighting with beasts can make you grow faster. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome when you reach the Great Sun Martial Sect Consummation Realm. What Chu Yun didn't expect was that Tang Long said to him bitterly just after class. Although the content of the words is somewhat different from that of Tang Gu, they are essentially the same. It's all about letting him fight. Chapter 69. Chu Yun was not in a hurry to actually fight. He is concentrating on researching the new innate combat skills, and he is thinking about the names of the two. The names of shock and air shock are too unpretentious and not suitable for pretending. But now let him think temporarily, there is no good idea. Professor Tang Gu had told him before. Once the combat technique name is set, it will be registered, and the entire research center will rechange the data in this regard. The name that so many researchers at the research center will see. If you take too much, it doesn't seem to be very good. Just be careful. Chu Yun was a bit burdened, and he thought about several names, but they were all rejected by him. After pondering for a while, Chu Yun had no clue. With a thought, he entered the frog time house and harvested a wave of clover. After half a month of careful care, the frog cub finally stood up. Seeing that the frog cub is in a good mood, it seems that he has plans to go out to relax. Early this morning. It rained yesterday and it was a little foggy. At Tang Long's suggestion, Chu Yun left Walking University and went to Xiangshan. Xiangshan. A den of beasts in the vicinity of Shangjing. But compared to other beast dens where terrifying beasts gather, Xiangshan outside Shangjing is more like a leveling area for colleges and universities. There are a large number of beasts here, low, medium and high rank. But only there is no beast king. All the fierce beast kings were cleaned up by the Dragon Country powerhouses. There is even a special express train directly from Walking University to Xiangshan. Therefore, Chu Yun didn't fly in a silly way. About half an hour passed. He took a special Xiangshan aircraft and came to the outside of Xiangshan. Blue Star in this era. The mountains and rivers are much larger than where Chu Yun was before crossing. Even Xiangshan, which is dubbed the leveling area by major colleges and universities. From a distance, it is also a huge mountain with a height of about 10,000 meters. After Chu Yun got off the aircraft, he took 3 or 2 steps away from some sparse crowds. Crackling! A burst of lightning and thunder. Ji Dao Lei Wangwing appeared directly on the back. The splendid thunder swayed, and he flew directly into the sky, heading towards Mount Xiang. This time, he came to Xiangshan simply to kill. In addition, he has already understood in detail and knows that there is no fierce beast king in Xiangshan. For him, whose combat power has reached 1 million, it is like an existence in the novice area. Therefore, he flew away recklessly, without acting too cautiously. In fact, Chu Yun's judgment was correct. There are many beasts in Xiangshan, and just after flying a few hundred miles, they encountered several waves of flying beasts. Sharp-billed bird, red-winged flying snake, marmoset monkey. Most of them are low and mid-level beasts. Compared to the peaceful beasts that Chu Yun had encountered in the yellow-level secret realm before, these beasts were much more violent. Almost all the beasts encountered are the first time they find him and attack him directly. Boom! Boom! Unfortunately, in the void, those flying beasts couldn't even get close to Chu Yun at a distance of 100 meters, and they were directly blasted by one after another of terrifying shock waves, turning into a rain of blood. This shock is at least half as easy as I used to use it, but at least twice as powerful. 35. Chu Yun's eyes flickered. Although I have already passed the vibration theory, I know the approximate power. But the real experiment and theoretical understanding are two completely different things. It was just a small test that made Chu Yun very emotional. Tang Gu and Professor Tang Long are right. 95. After killing these beasts, inexplicably, I felt a slight increase in my combat power. Chu Yun thought to himself. This increase is a completely different feeling. He can actually break through now. But the invisible lock blocked the breakthrough gap, so that his combat power could no longer be improved. And after killing these beasts, even if it's just a middle and low-level beast, the death of these beasts is like a key inserted into him. This feeling made him unable to help but want to kill more beasts. Somewhere, Chu Yun came to understand why the beasts and the blue stars would never die. Maybe not just for resources. More likely to be natural hostility. Chu Yun is also not a virgin, and he will not restrain himself just because he has insight into this. He still continued to flutter his wings, and all the beasts he saw used the shock ability to kill them all. And behind him, there is a figure behind him. This kid, the talent equipment he got from there, flying so fast, I almost couldn't keep up with him. This shock wave is so powerful. It seems that the laboratory has made great progress. According to this situation, within a year or two, Chu Yun will definitely be able to break through the heaven-reaching martial lord. 35. Tang Long quietly followed behind Chu Yun, never closing his mouth all the way. The thought that originally wanted to protect him has completely dissipated. This kid is a monster. Killing a beast is as easy as killing a dog. Especially his shocking talent, born for the slaughter. As a master of physical arts, he is also a warrior who has experienced hundreds of battles. Tang Long is very clear. When fighting against beasts, the most worrying thing is being surrounded by beasts. But this fatal problem is not a problem here with Chu Yun. No matter how many beasts besieged and killed at the same time, it was the same for Chu Yun. This made Tang Long feel a little speechless. This is a complete waste of my own. What? Is that Bai Chu Mountain? Are students from Huaqing University? Tang Long suddenly sensed the presence of many people at the foot of the mountain. After confirming that Chu Yun was completely fine, he went to investigate, and unexpectedly found a familiar figure. Isn't that the boy from the Bai family who begged him to teach? In addition to Bai Qiushan, there are nearly 100 people, the momentum is huge, and the scale is not small. At the foot of the sparsely populated Xiangshan mountain, it is very eye-catching. Oh, this is a freshman trial, right? What a coincidence! 35. Seeing so many people, Tang Long just pondered for a moment, and immediately understood what the students from Hwaking University were doing here. Newborn trial. This is the practice of freshmen at Hwaking University. The purpose is to train the freshmen and let some freshmen really see blood. Looking at those immature freshmen, most of the rookies are still looking around at the moment, with the look of a curious baby. Others held hands and carried snacks behind them, as if they were on an outing. Tang Long is also not surprised. Many freshmen with no resources at home, even if they came to Hwaking University for the college entrance examination, have never really fought against beasts. Like Bai Qiushan, it is already an exception among exceptions. It is normal to not know the dangers of the outside world. It's just that he remembered that Chu Yun, a freshman who was also in the same class just now, had already been mowing the grass in Xiangshan, and he couldn't help but sigh. There is really no comparison between people. Compared with that monster boy, even the boy from the Bai family is not enough to look at all. Gone. After secretly observing for a while, Tang Long was not the teacher responsible for protecting these new students. He still has to follow Chu Yun. After discovering that Hwaking University's ability to arrange and lead freshmen is not bad, he didn't bother to pay attention to these freshmen, and still looked at Chu Yun interestingly. Freshmen gather in a group. Wen Yuxin, Chen Yinghui, Bai Qiushan, and others were among them. No one knew that a professor at the school had spied on them. It's almost time to reach Mount Xiang, and I can finally kill the beasts. My big knife is already hungry and thirsty. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to kill myself today. 35. Ferocious beasts of Xiangshan, please accept the punishment of this uncle. 66.99. At this time, most of the people were still excited and elated. As Tang Long observed, many people are rookies on the road. He didn't even know how terrifying the beast was. Stop bullshitting. Do you think you're Bai Qiushan or Huang Tao? Just follow along later, don't be arrogant, beasts are not pets, and if you don't pay attention, you will really die. It is not that no one has seen the market. With a helpless expression on his face, Yu Bo said to a tall and thin bamboo pole boy dancing beside him. If it weren't for the fact that this guy was my roommate, he would always bring me meals. I'll kill him. Yu Bo, don't scare me. Anyway, I have received 9 years of compulsory education, okay? Of course I know that the beasts are powerful, but don't you know what's going on in Xiangshan? This is not the beast of the beast horde, how can it be so scary? The bamboo pole boy spread his hands, feeling that Yu Bo was too timid. He has heard clearly. Xiangshan is a famous leveling area. There are no powerful beasts in it at all. Looking at what Yu Bo said, those who didn't know thought that people could die in Xiangshan. Take it easy, take it easy. Besides, we are not acting alone, don't we still have leading teachers and teaching assistants? These are the powerhouses of the Great Sun Wuzong, and they can definitely keep us safe. 35. Seeing that Yu Bo was still stern, the young man with bamboo poles pointed at him, his eyes pointed forward. In the front, there are 2 women walking in the forefront. It's just different from their freshmen. One woman was wearing a Hwaking University teacher's uniform, and the other was also wearing a bright yellow cheongsam. Obviously, the identities of the 2 women are the teachers and teaching assistants that the young bamboo pole said. As you like. Yu Bo didn't bother to pay attention to seeing the young boy with bamboo poles not listening. Anyway, according to the results of his investigation, every year when the freshmen of Hwaking University are tested, there will be at least 10 wounded people. In severe cases, death may even occur. Compared with other universities in Beijing, Hwaking University is already the best performer. This made it difficult for Yu Bo to despise Xiangshan, which was dubbed the leveling area by everyone. Hey, Yubo, don't say it. The teaching assistant who is in charge of protecting us is so beautiful. I heard that you are collecting information and ranking our walking goddess list. Do you have any information about this senior? The young man with bamboo poles stared at the yellow-robed woman in front of him with flickering eyes. The woman is tall and slender, and her appearance is amazing. However, the appearance of refusing people thousands of miles away makes many young people like him startled and unable to look away. Chu Qing. Although it is only an S-level talent, it currently ranks 3rd in my goddess list. 99. Don't kill yourself. Chu Qing's character is very arrogant and doesn't like being stared at. The strength of this senior may have reached the middle stage of the Great Sun Wuzong. You can take it easy. 99. Yubo looked at the back of the woman in yellow robe, and grabbed it at will, telling the woman's origin and warning the bamboo pole boy. It's not surprising that a senior like Chu Qing appeared here as a teaching assistant. At Walking University, hard currency is credits. Many cultivation resources require credit exchange. And many seniors, juniors, and seniors will take over the school's tasks and earn credits. This time, protecting them from successfulhui completing the freshman trial is obviously to earn credits. The most important is, a few days ago, I heard from Chen Yinghui about a new student named Chu Yun. He was curious for a while and inquired and searched for a long time. What shocked Yubo was that there was no such person found from various sources. This is the first time he has encountered such a situation where he knows the name and can't find anything. In the end, he accidentally met a handsome guy on the road. He followed up curiously, only to find out that this handsome guy was Chu Yun, whom he had been looking for a long time without any news. What shocked Yubo even more was that Chu Yun actually lived in the treasure land of Walking Zaixinglu. When he found out, everyone went numb. Nima. Where is the star building? Gold cave. If you go in for an hour, you will not spend credits, nor dragon coins, but meritorious deeds. According to his observation, every time Chu Yun enters the building, he stays up all night. 337 This is so special, how rich is it? Yubo couldn't understand it. Later, he found out that this mysterious Chu Yun usually does not attend classes, but appears very active in the campus. The place to go in and out is also outrageous. The principal's house, Professor Tang Gu's office, the Super Beast Arena. None of these places are places where normal students can enter. The more you observe, the more shocked. What shocked him the most was, he guessed that this Chu Yun was a freshman, but he was probably the boyfriend of the goddess Chu Qing. He has discovered that Chu Yun is not only going to some unattainable places on a daily basis. The only normal activity is to date the goddess Chu Qing. They eat together, go shopping, watch movies together. Very intimate. In addition to Chu Qing, another Qin Xiener, who was also listed by him on the goddess list, is also often together. Qin Xiener's identity. He knows it. After checking this, Yubo didn't dare to check. He found out that Chu Yun was not something he could touch at all. Even Yubo believed what Chen Yinghui said that day. Maybe the first freshman this time, there will be a dark horse out, shocking all the freshmen. However, Chu Qing is here. That Chu Yun, why didn't he show up? Yubo's eyes scanned and searched everywhere. He watched all the freshmen of the 4 academies present today. It is a pity. Still no trace of Chu Yun was seen. This made Yubo mutter in his heart. Shouldn't he not participate in the freshman trial? Shouldn't that be right? All freshmen know that. Who is the first student of Walking University? To a large extent, it depends on the performance of the new life trial. Even if the freshman trial did not come, he basically said goodbye to the referendum. This Chu Yun, shouldn't he even despise the first prize for freshmen? Yubo was somewhat incomprehensible. Chu Yun, didn't you come to the freshman trial? At this moment, in the newcomer group, a blonde boy, his eyes glanced somewhat unexpectedly. When he found out that Chu Yun was gone, he was very surprised. Shouldn't. Chu Yun is the age where he is domineering and eager to express himself. This freshman trial, he will definitely come. The blonde boy's eyes seem clear, but in fact murderous intent is looming. Constantly thinking in my mind. Chen Yinghui, what kind of plane are you doing? Follow up. 99. Usually you like to brag the most, how come your legs are soft when you arrive at Xiangshan? At this moment, the urging voice of the roommate sounded in the ears of the blonde boy. The coldness in his eyes subsided instantly. I'm coming. Nima. You are walking so fast to get reincarnated. Smile on. Chen Yinghui trotted all the way and followed. The mouth was still humming, and it seemed as if the mouth was as cheap as ever.